The Grand Secretary's Pampered Wife Chapter 314 to Chapter 351. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. One of the masked assassins drew his sword, but when he got close to the carriage, he was hit in the shoulder by an arrow. The huge force behind the arrow sent him flying. He heavily hit a tree and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His head became dizzy and he lost consciousness. The carriage driver had been hit by an arrow and had already fallen. The horse was frightened and ran forward in a panic. This was a mountain road. If they kept running, they would fall off the cliff. Protect the princess consort. The accompanying guards shouted loudly. However, they were blocked by a wave of assassins that fell from the sky. The two sides fiercely fought. Sit tight. Gu Jiao let go of Imperial Consort Rui Wang and put her hand on the carriage's armrest. Hold on tight. Yes. Imperial Consort Rui Wang nervously nodded. Her heart was in her throat, but she didn't drop the ball at this critical moment and didn't cause trouble for Gu Jiao. She tightly held on to the armrest. Gu Jiao opened the curtain and walked out. She sat on the outer seat and held on to the reins with both hands. It wasn't that she didn't want to jump out of the carriage, but if she did, Imperial Consort Rui Wang's child might not be saved. So she could only think of a way to stop the carriage. They were getting closer and closer to the cliff. The horse rushed forward as if it had gone mad. Gu Jiao jumped onto one of the horses. Her legs clamped onto the horse's belly and she tightened her grip. The horse raised its front hooves and stood up, trying to throw Gu Jiao off. However, Gu Jiao tightly held onto it and the strength in her hands didn't decrease at all. In the end, the horse was subdued. After a few hisses, it stopped while panting. At this time, the carriage was swept out because of inertia. The wheels were knocked off by the rocks and half of the carriage was hanging over the cliff. Creak, the carriage rocked on the edge of the cliff. Rui Wang's beautiful face turned pale. She was sitting in the half of the carriage that was hanging outside the cliff. If she was not careful, she would fall down with the carriage and be smashed to pieces. Don't move, Gu Jiao said. Rui Wang was very nervous, but when she heard Gu Jiao's words, she tried her best not to tremble. Gu Jiao carefully walked towards Consort Rui Wang. She gently lifted the curtain and extended her hand towards the terrified Consort Rui Wang. Don't be afraid, give me your hand. Imperial concubine Rui Wang tremblingly reached out her hand, but as soon as she moved, the carriage shook violently. She was so scared that she withdrew her hand. Her eyes were filled with fear and tears. I don't dare, Gu Jiao comforted her. It's fine, I've stepped on the carriage. You can slowly walk over. Imperial concubine Rui Wang looked at Gu Jiao's foot. Seeing that she really had one foot on the floor of the carriage, she gritted her teeth and gathered her courage to slowly move towards Gu Jiao. Every time she moved, she could feel the carriage slide down a bit. I'm scared, tears streamed down her face. Gu Jiao softly said, Don't be afraid, I'll hold you. Imperial concubine Rui Wang looked at Gu Jiao's determined eyes and her heart filled with courage. She steeled her heart and took a step towards Gu Jiao. However, when Gu Jiao grabbed her fingertip, an arrow flew through the air and brushed past Gu Jiao's sleeve. Ouch, Gu Jiao gasped. Her palm slipped and Imperial concubine Rui Wang's fingertip slipped out. Imperial concubine Rui Wang fell back to the other side of the carriage and the whole carriage fell down a lot. Gu Jiao grabbed the shaft of the carriage with one hand and pulled out a dagger with the other hand. She stabbed it into the rock on the slope. Imperial concubine Rui Wang felt that half of the carriage was hanging in the air. She looked at Gu Jiao desperately holding on to the carriage. Her body was about to be torn apart. Her tears flowed out of her eyes. Miss Gu. Let go. You'll fall down too. Gu Jiao did not let go. Come over. Grab my hand. Hold on tight. Swoosh, another arrow hit the carriage and the huge impact caused a lot of pressure on Gu Jiao. However, this was not the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing was that there were more and more arrows. Several arrows were shot beside Gu Jiao and she did not know which one would hit her. Miss Gu, there's no time. Hurry up. Swoosh, another arrow flew over and cut off a strand of Gu Jiao's hair. Imperial concubine Rui Wang clenched her teeth with tears in her eyes. She used all her strength and courage and threw herself at Gu Jiao. She hugged Gu Jiao's arm. Almost at the same time, Gu Jiao let go of the carriage shaft and grabbed onto Imperial concubine Wang's wrist. Without Gu Jiao's pull, the carriage fell rapidly down the cliff. Imperial concubine Rui Wang screamed and closed her eyes. She did not fall down. She was caught by Gu Jiao. Just as Gu Jiao was about to pull her up, several masked assassins charged towards Gu Jiao. In the blink of an eye, a long sword appeared out of thin air and pierced one of the assassins' heart. The assassins sensed that something was wrong, but they did not meet the enemy. Instead, they continued to charge towards Gu Jiao. The owner of the long sword flew up and blocked in front of Gu Jiao. The two sides fought fiercely. Gu Jiao hurriedly pulled Imperial concubine Rui Wang up. Imperial concubine Rui Wang was already scared out of her wits. After she came up, her body went limp and she fell into Gu Jiao's arms. She looked at the person and called out Prince Ning. Then, her vision turned black and she fainted. So it was Prince Ning. Gu Jiao held Imperial concubine Rui Wang and turned to look at the other party. At this time, 3 of the assassins had already been killed by Prince Ning. The last one saw that the situation was bad and fled. Ning Wang ordered, "Catch him. I want him alive." Not far away, the guards of Prince Ning's residence chased after the assassin. Prince Ning wiped the blood on his sword with a handkerchief and put the long sword back into its scabbard. He came to Gu Jiao and Imperial concubine Rui Wang and asked, "Are you okay?" Gu Jiao raised her eyes to look at him. Prince Ning was dressed in an ink-blue brocade robe with a palace sash around his waist. His posture was tall and straight, and he was tall and strong. His eyes were clear and bright, and he was full of righteousness. His facial features were 30% similar to Imperial concubine Zhuang and 50% similar to the emperor. He was the prince that Gu Jiao had seen who was most similar to the emperor. Not only was his appearance similar, but his demeanor also had some of the emperor's shadow. Prince Ning was 26 years old this year, and the eldest crown prince was 3 years old. He had the heroic spirit of a 20-year-old and the steadiness of a 30-year-old. Gu Jiao withdrew her gaze and checked Imperial concubine Rui Wang's pulse. Imperial concubine Rui Wang's pulse was fine. She had only fainted because she was too anxious and frightened. Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. She'll be fine when she wakes up." Prince Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Prince Ning didn't ask about Gu Jiao's identity, but the look in his eyes was clearly not unfamiliar. He knew her. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. She didn't remember them meeting before. Prince Ning smiled and said, "When there was an accident at the Ministry of Works, I went to the scene and saw Miss rescuing the injured." Gu Jiao made a no sound. That accident was too serious. She only paid attention to the injured people and didn't pay attention to the uninjured people. Prince Ning said, "Miss, you must have been frightened. Where are you and Imperial concubine Rui Wang going? I'll have someone send you there." The guards of Rui Wang's residence had all been killed by the assassins, and the carriage was also gone. Gu Jiao said, "We just came from the nunnery and were planning to go back." Prince Ning paused and asked, "Did Miss accompany Imperial concubine Rui Wang to visit Imperial concubine Dowager?" Gu Jiao nodded. Prince Ning frowned and hurriedly ordered the guards, "You guys, quickly go to the nunnery and see if Imperial concubine Dowager is okay." "Yes." Several guards responded and hurried to the nunnery. Prince Ning said to Gu Jiao, "I'll have someone send you back." Gu Jiao suddenly stopped him. Why did Prince Ning appear here? Prince Ning was shocked by her sharp eyes. "Are you suspecting me?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "You appeared at the right time." Prince Ning smiled helplessly. "Miss, if I came a little later, you too would have died. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have appeared. Besides..." He glanced at Imperial concubine Rui Wang who was unconscious in Gu Jiao's arms. "She is third prince's wife." Everyone knew that Rui Wang was Prince Ning's woman. Was Prince Ning crazy to attack his wife? Prince Ning said, "Father was worried about Imperial concubine Dowager and asked me to go to the nunnery for him." This was the truth. He did go to the nunnery to visit imperial concubine Jing on the emperor's orders. Imperial concubine Jing was the emperor's adoptive mother. She would be worried and upset if news of the emperor's assassination spread. Not only did Rui Wang and her husband think of this, but the emperor also thought of imperial concubine Jing in the nunnery when he saw the sickly empress dowager. That was why he sent Prince Ning to go there for him. Gu Jiao made a sound of agreement. This matter was easy to confront, and Prince Ning shouldn't be lying. So the assassination had nothing to do with Prince Ning. Then who could it be? The other party seemed to have come for imperial concubine Rui Wang, but they couldn't rule out the possibility that they were here to kill her. Prince Ning gave the carriage to Gu Jiao and imperial concubine Rui Wang, then rode a horse to the nunnery. Gu Jiao escorted imperial concubine Rui Wang back to Rui Wang's residence. Before the two set off, Prince Ning sent a guard to the imperial palace to inform Rui Wang. Rui Wang was already waiting anxiously at the entrance of the residence. When he saw Gu Jiao carrying someone down, he strode forward and took imperial concubine Rui Wang from Gu Jiao's arms. He looked at imperial concubine Rui Wang, unable to hide the worry in his eyes. Is she all right? Gu Jiao said, "It's nothing serious. She'll be fine after a nap." Imperial concubine Rui Wang had indeed fainted at first, but she woke up halfway and cried for a while. She was tired from crying and fell asleep for real now. Rui Wang scolded angrily, "Those people are too much. They dared to commit murder in front of the emperor. Miss, you were frightened." Rui Wang obviously thought that those assassins were after imperial concubine Rui Wang. After all, Gu Jiao was just a lowly female doctor. Who would want to make things difficult for her? Goodbye. Gu Jiao turned to leave. "Miss Gu, please wait." Rui Wang called out to Gu Jiao. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao looked at him. Rui Wang did not put on airs as a prince. This was related to his family background and his temperament. He looked at Gu Jiao sincerely. "Thank you, Miss Gu." For a prince of a country to express his gratitude to a female doctor was already rare and commendable. "You don't have to thank me for what happened today." Perhaps imperial concubine Rui Wang was implicated by her. Rui Wang smiled bitterly. "Even if what happened today didn't happen, I would still have to thank Miss Gu. Xianxia's personality is too straightforward and she offends people easily. She doesn't have many friends and she is actually very lonely in the residence. Miss Gu is her most treasured friend. I hope that Miss Gu can visit the residence more often." Friend, these two words were very unfamiliar. Just like how she did not have any family, she also did not have any friends. "Okay," Gu Jiao said. Rui Wang smiled happily. Prince Ning's carriage was going to send Gu Jiao back. Gu Jiao went to the medical hall. Her hand was injured. There were wood shavings and gravel stuck into her flesh. She had to remove them one by one. She had just gotten off the carriage when she bumped into Lu Yixing, who had come to the medical hall to buy medicine. Lu Yixing came to buy medicine for Anu. Anu was coughing. He saw Gu Jiao's stiff right hand and asked Gu Jiao, "What's wrong with your hand?" Gu Jiao said, "It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal." Lu Yixing said, "I just saw the imperial guards of the capital government move out. They said that there was an assassination attempt in the suburbs. It was Prince Ning who reported it." Gu Jiao did not look surprised at all. Lu Yixing looked at her deeply. "You knew? You were there too?" Gu Jiao responded. She did not say anything else and went back to the courtyard to apply medicine. Lu Yixing looked at her back as she left and frowned. At night, Yuan Tang quietly sneaked into Lu Yixing's courtyard and smiled at Lu Yixing, who was weaving a bamboo basket. "It's so late. Cousin, did you call me over because you miss me? Did you do it?" Lu Yixing went straight to the point. "What did I do?" Yuan Tang was confused. Lu Yixing looked at him without blinking. His eyes were sharp. "Don't play dumb." Yuan Tang frowned. "I really don't understand what cousin is talking about." Lu Yixing's eyes fell on his waist. "Where's the tassel on your jade pendant?" Yuan Tang coughed softly. "It's broken. I left it there." Lu Yixing said indifferently, did you do something bad and got picked up by someone? Who did something bad? Wait. Yuan Tang realized something and widened his eyes. That girl came to see you? Did she ask you about the tassel? I was wondering why she suddenly guessed it was me. Cousin, how could you betray me? Lu Yixing didn't say that he didn't betray him. It was Gu Jiao who guessed it. Moreover, he didn't tell him in advance not to expose his tassel. He looked coldly at Yuan Tang. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Yuan Tang clutched his chest. I'm hurt. My heart is hurt. Lu Yixing wasn't soft-hearted. Just because she found out what you did, you want to kill her to silence her? He didn't ask what Yuan Tang did, but it wasn't difficult to guess that it had something to do with the emperor's assassination a few days ago. Yuan Tang was completely confused. What do you mean? Did something happen to that girl? Lu Yixing said seriously, I said, don't play dumb in front of me. Yuan Tang felt wronged. I didn't. In all honesty, she's someone you care about. How could I touch her? Lu Yixing frowned, lowered his eyes, and continued weaving the basket in his hands. She and I don't have the kind of relationship you think. Yuan Tang giggled. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Lu Yixing looked at him again. It really wasn't you? Yuan Tang raised 2 fingers. I swear to God, it wasn't me. I won't hurt her. Lu Yixing said seriously, you better remember what you said today. Yuan Tang looked helplessly at the sky. Remember, this is my promise to you. But, cousin, when will you also care about me? Lu Yixing glanced at him. Do you lack people who care about you? Yuan Tang. I don't lack people. His mother doted on him the most in the harem and only had him as her only son. The king also thought highly of him. The position of Empress of the state of Chen had been vacant for many years. Once he completed his mission and returned in triumph, the king would make him the crown prince and his mother the empress. It could be said that he had everything a prince could have. But they're not my cousin. Yuan Tang sighed. Why can't my cousin treat me better? Gu Jiao quickly finished treating the injury on her hand. This small injury was not considered an injury to her. After returning home, she did what she needed to do as usual. However, there were still people with sharp eyes who noticed that something was wrong with her. She had just carried Jia Er's folded clothes into her room when Xiao Lulang walked in behind her. He rarely took the initiative to enter her room, not to mention blocking her door like this. Gu Jiao turned around and blinked at him. What's wrong? Xiao Lulang didn't answer. Instead, he took a step forward and closed the door behind him. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up when she saw him enter her room in broad daylight and close the door behind him as if he was going to do something naughty. Xiao Lulang knew that she had misunderstood from the look in her eyes. He was silent for a moment and opened the door slightly, leaving a gap. Oh. Gu Jiao was disappointed. Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao sat on the bed and buried her head in her clothes. Xiao Lulang walked in front of her. What's wrong with your hand? He asked. Nothing, Gu Jiao said. When she was fine, she would always moan for him to see and rub, but when something really happened, she would hide it from him. This time, Xiao Lulang wasn't easily dismissed by her. He forcefully grabbed her wrist with an aura that didn't allow her to refuse, as well as a warmth that only belonged to him in his palm. Gu Jiao's cold wrist was immediately scalded. Gu Jiao turned her head and stared at him blankly. Xiao Lulang sat down beside her and turned her hand over. His slender fingers gently pried open her fingers, revealing her palm that was full of wounds. The wounds weren't treated very carefully. You're fine treating other people's wounds. Why are you? Xiao Lulang was very angry and didn't know how to continue. Even if a doctor does not treat himself, he should not be fooled like this. Gu Jiao said, it's fine. You don't have to treat it. Where's the medicine? Xiao Lulang asked in a serious tone. Gu Jiao glanced at the medicine box on the table. It's there. Take it yourself. Let's see if you can open it. Xiao Lulang reached for it and opened it with a click. Gu Jiao. Oh, I forgot to lock it. Which one is the golden sore medicine? Xiao Lulang asked doubtfully. That's Gu Jiao said. She glanced around and her eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Where's her disinfectant? Where was her antibacterial ointment? How did it all work out? All work out. She didn't believe in heresy, so she took the medicine box and poured it on the bed. The bed was filled with little doo-doo, thin phantom, classic 0 cents, and watery 3-in-1. Gu Jiao? Gu Jiao. What was wrong with little medicine chest? Where's her medicine? Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? Is this medicine? Xiao Lulang was used to her having medicine that he had never seen before. He picked one up and tore it open. Gu Jiao felt like a string on her head had snapped. Xiao Lulang exclaimed, "It's so slippery." Don't say any more. There's an image. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1119917559. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more fully. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Xiao Lulang had known Gu Jiao for a long time. Ever since Gu Jiao stopped being stupid, she had never been so embarrassed. He had only touched her golden sore medicine, but she suddenly exploded. Not only did she snatch the small bag of golden sore medicine that he tore open, she even pounced over and pressed down on the bed full of golden sore medicine like little Hachi protecting its food. Her little face was red, and her eyes were moist. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, but it was unknown whether it was from anger or embarrassment. Of course it was from anger. How could this small medicine box be so heavy? How could it drop the ball at such a critical moment? Gu Jiao was so angry that the small voice in her mind was about to speak. "Don't touch the medicine here," she said fiercely. However, her angry appearance didn't have much deterrence. Xiao Lulang thought of Gu Yan. The twins usually had different personalities, but when they were angry, they were indeed siblings. Xiao Lulang looked at her calmly. This medicine is very expensive. I don't need such good medicine. There's a bottle of wound medicine on Grandaunt's table. Take that. Gu Jiao was confused by the small medicine box. She had forgotten that Xiao Lulang wouldn't be able to recognize these things at all. On the contrary, her appearance made Xiao Lulang have a strange interest in this slippery little thing. Forget it, it was her medicine. He would listen to her how she wanted to use it. He couldn't steal it back to study it just because he was curious. When Xiao Lulang went to Grandaunt's room to get the wound medicine, Gu Jiao had already cleaned up the scene. The small medicine box seemed to have suffered a heavy blow that it shouldn't have. It was thrown on the table in disdain and was as quiet as a chicken. Xiao Lulang applied the medicine on Gu Jiao. It didn't look like an ordinary scratch. He asked, "How did you get this?" In the past, he would never ask about it, but now that he had casually asked about it, he was naturally stunned for a moment. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and said without a change in her expression, "Just loosening up my muscles and bones. I don't fight." Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "You went to the nunnery to stretch your muscles and bones?" Gu Jiao looked at him in shock. As Xiao Lulang applied the medicine for her, he said unhurriedly, "You have good sandalwood on your body and purple moss on the soles of your feet. This kind of moss can only be found on the road from the temple to the nunnery." Gu Jiao, his persona had collapsed again. "Consort Rui Wang came to visit and invited me to the nunnery for a visit. On the way back, I met a few rascals and taught them a lesson." Gu Jiao avoided the main point and talked about the trivial. Hearing that she had been invited to the nunnery by Consort Rui Wang, Xiao Lulang frowned. Was it the nunnery near the Puji temple? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang asked again, you went to see Consort Jing Dowager? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded again. She didn't ask how he knew that Consort Jing Dowager lived in the nunnery. Xiao Lulang suddenly fell silent. Gu Jiao looked at him. Her injuries really were fine. Xiao Lulang finished applying the last wound and said to her, don't go to the nunnery for a visit in the future. Why? Gu Jiao didn't understand. Xiao Lulang thought for a moment and said, it's better to have less contact with the imperial family. Gu Jiao, oh. On the other side, King Ming returned to the palace to report to the emperor after visiting Consort Jing Dowager. Mother, are you all right? The emperor asked worriedly. King Ming said, Consort Jing Dowager was sad for a few days when she heard that you were attacked by an assassin. Today, third sister-in-law went to visit her and said that you had recovered and returned to the palace. Consort Jing Dowager was relieved. She's fine now. The emperor let out a long breath. I knew she would be worried. Third brother and his wife are very considerate. King Ming said, Father, there's one more thing. The emperor looked at him. What is it? King Ming cupped his hands. Third sister-in-law was attacked on her way back. The emperor frowned. Was she hurt? King Ming shook his head. No, she was just a little frightened. Third sister-in-law and the baby in her belly are both fine. Third brother's wife is blessed. The emperor couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Consort Ning, who had just had a miscarriage. First brother, second brother, and third brother were all married, but they didn't even give birth to an imperial grandchild. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret it. However, having children was fate and couldn't be forced. Did you catch the assassin? The emperor asked in a low voice. King Ming said with shame, it wasn't easy to catch one alive, but he took poison and killed himself before we could interrogate him. The emperor thought for a moment. Go investigate the hostage of Qin State. King Ming said thoughtfully, Father, you suspect him? He's still in the limelight for assassinating you. He wouldn't do it again so soon, would he? The emperor said, he has a criminal record. He's very suspicious. Besides, we didn't get any concrete evidence last time. We only killed one of his aides. If it's really him this time, we can't let him get away with it no matter what. King Ming hesitated for a moment before cupping his hands. Yes, I'll go investigate right away. After King Ming left the imperial study, the emperor summoned Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei's left arm and neck were still in bandages, but he couldn't stay idle and came to work early in the morning. He bowed and said, Your Majesty. I remember that there's 1,000-year-old ginseng in the storehouse. Send it to concubine Jing to nourish her body. Eunuch Wei hesitated. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is also sick. Do you think, the emperor interrupted him coldly. Do you think what? Send the ginseng to her? Ha, half of Zhao State is hers. Her Rinzhou palace won't lack ginseng. Eunuch Wei sighed and said. Yes, I'll go get it. I'll send it to concubine Jing tonight. The emperor added, also, call Eunuch He here. Recently, I've been in trouble. One after another. I'm worried that the other party won't give up and will plot against my mother. I'm going to send some secret guards to my mother. Sigh. If you were half as attentive to the Empress Dowager as you are to concubine Jing, your relationship with her wouldn't be like it is now. Eunuch Wei had a deep prejudice against Empress Dowager Zhuang in his early years. But in the past few days when he was recuperating in Bishui Alley, he saw how Empress Dowager Zhuang interacted with the little miracle doctor's family, how she interacted with the neighbors, and even how she took care of the emperor that night. He felt that Empress Dowager Zhuang might not be as they thought. Of course, this didn't mean that Empress Dowager Zhuang was a good person, but at least she wasn't that vicious. There was an irreconcilable conflict between the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang. As long as Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't give up on interfering with the court, the emperor and her couldn't be reconciled. Eunuch Wei didn't think that the emperor had to reconcile with her to be satisfied, but, could the emperor find another way to deal with her? Empress Dowager Zhuang was clearly amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Your Majesty, what's wrong with coaxing her? Lower her vigilance, numb her emotions, coax her until she's dizzy, and then close the net in one fell swoop. Isn't that great? As a loyal servant, Eunuch Wei felt that he needed to share his master's worries. He went to the warehouse to find the 1,000-year-old ginseng and sent it to old concubine Jing. Then he found a box of valuable snow lotuses that weren't 1,000-year-old ginseng and sent them to Empress Dowager Zhuang, saying that it was a gift from the emperor to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Gu Jiao was tired during the day, so she slept soundly at night. Xiao Lulang wasn't so lucky. He had been busy all day, but for some reason, he felt very hot inside. Now that life at home wasn't so bad, the original cloth curtain was replaced with a gauze curtain, which was actually very breathable. The children and little Jing Kong, who were so afraid of heat, all fell asleep. Xiao Lulang tossed and turned in bed, and didn't fall asleep until the latter half of the night. However, he didn't sleep for long before he had an indescribable dream. Everything in the dream was so real that it almost killed him. But he hadn't really experienced it, so he didn't know how to do it and didn't know how to do it, so he woke up in a daze. After waking up, Xiao Lulang secretly scolded himself for being a beast. How could he do that to her in the dream? Xiao Lulang got up and copied the Buddhist scriptures. He didn't lie back on the bed until he was completely calm. But it was destined to be a night of many dreams. He had another dream, but it wasn't about Gu Jiao, but about himself when he was young. In the dream, he was about the same age as little Jing Kong. He was a little bean, walking on a small path paved with stones and entering a courtyard full of beauties. He was too young at that time, so he didn't know many people in the palace. A kind voice sounded above his head, "Do you want to eat it? It's very delicious chestnut cake." He took a piece of chestnut cake, and after eating half of it, his eyes went black and he collapsed. Xiao Lulang woke up with a start. This was the memory of being poisoned by Empress Dowager Zhuang when he was 4 years old. This memory had long been blurred, but subconsciously, he would reject things made of chestnuts. Maybe it was the first dream that stimulated his mind, and it actually made him recall the dusty memory of his childhood. He didn't dream of that person's face, but he saw the person's hand clearly. It was a left hand, and there was a mole on the left wrist. There was no mole on his grey tant's wrist. The person who poisoned him that year was not Empress Dowager Zhuang. Digression, there will be more chapters. Is there a monthly ticket? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1119869676. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Xiao Lulang didn't sleep well that night, so he woke up 15 minutes later than usual the next day. In just 15 minutes, he was informed that Gu Jiao had left. Gu Jiao had gone to visit her grandaunt. Just like how the emperor would wonder if concubine Jing was also sick when he saw Empress Dowager Zhuang, Gu Jiao also remembered how her grandaunt had stayed up all night to watch over the emperor when she saw concubine Jing fall ill. Her grandaunt was old, and staying up all night was very harmful to her health. Gu Jiao didn't just have Empress Dowager Zhuang's token, she also had the emperor's token. She casually took out a token, stunning the guards outside the palace. "No. Didn't you have the Renshou Palace's token a few times ago? How come it's the Pure Flowers Palace's token now? Is it wrong?" Gu Jiao flipped through her pockets and took out another token. The guard took it and almost fainted when he saw it. This was the previous emperor's token. That one seemed to have been given to her by her grandaunt. Gu Jiao flipped through her pockets again. There seemed to be more. The guard's face paled. "Stop flipping. Who knows what you'll find later. Hurry up and go in." "Hurry up and go in." The guard returned the token to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao went to Renshou Palace. Eunuch Qin was surprised to see her, but he also felt relieved. "Aya, Miss Gu, you're finally here. This servant didn't know what to do if you didn't come. What's wrong? Is Grandaunt sick? Gu Jiao asked when she saw Eunuch Qin's worried expression. Eunuch Qin sighed and nodded. She's been sick for a few days, but she refused to tell anyone about it. She also refused to let this servant invite Miss Gu over. The Empress Dowager said it was a small illness and she'll be fine after some rest. Small illnesses at this age were difficult to bear and dangerous. Gu Jiao hurried to her great-aunt's bedchamber. Empress Dowager Zhuang just caught a cold from overworking. However, just as Gu Jiao said, an illness at this age was not an illness. It could take one's life at any time. Empress Dowager Zhuang lay withered on the phoenix bed. It was as if half of her vitality had been sucked out overnight. Great aunt. Gu Jiao stepped forward and placed the food box on the table. Then, she sat by the bed and began to take her great aunt's pulse. Empress Dowager Zhuang weakly looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at Eunuch Qin behind Gu Jiao. She rolled her eyes and said, "Who told you to call him here?" Eunuch Qin was embarrassed. Gu Jiao pulled up the quilt for her great-aunt and said, "Eunuch Qin didn't call me. I came by myself." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. "Have you taken your medicine this morning?" Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Qin said, "Not yet. The imperial physician instructed me to drink it after the meal, but the Empress Dowager Zhuang looked coldly at Eunuch Qin. "Do you think your life is too long?" He even dared to complain about her. Eunuch Qin shrunk his neck resentfully. Gu Jiao said, "I brought food." Yes. Eunuch Qin hurried to the table and opened the food box that Gu Jiao brought. A familiar fragrance of chopped green onions floated out. It was egg drop millet porridge, brown sugar glutinous rice cake, pea pudding, and some homemade pickled dried fruits. The pea pudding was made by Yao Shi. The other three were made by the old chancellor and only half of the sugar was added. Empress Dowager Zhuang originally didn't have much of an appetite, but after taking a bite, she couldn't stop. Gu Jiao didn't let her eat too much. She had Eunuch Qin take the food away after a few chopsticks. Empress Dowager Zhuang smacked her lips with hidden bitterness. "Ai Jiao is sick and you don't let Ai Jiao eat until she is full." Gu Jiao said, "You also need to leave room for medicine." She didn't want to drink medicine. She wanted to eat until she was full. After about half an hour, Gu Jiao had someone bring the medicine. Gu Jiao tasted it first. It was the right medicine and the medicine was very mild. Empress Dowager Zhuang had a look of refusal. Gu Jiao took out 3 candied fruits. "Originally, I could have eaten 3. Empress Dowager Zhuang curled her lips. Gu Jiao said, "These 3 are extra." Before she finished speaking, Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the medicine bowl and gulped it down. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, she decisively took away the 3 candied fruits. It rained for a while last night and cooled down the heat. Today, the sky was clear and it was very suitable for a walk outside. "Great aunt, I will accompany you to the imperial garden," Gu Jiao said to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to move. Gu Jiao said, "I will come to see you tomorrow." Empress Dowager Zhuang, deal. The group went to the imperial garden. Gu Jiao liked to sit in Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix sedan, but Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't want to sit because it was stuffy. Therefore, there was a very strange scene in the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang held Eunuch Qin's arm and walked slowly in front. Gu Jiao sat in Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix sedan and followed with a look of enjoyment. Her small head was shaking. All the palace people were speechless. The group went to the imperial garden. There was a pavilion in the imperial garden and a large area of shade. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao looked at the shade at the same time. Eunuch Qin understood and hurriedly had people bring in tables and chairs. After Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao sat down, Eunuch Qin put tea and fresh fruits on the table. The snacks were for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was at the age of growing and got hungry quickly. Gu Jiao picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and ate it carefully. She was sweating while eating. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave a look to the palace people. The palace people hurriedly took a fan behind Gu Jiao and gently fanned her. The breeze was gentle and the garden was full of fragrance. It was the same scenery, but because there was a different person, Empress Dowager Zhuang also had a different state of mind. Eunuch Qin looked at Gu Jiao who was eating snacks and then looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang who was quietly drinking tea. What did Empress Dowager Zhuang need? In fact, she just needed companionship. Miss Gu didn't need to do anything. She just needed to accompany Empress Dowager Zhuang, and Empress Dowager Zhuang would be very happy. It was also at this moment that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't hate the palace. However, peaceful moments were always short. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't enjoy the leisure for long before she was disturbed by an uninvited guest. I thought it was mother from afar. When I came over, it was really her. Yes, the uninvited guest was the emperor. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face instantly darkened. The emperor strode over and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Son pays respect to mother. And, you bastard, Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. She didn't want to have a good moment with Jiao Jiao to be interrupted by this annoying guy. The emperor was not alone. Prince Ning was with him. Prince Ning also bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Imperial grandmother. Empress Dowager Zhuang finally showed a good face to Prince Ning. Yes. She responded. Eunuch Qin and others bowed to the two of them. Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Highness. Prince Ning looked at Gu Jiao next to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Gu Jiao was eating half of the snacks and there was still foam at the corner of her mouth. She raised her head slightly and nodded to greet the emperor and Prince Ning. Your Majesty, Prince Ning. Her expression was cold, but the foam at the corner of her mouth was too eye-catching. She looked like a little adult. Prince Ning wanted to laugh. The emperor didn't mind that Gu Jiao didn't kneel to greet the emperor and Prince Ning. Prince Ning naturally didn't mind. Eat your food. Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Gu Jiao. Oh. Gu Jiao continued to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor didn't expect that Gu Jiao could accurately call out Prince Ning's name. They only thought that she knew Prince Ning's identity because she heard the palace people greet him. The emperor automatically ignored the disdain on Empress Dowager Zhuang's face. He walked over and sat down on the other side of Gu Jiao, facing Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even give him a look. The emperor looked at the snacks on the plate and said, What's so good about osmanthus cakes? Are the cooks of Rinshou Palace so negligent? If Imperial Mother lacks cooks, I can send a few over to Imperial Mother. Then, without waiting for Empress Dowager Zhuang to refute, he said to Gu Jiao, I have a new cook from Jiangnan. His lotus cakes are delicious, better than this. He acted like a human trafficker who wanted to kidnap a child. Empress Dowager Zhuang said angrily, Jiao Jiao doesn't like lotus cakes. When Prince Ning heard this, he looked at Gu Jiao in astonishment. The emperor continued to guide Gu Jiao patiently, then there are other crisps. The desserts made by that chef are very delicious. See what Jing Kong and the others like to eat and bring some back for them. These words directly hit Gu Jiao's heart. Gu Jiao didn't have much obsession with food, but her younger brothers were all foodies. Empress Dowager Zhuang felt a sense of crisis and used her unique skill, Jiao Jiao is sick. Jiao Jiao wants to treat Aijiao's illness. The emperor said, What a coincidence. I am injured. The little magic doctor came just in time. By the way, Eunuch Wei, I don't know how his arm is. Eunuch Wei, my arm is very good, the emperor glared at him like a knife. Eunuch Wei said with a strong desire to live, Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much. Gu Jiao, Prince Ning, Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang's murderous aura filled the entire imperial garden. It was as if they were going to draw their swords in the next second. Gu Jiao looked at her grandaunt and then at the emperor. How about a rock-paper-scissors game? Huh. Everyone laughed. Girl, you are still too naive. Do you know who these two are? One is the emperor of Zhao country and the other is the uncrowned overlord. Would they play rock-paper-scissors with you? Ha ha ha. The next second, everyone was slapped in the face. The two top bosses of Zhao country actually rolled up their sleeves and played rock-paper-scissors in the imperial garden. The result was obvious. Empress Dowager Zhuang won for sure. The emperor gritted his teeth, 3, 2 out of 3 wins. The emperor gritted his teeth again, 5, 3 out of 5 wins. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him as if he was an idiot. Aijia has already won against you 3 times in a row. The emperor who had 10,000 arrows in his heart, Jade Water Alley's #1 gambling god, was not casually called. Empress Dowager Zhuang had never lost in rock-paper-scissors games. Humph. Empress Dowager Zhuang valiantly brought Gu Jiao back to Rinshou Palace. The emperor's mouth fiercely twitched. Cough. Prince Ning cleared his throat and asked, "Father Emperor, that Miss Gu she is my benefactor." The emperor sighed as he spoke. He was still wringing his hands from losing to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "She cured my illness. This assassination attempt was also thanks to her help. Also." The emperor paused and said, "The glutinous rice mortar and the bellows were also made by her." Prince Ning's handsome face flashed with surprise. "Ah, it's actually her? That is to say, she is the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu." There were some things that the common people did not know, but they were spread throughout the imperial palace. Although Prince Ning had long established another residence outside the palace, he often went in and out of the imperial palace. He was not unfamiliar with Gu Jinyu falsely claiming credit for the real Miss Gu. Prince Ning's face was filled with realization. Sun saw her at the scene of the accident. She was saving a patient. In order to save a patient, she was almost caught in the explosion. Military officer Gu bravely stepped forward. No wonder she was so familiar with military officer Gu. It turns out they were siblings. Sun heard that she grew up among the common people, but I did not expect her to have such ability. The emperor said. Zhen once asked where her master was. Zhen originally wanted to ask her master to leave the mountain, but her master had already passed away. Prince Ning regretfully sighed. "That's right, what about the matter I asked you to investigate?" The emperor asked. Prince Ning asked the emperor tomorrow about the assassination attempt on consort Rui Wang. He had entered the palace today to report the results to Father Emperor. He said, "Sun has investigated. It was not a hostage from the country of Chen." "It wasn't him?" The emperor was skeptical. Prince Ning nodded. "The hostage from the country of Chen just lost a great general. He wouldn't dare to stir up trouble again in such a short time. He and his subordinates have been very well behaved in the palace these days." The emperor's gaze turned cold. If it wasn't a hostage from the country of Chen, then there is only one possibility. Prince Ning looked at him. "Father, are you suspecting?" The emperor said coldly. "Is there a need to suspect? It's obvious that it was her. Jin understands that she is your grandmother and your great-aunt. You are more or less on her side, but other than her, no one else could have done this." Prince Ning was caught between the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, so he was in a difficult position. Of all the princes in the palace, only he was in such an awkward position. Rui Wang is on good terms with Sun, and grandmother dotes on him. Rui Wang was part of Prince Ning's line. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no reason to deal with the couple. The emperor snorted coldly. "Have you forgotten how close old Third and his wife were to old concubine Jing? She was jealous of old concubine Jing. She could not bear to see anyone treat old concubine Jing well." Prince Ning, however, shook his head. Grandmother would not do such a thing. The emperor faintly said, "Have you forgotten how she poisoned Aheng that year? If the palace had not discovered it early, Aheng would have already died." The emperor had never said a single bad word about Empress Dowager Zhuang in front of the crown prince. On the contrary, he did not have any qualms in front of Prince Ning. How could Prince Ning not understand that this was a form of respect and also a form of probing? The emperor was probing his feelings, as well as his filial piety and sincerity. Prince Ning persisted, saying, "It was not grandmother. Sun is certain." The emperor was unhappy. "How can you be certain?" Prince Ning cupped his hands, because when third sister was attacked by an assassin, the daughter of Marquis Ding An's manor was also present. She nearly died to the assassin's arrow. Grandmother dotes on her and would not allow anyone to harm her. The emperor frowned and looked at Prince Ning. "Why did you not say this yesterday?" Prince Ning said with shame, "Sun did not know of her relationship with grandmother and father emperor. I thought that she was just a normal female doctor and was not worth mentioning." No matter how deep the emperor's prejudice against Empress Dowager Zhuang was, he had to admit that Empress Dowager Zhuang truly doted on the young divine doctor. She would not choose to assassinate the young divine doctor while he was present. But, if it was not the hostage of Qin country, nor was it Empress Dowager Zhuang, who else could it be, who would target imperial concubine Rui Wang, thinking of something, Prince Ning said, "Father Emperor, since the young divine doctor's identity is so special, could it be that the assassin yesterday was not targeting third sister and was instead targeting her?" Targeting the young divine doctor, the emperor's expression immediately became cold. It was so cold that it was a little frightening. It was even more frightening than when Prince Ning had told him that imperial concubine Rui Wang had been attacked. Prince Ning was secretly shocked. Was the daughter of Marquis Ding An's matter that important to Father Emperor? More important than his own daughter-in-law and the unborn imperial grandson, Gu Jiao ate lunch at Rinshou Palace before leaving. Right before leaving, Gu Jiao asked Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Grandaunt, have you heard of Xianlu residence?" Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and thought for a while. "I can't remember." Empress Dowager Zhuang's memories had been restored, but only the majority had been restored. There were still some memories that were missing. Because of this, Empress Dowager Zhuang could not guarantee that she had never heard of it, or that she had forgotten after hearing it. "Jiao Jiao, do you want to inquire about this?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Gu Jiao replied, "No, just casually asking." Grandaunt does not need to inquire. So as to avoid inadvertently alerting the enemy. For Xianlu residents to know about the Qin country's assassination, it meant that Yuan Tang had some dealings with Xianlu residents. Yuan Tang knew the emperor's whereabouts like the back of his hand, so he must have spies in the palace. But whether the spies were arranged by Yuan Tang himself or through Xianlu residents, it was unknown. When the limelight passed, she would go to Xianlu residence again. Gu Jiao returned to the medical hall. Lu Yixing was also there. He waited for a long time. Xiao Sanzi whispered, "He made a special trip to wait for you." "I know." Gu Jiao nodded and called Lu Yixing into the examination room. Lu Yixing said, "I'm not here to ask for medical advice. I'm here to tell you that yesterday's assassination has nothing to do with Yuan Tang." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. Lu Yixing was stunned. If you don't ask me, how do I know it has nothing to do with him?" "Evidence? Proof?" Gu Jiao said, "You said it has nothing to do with him." "I believe you." That was all. There was no need for evidence and no need to explain other reasons. Lu Yixing suddenly choked. "I believe you." Ever since the destruction of the Lu family, he had never heard these words again. Why? Why did she believe him? Why did she never doubt him? Gu Jiao did not speak. He got up and left. But when he had already walked out, he paused. Be careful." Gu Jiao watched his departing figure and thought of the dream she had when she returned to the Marquis's mansion. "Why did I believe you? Because I only gave you a bowl of water, but you collected my corpse and buried my bones." Digression, Lu Yixing's Dream, Chapter 178. Cheating. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1119624333. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. In the afternoon, a soldier came to the barracks to pass on a message for Dr. Liu. There seems to be a problem with the golden sore medicine in the barracks. Dr. Liu would like to invite you over. This was a big matter. The medicine shipped to the barracks was not just a few bottles, but hundreds and thousands of bottles. If something went wrong, thousands of lives would be lost. "I'll go too," the second boss said. Gu Jiao nodded and got on the carriage with the second boss to the barracks. Medical Officer Liu waited anxiously in the military tent for a long time. When he finally saw Gu Jiao lift the curtain and enter, he took a few steps forward and said, "Miss Gu, quickly come and take a look." After I gave him the golden wound medicine from your medical hall, he became like this. As Dr. Lu spoke, he brought Gu Jiao to a wooden bed for a wounded soldier. This bed was very narrow, just enough for a patient to lie down. The wounded soldier was about 17 or 18 years old. His leg was injured, but his face was red and swollen. He had fainted and his breathing was not smooth. Gu Jiao took out a stethoscope from the small medicine box and listened to his heart rate. She then unbuttoned his clothes and checked his body. Did his face become red and swollen and he fainted after using the golden sore medicine? Yes. Dr. Lu said, he accidentally cut his leg with a sword. I saw that the injury was not serious, so I didn't stitch him up. I only cleaned it up and applied some golden sore medicine. But in the time it took me to go to the toilet, he fainted on the ground and became like this. He doesn't have it on him. Gu Jiao paused and closed his clothes. Let me see the golden sore medicine he used. Dr. Lu handed the half-used bottle of golden sore medicine to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao first sniffed it, then dipped it in a little and smeared it on her injured palm. Aya. The second boss did not have time to stop her. This girl was too fast. Gu Jiao did not have any adverse reactions. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with the golden sore ointment. Could it be that he's allergic to something? The second boss asked. It doesn't look like it, Gu Jiao said. Did you eat something bad? The second boss asked again. It doesn't look like it either. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the patient's swollen face. She thought of something and went to the patient's head. She bent down and untied the patient's headband. She began to carefully examine the patient's hair and scalp, not letting go of a single hair stubble. I found it. It's here. Gu Jiao pushed aside the patient's hair near the Baihui acupoint. The second boss and Dr. Lu came over and took a closer look. It was a small red bag. The second boss said, this is. Gu Jiao took out a blade from the small medicine box. It's a poisonous bug. A very powerful bug. The weather was hot. The Tiger Mountain Barracks was located at the foot of the mountain, so poisonous insects and snakes were not rare. Every year, many soldiers were bitten, but it was the first time Medical Officer Lu had encountered one that had bitten into his hair. He blushed with shame. He was careless and misunderstood the medical center. Gu Jiao treated the patient's wound and applied anti-inflammatory and anti-allergic ointment. The poisonous bugs coming down from the mountain are very powerful. You have to be careful in the future. Speaking of this, Medical Officer Lu sighed. In fact, I often remind them, but you don't know. This group of men are very afraid of the heat. They would rather sleep naked at night and be bitten by mosquitoes than hang a curtain. Thank you for today's matter, Miss Gu. If you hadn't come in time, I don't know what would have happened to this patient. After thanking her, Medical Officer Lu did not forget to apologize. The second boss said it was okay. The matter was solved. Gu Jiao and the second boss should leave. I'm going to the outhouse. You get on the carriage first. The second boss said to Gu Jiao. Okay. Gu Jiao walked out of Medical Officer Lu's tent and walked out of the barracks. When she passed by an open tent, as if it was attracted, her eyes could not help but look at the tent. With just a glance, her footsteps stopped. It was actually a small armory. There were all kinds of cold weapons inside. And among these cold weapons, there was a majestic red tasseled spear. It was a little longer than the one the old Marquis bought and gave to her from the martial arts school. The material was a little heavier, but the spearhead was really beautiful, with a sharp cold light. The red tasseled spear was also bright, like the blood of the enemy. Some factors in Gu Jiao's bones began to stir again. She walked in and took the red tasseled spear. It was heavy and thick. She casually practiced a few moves. Every move was full of murderous intent. She liked it so much. She fondled the red tasseled spear in her hand. Wow! Who is it? Accompanied by a dignified voice, the old Marquis walked in with his hands behind his back and a solemn expression. When he saw that the person who broke into the tent was Gu Jiao, his eyes turned cold. What is a woman like you doing in a place like this? Put it down. Is this something you can touch? Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment. She curled her lips and unwillingly put the spear back. The old Marquis looked at her resentful expression and his brows wrinkled. Ah, she felt wronged. Didn't he warn her not to come to this kind of place? Why did you come to the military camp again? The old Marquis asked in a cold voice. There's something going on in the medical center, Gu Jiao said. The old Marquis coldly said, if you want to be a female doctor, then obediently stay in the medical center. Don't show your face in public all day. The status of a female doctor was low. It was already shameful for a noble marquis's daughter to be a female doctor. How could she run to a group of men all day? Today's old man was not cute. Gu Jiao looked at him with disdain. She did not say a word and walked out with an expressionless face. This girl, the old marquis was angered by Gu Jiao's look of disdain. This is not a place where women like you can come. After his anger subsided, the old marquis's gaze fell on the red tasseled spear. He was used to using the 9-section whip and long sword, so he did not have much interest in spears and lances. But with that girl's interference, he could not help but look at the red tasseled spear a few more times. Don't say it. It was quite impressive. Actually, this red tasseled spear had a history. It was originally the weapon of the Yan country's famous general, Xianxia. Xianxia gave it to the Qin country's king, and the Qin country's king gave it to the Qin country's Wu Marquis. When the two armies fought, Marquis Xianping killed the Qin country's Wu Marquis and took the other side's weapon for himself. When the Qin country's king surrendered, he hoped to take back the red tasseled spear. His Majesty agreed, but Marquis Xianping shamelessly refused to give it back. It was not completely true that he liked it. Didn't he just throw it into the armory to collect dust? Normal people could not use this red tasseled spear. First, it was too heavy and hard to control. Second, they were worried that Marquis Xianping would suddenly remember it and ask them for it back. He was really capable of doing such a thing. The old Marquis held the red tasseled spear in his hand and played with it a few times. Suddenly, he thought of his sworn little brother. He inexplicably felt that his little brother Gu would like this red tasseled spear. What was going on, however, little brother Gu was too young. He did not know if he would be able to control this kind of Yan country's heavenly weapon that had been used with a blood blade and had a strong murderous aura. Coming out of the military camp, the second master said, I won't be going back to the medical center in a while. I have to go to little brother-in-law's house. He told Xianxia the address, and coincidentally, it was not too far from Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao's original plan was to wait for the limelight to die down before going to Immortal Music House. But now that they were already at the door, it seemed that there was no harm in going. After the second master got off the carriage, Gu Jiao took out the men's clothing that was prepared in the carriage and changed into it. She also put on the mask. Okay, just stop here. Gu Jiao said to Xianxia, I will walk there myself. Okay. Xianxia agreed. Gu Jiao got off the carriage, crossed a street, and arrived at the entrance of Immortal Music House. But Immortal Music House was closed. Gu Jiao was puzzled. She stopped a young man who was selling oranges on the side of the road and asked, Why is Immortal Music House closed? The young man said, I heard that today is Immortal Music House's courtesan's birthday. Immortal Music House closed the door for a day and rented the largest pleasure boat on the lake to celebrate her birthday. If you want to see them, go to Li Lake. I don't know if the boat has left yet. Many thanks. Gu Jiao thanked him. It was good that they did not close the business and run away. She would not go to the pleasure boat. She would come back another day. Gu Jiao turned around and walked back. She was used to walking on the right side of the road. The left side that she came from was now her right side. When she walked halfway, she saw an old beggar lying on the side of the road. The old beggar had fallen asleep and his face was covered with a tattered straw hat. In front of him was a chessboard. The chessboard was very old. It was drawn on a wooden board and the chess pieces were made of stone. They were randomly smeared with ink to make them black chess pieces. On the edge of the chessboard, there was a rag with a stone. On the rag, there was a line of crooked words, 1 game, 1 tael. The implication was that one had to pay 1 tael to play a game of chess with him. The people passing by all laughed at this beggar for being crazy. He was offering 1 tael to see if anyone was willing to play with him. There was also a line of crooked words, 1 loss, 10 taels. In other words, whoever won against him would be able to take 10 taels of silver from him. Everyone wanted to laugh even more. Did a stinky beggar know how to play chess? Still boasting shamelessly, 1 loss, 10 taels. Who did he think he was? The chess saint of the 6 countries. Besides, with his poor appearance, they were afraid that he did not even have 10 copper coins on him. This was a madman. Gu Jiao looked at the chessboard, took a black chess piece from the chess box, and placed it down. Then, she left. The old beggar slept until the sun was setting in the west before he woke up. Today was another day that he did not open for business. The old beggar yawned. Just as he was about to pack up his things and go back, he saw that the chessboard he had placed outside had been touched. He thought that it was another child who was bored. But when he took a closer look, he was dumbfounded. His chessboard had been broken by someone. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1119597882. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online are all available here. The Imperial Palace, the moon was above the branches. The Crown Prince consort sat on the floor that gave off a faint woody fragrance. In front of her was a short long table with a chessboard on it. The Crown Prince consort did not like crowds. The Eastern Palace was usually very quiet and would only be noisy when Xianxia was present. However, Xianxia had moved to the Emperor's Pure Flowers Palace these days. The Eastern Palace was as quiet as water again. The palace servants stood by the Crown Prince consort's side. They looked down and did not make a sound. Suddenly, with a clap, a chess piece landed on the chessboard. The Crown Prince consort smiled in relief. It's done. Only then did the palace servants dare to look at her. The personal female official asked with a smile, Crown Prince consort, what is done? The Crown Prince consort smiled. I finally solved this chess game. Which game did you solve? The Crown Prince strode into the room. The female official and the palace servants all bowed. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince consort also wanted to stand and bow, but the Crown Prince quickly walked up and stopped her. The Crown Prince held her hand and sat down next to her. He looked at the chessboard on the table and said, You played again? I had nothing to do, so I played casually, the Crown Prince consort said. The Crown Prince said with a smile, We see that you play every day. Do you like playing chess that much? You spend more time looking at the chessboard than you do with us. The Crown Prince consort said warmly, Crown Prince is joking. We are not joking. We are really jealous. Although the Crown Prince said this, his gaze and actions towards the Crown Prince consort were full of affection. He held her hand tightly and asked, You still have not answered our question. What game did you solve? The Crown Prince really did not have much interest in playing chess, but if it was related to the Crown Prince consort, then he would be very attentive. The Crown Prince consort used her other hand that was not held by him to point at the chessboard and said, It's this, the Kuan game. The Crown Prince stilled. Kuan game? Which Kuan game? Sir Meng's Kuan game? In the chess world, it seemed that only Mr. Meng's game could be called a Kuan game. No matter how much the Crown Prince disliked playing chess, he had heard of old Mr. Meng's reputation. He was undoubtedly the chess sage of the 6 nations. He had set up countless chess games in his life, of which the 8 chess games were the most famous. Very few could solve them, but the Crown Princess had solved the first game at the age of 13. In the next few years, she solved 5 more rounds. This kind of achievement was rare even in the 6 nations, especially when she was so young. The chess expert of Jin Nation was already over 40 years old and had solved 6 games. However, he still couldn't solve the last 2 games, Qian and Kuan. The crown prince held her hand tightly in excitement and looked into her beautiful eyes. Lin Lang, you've done something that no woman in the world has ever done. No, you've done something that no one else in the world has ever done. Even men can't compare to you. The crown princess lowered her head and smiled shyly. While I was injured, I concentrated on studying chess in the Eastern Palace. Speaking of which, it was a blessing in disguise. The crown prince said seriously, where? Other people wouldn't be able to figure it out even if they studied it for a lifetime. You've solved it in just a few months? No, this is such a pleasant surprise. I have to report it to Imperial Father. The crown prince did as he said. He really went to find the emperor immediately. The emperor was diligent. He ate and slept all day and night. It was already late at night, but he was still reviewing memorials in the imperial study. His expression didn't change much when he saw the crown prince. He just pinched his tired forehead and asked, "Why are you here so late?" There was a small couch for the emperor to rest on behind the screen. At this moment, there was an even snoring sound. Apparently, Qin Chuyu was tired from playing in the imperial study and fell asleep on the couch. The crown prince looked away and asked, "Imperial father, do you want me to bring little Qi back?" "I don't want to disturb you." That little snoring was too rhythmic, the emperor said, "No need." "Tell me, what is it?" "It's like this. Lin Lang solved old Mr. Meng's chess game just now." The crown prince couldn't hide his pride. It was the Kuan game. The emperor's hand paused as he read the memorials. Surprise flashed across his eyes. "Really? Really? If Imperial Father doesn't believe me, you can call Lin Lang here." The crown prince patted his head with a smile. "I left in a hurry and forgot to bring the chessboard. Guards, go to the Eastern Palace and bring the crown princess's chessboard here." "Yes." A eunuch outside the imperial study answered. The eunuch quickly brought the chessboard and presented it to the emperor with both hands. The emperor's chess skills were much better than the crown prince's. He looked at the game on the chessboard and immediately understood the mystery. He couldn't hide the amazement in his eyes. "So that's how it was solved. Why didn't I think of it?" The crown prince smiled with pride. "Imperial father, you are busy every day and don't have much time to play chess. Lin Lang has been recuperating in the Eastern Palace these days. When she has time, she carefully studied chess." These words were not only to excuse the emperor, but also to praise Wen Linlong's excellence. She didn't solve the game before because she didn't have time. Now that she had time, she solved the Kuan game in just 1 or 2 months. Who else in the world was so smart? Perhaps his cousin who had passed away was one. His cousin solved Elder Meng's first game when he was 10 years old. Unfortunately, he died young. However, even if he was alive, he might not be able to do better than Lin Lang. Lin Lang had already solved the Kuan game. Not to mention that Lin Lang was a woman. There was no woman more outstanding than Lin Lang in the world. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. He had some reservations about this daughter-in-law in the past. After all, she was once engaged to Xiaoheng. However, the crown prince insisted on marrying her. Moreover, she was indeed very talented and Empress Xiao liked her very much. Thus, the emperor agreed to this marriage. In the years after they got married, the crown prince improved rapidly. He grew from a reckless and ignorant boy to a reserved and steady man. The crown princess played a big part in this. Yes. The emperor couldn't hide his praise. The crown princess did well. "Imperial father, she is the first person in the 6 countries, right?" the crown prince asked tentatively. The emperor nodded with a smile. "Of course. Other than Elder Meng, your wife is the first person to solve the Kuan game. I will write a letter to each country to announce this great news." The crown prince cupped his hands and smiled. This son congratulates Imperial father. There was no national boundary in learning and chess. This was not only the crown princess's glory, but also the entire Zhao nation's glory. The emperor was overjoyed. "I will think about how to reward you. You are basking in her glory again." The crown prince straightened his back and said, "This son has good taste and found a wife who brings good fortune to my husband." The emperor laughed. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. The memorial he received just now was related to the Eastern Palace, urging the crown prince to take in more concubines and expand the imperial family's bloodline. However, the crown princess suddenly made him proud, so the emperor temporarily suppressed this memorial. The next day, after Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the directorate, she went directly to the medical center. When she passed by the female school, she heard about the crown princess solving the chess game. "Did you hear? The crown princess solved Elder Meng's game? Didn't the crown princess solve it long ago?" "Ah yeah, not the 6th game, but the 7th game of the Kuan game." "Ah. She even solved the Kuan game? Didn't they say that no one can solve the 2 games of heaven and earth? That's why the crown princess isn't human at all. She's an immortal." Of course, there were also those who were still brooding over the crown princess's broken bridge accident on the first day of the new year. "Why are you so happy that she solved it? It's as if you solved the chess game. Moreover, how do you know if she really solved it or not? How can this kind of thing be fate? Just wait and see. It will be posted on the imperial list soon." Humph. Gu Jiao's expression was indifferent as she walked past the girls who were quarreling. She had no feelings for the crown princess and had no interest in her glory and achievements. She had recently obtained some saltpeter and wanted to try making something. She had never done it before, so she was a little unfamiliar with it. She poured out the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal and placed them on the ground. She wanted to make gunpowder. She needed weapons to make up for her lack of martial strength. Before she recovered the strength of her previous life, she really needed something powerful. If she had gunpowder last time when the assassination happened on the cliff, she wouldn't have been forced to almost fall off the cliff. Gunpowder was one of the 4 great inventions of ancient times, but gunpowder didn't seem to have appeared in this fictional dynasty. With the raw materials she could currently find, she could only make black gunpowder. It wasn't as effective as yellow gunpowder and it wasn't a powerful explosive, but it was still much more powerful than silver needles and darts. Gu Jiao had a rough idea of the raw materials, but she wasn't sure about the ratio. The slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. A small change in the dosage could cause the black gunpowder's power to greatly decrease. So she had to be patient and try. The charcoal didn't have any smell and the sulfur was tolerable. But this saltpeter, the second boss used his sleeve to cover his nose as he came to Gu Jiao's small courtyard. "Little Gu Ah. You, what is this?" "Saltpeter," Gu Jiao said. Seeing that the second boss didn't seem to understand, she changed her words. It's soil with bird droppings." The second boss, the corner of the second boss's mouth twitched. You, what do you want to do with bird droppings?" Gu Jiao said, "Boil." The corner of the second boss's mouth twitched again. He looked at Gu Jiao with an indescribable expression. "It's not boiling, right? Boiling in a pot?" Gu Jiao nodded. It has to be boiled to get the saltpeter. After filtration, it will be made into saltpeter. You came at the right time. Help me boil it." The second boss's whole body felt unwell. "You're a young girl. You can boil anything, but you have to boil bird droppings. Saltpeter is clean," Gu Jiao said. "I don't care, I don't want to boil bird droppings." After a quarter of an hour, the second boss miserably held a stick and began to boil bird droppings as if there was nothing left to live for. After boiling, the white foam was scooped out and filtered with gauze. Then, it was wrapped and buried in the ashes. The weather was hot, and the water evaporated very quickly. In the afternoon, a few heavy bags of saltpeter were ready. The saltpeter made by Gu Jiao was sparkling and translucent, with a faint white color. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. She looked at the second boss, whose face was full of disgust, and said, "Saltpeter is actually a very good medicinal material." The second boss, "Don't tell me you gave it to me before." Gu Jiao nodded seriously. "Last time you had indigestion, I gave you a bag of white powder. Did you forget?" So he ate bird droppings at that time. Let him die on the spot. The second boss was deeply shocked. He was carried back to his room by Xianxia to rest. Gu Jiao let the maid clean up the scene. According to the ratio of 50% saltpeter, 30% sulfur, and 20% charcoal, she mixed a black powder. Last time, little Dudu came in handy. She filled it with water and wrapped it in cloth to make a simple airbag. She put the airbag on her body and put on a helmet. After igniting it, she found that the blasting effect was not ideal. Gu Jiao raised the ratio of saltpeter and lowered the ratio of sulfur. Then, she was blown away. Marquis Xianping rarely passed by here today, so he wanted to see his daughter-in-law. The main reason was that last time he went to see his daughter-in-law in Bishui Alley, he met little Jing Kong. He was so abused that he did not even remember what he was doing. Today, he was smart. He did not go to Bishui Alley, but went directly to the medical center. This way, he would not let the little monk disturb him. He walked through the hall and came to Gu Jiao's courtyard. But what did he see? On a lush branch, Gu Jiao was tied up by a pile of cloth strips. She was wrapped like a small silkworm cocoon. She was hanging on a branch, making creaking sounds. Only her small head was exposed, and her expression was cold. Marquis Xianping could not help but laugh. Some people did not change their nature. They were obviously here to win people over, and they even thought of their lines on the way here. But when they saw Gu Jiao's miserable and cold appearance, they wanted to bully her again. Marquis Xianping raised his head and smiled. "Little girl, do you want to come down? Call me father, and I'll put you down." Gu Jiao ignored him. She turned around and turned the back of her head to him, but she used too much strength and turned too big, so she turned back to her original position. Marquis Xianping looked at that cold little face and laughed until his body was shaking. If someone else laughed like this, they would have been greasy enough to make people want to beat them up. But Marquis Xianping was born handsome, and his smile was still pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao looked at his handsome face and hesitated for a moment. Her expression softened slightly, and she asked coldly, "What do you want me to call you?" Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "Father." Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes." Marquis Xianping. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111935035. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Marquis Xianping was hurt again. Were all kids these days so good at making people angry? Marquis Xianping clutched his chest. He was the Marquis of Xianping who could choke people to death without paying for it. He was invincible in the capital, so why was he being choked one after another here? Marquis Xianping couldn't remember what he was here for. He asked Changjing to put him down and left with a sad expression. It was time to end the shift in Hamlin Academy. Attendant Yang had recently asked for leave. He didn't have much work to do and there weren't many people who could share his workload. Among them, Xiao Lulang and Princeton were mainly responsible for teaching the scholars. Originally, Attendant Yang was responsible for mathematics and agriculture. Scholar Han asked them to choose one subject each. Princeton chose mathematics because he wasn't born and raised in the countryside and wasn't as experienced as Xiao Lulang in farming. Xiao Lulang didn't say anything and happily took over the agriculture class. He didn't have much experience in farming. When he was in the countryside, Gu Jiao had a few acres of land. Unfortunately, he and Gu Jiao didn't know how to farm and it was later abandoned. He wasn't as experienced in farming as little Jing Kong. At least little Jing Kong watered the vegetable garden every day and caught insects. Occasionally, he would follow Gu Jiao to weed. In order to teach this class well, Xiao Lulang had been learning how to farm recently. After the shift, he planned to go home and farm. Ning Ziyuan quietly came over and winked, drinking. Do you want to go? No. Xiao Lulang refused without hesitation. After saying that, he realized something was wrong and looked at him strangely. Why are you going to drink too? In his impression, Ning Ziyuan wasn't the kind of person who indulged in wine and women. Ning Ziyuan sighed. Isn't it because I want to enter the inner circle? Do you think I want to go? You've been giving lectures to the crown prince recently, and attendant Yang has taken leave to stay at home. I don't think everyone is so blatantly targeting you anymore. Do you want to take this opportunity to win over a few people? Xiao Lulang paused. No, I'm going back to farm. Ning Ziyuan, Xiao Lulang left the Hanlin Academy. It wasn't too far from the Hanlin Academy to the Xuanwu Avenue. It only took half an hour to walk by the shortcut. After passing through the Imperial College, one would arrive at the vicinity of the Jadewater Alley. When he arrived at the Imperial College, he thought of something. After some hesitation, he decided to go to Minghui Hall. Outside the Radiant Hall, he unexpectedly met a familiar face, Xianxia. Xianxia had once been the substitute chancellor, and Xiao Lulang had suffered a lot from Xianxia when he was studying at the Imperial College. Now, the old chancellor had put them back on for him. Xianxia stood at the door as punishment. It was as embarrassing as it could get. Xianxia was a fourth-rank official. His rank was higher than Xiao Lulang's. Xiao Lulang saluted him with cupped hands and then went in. Xianxia looked at Xiao Lulang entering the Radiant Hall that he couldn't enter so easily. He felt so wrong that he was about to cry. Why are you here today? The old chancellor was reading papers. Seeing him come over, he put down his pen. Sit down. Xiao Lulang sat down on the cushion opposite the old chancellor. I'm here today to ask you about someone. Oh? Who do you want to ask about? The old chancellor asked. Someone from the palace, Xiao Lulang said. The old chancellor's expression became serious. Why do you suddenly want to ask about someone from the palace? Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment and said, the person who poisoned me back then might not be Empress Dowager Zhuang. The old chancellor's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he almost stood up from the table. I knew it wasn't her. Xiao Lulang gave him an incomparably weird look. The old chancellor coughed lightly and sat down. He took a sip of tea and said, what I mean is, if she really wanted to kill you, she had countless chances to do so this year. Xiao Lulang said, she doesn't remember me. The old chancellor. Why is it so hard to refute? Cough, cough. Anyway, it doesn't seem like her. If she wants to kill someone, why would she leave any traces behind? He would never admit that he had any selfish motives. He and Zhuang Jintz had a pure monarch and subject relationship. Did you remember something? The old chancellor went back to the topic. Xiao Lulang nodded. He didn't say that he was stimulated by an unspeakable dream. I suddenly remembered that there was a mole on that person's left wrist. A mole on the left wrist. The old chancellor stroked his beard thoughtfully. I can still recall a mole on the face, but the wrist, back then, he was highly regarded by the late emperor and often went in and out of Pure Flower's palace. Occasionally, he would bump into the concubines and palace maids. However, he wasn't the emperor after all and couldn't lift up the sleeves of the concubines or palace maids to look at their wrists. He originally wanted to say that he could ask his grandaunt, but when he was about to say it, he remembered that Zhuang Jintz had lost a lot of memories. Besides, even if she didn't lose her memories, she wouldn't pay attention to whether or not someone had a mole on their wrist as the Empress Dowager. Was it a eunuch or a woman? The old chancellor asked. A woman, Xiao Lulang said. It was a woman's voice, but he couldn't recall whose voice it was. He didn't even have an impression of whether it was old or young, crisp or soft. The only thing that was deeply engraved in his mind was that mole on the left wrist. A palace made from more than 10 years ago. The old chancellor sank into deep thought. After a while, he grabbed his collar with a headache. I know a person who knows the people in the palace very well. She's from the Shang Palace Bureau and often makes clothes for people. You can go and find her. Xiao Lulang looked at him with a puzzled face. Then your expression is, this. The old chancellor wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it, I'll go home with you. You can take the token and find her. I don't know if she still recognizes it after so many years. The old chancellor and Xiao Lulang left Minghui Hall. Coincidentally, the elementary school of the Imperial College was also about to end. The two waited for little Jing Kong to go home together. Little Jing Kong curled his lips. Why did brother-in-law come today? Why didn't you come from Jiaojiao? Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. Someone came to pick you up and you still don't like it? Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said, if you buy me candied haws, I won't dislike you. Xiao Lulang. You can continue to dislike me. Little Jing Kong, the two of them arrived home. Gu Jiao hadn't come back yet. Xiao Lulang narrowed his eyes and his eyes fell on little Jing Kong who was sitting on the threshold eating a peach cake. Do you want to go to the palace to see your grandaunt? He was a foreign minister, so it was easy to arouse suspicion if he directly went to the palace to visit Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, it was much easier if he used the identity of little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong didn't expect that he would be used as a tool one day. He raised his face that was covered in snacks and nodded with the same serious expression as Gu Jiao's. Yes. Xiao Lulang smiled. Good boy. The aunt that Xiao Lulang wanted to see was surnamed Zhang. She was now old enough to be a nanny and was in charge of the Department of Palace Affairs. Before leaving, the old chancellor repeatedly told him, you, ask Empress Dowager first. If Empress Dowager doesn't remember you, then go to see her. The implication was that unless it was absolutely necessary, he shouldn't disturb this old friend. Xiao Lulang looked at him strangely. Is it Master's wife? What Master's wife? How could it be? The old chancellor almost jumped out of anger. Don't talk nonsense. But he and Manager Zhang did indeed have a little secret that couldn't be revealed to others. He hoped that she had already forgotten about that matter. Xiao Lulang took little Jing Kong and got on the carriage to the palace. Little Jing Kong was so excited that his little head shook, which was exactly the same as Gu Jiao's happy look. People who had lived together for a long time would gradually imprint each other's expressions and habits, as if they were originally a family. The carriage continued to move forward. When it passed by the government office, the street was suddenly congested. What happened? Lu Quan craned his neck and asked. A passing directorate supervisor said, you don't know yet. Someone solved old Master Meng's chess game. Ordinary people didn't know much about it, but almost all scholars had heard of old Master Meng's chess game. There were 8 chess games that shocked the 6 countries and the world. Among the 8 games, the Qian and Kuan games were the most difficult to solve. The Qian game was known as the Heaven game and was unsolvable. Before today, the Kuan game was also unsolvable. But the Crown Princess did it. She was the first person to solve the Kuan game in the 6 countries, which caused a great sensation in the academic and chess world. Everyone gathered here because the imperial notice commending the Crown Princess came out. The Zhao Kingdom was a lower kingdom, but it solved a chess game that even the 3 upper kingdoms couldn't solve. The Crown Princess really made the Zhao Kingdom proud. His Majesty has written a letter to the Yan Kingdom, right? Will old Master Meng be shocked when he gets the news? Maybe he will personally guide the Crown Princess in chess. The scholar said with joy, but he didn't notice that Xiao Lulang had put down the curtain. In the crowd in front, an old beggar saw the contents of the imperial notice and shook his head. No, no. Old man, what's wrong? Someone asked. The old beggar said, it said that it was solved in the middle of the night. The scholar said, yes, what's wrong? The old beggar waved his hand. Then she's not the first person to solve the Kuan game. The scholar frowned. Hey, you old man. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How is the Crown Princess not the first person to solve the Kuan game? If the Crown Princess isn't, who is? The old beggar said seriously, the one in the evening is. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/111932102. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Forget it. Why are you arguing with an old beggar? He looks like a lunatic. This is not a good place to be. Another young man pulled the scholar's sleeve and pointed at his own head, indicating that the scholar should not argue with the old beggar. On the surface, it seemed that the scholar was trying to stop the fight, but in fact, he was mocking the old beggar. What does a beggar on the street know? Does he know Go? Does he know what the 6 kingdoms and the 8 great chess games are? Does he understand the difficulty of the Kuan game? He is nothing. I'm not. The old beggar did not care how others looked at him. He kept repeating these words. Fortunately, most of the onlookers here were scholars. Apart from ridiculing the old beggar with words, they didn't do anything excessive like pushing or shoving the old beggar. The old beggar left while mumbling. Everyone looked at the way he was mumbling, and they were even more certain that he was a lunatic. Xiao Lulang did not like to join in the fun. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no sign of the road ahead, he asked Lu Quan to change the route. In summer, days were long and nights were short. When they arrived at the imperial palace, the sky was still bright. The imperial palace guard stopped the carriage and asked, "Who are you?" "Xiao Lulang, Hanlin Shoshu." Xiao Lulang thought about asking him to go to Rinshou Palace to pass the message. However, he saw little Jing Kong take out a token from his pocket and said, "Here. Can we go in now?" The imperial palace guard's expressions did not change much when they heard the words Hanlin Shoshu. However, when they saw the token, they immediately changed their attitude and said respectfully, "Yes, of course." The imperial palace guards let them go and the carriage entered the imperial palace. Xiao Lulang looked at little Jing Kong in surprise and asked, "Where did you get the token?" Little Jing Kong calmly put away the token and said, "My great-aunt gave it to me." "Don't you have it?" Xiao Lulang, "Of course not." Little Jing Kong counted with his fingers and said, "Jiao Jiao has one too. Brother Xiaoshan and brother Yan also have one." So he was the only one who didn't? A bolt from the blue, how would little Jing Kong know that the bad brother-in-law did not have the token given by his great-aunt? The carriage was not allowed to enter the harem, so it stopped near the throne room. Little Jing Kong jumped off the carriage and ran towards the harem. The border between the inner palace and the outer palace was also guarded by imperial bodyguards, but both of them knew little Jing Kong. They knew that he was not only a guest of the 7th prince, but also a guest of Rinshou Palace, so they let him in without worry. Xiao Lulang was in a miserable state. Again he was stopped. Little Jing Kong was relieved and ran to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked him who sent him there. He said that it was his bad brother-in-law, so Eunuch Qin hurried over to get him. When Eunuch Qin saw Xiao Lulang for the first time, he was frightened by Xiao Liulang's appearance and almost thought that he had seen a ghost. Later he thought that it was impossible. If it was really Xiao Heng who had passed away, how could he have saved the Empress Dowager? Xiao Lulang and Eunuch Qin went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was preparing to eat. When she saw little Jing Kong, she asked the kitchen to prepare vegetables. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not surprised by little Jing Kong's sudden visit. However, she was shocked when she found out that little Jing Kong was sent by Xiao Lulang. Of course, she did not show it on her face. The kitchen was very quick. After a while, several delicate and delicious vegetables were served. Eunuch Qin moved a chair over. Little Jing Kong was small. In the countryside, such a small child would not eat at the table. He would be given a bowl and eat in the kitchen with the women. However, Gu Jiao did not have the habit of not eating at the table. Gu Jiao personally made little Jing Kong an exclusive chair. It was higher than ordinary chairs and there was a board in front of it to prevent him from falling. Xiao Lulang did not expect Rinzhou Palace to have such a chair. Obviously, it was not made by Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang and did not speak. The three of them began to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang removed the servants who served the dishes. Xiao Lulang did not know that there were special Hanlin officials who recorded the emperor's daily life until he entered the Hanlin Academy. The emperor's words and deeds, his meals, etiquette, and rules would all be recorded. The Empress Dowager and the Empress would also be recorded. These were all left in the palace's history book for future generations to review. Empress Dowager Zhuang's removal of the servants seemed to be a small matter, but in fact, it would be recorded. She would not completely ignore it. Otherwise, she would have been free to do whatever she wanted. She cared, but she still did it. However, she did not explain it verbally. If he did not become a Hanlin official, who knew what she did for them, or for little Jing Kong, Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes. Forget it. Why should he care about this? He was not here to share the happiness of family with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong was. He was here for business. Rinzhou Palace had been expanded twice. It was even bigger than the Crown Prince's East Palace. Little Jing Kong began his exploration after eating. Wow! What a tall swing! As soon as little Jing Kong entered the side hall, he saw a super big swing that was 3 times taller than the one in the East Palace. When he swung, he wished he could see the whole palace. I want to play. I want to play. He was eager to try. Eunuch Qin called 2 palace masters to play with little Jing Kong on the swing. Xiao Lulang came to Rinzhou Palace when he was a child. He was poisoned in the courtyard of this side hall. However, after so many years, even if he revisited the old place, it would not trigger any more memories. However, he was sure of one thing. There was absolutely no such thing as a swing in Rinzhou Palace in the past. Because Empress Dowager Zhuang did not like children. Xiao Lulang soon found that there were not only swings in Rinzhou Palace. There were also a lot of wood waiting to be carved, jade for people to play with, and precious medicinal materials collected from all over the world. Gu Jiao and his 3 brothers all had their own things. However, Xiao Lulang did not have anything. Xiao Lulang said don't care in his mind. However, a faint strange emotion unconsciously rose in his heart. He did not know what it was. In short, he did not feel good. Xiao Lulang tried hard to ignore the strange feeling in his heart. He turned to look for Eunuch Qin. However, he caught a glimpse of Empress Dowager Zhuang sitting on a rattan chair and drinking tea leisurely. Empress Dowager Zhuang was looking at little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang sighed. As expected, not only did he not have a token, he did not have anything that belonged to him. He could not even get a glance from her. Forget it. He did not care. Eunuch Qin brought a plate of fresh fruits over. He smiled at Xiao Lulang and said, Xiao Lulang, I saw that you did not eat much just now. Is the food in Rinzhou Palace not to your taste? Eunuch Qin had stayed in Bai Shui Alley before. Naturally, he knew how much Xiao Lulang ate. Xiao Lulang said as if nothing had happened, no, the food is very good. It's just that the weather is too hot. I can't eat much. Eunuch Qin said, this servant guessed that it would be like this. This is freshly cut honeydew. It has been iced. There is also sour plum soup. They are all appetizing. Xiao Lulang, eat something simple first. In a while, this servant will ask the kitchen to make some of your favorite dishes. No need. Xiao Lulang declined. I want. Little Jing Kong shouted in the air. The corner of Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched. He was flying so high, but he could still hear them talking so softly. Eunuch Qin smiled and looked at him, good. What do you want to eat? This servant will ask someone to make it later. Little Jing Kong said anxiously, I can't remember now. I will come down and tell you later. Eunuch Qin smiled and agreed. Okay. Xiao Lulang inadvertently glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang again. Empress Dowager Zhuang was still drinking tea with her head lowered. It seemed that she had not looked at him from beginning to end. Xiao Liulang's heart was blocked again. Did she not like him that much? Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and decided to get down to business first. Eunuch Qin, can I ask you about someone? Ah, go ahead. Do you know a palace maid or concubine with a mole on her wrist? Her left wrist. Eunuch Qin thought carefully and shook his head. I don't know and have never seen. He smiled and explained, I am a eunuch. If you ask a eunuch, I know a lot. But palace maids and concubines, I dare not keep staring at their hands. He did not ask Xiao Lulang why he wanted to ask about this. Xiao Lulang was not surprised by this answer. He didn't have much hope. Does the Empress Dowager know them? This servant will go and ask. Eunuch Qin did not say that he could ask the Empress Dowager. Since Xiao Lulang asked him, he naturally did not want to ask the Empress Dowager himself. As for whether he was embarrassed or for other reasons, it was unknown. After Eunuch Qin asked, he came to Xiao Lulang and said, the Empress Dowager has never paid attention to it. Then forget it. It's not a big deal. Xiao Lulang said calmly, that's right, is Steward Zhang of the Shang Palace Bureau in the palace today? An old friend of hers asked me to give her something from outside the palace and let me personally hand it to her. Eunuch Qin called a young eunuch, go to the Shang Palace Bureau and ask if Steward Zhang is on duty. If she is, invite her to Rinshou Palace. Digression, today's condition is very bad. I won't stay up to write, although it's already 1 o'clock. I'll get up at 2 o'clock to write. Everyone, come back later to read. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1119053222. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The young eunuch slipped away and went to the Shang Palace Bureau. Not long after, he brought manager Zhang over. Xiao Lulang was waiting for her outside of Rinshou Palace. Manager Zhang was an old mama in the palace. In Zhao country's imperial palace, there was a rule that palace maids could leave the palace when they were 25 years old. If they didn't leave, they could comb their hair and become ants. Manager Zhang was the latter. From palace maid to ants and then to a manager, she had given most of her life to the imperial palace. The eunuch who passed the message didn't say the specifics, so Manager Zhang thought it was the Empress Dowager summoning her. She came to the entrance of Rinshou Palace, and when she saw Xiao Lulang, she was shocked for a moment and then took a few steps back in fright. Because of her face, more than one person thought they saw a ghost. Manager Zhang was also old, so it was inevitable that she would be more scared. Xiao Lulang didn't take it to heart and said, my surname is Lulang, written by Hanlin. Xiao Lulang? Not Xiao. Manager Zhang was about to say the name but suddenly remembered that she was lowly and wasn't qualified to say the name of Zhao Du's young marquis. She composed herself and wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Xiao Lulang didn't care. He took out the token that the old chancellor gave him, an inkstone that was missing a piece. When Manager Zhang saw the inkstone, her expression changed again. You. She wanted to say something but stopped. After a moment, she asked, did Chancellor Hui ask you to come find me? Xiao Lulang nodded and handed the inkstone to her. Manager Zhang took the inkstone and seemed to remember something. Her gaze became complicated. I didn't think that he would come find me at this time. Is he okay? I heard that he returned to the capital and became the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Xiao Lulang said to her, he is fine. Manager Zhang, don't worry. Manager Zhang smiled bitterly. What do I have to worry about? Even if he was exiled to a bitter and cold place, he would not die in a foreign land. Naturally, he would take good care of himself. Xiao Lulang felt that the relationship between the two wasn't that simple, but it wasn't good for him to pry into other people's privacy. Manager Zhang lowered his head and looked at the inkstone in his hand. He was both angry and amused. After so many years, he still kept this lousy thing. I thought he threw it away long ago. Speaking of which, it wasn't anything valuable, so why bother keeping it? Since he let you come to me with this, it shows that he trusts you a lot. Speak, why are you looking for me? No, wait, why are you looking for me? He will never look for me again in this lifetime. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but sigh when he saw her face filled with so many twists and turns, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Tears flashed in Manager Zhang's eyes. She smiled and said nonchalantly, I've made a fool of myself. Tell me, what is it? Xiao Lulang did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, I'm here to ask Manager Zhang about a person. What person? Manager Zhang asked. Xiao Lulang said honestly, a person with a mole on her left wrist. She has been in the palace for more than 10 years. I don't know if she's a palace maid or an imperial concubine. It couldn't be Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao was his aunt and wouldn't harm him. Moreover, Empress Xiao often hugged him and he knew what her wrist was like. Manager Zhang frowned and fell into deep thought. I don't have any impression, but I can help you find her. As long as she hasn't been let out of the palace in these years, I can help you find her. But Xiao Lulang understood. After all, it had been more than 10 years. Every year, there would be palace maids released from the palace. If she was one of them, then it would be like a stone sinking into the ocean. But very quickly, Xiao Lulang shook his head again. No, she shouldn't have been let out of the palace. Poisoning the legitimate son of Marquis Xianping was a serious crime. Once discovered, she would die without a doubt. If it was an imperial concubine, imperial concubines couldn't leave the palace. If it was a palace maid, she must have been ordered by someone. If she did such an important thing for her master, how could her master let her leave the palace? She would either be killed or kept by his side to continue working for him. But after he was poisoned, he didn't hear about any palace maid who died in vain. That person was still alive. She was still alive in the palace. Manager Zhang asked, more than 10 years ago? Xiao Lulang said, 14 years ago. Manager Zhang seemed to think of something. He took a deep look at Xiao Lulang and nodded. Then you want to find the person who entered the palace 14 years ago. Okay, leave it to me. Manager Zhang took the inkstone and left. Xiao Lulang looked at her back gradually disappearing into the night. Somehow, he inexplicably felt that her back was a little staggered and lonely. It was late and the palace was about to close. Little Jing Kong said goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong said seriously, Great Aunt, you can't secretly eat candy, drink sugar water, or eat fried shortbread. I will tell Jiao Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked disgusted. I know. You talk too much. Hurry up and leave. Little Jing Kong put his little hands behind his back, tilted his head and raised his eyebrows. Then don't miss me too much. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, I will only miss you if I eat too much. Bam bam bam, so noisy, Xiao Lulang walked over slowly, took little Jing Kong's hand, and said goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. He and Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have much to talk about. They looked at each other and soon looked away. Look, she didn't even want to look at him. Take the things. Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly. Oh, I almost forgot. Little Jing Kong broke free from his bad brother-in-law's hand, ran over, picked up a brocade box on the table, and ran back. Let's go. Xiao Lulang looked at the brocade box in his arms. And then looked at himself, who was empty-handed, and felt 1,000 arrows in his heart. He glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang lowered her eyes and turned her face away. He looked at the table where the brocade box was placed. There were a lot of dazzling boxes on it, but none of them belonged to him. He took a deep breath, pressed his chest, and went out with a dark face. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the two of them leaving and snorted. On the way home, little Jing Kong fell asleep in Xiao Liulang's arms. He also let go of the brocade box. Xiao Lulang held him with one hand and the brocade box with the other. He had an impulse to open the brocade box and take a look. He wanted to see what Empress Dowager Zhuang gave the little guy. Why did he have it and not him? What am I thinking? Xiao Lulang was ashamed of his childishness. He shook his head and suppressed the impulse to peek at the brocade box. He had forgotten that he was only 18 years old. He was a teenager who had yet to turn 20. He didn't need to be so mature or so calm. It was already late at night when they returned to Jadewater Alley. Madame Yao and Gu Yan had both gone to bed. Senior servant Feng and Yu had also returned to the next room to rest. Gu Jiao was in the central room preparing the gunpowder. The ratio of the powder was almost decided, but powder alone wasn't enough. They still had to make it into a powerful weapon or concealed weapon. When she heard movement at the door, she put down what she was doing and walked out. You're back. Yes. Xiao Lulang nodded. Gu Jiao walked over and took little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly, and put him on the bed in the west room. What is this? Xiao Lulang looked at the pile of black things on the table and asked. Gu Jiao walked out, thought for a while, and said, I don't know what it is. Black firecrackers? Xiao Lulang, what kind of name was that? Gu Jiao made the gunpowder into the size of a pellet and put it in a small improved bamboo tube. Phosphorus powder was added to the small bamboo tube. Phosphorus had a low ignition point, so it would spontaneously ignite when heated by friction. It would ignite the gunpowder in the bamboo tube and cause a small explosion. The explosion wasn't very powerful, but it was mainly used as a deterrent. However, there was also a hidden danger. What if the phosphorus powder spontaneously ignited without friction when the weather was too hot? Therefore, it still had to be improved. Gu Jiao said, I boiled the water. You go wash up and sleep first. I'll be done in a while. Xiao Lulang thought she was making pills, so he didn't say anything. Gu Jiao continued to bury her head in the gunpowder. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, she asked, Is there anything else? Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. No. Forget it, let's find the person first. The next day was the day Xiao Lulang entered the palace to give a lecture to the crown prince. When he just entered the upper study room, he heard that something big happened in the imperial harem. A steward of the Shang Palace Bureau died in his room. The emperor was furious and immediately rushed to the imperial harem after the morning court. Which steward was it? Xiao Lulang asked an old eunuch in the upper study room. The old eunuch whispered, Steward Zhang, the emperor's clothes were all made by her. The emperor was still talking about her a few days ago. Xiao Lulang didn't know that Steward Zhang was actually a female official who was highly regarded by the emperor. The old chancellor didn't say anything. Of course, it could also be that the old chancellor didn't know. After all, it was a matter of the imperial harem. As a minister of the previous dynasty, it wasn't strange that he didn't know. However, he just looked for her last night and something happened to her today. This was very strange. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/111898167. HTML Genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. In Rinshou Palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang was dealing with the backlog of official business in recent days. She was old after all, and it took a long time for her to recover from a serious illness. It was only now that she finally realized how difficult it was to recuperate in the countryside. Leprosy was not an ordinary cold. Its contagious nature alone was daunting. She didn't know why those two dared to take her in. Moreover, her family's conditions were already very poor. She didn't even know her next meal and still had to take care of a sick person. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Empress Dowager, are you thinking of the days in the countryside again? Eunuch Qin asked with a smile. Yes. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't deny it. At that time, they lied to me that I had tuberculosis and told me not to go out, lest I spread the disease to the villagers. Eunuch Qin was surprised. You really believed it? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. How could I not believe it? I don't remember anything at that time. Eunuch Qin thought about it and agreed. Then, what happened later? Empress Dowager Zhuang recalled. After about 10 days to half a month, they ate at the same table as me. Eunuch Qin was surprised. You were cured in half a month? No. Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her head. It was just that it was no longer contagious. I continued to take the medicine for half a year. Ordinary people wouldn't do this. Even if they were cured of leprosy, they would be avoided like snakes and scorpions. Miss Gu and Xianxia treated you sincerely. This servant is happy for you. Eunuch Qin's words came from the bottom of his heart. He met the Empress Dowager when she was banished to the cold palace. He was a little eunuch in the cold palace. He was chosen by the virtuous empress and was asked to serve by her side. After the virtuous empress left the cold palace, he was also taken out. In the blink of an eye, he had accompanied the Empress Dowager through ups and downs for dozens of years. There were many people who flattered the Empress Dowager, but those who truly cared for her without asking for anything in return were rare. If the Empress Dowager wasn't the Empress Dowager, then they wouldn't be the Empress Dowager Zhuang. Miss Zhuang always complained that the Empress Dowager loved Miss Gu more than her own family. But Miss Zhuang didn't think about it. Was she really half as sincere to the Empress Dowager as Miss Gu was to the Empress Dowager? He had spent most of his life alone, lonely at the top. Who would have thought that he would meet such considerate people in his twilight years? It's Xiaoxiuzhua. Eunuch Qin could also see that there was something wrong between Empress Dowager Zhuang and Xiaoxiuzhua. Although he was the Empress Dowager's trusted aide, the Empress Dowager didn't tell him everything. He had guessed half of the Empress Dowager's thoughts, but he could not guess the other half no matter what. Is it because he looks like the deceased young Marquis? Eunuch Qin asked cautiously. The Empress Dowager did not poison the young Marquis, but the Emperor did not believe it, Marquis Xianping did not believe it, and everyone in the world did not believe it. Perhaps even the Zhuang family thought it was the Empress Dowager's doing. The difference was that the Zhuang family would not blame the Empress Dowager. But she had always been wronged like this. When the Empress Dowager saw someone who looked so similar to the young Marquis, she was afraid that there would be a knot in her heart. Of course, this was what Eunuch Qin thought. It was unknown whether the Empress Dowager thought the same. Aijia. Empress Dowager Zhuang was about to say something when a palace maid's panicked voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you cannot go in. I am the Son of Heaven. The whole world belongs to me. Emir Rinzhou Palace has blocked me outside the door twice. Do you want to rebel? It was the Emperor's angry shout. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned impatiently and gave Eunuch Qin a look. Eunuch Qin walked out with a horsetail whisk and said to the palace maids, You can withdraw. He then bowed to the Emperor, Your Majesty, please come in. Humph. The Emperor coldly glared at everyone, flung his sleeves, and entered the Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. The Empress Dowager really has good means. You are not idle even when recuperating in Rinzhou Palace. You just have to make things difficult for me. Does the Empress Dowager not want to see me have a day of peace? Eunuch Qin, who had chased in, looked at the Empress Dowager and then looked at the pale-faced palace maids in the room. His face became very ugly. Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, You can all withdraw. Yes. Eunuch Qin and the palace maids withdrew. Empress Dowager Zhuang expressionlessly looked at the Emperor and threw the booklet in her hand on the table. What are you doing? The Emperor sneered, I should ask the Empress Dowager this question. What is the Empress Dowager doing? Is it not enough for you to listen to politics from behind the curtain? Is it not enough to control half of the country? Is it not enough to force my mother to go to the nunnery? How much more vicious do you want to be? Do you have to kill everyone around me one by one? Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned, Who did I kill? Huh. The emperor stood in front of the desk and looked at the dignified Empress Dowager Zhuang. What is the Empress Dowager singing? You have already done it and you still don't dare to admit it? Haven't you and I already fallen out? There is no need to feign civility. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes flashed with coldness, but her expression was still indifferent. I have done too much. I don't know which thing you are referring to. The emperor angrily laughed. You finally admit it. You are a crazy and vicious woman. Whatever you have, you can come at me. Why did you kill Manager Zhang? How did she provoke you? Manager Zhang? Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned strangely. The emperor angrily pointed at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Stop pretending. Last night, Manager Zhang was summoned to Rinshou Palace by the Empress Dowager. When she went back, she hanged herself. Empress Dowager, do you dare to say that she was not killed by you? Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered, raised her eyes slightly, and curled her lips. So what if I killed her? She slowly stood up, walked out from behind the desk, and walked towards the emperor step by step. Can you cripple me or kill me? Even if Jia kills everyone around you, what can you do to Jia? You vicious woman. The emperor raised his hand. Your Majesty. Xiao Luling quickly walked in, threw away his crutches, held the emperor's hand, and shielded Empress Dowager Zhuang behind him. Empress Dowager Zhuang was startled when she saw the young man suddenly blocking in front of her. The young man's body was thin and his legs were not good, but he did not hesitate to block the emperor's courage. The emperor was unable to restrain his anger. Xiao Luling, get out of the way. It's not the Empress Dowager, Xiao Luling said solemnly. He did not move, nor did he let go. It's not the Empress Dowager, it's this official. Last night, it was this official who called Manager Zhang over. It has nothing to do with the Empress Dowager. The emperor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Even you are speaking for her. Each and every one of you are all on her side. Xiao Luling. You are the new top scorer that I personally appointed. Xiao Luling said seriously, this official is your Majesty's official and is your Majesty's top scorer. Because of this official does not want to see your Majesty make a mistake. Your Majesty's actions today will be recorded by historians in the future. Your Majesty is a wise ruler, and your achievements will be passed down through the ages. You cannot ruin your 100 years of reputation because of a moment of impulse. The emperor sadly and sullenly asked, was I wrong? Was I wrong? Xiao Luling said, Your Majesty is not wrong, neither is the Empress Dowager. The one who is wrong is this official. This official shouldn't have come to find Manager Zhang. If your Majesty wants to blame someone, then blame this official. It was this official who caused her death. You. The emperor was so angry that his eyes were blood red and his entire body was trembling. Your Majesty, you have to know. What happened? Eunuch Wei entered the room to persuade. His Majesty held back his emotions that could explode at any time and nodded. All right, tell me, why are you looking for Manager Zhang? How did you cause her death? Xiao Luling couldn't say that he was investigating a case from 14 years ago. The timing wasn't right and there wasn't enough evidence. Xiao Luling gave it some thought and said, this official is returning something to her on behalf of someone. When I was returning it to her, this official noticed that her emotions weren't right. This was the truth. When Manager Zhang received the broken inkstone, her emotions were indeed not right. However, Xiao Luling didn't think too deeply about it at that time. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was afraid that there was a deeper bond and relationship between Manager Zhang and the old chancellor than he imagined. Who are you delivering it on behalf of? The emperor asked. This official can't say. Xiao Luling said. If he didn't say, wouldn't the emperor guess? How many people in the world could make him personally deliver a message to the palace? Since this person was related to Manager Zhang, then this person must be around the same age as Manager Zhang. A name was about to come out. Summon Chancellor Hua. Let go. Do you want me to summon Chancellor Hua to the Empress Dowager's bedroom? Follow me to the Imperial Study Room. Yes. Xiao Luling then let go of his hand. The old chancellor was summoned into the palace. The emperor didn't give him and Xiao Luling a chance to make a confession. He directly asked someone to bring Xiao Luling away and began to interrogate the relationship between Manager Zhang and the old chancellor. The emperor also didn't tell the old chancellor that manager Zhang was already dead. However, how shrewd was the old chancellor, he could easily guess that something had happened. When an ordinary person was interrogated about their relationship with a female official in the palace, they would try their best to deny it. After all, it was a serious crime to blaspheme a female official. However, the old chancellor felt that this matter wasn't simple. He almost didn't think much before saying that he and manager Zhang had an unknown past. There was also a token of love between them. Last night, he asked someone to return the token to her, which could be considered as ending their relationship. If what the old chancellor said was true, then Xianxia committed suicide for love. The emperor squinted his eyes suspiciously. Why did you end it? Is it because of the Empress Dowager? This official doesn't dare. This official is because I don't have much time left. The old chancellor began to pretend to be sick and act pitiful. He used all kinds of methods to pretend to be pitiful. If your majesty doesn't believe me, you can call the little divine doctor. She was the one who diagnosed my terminal illness. Coming out from the imperial study room, the old chancellor saw Xiao Lulang, who had been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry to have implicated teacher, Xiao Lulang said with guilt. The old chancellor sighed. It's not your fault. I didn't think it through. Teacher's clean reputation. The old chancellor waved his hand. I don't have any clean reputation to speak of. Even though our relationship wasn't like what I said to your majesty, but in the end, I still let her down. She is my wife's younger sister. His wife's younger sister was adopted and brought to another village when she was young. They only recognized each other when they grew up. Before his wife died, she pulled his hand and asked him to take good care of her only younger sister, Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to marry him, but he wasn't willing to marry her. In the end, she entered the palace in a fit of anger. He fought fiercely with Shuangjin's. In order not to implicate Xianxia, he didn't let anyone know about their relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one who was exiled back then. His wife's younger sister, Xianxia, would also be exiled. After all, the late emperor had ordered his whole family to be exiled. She could leave the palace when she was 25 years old. That year, she came to find me and asked again if I was willing to marry her. I said that I would take care of her for the rest of my life and treat her as my own younger sister. Then, she smashed my inkstone. After that, she was extremely regretful and compensated me with a new one, which was the one I asked you to return. When she gave it to me, I didn't hold it firmly and accidentally broke a piece. She smiled and said that we were even now. The old chancellor sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. She definitely didn't commit suicide because of love. Her death is fishy. I've asked His Majesty for His Grace to send her on her last journey. Come with me. Xiao Lulang, okay. The old chancellor and Xiao Lulang went to the Shanggong bureau under the company of eunuch Wei. In the previous dynasty, people in the palace who hanged themselves would bring disaster to their family. This dynasty abolished this law, but the dead couldn't be buried and could only be thrown into the wilderness. The old chancellor gave eunuch Wei a bag of silver. Eunuch Wei refused for a long time but didn't refuse. I have already arranged it properly. The corpse will be sent to the mass grave outside the West City Gate later. You can send someone to wait there. Thank you very much, eunuch Wei. The old chancellor expressed his gratitude. Xiao Lulang examined Xianxia's corpse and found that she indeed hanged herself. There were no traces of fighting or struggle. Then, Xiao Lulang discovered a situation and he paused. What's wrong? The old chancellor walked over and asked. Xiao Lulang didn't say anything. Instead, he lifted Xianxia's left wrist and there was a mole on it. The old chancellor was stupefied. How could it be? That's right, how could it be Xianxia? Many details that were overlooked last night flashed through Xiao Luolang's mind. When Xianxia first saw him, she was so frightened that she almost fell down. He thought that she was like eunuch Qin and the others who thought that he saw a ghost. But after thinking carefully, he didn't seem to have met Xianxia before. She shouldn't know him. Even if she knew him, her reaction was a little too big. When he told her that he was investigating a palace maid who had a mole on her wrist, she knew that the matter back then was exposed. However, she didn't know that it was Xiao Lulang who was investigating and only thought that the person investigating the truth was her brother-in-law, the old chancellor. The old chancellor was Xiao Heng's teacher, so it was reasonable for him to investigate Xiao Heng's death. The reason why she left in such a miserable and desolate manner was probably because she had already decided to meet her death at that moment. She used her death to atone for her sins to her brother-in-law and his disciple. She also used her death to escape from reporting this matter to the mastermind behind the scenes. What kind of feelings did she have when she framed Shuang Jin's back then? What kind of feelings did she have when she discovered that Xiao Heng, who was poisoned by her, would actually become her brother-in-law's closed-door disciple one day? The old chancellor's throat swelled with pain. It's all for me. Zhang Xiu framed Shuang Jin's because he and Shuang Jin's didn't get along, which caused him to be exiled and almost lose his life. However, who would have expected that he and Shuang Jin's didn't become enemies in the end? Instead, Zhang Xiu sacrificed her life for nothing. Eunuch Wei had already bribed them so they could take away Zhang Xiu's belongings. Zhang Xiu's belongings were very simple. There were a few sets of clothes and a makeup box. In the box, there were a few pieces of jewelry that couldn't be any older. In the interlayer of the box, there were dozens of banknotes that were all written with the old chancellor's name. There was also the inkstone that Xiao Lulang had given her yesterday. The old chancellor's eyes were red. "Teacher," Xiao Lulang said softly. "I'm fine." Old chancellor wiped away his tears and packed Zhang Xiu's belongings into a bag. When he walked out, he staggered a little. Xiao Lulang supported him. The old chancellor's voice trembled. I'm really fine." Clang, the inkstone slid out from the bag and smashed onto the ground. The old chancellor bent down to pick it up. Xiao Lulang said, "Let me do it." He picked up the inkstone first. "I'll take it." The old chancellor didn't insist. His emotions were very complicated and his mind was in a mess. He felt that he had harmed Zhang Xiu and also Xiao Heng. He choked with sobs. "You, don't blame her, you blame me. It's me, she did it for me." Xiao Lulang sighed. "If it's not her, there will be someone else. The one who is truly hateful is the mastermind." "Teacher, don't blame yourself. What happened back then had nothing to do with you. What happened last night also had nothing to do with you." Since he wanted to investigate, he would investigate to this extent no matter what. The old chancellor had only accelerated the process by establishing a relationship with Zhang Xiu for him, and it wouldn't change the outcome. Zhang Xiu's ending was already destined when she extended her poisonous hand to an innocent 4-year-old child. He could forgive her, but the heavens wouldn't. The old chancellor went to collect Zhang Xiu's corpse and Xiao Lulang didn't follow him. Forgiveness was his greatest benevolence and he wouldn't prepare for her funeral. Xiao Lulang went to Rinzhou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued to read the memorials presented by Grand Tutor Zhuang in the study room. The memorials passed through her hands once before they were returned to the ministers and presented to the emperor in the imperial court. Eunuch Qin was waiting at the side. When he saw Xiao Lulang, his eyes lit up and he said to Empress Dowager Zhuang, "The tea is cold. I will go and make a pot of hot tea." Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at Xiao Lulang. Eunuch Qin smiled and left, taking the rest of the palace servants with him. "What are you doing here?" Empress Dowager Zhuang flipped through the memorials and asked indifferently. "Passing by," Xiao Lulang said. Both of them were people who would die if they explained more. No one was willing to break the ice first. "I'm leaving." It wasn't a big deal and he just came to take a look. He always knew that the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have a good relationship, but he didn't expect it to be so direct. He was somewhat worried. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him and turned around. She cleared her throat and asked, "Why did you speak for me?" Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "There's no reason. Eating the monarch's salary and bearing the monarch's worries is the duty of a subject." Eunuch Qin, who was eavesdropping outside, was about to die from anxiety. What bullshit duty of a subject? Did speaking human language burn his mouth? I'm so anxious that I'm going to die." He wasn't this anxious even if the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang were ice cold. After all, the emperor was really infuriating. However, Xiao Shouzhu was wholeheartedly devoted to the Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin was really anxious that they misunderstood. They clearly cared about each other, so why did they have to act like strangers? Thud. The inkstone in Xiao Liulong's hand slipped and smashed to the ground. He bent down to pick it up and the pouch in his arms fell out. Seeing the pouch, Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes moved slightly. That was a birthday gift that Empress Dowager Zhuang gave to Xiao Luling on his birthday on New Year's Eve. There was also one in Little Jing Kong. Empress Dowager Zhuang embroidered the orchid herself, but it was too ugly and looked like weeds. Thus, she had the old chancellor improve it and embroidered it into a piece of green bamboo. Some stitches were also added to the seams. But in the end, it wasn't too good looking. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "How can you still wear such an ugly thing? Don't you find it embarrassing? In any case, you are someone who has become an imperial Hanlin official." Xiao Luling didn't say anything. He put the pouch back into his arms and continued to walk out. "Come back." Empress Dowager Zhuang opened her mouth but didn't say the words on the tip of her tongue. If she didn't have such an awkward personality, she wouldn't have taken on so many scapegoats. Although she did do a lot of bad things. She threw away the booklet in her hand in annoyance. Her mood was terrible. Suddenly, Xiao Luling, who had disappeared, came back. He came back so quickly that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even have time to restrain the annoyance in her eyes. He took a deep breath as if he had gathered some kind of courage and asked in a low voice, "Why don't I have one?" Empress Dowager Zhuang was stunned. Xiao Luling clenched his fingers and his face turned red. However, he continued to gather his courage and asked, "Why don't I have one? Why didn't Rinzhou Palace prepare something for me? Do you not want me anymore?" His tone was normal, but he couldn't hide the grievance in his eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart clenched. That grievance poked at her heart and made it hurt. She lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "Ijia, thought you didn't want it." "Why don't I want?" Before he could finish, Xiao Luling paused. "Ijia thought you didn't want it." The amount of information in this sentence was enormous. Xiao Luling didn't want his Greytance things. Xiaoheng didn't want it. Empress Dowager Zhuang knew who he was. She also remembered that she had once poisoned Xiaoheng. She also knew that Xiaoheng had always been afraid of her, and hated that he couldn't stay away from her. "You didn't think? Ask me?" Ijia thought about it, but Ijia was afraid. Empress Dowager Zhuang almost used up all her courage and face to confess her feelings. Because she cared too much, she was afraid of being rejected. Therefore, she first rejected the possibility of being rejected. She would rather take the blame 1,000 times than be honest with him. Her self-esteem was just that strong. That was how twisted she was. But the trace of grievance in Xiao Liulong's eyes completely destroyed the self-esteem she had accumulated for decades. "It's not that I don't want it." Xiao Luling turned his face away and said in a wronged and awkward tone. He was also a stubborn person. He was also too embarrassed to say it. Moreover, he was still a child. In front of the elderly, at least. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked straight at him, her eyes shining. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Xiao Luling walked out expressionlessly. Before he walked out of Rinzhou Palace, Eunuch Qin caught up with him and said with a smile, "Xiao Shozhua, please wait. You forgot to bring something." Xiao Luling, "I didn't." Eunuch Qin, yes. "Please come with this servant to get it." Xiao Luling was brought to a side hall of Rinzhou Palace by Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin pushed open the door and said with a smile, "Please." Xiao Luling stepped inside. At a glance, the spacious side hall was filled with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were filled to the brim with books. And beside the windowsill where the sun was shining, there was a desk. The 4 treasures of the study on the desk emitted a faint ink fragrance. In the center of the desk was a brocade box. Eunuch Qin took the brocade box. "Here." Xiao Luling opened it and found a token of Rinzhou Palace lying inside. Eunuch Qin sighed. The Empress Dowager had already prepared it, but I don't know why she didn't take it out. And this side hall was also remodeled by the Empress Dowager. At first, this servant didn't understand why the Empress Dowager remodeled such a large library. Today, I finally know its purpose. They only had a small room or a small courtyard, but he had such a large library. Xiao Luling found it hard to believe and was speechless. He didn't suspect that Eunuch Qin's words were false. After all, the token could be given, but the library couldn't be made. The smell of paint was new and strong. He stood there in a daze, like a dumbfounded little chick. It was also at this moment that the air of youth faded from his body, and he had a bit of a child's naivety and inexperience. Being forced to grow up was helplessness, but being spoiled like a child was a kind of luck and happiness. Xianxia. Eunuch Qin found a bundle to put the brocade box and the inkstone in. He turned his head and saw Xiao Liulang's dazed expression. He waved his hand in front of his eyes. "Don't be too happy." "I'm not too happy," Xiao Liulang said without changing his expression. He took the bundle and walked out with his hands and feet. Eunuch Qin, whose face was full of black lines, was speechless. Xiao Liulang walked half of Rinshou Palace with his walking stick in one hand and the brocade box in the other. The palace maids and eunuchs of Rinshou Palace were stunned. He looked like a dog, but why was he so retarded when he walked? Xiao Liulang had already left Rinshou Palace, but he paused and turned back. He stood outside Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. He didn't go in. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "There's no need to thank me. Ijia is mushy." Damn it, she already regretted saying so much just now. She must have been possessed to be defeated by this brat's grievances. If she was given another chance, she would stab him in the heart 100 times and never admit that she was afraid of being rejected by him. Xiao Liulang pursed his lips and stuck his head in from outside the door. He complained very childishly, "Great aunt, Imperial tutor Zhuang bullied me." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Well, it was the first time he was so childish. He was so embarrassed that he forgot that he was still a cripple. As soon as he ran, he tripped and rolled down the steps, falling flat on the grass. Everyone, they couldn't bear to watch. Empress Dowager Zhuang's lips curled up imperceptibly. In the next second, she resumed her cold expression and said in a dignified and domineering manner, "Summon Imperial tutor Zhuang." Digression, maybe it was because I stayed up too late recently that I was especially tired. I could fall asleep sitting in front of the computer. This month's update was more than last month's. I could basically guarantee 7,000 to 8,000 words a day, sometimes 9,000. It was a serious overdraft. Actually, on Monday, the editor told me to reduce my updates and prepare to save up a burst of chapters. I told the editor that I wouldn't reduce my updates until the specific date was out and let the readers read more. Once the date was confirmed, I should be able to complete the task by increasing the intensity of my writing every day. But I didn't expect that I would have to submit 2 drafts while updating 7,000 to 8,000 words a day. It was completely overdraft. I didn't update much today, so please forgive me. I will adjust my state as soon as possible. Good night. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1118799297. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are available here. It was inconvenient for men to enter and exit the harem. Even if they did, they had to have the emperor's imperial edict or verbal order. But obviously, Empress Dowager Zhuang had this right herself. Grand Tutor Zhuang was brought into Rinshou Palace by Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin handled matters in a proper manner and smiled appropriately, making it difficult for people to guess the purpose of Empress Dowager Zhuang's summons. They thought it was something good. Grand Tutor Zhuang went to the study in the side hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang had already been reading the memorials all morning. But because there had been a backlog for several days, there was still a portion that hadn't been approved. Empress Dowager. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled as he entered and bowed with cupped hands. Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him and just calmly flipped through the mountain of memorials in her hands. Grand Tutor Zhuang thought Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't hear him, so he took a step forward and said again, Empress Dowager? Ijia is not deaf. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. She didn't even lift her eyelids and put the memorials she had read into the pile that couldn't be presented to the emperor. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed slightly. But then he thought of the news he heard this morning: one of the emperor's most valued stewards hanged himself. The emperor suspected it was the Empress Dowager's doing and came to Rinshou Palace to make a scene. It must be because of her that the Empress Dowager's mood was not good, right? Grand Tutor Zhuang thought. Empress Dowager Zhuang read 7 or 8 more memorials before saying indifferently, You've been very arrogant recently. Grand Tutor Zhuang was confused by these sudden words. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in surprise. Why do you say that? What, did this official do wrong? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, Your hand has stretched too far. There are some people you can't touch. Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. This official doesn't understand. If you don't understand, then listen to Ijia. Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Coldly, the Zhuang family has 100 years of foundation. Generations of high-ranking officials. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the capital's #1 clan. But over the years, Ijia's doting has gradually nurtured your arrogance and arrogance, relying on your talents to become unrestrained. Do you think that no matter what you do, I have to take responsibility for you? That's right, I am a member of the Zhuang family and you are my maternal family. As long as I am in power, I will protect you. But have you ever thought about how long Ijia can protect you? Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression suddenly changed. Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang said resentfully, When the bow is full, it will break. When the water is full, it will overflow. You only see that I am like the sun in the sky, but you don't see that behind me, the building is about to collapse and a lone tree cannot support. Ijia is old and does not have many years left to live. You are also old. The talents of the Zhuang clan have withered and there is a shortage of young and old people. Those of the direct line of descent are all useless. Only Zhuang Yuheng is like a white jade with a slight flaw. But even this child is about to be ruined by you. Your Majesty. Grand Tutor Zhuang lifted the hem of his robe and knelt down with a face full of fear and trepidation. Of course, there was more confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why the Empress Dowager would say this and why she would diminish his prestige like this. Not to mention that Empress Dowager Zhuang still had at least 10 years to live, even if she didn't, His Highness Prince Ning's wings were growing. As long as he inherited the throne, there was no need to worry about the Zhuang family not continuing its glory for 100 years. But the walls had ears. There were some words that he didn't dare to say too much. Your Majesty, don't say that. You will be blessed for 100 years. 100 years? If Ijia had not been saved by Xiao Lulang and Lady Gu, I'm afraid I would have been buried long ago. Grand Tutor Zhuang seemed to suddenly understand. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in astonishment. Your Majesty, is blaming me for suppressing Xiao Lulang? He is His Majesty's man. How can I allow him to grow in Hanlin Academy? Empress Dowager Zhuang slammed the booklet in her hand on the table. I don't need you to tell me who he is. Grand Tutor Zhuang was shocked by Empress Dowager Zhuang's powerful aura. He hadn't seen Empress Dowager Zhuang so angry in many years. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He cupped his hands and lowered his head. Chen doesn't dare. Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, What Ijia told you was state affairs, political affairs, and family affairs, but you only heard private matters. Ijia's painstaking efforts have been wasted. That's fine. Ijia won't speak anymore. We are siblings. Ijia will give you 8 words, achieve scholarly achievements, retreat bravely at the top of the stream. Grand Tutor Zhuang clenched his fists. His eyes were like torches. Retreat bravely at the top of the stream. Are the efforts of the Zhuang family's generations all wasted? The Zhuang family is at the helm of the court and has great achievements. Which part of the great Zhao country's rivers and mountains did not have our Zhuang family's contributions? Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were cold. Her powerful aura surged forth like a flood. The achievements belonged to the Qin family. The rivers and mountains also belong to the Qin family. Saying such disgraceful words, Grand Tutor Zhuang, are you thinking of rebelling? Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart shook. After a moment of daze, he cupped his hands and said, Chen misspoke. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly withdrew her gaze. Ijia has said everything. You can leave. Yes, Chen will leave. Grand Tutor Zhuang stood up. The hot June wind blew. He suddenly felt that his back was soaked with cold sweat. After Grand Tutor Zhuang left, Eunuch Qin entered with a cup of tea. He was guarding the door of the study and naturally heard the conversation inside. He placed the freshly brewed hot tea next to Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand and said with emotion, I didn't expect Empress Dowager to think so far ahead for the Zhuang family. This servant's vision was too low. I thought Empress Dowager summoned Grand Tutor Zhuang into the palace only to help Xianxia vent his anger. Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the booklet and snorted. Bullshit long term. It was just words. If Ijia only told him one thing, no matter how small it was, it would still be a big matter. If Ijia told him several big things, Liulong's matter would become a small matter. Since it is a small matter, there is no need to fuss over it. Eunuch Qin's face was full of bitterness and hatred. This servant is stupid. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mind flashed with the image of someone complaining and falling down. She was in a good mood and had a bit of patience with Eunuch Qin. Ijia heard that you recently raised a little turtle? Eunuch Qin smiled. You are really well informed. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, it's not that Ijia is well informed. It's that the little turtle crawled to Ijia's feet that day. Ijia looked at it and found it unfamiliar. It was different from the ones you raised before. Eunuch Qin didn't have any other hobbies other than raising tortoises. As the saying goes, 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old turtle. This turtle was a tortoise. A tortoise's life was longer than a turtle's. He thought that if he raised a tortoise, he might be able to live a long life. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, that one is well raised. Stew it in the evening. Ah? Eunuch Qin's expression changed greatly. What? You can't bear to part with it? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Recently, Ijia has been in conflict with these tortoises. The Taoist priest said that eating one would solve the evil spirit. If I can't, I can only send them all away. From now on, Rinshou Palace is not allowed to raise tortoises anymore. Eunuch Qin felt wronged. Then this servant will take Daquan and stew it for you. Who wants to eat that thing? Empress Dowager Zhuang was making an analogy with him. Eunuch Qin was instantly enlightened. Ah. Xiao Xiuzhu is that little tortoise. Empress Dowager Zhuang's cold gaze shot over. Who is the tortoise? Ijia thinks that you are the old tortoise. Cough, cough. Eunuch Qin was embarrassed. This servant's mouth is slippery. This servant doesn't know how to speak. This servant is a tortoise, but... He returned to the topic. This move of yours is quite clever. Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. Was it brilliant? How could her words not be sincere? It was just that the Zhuang family didn't want to retreat in the face of the current and couldn't retreat in the face of the current. They couldn't get out of this whirlpool for a long time. Today, the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy were dismissed early. Nanxiang and Master Lu had to go out for 3 days. Therefore, Gu Shaoshan and Gu Yan didn't need to go over to learn. The 3 little men gathered at home. Last night, little Jing Kong had already fallen asleep when he returned from the palace. His grandaunt didn't have time to distribute the gifts that she brought. When he left in the morning, he forgot about it. He only remembered it now. Little Jing Kong carried the brocade box out and ran to the central room. Grandaunt told me to bring it. The things that his grandaunt told him to bring were usually for everyone. Yaoshi sat in the hall to enjoy the cool air. She smiled as she watched the children play in the central room. She felt that these days were lively and beautiful. It was a life that she didn't even dare to dream of in the past 10 years. I can't open it. Little Jing Kong's grip was too weak. Let me. Gu Shaoshan rolled up his sleeves and pried open the box. The box wasn't big. After all, it was too big for little Jing Kong to carry. However, it wasn't small either. There were a lot of things inside. The three little heads squeezed together and looked at the gifts in the brocade box. Little Jing Kong took out the gifts one by one. Cat's eye stone, this is Brother Yan's. Gemstone knife, this is Xiaoxuan's. Silver needle, Jiao Jiao. Golden alms bowl, mine. Then there was an embroidery album. It was obviously for Yao Shi. Bad brother-in-law doesn't have it. Little Jing Kong shook his head and said, so pitiful. Poor Xiao Luling entered the room valiantly. He put a brocade box that was twice as big as little Jing Kong's box on the table. The three little brothers opened their eyes wide. They looked at the brocade box and then looked at him. What is it? Little Jing Kong asked. Xiao Luling answered him. With his actions. He opened the brocade box and slowly took out the things inside and placed them on the table. The first was the token of Rinshou Palace. The second was a fist-sized luminous pearl. The third was an inkstone made of 10,000-year-old warm jade. After that, his movements were elegant and unhurried. It took him a full quarter of an hour to take out all the little things inside. The table was full of gifts. The three little boys stared at him with their eyes wide open. Little Jing Kong was dumbfounded. Is it from Grandaunt? There were so many good things, Little Jing Kong asked, which one is for me? Xiao Luling extended his slender, jade-like fingertips and circled around the gifts. He picked up a blinding golden lock. This is mine. Little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva. He picked up the 10,000-year-old warm jade inkstone and said, mine. Gu Yan swallowed his saliva. He picked up an emerald Turkic knife and said, it's also mine. Gu Xiaoshan swallowed his saliva. It's still mine. It's mine again. Ah, it seems like they're all mine. He suddenly became the biggest nouveau riche in the family. After showing off his trophies, Xiao Luling put the last token of Rinshou Palace into the brocade box. Then, he arrogantly returned to the room. Everyone, why did they suddenly feel that their brother-in-law was asking for a beating today? Gu Jiao didn't know about her husband's childish behavior. She just came out of the clinic and got on the carriage to Immortal Music House. She wanted to know who was behind Immortal Music House. She had a feeling that the person behind Immortal Music House had something to do with the person who wanted to assassinate her. At the same time, she also suspected that Yuan Tang had an extraordinary accomplice in the capital. In short, the key to everything was in Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao's Immortal Music House token hadn't been taken away by Mo Qianxia. She used the token to enter Immortal Music House very smoothly. She still changed into a noble young master's attire. She wore a silver half-face mask, which appropriately covered her silhouette. The only troublesome thing was that her clothes were too tight around her chest. It couldn't be helped. Apart from her height, her figure couldn't be hidden if it wasn't tight. But it was really hot. Gu Jiao wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve and walked towards the center of the hall. She didn't plan to directly find the girl from last time. She just wanted to walk around and listen. Everyone loved beauty. It had to be said that the girls in Immortal Music House were all like people in paintings, very pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao walked around casually. Suddenly, a peony flower fell on her shoulder. This was an old rule of Immortal Music House. The one who was hit by the flower was the one who caught the girl's eye. He would have the honor of being the girl's guest. This time, it was a girl dressed in yellow. She had beautiful eyebrows and a beautiful face. She was charming but not out of the ordinary, beautiful but not seductive. The girls in Immortal Music House didn't have the air of a prostitute. They were proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. There were even some who were proficient in eight-legged writing and arithmetic. It was an honor to be chosen by them. Gu Jiao looked at the peony flower in her hand and hesitated for a moment. In just a moment, the maid of the girl dressed in yellow came downstairs. She respectfully bowed to Gu Jiao. "Young master, my family's miss invites you." Although this girl was on the second floor, after she threw the flower at her, no one else dared to throw flowers at her. One must know that last time, she was almost drowned by the flowers. Gu Jiao didn't think that her charm was gone. It should be that this girl's status in Immortal Music House wasn't simple. Okay. Then it's her. Gu Jiao followed the maid up to the second floor. The girl dressed in yellow held a fan to cover her face. She smiled sweetly at Gu Jiao, turned around and walked into the room. Even when she walked, she exuded an air of immortality. "Young master, please." The maid led Gu Jiao to the front of the girl dressed in yellow's room. This room was at the end of the corridor. Compared to the other rooms, there was an extra door. Sure enough, she had a status. Gu Jiao nodded and stepped inside. The girl dressed in yellow sat in front of the window, with her back facing Gu Jiao. She played a song. The sound of the song was mellow, as if she was weeping and complaining. It was like the sound of nature. After the song ended, she covered her face with a folding fan and walked in front of Gu Jiao. She gracefully and gently bowed. "This servant greets the young master. May I ask the young master's name?" Gu Jiao naturally wouldn't talk to her. She was about to take out a small book to write down her answer when suddenly, an ice blue figure wearing a veil rushed in. She pulled Gu Jiao behind her and raised her hand to give the girl dressed in yellow a loud slap. It happened so suddenly that even Gu Jiao, the person involved, was a little confused. When she was pulled behind her, she didn't make a move because she didn't feel the other party's malice towards her. However, she didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant towards the girl dressed in yellow. The girl dressed in yellow was slapped to the side, and a few fingerprints quickly appeared on her cheek. She covered her face and looked at the uninvited guest in the room in disbelief and anger. "Mo Xianxia. You're crazy. You're the crazy one. How dare you touch the person I like?" Mo Xianxia said. She pulled the sachet from the girl's waist and coldly threw it on the ground. "You even used charming fragrance. Hua Xiao, how dare you?" The girl dressed in yellow called Hua Xiao's eyes flashed, and she unconsciously showed fear. Her body retreated slightly. Mo Xianxia said disdainfully, "Humph. For the sake of the owner, I'll spare you this time. If you dare to have any ideas about my people again, I'll scratch your face." After saying that, she grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and took Gu Jiao out of Hua Xiao's room. Looking at Mo Xianxia's back, Hua Xiao's eyes burst out with resentment. Mo Xianxia directly took Gu Jiao to the third floor. The third floor was as silent and empty as ever. Gu Jiao poked her little shoulder and asked her with her eyes, "Are you the only one living on this floor?" Mo Xianxia said angrily, "There's also the owner." "The owner? Could it be the owner of Xianlu house?" Mo Xianxia took Gu Jiao's hand into her room and looked at Gu Jiao fiercely. "Where did that woman touch you?" Gu Jiao shook her head like a rattledrum. Mo Xianxia frowned. "You didn't touch me? Really?" Gu Jiao nodded. Mo Xianxia's expression slightly relaxed and looked at the stool next to the square table. "Sit down." Gu Jiao sat down. "Bring water." Mo Xianxia ordered. "Yes." The little maid brought a basin of cold water. Mo Xianxia personally wrung a towel and went to wipe the sweat on Gu Jiao's forehead. Gu Jiao subconsciously leaned back. Mo Xianxia's hand missed. "Don't dodge." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Mo Xianxia carefully wiped Gu Jiao's forehead. As she wiped, she muttered unhappily, "Are you an idiot? Why didn't you come directly to the third floor? No one dares to stop you." I didn't come to find you." Mo Xianxia pursed her lips and explained expressionlessly, "I didn't tell you before. Yesterday was my birthday and I went to the lake, so I wasn't in Xianlu house." You don't have to explain to me." Digression, there are no double events this month, so you don't have to keep your monthly tickets until the end of the month. You can vote now. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1118535516. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are available here. After all, Gu Jiao was not a real man. There was no such thing as male and female touching. However, Gu Jiao was not used to being so close to others. When Xianxia finished wiping her forehead and was about to wipe her neck, she grabbed her wrist. Xianxia glared at Gu Jiao and raised her other hand to take off Gu Jiao's mask. Gu Jiao also grabbed her wrist. Xianxia knew martial arts, but she was not as good as Gu Jiao. She could not move. She said angrily, I know. I won't touch you. You do it yourself. Gu Jiao let go of her hand. Xianxia rolled her eyes and snorted. She threw the towel to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wiped the sweat off her neck. The weather was really hot. It was even hotter with the towel wrapped around her chest. Wearing the mask was like adding heat to heat. Luckily, Xianxia's room was facing a good direction. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. There was also a basin of ice. Otherwise, Gu Jiao might really have gotten a heat stroke. Gu Jiao put the towel back into the copper basin. A servant girl came in to take it away. Xiao Wu, are there any more lychees that arrived this morning? Xianxia asked. The servant girl called Xiao Wu said, There are. This servant will bring them for Miss. Not long after, Xiao Wu brought in a plate of iced lychees. The lychees were all big and plump. They were bright red, as if they had just been plucked from a tree. The capital did not produce lychees. They were all sent from the south. Not only did the horses have to be fast enough, they also had to change the ice along the way. If they were not careful, the lychees would spoil when they reached the capital. These were very luxurious fruits. Gu Jiao had only eaten them at Rinshou Palace. She heard from Madame Yao that even the Marquise Fu had a hard time getting these fruits. Who would have thought that such luxurious fruits could be eaten in a small brothel? Gu Jiao looked at the lychees and did not move for a moment. If you don't eat it yourself, are you waiting for me to peel it for you? Xianxia snorted. Her slender fingers picked up the biggest and reddest lychee, peeled it and fed it to Gu Jiao. The peeled lychee was big and round, white and bouncy. It looked especially fresh and juicy. Eat it yourself, Gu Jiao said with her eyes. Humph. Xianxia rolled her eyes. I'd rather throw something away than take it back. Sigh, what's more, I can't get along with the fruit. Gu Jiao reluctantly took it and put it into her mouth. She had been a little heaty recently, so she couldn't eat too many lychees. Xianxia's eyes lit up again when she saw her eat. She rested her right elbow on the table and rested her index finger on her delicate chin. She looked at Gu Jiao with a smile and said, Young master, why did you suddenly come looking for me? Did you miss me? Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and scribbled. I didn't come looking for you. Xianxia's face darkened. She snatched the notebook and crossed out the word no. Then she wrote yes and added a sentence at the end, I miss you very much. She then threw the notebook back to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao. How could this work? Xianxia raised her brows. Did you use the fruit I gave you last time? Did you find the culprit? Gu Jiao nodded, then shook her head. Xianxia frowned. What do you mean? Did you find the culprit or not? Gu Jiao scribbled. Half. Yuan Tang was the culprit, but Yuan Tang couldn't have done it alone. Gu Jiao felt that he had a helper. Then I can't do anything. Xianxia spread her hands. I just happened to overhear their conversation and picked up one of their fruits. So Yuan Tang and the culprit exchanged information at Immortal Music House. Immortal Music House wasn't a place where just anyone could enter. The culprit was either a guest or a member of Immortal Music House. There was even the possibility that the culprit was the owner of Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao scribbled. Who's the owner of Immortal Music House? You're asking about the owner? Xianxia leaned closer to Gu Jiao and looked at Gu Jiao with a half-smile. There was a teasing look in her eyes, but there was also a trace of vigilance. Why are you asking about this? Gu Jiao scribbled. I'm just curious. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. This was what it meant to retreat in order to advance. Mo Xianxia pursed her lips and said uninterestedly, actually, I don't know. I've only seen the owner twice, and it was through a screen. I don't even know what the owner looks like. A dignified courtesan didn't even know the owner's true appearance. The culprit was really hiding too deeply. Gu Jiao thought of what Mo Xianxia had said when she was teaching the yellow-clothed woman a lesson. For the sake of the owner, I'll spare you this time. She wrote. What's the relationship between Hua Xiao and the owner? You even remembered that little b****. TCH's name. Mo Xianxia immediately exploded. Gu Jiao was speechless. How was she supposed to answer this? Mo Xianxia said angrily, have you taken a fancy to that little b****? TCH? Gu Jiao scribbled. She's so ugly, it's hard to forget her. Hearing Gu Jiao call her ugly, Mo Xianxia laughed. Her anger instantly disappeared. She said proudly, her relationship with the owner isn't that great. She only served the owner for a few days. The owner saw that she was somewhat beautiful and asked me to teach her well. Don't worry, she won't dare to bother you again. Gu Jiao nodded. She had one last question. Is the owner a man or a woman? Mo Xianxia said, of course the owner of Xianxia house is a woman. Could it be you stinky men? I won't work myself to death for a stinky man. Women work themselves to death. Gu Jiao remembered these two important clues. Mo Xianxia couldn't get any more information. Gu Jiao got up and left with the excuse that it was already late. Mo Xianxia pursed her lips, her eyes showing that she still wanted to continue. However, she probably had other plans for the evening, so she didn't ask Gu Jiao to stay. She walked Gu Jiao downstairs. When they reached the corner of the stairs, she suddenly pulled Gu Jiao's sleeve. At least tell me your surname. Gu Jiao wrote. Gu. Young Master Gu. Mo Xianxia murmured this name and smiled. Not bad. When she and Gu Jiao passed by the stairs of the second floor, they unexpectedly met Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao was obviously a little afraid of Mo Xianxia. She lowered her head, stepped aside, and slightly bowed. Mo Xianxia snorted coldly. She didn't even look at her and walked Gu Jiao downstairs. Hua Xiao touched her still aching face, her eyes full of resentment. Mo Xianxia, wait and see. You won't always be so lucky. The little maid stepped forward and said to Hua Xiao, Miss Hua, the shadow guard just sent a message. The owner is back. Hua Xiao's eyes lit up. I'll go and pick up the owner. The little maid said embarrassedly, no, the shadow guard said to let Miss Xianxia pick her up. Hua Xiao clenched her fingers and looked at Mo Xianxia, who was smiling and bowing to Gu Jiao at the door of Xianxia house. She was so angry that she stomped her foot, Mo Xianxia, everything is Mo Xianxia. After coming out of Xianxia house, Gu Jiao went straight back to Bai Shui Alley. It was late at night. Every house in the alley was closed. Lanterns were hung under the porch. The weak candlelight illuminated the long path with a dim yellow color. Gu Jiao came to the door of the house and found a little boy sitting on the threshold pitifully. Although he didn't say anything, she could feel that his little body was shrouded in a huge grievance. Gu Jiao walked forward and whispered, Jing Kong? Hearing the familiar voice, little Jing Kong suddenly raised his head and ran to Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao bent down so that the little boy could jump into her arms. Little Jing Kong jumped into her arms and grabbed her clothes. He curled his lips in grievance. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? Gu Jiao picked up the little boy. Little Jing Kong's little mouth twitched. Great Aunt doesn't like me anymore. Gu Jiao found it funny and asked, why doesn't Great Aunt like you anymore? Who told you that? Little Jing Kong snorted. Brother-in-law. Gu Jiao said, he said that Great Aunt doesn't like you anymore? Little Jing Kong shook his head. Gu Jiao asked again, then how do you know that Great Aunt doesn't like you anymore? Little Jing Kong said with grievance, Great Aunt gave brother-in-law a lot of things, but she didn't give me so many things. Am I still the little boy that Great Aunt loves the most? He emphasized the word little boy because he didn't want to take Gu Jiao out. In his heart, Great Aunt could treat Jiao Jiao the best. He wouldn't be jealous of Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao smiled. But when Great Aunt gave you things in the past, brother-in-law didn't give you anything either. Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously. That seemed to be the case. So great aunt didn't give brother-in-law more things on purpose. She just made up for all the things that she didn't give him before. Thinking of this, he felt better in his heart. But he still wanted to take this opportunity to ask for a kiss. He drooped his little head. But I'm still a little hurt. Where did he learn to say such adult words? New words came out of his mouth again, which made Gu Jiao feel that it was novel and cute. Gu Jiao gave him a kiss. Little Jing Kong was completely satisfied. He covered his little face and quickly ran back to the room to find a veil. Gu Jiao walked through the front yard and entered the central room. When she was about to go back to the west room, she looked up and saw that the door of the study was open. An oil lamp was lit inside, and Xiao Lulang was reading hard under the oil lamp. The door of the study was usually not open like this, especially when Xiao Lulang was reading. At this time, from the door frame to the threshold, every inch of the room seemed to silently reveal a sense of come in, come in. Gu Jiao stepped into the room. The study was clean and tidy as usual. Facing the door was Xiao Lulang's desk. Little Jing Kong often used it nowadays. Half of the space on the desk was occupied by Little Jing Kong's books, ink, and paper. The other half belonged to Xiao Lulang. An exquisite wooden brocade box was placed in the most conspicuous position. Xiao Lulang's chair was facing the door. He didn't look up, as if he was immersed in the sea of arithmetic questions. Since he got the Yan Kingdom's advanced mathematics book, he took time to study and research every night. Gu Jiao didn't find it strange. It was still strange. The atmosphere was a little strange. The chair opposite him was also placed. It seemed to be waiting for someone to sit down. Gu Jiao came to the chair opposite the desk and sat down. I heard that you went to the palace today? Xiao Lulang said seriously. Yes, I went to see Grandaunt. The box was placed just right. Gu Jiao could reach it with her hand. She pointed at the box. This is from Grandaunt? Yes. Xiao Lulang nodded seriously. You can take a look. His eyes said silently. This time, it wasn't to show off. It was to share his gains and joy. He wanted to do this on the way back. He didn't know what kind of emotion it was, but he just wanted to tell her about it. Let me see, she said. Xiao Lulang nodded seriously. Gu Jiao opened the brocade box. She looked at the things in the brocade box, but Xiao Lulang was looking at her. This reminded him of when he was a child. When his article was praised by the headmaster, he would take the article to the princess mansion and couldn't wait to tell Princess Xianxia. When Princess Xianxia read his article and the headmaster's comments, he would be excited and nervous. Just like now. Why was it? Did he care? It's more than I thought. Gu Jiao thought that Grandaunt was really just making up for the gifts that she didn't give before, but she didn't expect that there were more. No wonder little Jing Kong was so jealous. But there must be other reasons. There must be a misunderstanding between Grandaunt and him. Now it seemed that the misunderstanding was cleared. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at him. Grandaunt loves you very much. Xiao Lulang suppressed the smile on his lips and said indifferently, for you. Which one is for me? Gu Jiao looked at the box of valuable things and asked. All for you, Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide. So much? Xiao Lulang saw the surprise in her eyes and smiled again. He took out a money bag and handed it to her. And this month's expenses. Wow, she was rich. Gu Jiao blinked and looked at the money bag and the things in the box. She couldn't believe it for a moment. Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply. Her mouth was open and her face was full of confusion. His gaze was attracted to her and he couldn't help but get closer to her. He looked at the face that was slowly enlarging in front of his eyes, and his heart started to beat fast. The world seemed to be quiet, and only the sound of his heart beating like a drum could be heard. Sister! You're here. Gu Shaoshun suddenly ran in. The main reason was that the door was open. He didn't expect Xiao Lulang to steal a kiss from his sister at this time. Of course, he came fast enough and Xiao Lulang didn't kiss her. He sat back in the chair and put a huge distance between him and Gu Jiao. Gu Shaoshun scratched his head. I think I saw something, but I also didn't see anything. I don't care, business is more important. Brother-in-law. He greeted Xiao Lulang. Xiao Liulang's eyes were full of resentment. Gu Xiaoshan came to find Gu Jiao to help him fix his knife. He had another knife that had its handle off and he couldn't fix it himself. Okay, I'll go take a look. Gu Jiao nodded and put the household expenses into the box. She took the box and walked out of the study with Gu Xiaoshan. Xiao Lulang leaned weakly against the back of the chair. He was a little disappointed. But he didn't know what he was disappointed about. At night, the whole family went to sleep. Xiao Lulang rubbed his sore eyes and closed the book. After putting it back on the bookshelf, he planned to go to sleep. When he came to the living room, he saw a figure enjoying the cool air on a new swing in the front yard. Gu Jiao's mosquito coils were on the side of the swing. Upon seeing Xiao Lulang come out, the tiny figure on the swing suddenly stopped. She walked down the swing and came in front of Xiao Lulang. Are you done? Xiao Lulang looked at her in surprise. You're not asleep yet? He paused and asked, are you waiting for me? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded and looked at him with a pair of clear eyes. He had seen how cold these eyes were to other people, but at this time, they were obedient and bright. Her eyes reflected the candlelight in the corridor and also reflected his startled expression. You. He opened his mouth. The two of them were a little close, and his heart beat violently again. Gu Jiao stood on tiptoe. You've grown taller. She had to stand on tiptoe to reach you. Xiao Lulang looked at her face that suddenly came close to him. His eyes moved and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He covered his heart and tried to calm down. You. Gu Jiao maintained her tiptoe position and looked at him obediently. Didn't you just think about it? Think, about what? Xiao Liulang's blood rushed to the top of his head. He wasn't really a fool. How could he not understand what she was talking about? She found out. How did she find out? She pretended as if nothing had happened and didn't let Gu Xiaoshan notice anything strange. Gu Jiao tilted her little head. If you don't want it, I'm leaving. As she spoke, she put down her tiptoe and turned back to her room. However, before she could take a step, Xiao Lulang grabbed her wrist. His palm was hot, and with an irresistible force, he brought her to him. He clasped her wrist with one hand and hugged her slender and soft waist with the other. His breathing became irregular. He raised his hand to cover her eyes and gently lowered his head. The moonlight was shy, and the room was filled with tenderness. At dawn, little Jing Kong woke up as usual. The first thing he did was to take off the veil wrapped around his face and head. Then, he looked at his little face in the bronze mirror. Actually, there was nothing on his face. My darling is budding. He ran out and came to the backyard. He scooped half a ladle of water and put it on the stone bench. He grabbed a few drops of water with his fingers and gently sprinkled them on his little face. Are you washing your face, Jing Kong? Nanny Fong asked with a smile. Little Jing Kong corrected her, I'm not washing my face, I'm watering my darling. Nanny Fong laughed heartily. Xiao Lulang came out of the kitchen with a basin of water in his hand. He put the basin on the stone table, scooped up the water, and splashed it on his face. He didn't even let go of his mouth. Little Jing Kong snorted, are you washing your face too? Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows and said, no, I'm watering my darling. Little Jing Kong. Digression, today is another day that my bad brother-in-law deserves a beating. 23333 The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111823506. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. The capital gradually entered midsummer, and it started to get hot early in the morning. There were classes at the Imperial College and Xianxia Academy today, so little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan woke up early. Gu Yan was lazing in bed as usual. He had a habit of lazing in bed and had a bad morning temper. He was only happy when Gu Jiao woke him up. But today, Gu Jiao didn't wake him up. He woke up by himself. He woke up from the heat. That was not the main point. The main point was that after he woke up, he lay on the bed and waited for Gu Jiao to wake him up. However, after waiting for so long, even when the flowers had withered, only Gu Xiaoshan came. Gu Xiaoshan pushed open the door and said strangely, "Aren't you going to get up? It's time for breakfast. Don't be late." Baby Yan was unhappy. Baby Yan turned over bitterly and muttered, "Where's my sister? Did she go to see a doctor?" Gu Xiaoshan pointed to the courtyard and said, "Oh, no, she's over there." Huh? Gu Yan sat up and got out of bed. He walked to the door in his shoes and looked in the direction Gu Xiaoshan pointed. But what did he see? Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were talking in the courtyard. She raised her head slightly and looked at the morning light. Her eyes were bright and the corners of her lips were slightly curved. He didn't know what they were talking about, but her eyes were curved into two crescent moons. So she forgot to wake him up because she was talking to his brother-in-law? Gu Yan felt sour in her heart, but there was more to come. Gu Jiao was in a good mood today. She personally cooked a table full of delicious dishes, all of which were Xiao Liulang's favorite. Xiao Lulang had recently become fond of spicy food. In fact, the three people from Little Jing Kong also liked spicy food, but they preferred spicy and sour food. The three of them were numb to the point that they had nothing left to live for. They leaned back in their chairs soullessly. If Gu Yan got angry, the consequences would be dire. He snorted and said, "I want tofu pudding. The salty kind." There was no tofu pudding at home, but there was at the market. It was still early, and the market was not far away. 15 minutes later, Gu Jiao returned with the salted bean curd. Then, Gu Yan watched expectantly as Gu Jiao walked past him with the bowl of salted tofu pudding. Gu Jiao brought the tofu pudding into Xiao Liulang's study and looked at him. "Your tofu pudding." Xiao Lulang, I didn't ask for tofu pudding." Gu Yan stood outside the study and exploded, "It's me. It's me. This is the tofu pudding that I wanted." "Ah, I'm so angry." The room was dimly lit. The doors and windows were closed, and all the curtains were drawn. Only a small ray of light shone through the gap between the curtains. A small figure stood in the endless darkness. His eyes were sharp, and his aura was strong and powerful. "You must have seen that the situation has become very serious. The enemy is very powerful and has already taken away half of our country. Do you still want to continue fighting with me?" The small figure said in a deep voice. Opposite him, a tall and slender figure stood against the light. His aura was not weak either. This narrow space seemed to be filled with endless coldness and killing intent. "What do you want to do?" he asked. The small figure said, "Naturally, you and I have to put aside our prejudice for the time being and join hands to defeat the enemy. Otherwise, in a few days, you and I will no longer have a place in her heart." He nodded. "Okay, I promise you. Words are no proof. Let's make a contract." After the small figure finished speaking, he took out a pen and paper and wrote a contract. He also took out the ink pad that he had prepared earlier. "Sign and mark." The other party signed. The small figure looked at his signature and his hair stood on end. He suddenly raised his voice. "Why is your handwriting still so ugly?" Gu Yan coughed softly and said, "So what if it's ugly? Do you want to form an alliance?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while and nodded seriously. "Yes." The two little love rivals who fought from the countryside to the capital finally put aside their prejudice under Xiao Liulang's repeated provocations and formed an alliance against his brother-in-law. After breakfast, Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the Imperial College. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan went to the Xianxia Academy. Xiao Lulang went to the Hanlin Academy. After the morning court, Grand Tutor Zhuang met Royal Princeton on the way and sent him to the Hanlin Academy. Coincidentally, Grand Tutor Zhuang's carriage bumped into Xiao Lulang outside the gate of the Hanlin Academy. Although Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't get out of the carriage, Royal Princeton did. The carriage driver opened the curtain and Xiao Lulang and the officials who were about to enter the Hanlin Academy all saw him. Everyone bowed to him. Xiao Lulang also cupped his hands and bowed. Attendant Yang had been recuperating at home for a long time. Today, he finally came to work. When he heard the movement at the door, he hurriedly put down his work and rushed to greet Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang was a prominent figure among the civil officials. In the imperial court, many people responded to his call. Officials like Attendant Yang usually didn't see him. Today was an honor. Attendant Yang didn't want to let go of such an opportunity to please Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang. He bowed deeply. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xiao Lulang. He was secretly happy. This way, even the heavens were helping him. Attendant Yang straightened his back and ordered Xiao Lulang, "The Hanlin Academy's library hasn't been checked in a while. Go and check the books inside today. The list is with me. Go get it in a moment. After you're done, you can go and take it." Who didn't know that the library of the Hanlin Academy was larger than the library of the tribute compound? Even if several Hanlin officials worked together, they might not be able to finish organizing it in a day. This was purely looking for trouble with Xiao Lulang. Attendant Yang thought that Xiao Lulang would be like before and let him make things difficult for him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lulang didn't even bat an eyelid. He said indifferently, "I have a class at the Hanlin Academy today. Why don't Attendant Yang find someone else to organize the library?" Attendant Yang was stunned when he heard this. "What do you mean? What did this kid mean?" He had openly disobeyed his orders in front of so many people, wasn't he? Attendant Yang's eyes flashed. "The class at the academy, there will be someone else to teach it for you." Xiao Lulang asked indifferently, "Oh? Who is free to teach it for me?" It's better to leave teaching to the truly capable Hanlin officials. As Attendant Yang spoke, he looked at Royal Princeton. "I wonder if Editor Zhuang is free today." Royal Princeton thought for a moment. "I don't have anything else to do today." Attendant Yang smiled. Then, Xiao Lulang interrupted Attendant Yang and looked at Royal Princeton. "Since Editor Zhuang is free, why don't you let Editor Zhuang organize the library?" Attendant Yang said that you can't go off duty until you're done. Editor Zhuang needs to be fast. You. Attendant Yang was so angry that he choked. This kid didn't want to live anymore. He dared to order Royal Princeton to do things in front of Grand Tutor Zhuang. Xiao Lulang looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang in the carriage fearlessly. "Grand Tutor Zhuang, you don't have any objections, right?" Attendant Yang almost peed in his pants. Did Xiao Lulang eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? How dare he speak to Grand Tutor Zhuang like this? Who did he think he was? With His Majesty backing him up, he was so arrogant. Didn't he know that Grand Tutor Zhuang was on the Empress Dowager's side? Attendant Yang broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that Grand Tutor Zhuang would vent his anger on him. A cold light flashed in Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes. Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows and said, "If you have any objections, you can speak to the Empress Dowager. This official will leave first." After speaking, he entered the Hanlin Academy without looking back. The crowd naturally did not know what medicine Xiao Lulang had taken today to be so arrogant. Only Grand Tutor Zhuang knew where Xiao Lulang's confidence came from. Xiao Lulang was just short of saying, "I can't beat you, but my lord can." Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. "Grandfather." Royal Princeton looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang strangely. He also felt that Xiao Lulang was too strange today. Grand Tutor Zhuang suppressed his boiling anger and said word by word, "Go tidy up the library." Royal Princeton was stunned. "Grandfather?" Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't reply. He put down the curtain and let the carriage leave coldly. Grand Tutor Zhuang was very angry at Xiao Lulang. Even after returning to the Fu, his anger didn't lessen. "Master." The steward brought over a pot of tea. He already understood what happened. From the coachman. He advised, "Please calm down. You are the Empress Dowager's relative. That Xiao Lulang is just relying on the fact that he saved the Empress Dowager's life to intimidate her. he will fall into your hands sooner or later. Unless Xiao Lulang never entered the cabinet in his life, he would fall into Grand Tutor Zhuang's hands. Grand Tutor Zhuang gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine if he's just intimidating her, but the Empress Dowager really came to support that brat." The steward didn't know the details and thought that the Empress Dowager was just temporarily deceived. He continued to advise, "Don't be angry. Don't you have an appointment with Grand Secretary Yuan later? The marriage proposal has already been matched. The royal prince and the daughter of the Yuan family are a match made in heaven." When this was mentioned, Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression finally eased. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was in charge of everything. She didn't care who Heng Er married. With this marriage with the Yuan family, the Zhuang family's position in the imperial court would become even more stable. Grand Tutor Zhuang took a sip of tea and said, "I remember Grand Secretary Yuan told me to bring Heng Er to meet him. In a while, go to the Hanlin Academy and tell Heng Er not to return home after his duty ends. He can go directly to the Qingfeng house." The steward replied, "Yes." In Zhao country, the marriage proposal was the first step in marriage. If the 8 characters didn't clash, then the marriage proposal could begin. However, Grand Secretary Yuan loved his granddaughter and promised to let her take a look. If the man's appearance was decent, then he would immediately agree to the marriage. Grand Tutor Zhuang was full of confidence in his grandson's appearance, so he obviously wasn't worried that the Yuan family would look down on him. Moreover, this marriage was mainly decided by Grand Secretary Yuan's opinion. Letting his granddaughter take a look was only his final compromise as a grandfather. Whether or not she liked Grand Secretary Yuan, he would still facilitate this marriage. However, no one expected that the steward who was serving at the Qingfeng house in the evening would have the coachman bring back news, saying that Grand Secretary Yuan had terminated the marriage proposal. What? How could this be? Grand Tutor Zhuang stood up from his chair. The coachman said with a trembling voice, I don't understand either." The steward didn't say much. "It seems quite serious. Why don't you make a trip yourself?" The steward didn't say much because it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. Could it be that something big had happened? Grand Tutor Zhuang hurriedly rushed to the Qingfeng house. Grand Secretary Yuan just happened to come out of the Qingfeng house with an ice-cold expression. Grand Tutor Zhuang cupped his hands like a colleague and politely greeted him, "Grand Secretary Yuan." "Humph." Grand Secretary Yuan coldly glared at Grand Tutor Zhuang. "I truly didn't expect the Zhuang family to be filled with nobility to raise such a despicable person." In the past, this official made an error of judgment. "Grand Tutor Zhuang, you're on your own now." Grand Tutor Zhuang was completely confused. What was this all about? How was this related to being despicable and making an error of judgment? Grand Secretary Yuan didn't feel like paying him any more attention. With a step, he got into the carriage and left. "Where is the royal prince?" Grand Tutor Zhuang asked with a calm expression. He's upstairs." The coachman hurriedly brought Grand Tutor Zhuang to the second floor. The second floor had already been cleared out by the steward, leaving only the relevant people. When Grand Tutor Zhuang arrived at the agreed-upon room, he unexpectedly ran into someone he never expected to see. "Marquis Gu?" Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned. The old Marquis had also just arrived. He had come up the stairs from the other side. The old Marquis's expression wasn't very good when the two unexpectedly met. Grand Tutor Zhuang was just about to enter the room, but the old Marquis beat him to it. Grand Tutor Zhuang's brows furrowed even tighter. It was one thing for Grand Secretary Yuan to throw him a cold tantrum, but why was even a marquis who had resigned from an official position treating him with such disdain? Could it be that his position as a powerful Grand Tutor had been for nothing? Very quickly, Grand Tutor Zhuang understood why the old marquis was acting this way. In the messy room, Royal Princeton knelt on the ground with his clothes disheveled. There was blood on his thigh and a blood-stained dagger was thrown on the ground. Beside him was Gu Jinyu, who was curled up and shivering. Gu Jinyu was wrapped in blankets and sobbing uncontrollably. "Bastard!" The old marquis went forward and lashed out with his whip, hitting Royal Princeton's body. Royal Princeton didn't dodge and took the hit. His clothes were tattered and his chest was lacerated. "Stop!" Grand Tutor Zhuang shouted. However, he didn't stop and gave Royal Princeton another lash. Royal Prince and had some skills, but he wasn't an expert. The old Marquis's whip reached the bone. After a few lashes, Royal Prince fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Chao, stop. Grand Tutor Zhuang rushed over and stood in front of Royal Prince. He looked at the old Marquis furiously. Are you trying to kill someone in front of the Emperor? Let's talk things over. The old Marquis trembled. Talk things over? Your good grandson tarnished my Marquis's daughter's reputation. If I ask someone to do the same to your Zhuang family's daughter, will you talk things over with me? Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at the half-dead royal prince and then at the girl who was wrapped in blankets and crying silently. He clenched his fists and asked the steward, what happened? This matter started from when Royal Prince went to the appointment. After Royal Prince finished his shift, he went to Qingfeng restaurant with the steward of the Zhuang residence and waited for the Yuan family in the reserved room. Grand Tutor Yuan met an official from the cabinet downstairs and chatted with him for a while. Yuan Baolin went upstairs first. But who would have thought that Royal Prince would send the servants away to drug Yuan Baolin? Yuan Baolin opened the window and escaped. Royal Prince's drug was still in effect. Coincidentally, the Gu family's daughter was passing by and Royal Prince caught the Gu family's daughter and brought her in, molested her. It was only molestation, not possession, but it was enough to ruin a girl's reputation and chastity. What was called misfortune never comes singly. This was it. Grand Tutor Zhuang seriously suspected that he had forgotten to look at the almanac when he left today. Otherwise, how could he have been so unlucky all day? There must be something fishy about this matter. Grand Tutor Zhuang believed in his grandson's character. Hunger would not do this sort of thing. The old Marquis angrily shouted, he is your grandson. Of course you will side with him. But seeing is believing. My Marquis's Manor's good daughter has been ruined by your Zhuang family's little bastard. Whether or not the old Marquis doted on Gu Jinyu was one matter, but if someone dared to bully Marquis Ding An's matter, that was another matter. Moreover, even if the one to suffer today was not Gu Jinyu, but some other good family's daughter, he would still whip Jun Wang. He was too much of a bastard. The old Marquis could not take this lying down. Grand Tutor Zhuang also could not take it lying down. A perfectly good marriage had been ruined like this. Not only did he offend Grand Secretary Yuan, but he also became entangled with Marquis Ding An matter. He did his best to suppress his anger and cupped his hands to the old Marquis. He endured the humiliation and said, I ask old Marquis Gu to remain calm. Give me a bit of time to investigate the truth. No matter what the truth is, I will give Marquis Ding An Manor an explanation. After the old Marquis took Gu Jinyu away, the housekeeper helped Royal Prince sit in a chair. He then tore off a piece of cloth to wrap around Royal Prince's injured leg. Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes were about to spit fire. His fists were clenched so tightly that they cracked. The veins on his forehead throbbed. Housekeeper, when something happened to the Royal Prince, where were you? How did you allow Heng to be alone with the Yuan family's daughter? The housekeeper's body trembled. Royal Prince's face was pale. His bloodless lips slightly parted. It was I who had the housekeeper go to the kitchen to rush the dishes. It had nothing to do with the housekeeper. Is that so? Grand Tutor Zhuang's sharp gaze fell on the housekeeper's face. The housekeeper guiltily lowered his head. Of course, he wasn't sent away by Royal Prince. He was called away by someone else. But he couldn't tell that person. He had promised Royal Prince. He glanced at Royal Prince without batting an eyelid. Royal Prince had lost too much blood and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He used his remaining strength to say, it's my fault. I could tell that Miss Yuan didn't have any feelings for me, so I came up with this plan. I planned to cook the rice and force Miss Yuan to marry me. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't believe him. Then where did you get the medicine? Don't tell me that Qingfeng gang sells it. He couldn't have discovered her feelings at that time. If he had gone to buy the medicine then, it would have been too late, Royal Prince weakly said. I bought it in advance, just in case I needed it. Grand Tutor Zhuang flew into a rage. Zhuang Yuheng. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/11179696. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are all available here. Royal Prince fainted due to his severe injuries. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry and anxious that he almost fainted. Royal Prince was his grandson and he couldn't just leave him here. No matter how angry Grand Tutor Zhuang was, he had to bring Royal Prince back to the mansion first. The steward hurriedly brought the mansion doctor to treat Royal Prince's wounds. The medicine in Royal Prince's body had already worn off. He was unconscious mainly because of the excessive blood loss from the wound on his thigh. He injured his left leg a few days ago and now his right leg is injured. This is really... The mansion doctor didn't know what to say. Royal Prince probably didn't even suffer such a serious injury when he was a hostage in the Qin kingdom. What was he doing every day? Basins of bloody water were brought out of the house by the servants. The entire courtyard seemed to be filled with a strong smell of blood. Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't wait any longer outside the door. He walked in and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Sigh. The mansion doctor cleaned Royal Prince's wounds as he said, "This stab is too deep. It's so deep that the bone can be seen. I'm afraid it won't be easy to heal. The weather is so hot, on such a hot day, the slightest carelessness could cause the wound to become inflamed. Even if one was careful enough, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. It was too chaotic just now." Grand Tutor Zhuang forgot to ask if the stab was from the Yuan family's daughter or Gu Jinyu. But so what if he asked? Could he still blame them? Naturally, he had no right to do so. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered the manners doctor to treat Royal Prince while he himself left the room. He called his trusted subordinates and asked them to investigate the Cool Breeze gang's activities today and whether there were any suspicious people. His trusted subordinate asked, "Master, do you still suspect that someone else did this?" Grand Tutor Zhuang said, I raised my own grandson. How can I not know his personality? He won't be so muddle-headed. Moreover, it's fine if he admits that he fell into a trap. But he's anxious to take the blame. He's clearly protecting the person in the dark." His trusted subordinate didn't understand. "Master, you're saying that the Royal Prince fell into someone's trap but is unwilling to reveal the culprit? Who is this person to the Duke?" "I'm only guessing, I don't have any proof." "Alright, you go investigate. Find out who that cabinet official Grand Secretary Yuan met at the entrance of the Cool Breeze today as well." Even though Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't believe that Grand Secretary Yuan would scheme to harm his own granddaughter, the timing of that official's appearance was just too coincidental. If it wasn't for him stopping Grand Secretary Yuan family's young lady wouldn't have been left alone, and there wouldn't have been so many incidents later on. Right, where's Wu Yang? I remember that he's Hang Er's personal bodyguard. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Call him over." Wu Yang was really wronged. He had taken a few days off to attend the wedding of one of his brothers in the underworld. He knew nothing about Royal Prince and Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't get any clues from him, but he still charged him with the crime of failing to protect his master and punished him with 50 strokes of the cane. After the trusted imperial bodyguard investigated Cool Breeze restaurant, he returned to report to Grand Tutor Zhuang. "We didn't find anyone suspicious. That cabinet official is Vice Minister Su. This subordinate has already investigated. His chance encounter with Grand Secretary Yuan was truly a coincidence." The cabinet official's degree of suspicion wasn't high. After all, the cabinet was controlled by Grand Tutor Zhuang himself. Normal people wouldn't be able to mobilize them. Grand Tutor Zhuang pondered for a moment before asking, "Why did the Gu family's young lady appear at the Cool Breeze Inn?" The bodyguard said, "The young ladies of the female school often gather at the Cool Breeze Inn. Second young lady and third young lady are also here today. However, they don't seem to know about the Duke's matters. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, call them over. Yes. Not long after, Zhuang Yueshi and Zhuang Mengdai were called into Grand Tutor Zhuang's room. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at the two with a heavy expression. Why did you go to the Cool Breeze Inn today? To play. Zhuang Mengdai said, recently, the Cool Breeze Inn has released a new song. It's played every day. We've been listening to it for several days. Today is the last song. Zhuang Mengdai was the worst at lying. Zhuang Yueshi lowered her eyes and didn't speak. Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at the two and asked them to leave. Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned deeply. Everything seemed to be fine. Could it be that Zhuang Yuheng was the one who made the decision? After the two sisters left Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard, Zhuang Yueshi said to Zhuang Mengdai, you go back first. I'll go see my brother. What's wrong with my brother? Duken's injury was kept a secret. Even Zhuang Mengdai didn't know about it. Zhuang Yueshi said, nothing. I have a question that I don't know how to solve. I want to ask my brother for advice. Do you want to come with me? Hearing that it was a question for advice, Zhuang Mengdai lost her interest. Although she liked her brother, she was more afraid of doing questions. I'm a little dizzy. I might have a heat stroke. I'll go back to my room to rest. You can do the question yourself. After saying that, Zhuang Mengdai ran away. Zhuang Yueshi went to Duken's courtyard. The servants were surprised to see her coming. You can leave. She ordered softly. But master has ordered. A young maidservant whispered. Another servant girl pulled her sleeve and said to Zhuang Yueshi, yes, we will leave now. The two of them made way. Zhuang Yueshi walked into the courtyard and came to Duken's bedroom. The doctor had finished treating his injury and went to the small kitchen to boil medicine for him. Only a personal servant stayed by the bed. You can leave too. Zhuang Yueshi ordered. The servant didn't dare to move. Zhuang Yueshi could order the two servant girls to guard the door, but she couldn't order the personal servant of Duken. On the bed, Duken slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, you can leave. Yes. The servant left respectfully. Without anyone else, Zhuang Yueshi rushed to the bed and grabbed her brother's hand worriedly. Brother. Duken used his fingers to support his body and lay on his side. He raised his other hand and gave her a slap. This slap used all his strength. After the slap, he lay on the bed and spat out blood. Zhuang Yueshi was stunned. She looked at Duken in disbelief. Brother, Duken didn't have the strength to slap her a second time. He used his elbow to support his body and stared at her angrily. Why did you do this? Big brother knows. Big brother knows everything. Zhuang Yueshi looked at Duken in panic. She wanted to refute but she didn't know where to start. Duken's eyes were filled with pain and disappointment. If I didn't ask the butler who sent him away, I wouldn't know. That my own sister did such a vicious and dirty thing. How did Miss Yuan offend you? Why did you scheme against her? Brother, Zhuang Yueshi was so panicked that her whole body was trembling. Big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. Her mind was in a mess. She could not even answer the question. I never thought of hurting you. Don't you feel guilty about Miss Yuan? Duken was disappointed. This was his sister. You even implicated the daughter of Gu family. Are you satisfied now? Zhuang Yueshi choked. I didn't want to implicate Gu Jinyu. I didn't know that she would suddenly appear. Yuan Baolin. Yuan Baolin is just a Taoist nun. She doesn't deserve brother. Duken said coldly, then find someone to defile her. I didn't. I just wanted to scare her, so that she doesn't have the right to marry you anymore. Zhuang Yueshi called the butler out. It wasn't just to send him away. She wanted the butler to lure Duken out. Duken noticed that something was wrong with the butler's expression. He immediately returned to the room and found that the daughter of Yuan family was drugged. She was being pestered by a strange man. He walked over and chased the man away. But because he touched the man's clothes, he was also drugged. Leave now. he shouted. The daughter of Yuan family jumped out of the window. He was worried that he would do something irreversible. So, while he was still rational, he rushed over and locked the door. But no one expected Gu Jinyu to pass by. Gu Jinyu didn't know what happened. Seeing that his expression wasn't right, she went into the room to ask him what happened. His rationality had collapsed. In a daze, he heard Gu Jinyu's cries. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and stabbed himself in the thigh. At this moment, Grand Secretary Yuan finished talking with his colleagues and came up for the appointment. Grand Secretary Yuan had seen him and Gu Jinyu in disheveled clothes, and then he had seen the mess in the room. Only young Lady Yuan was nowhere to be seen. He had no idea what Grand Secretary Yuan was thinking, but Grand Secretary Yuan had left in a huff. This marriage was called off. Dukan laughed at himself. She doesn't have the right to marry me. Then who does? No one had the right. Brother was the best. He was the most outstanding man in the world. None of them were worthy of brother, but Zhuang Yueshi didn't dare to say these words. She could feel that brother was really angry. Brother might not want her anymore. She knelt down and grabbed Dukan's wrist. She sobbed, "Brother, don't you already have someone in your heart?" I know that brother isn't willing to marry her. Dukan was in a daze for a moment. Zhuang Yueshi cried, "Brother, I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me, get out." Dukan lay down in a daze. He didn't pull back his arm. He didn't have the strength. It didn't matter. "I don't want to see you now. Brother." Zhuang Yueshi panicked. She had never been so scared. Her tears fell like a broken string of pearls. "Get out." Dukan turned his back to her. He closed his eyes and didn't talk to her anymore. After Grand Secretary Yuan came out of Qingfeng brothel, he started to look for his granddaughter. He didn't find her nearby. He thought that his granddaughter went back and rushed back to the Grand Secretary's residence. The servant in the residence said, "Master, someone came just now and left a letter for you." Grand Secretary Yuan finished reading the letter and frowned. He drove the carriage to Baishui Alley. Little Jing Kong went for a chicken walk. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan went to learn. Xiao Lulang was at the Hanlin Academy explaining to a few scholars. Gu Jiao was in the room giving acupuncture to the little Taoist nun. The one who received him was Yao Shi. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were of the same generation. Yao Shi gave him a junior's greeting. Grand Secretary Yuan saw that she was pregnant and told her not to be so courteous. Yao Shi didn't say that she was from Marquis Dingyan Manor. She only said that her husband's surname was Gu. There were many people in the capital with the surname Gu. Grand Secretary Yuan didn't think that Shi Yi was from Marquis Dingyan Manor. He cupped his hands, "Madame Gu." Yao Shi invited him to the central room. Granny Fong served tea. Yao Shi warmly said, "Today, I went to Shunlai cloth shop near Cool Breeze brothel to make clothes. Unfortunately, I ran into young Miss Yuan who was injured and fainted on the side of the road. My daughter is a doctor, so I brought young Miss Yuan home to treat her. Young Miss Yuan has already woken up and is currently being treated in her room. Would Grand Secretary Yuan please wait for a moment?" Although Grand Secretary Yuan was worried about his granddaughter's safety, he did not act rudely. He once again cupped his hands and bowed, "Many thanks to Madame Gu for saving my life." Grand Secretary Yuan did not know that his granddaughter already knew someone from Marquis Dingyan Manor. He only thought that his granddaughter had woken up and reported her identity. Only then did this family know to go to the manor to inform him. "Madam, son-in-law's books have been dried." Yu walked over from the rear courtyard while holding a large stack of books. Yao Shi said, "Let me see." "Yes." Yu placed the dried books on the wooden table between Yao Shi and Grand Secretary Yuan. She had only recently discovered that Xiao Lulang had too many books. Some of the books that she did not read often had become moist. Taking advantage of the hot weather these past few days, she took them out to dry. "This book needs to be dried a bit more." Yao Shi handed a book that was still slightly moist to Yu. "Alright, there's still a bit of sunlight. I'll take it to dry." Yu took the book and went to the rear courtyard. Grand Secretary Yuan was not in the mood to pry, but he was bored sitting and inadvertently glanced over. If he did not glance, he would not know. But once he did, he was shocked. How could a small family's home have a history book from the previous dynasty? The attraction of books to Grand Secretary Yuan was equivalent to the attraction of weapons to the old marquis. That was something that could not be moved once they saw it. Grand Secretary Yuan's eyes were fixed on the book. Xianxia sensed his gaze and asked, "Does Grand Secretary Yuan want to take a look? Is it convenient?" Grand Secretary Yuan asked. "It's just a few books. There's nothing inconvenient about it," Xianxia said. Feng Lin and the others often came to borrow books from Xiao Lulang. The scholars in the alley would also come to borrow books. Xiao Lulang was always extremely generous. At first, Xianxia would inform him, but later on, he would let Xianxia make the decision herself. Xiao Lulang trusted and respected Xianxia. Of course, respect was mutual. Xianxia also cherished Xiao Lulang's things greatly. Grand Secretary Yuan was someone who cherished books. Grand Secretary Yuan picked up the book on the table and began to flip through it. Just now, he had only caught a glimpse, but now that he carefully flipped through it, he felt even more stunned. This was especially the case when he saw an ancient book related to the previous dynasty's second emperor, Wen Huizong. Inside, a large half of the Ode to Northern Yan was recorded. This book was missing a corner, and the missing part was filled in by a letter. On it was recorded the source of the excerpts from various great ancient books, history books, and other documents. The handwriting was still quite new, looking like it was written less than a year ago. In other words, a portion of this ode to Northern Yan had indeed been lost, but it had been filled in through countless documents. Grand Secretary Yuan knew that it would be very difficult for him to do this. Wait, why would the source of Ode to Northern Yan be here? He remembered that there was also a history book in the library that mentioned Ode to Northern Yan. It was filled in by Royal Princeton. Could it be that this family had some kind of relationship with Royal Princeton? May I ask, where did this book come from? Xianxia smiled. This is my son-in-law's book. I am not sure where it came from either. Perhaps it was a gift from his great-uncle, or perhaps it was bought from the study room. How could the study room have bought it? This was clearly the only copy. Who filled in the second half of this ode to Northern Yan? Grand Secretary Yuan pointed at the bookmark and asked. Xianxia looked at it and said, "This is my son-in-law's handwriting. Has this book ever been lent to anyone else?" Grand Secretary Yuan asked. "Is it this book?" "No." Xianxia shook her head. If it had been lent out, it wouldn't have been buried at the bottom of the chest and damp. Just as Grand Secretary Yuan wanted to ask who Madame Gu's son-in-law was, the little Taoist nun came out from the room. She had jumped down from the second floor and sprained her left foot. She was supported by Gu Jiao as she limped. Although Gu Jiao's face was damaged, Grand Secretary Yuan did not judge people based on their appearance. He also did not look down on Gu Jiao's status like other people did when they looked at female doctors. He solemnly thanked Gu Jiao and paid 5 taels of silver for the consultation fee. Only then did he bring his granddaughter back. After the two left, a tall and sturdy figure walked out of the study. He arrived in front of Xianxia and clasped his hands in greeting. "Many thanks, madam. I didn't do anything. However, do you really not plan on letting Grand Secretary Yuan know that you saved his granddaughter?" Xianxia did not even leave the house today. How could she have run into the injured young Miss Yuan? It was Gu Chongqing who had brought her back. Xianxia looked at him and said, "My meaning is that you aren't young anymore, and you've saved young Miss Yuan twice. Even I feel that this is a rare type of fate. If you agree, I will personally come to propose marriage on your behalf." For Xianxia to be able to say that she would propose marriage on behalf of Gu Chongqing, it could be seen that her ill feelings towards him had already been reduced by quite a bit. Perhaps she still had no way of being a mother who doted on him, but she could be a stepmother who did not lose her status. "Jiao Jiao, what do you think?" Xianxia looked towards her daughter, trying to pull her daughter into her camp. Gu Jiao. How could urging someone to marry be the same thing as urging someone to marry? Gu Jiao seriously thought for a bit. Young Miss Yuan is quite good. I like her, but the most important thing is that you like her." As she spoke, she looked towards Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath and slowly said, I do not want to get married. He did not have any thoughts of getting married. His grandfather and grandmother appeared to be united but were actually divided. His father and mother also did not have any feelings for each other. If he wanted to get married like them, then he would rather not marry for the rest of his life. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. I couldn't tell that you were a person who did not believe in marriage. Digression, it's the end of the month. Those who still have monthly votes, please vote. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1117690044. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all here. Gu Chongqing returned to Marquis Dingyan Manor. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin had gone to the back of the mountain to pick fruit. He returned to his own room. He sat down by the bed. Without any outsiders, his unchanging ice face finally had a trace of expression. He knitted his eyebrows and took off his clothes. His neck, shoulders, and even the back of his hands and wrists were all covered in shocking scratches. There were even some places that had beads of blood. The beads of blood had dried and stuck to his clothes. When he peeled them off, the pain made him gasp. Aya! Air! The manservant carried the clothes that had just been taken from the clothesline and entered. He immediately saw Gu Chongqing's neck covered in scratches. He was startled and asked, which little hoof did this? Gu Chongqing's eyes turned cold. He quickly pulled up the clothes. Don't you know how to knock before coming in? The manservant embarrassedly said, this little one did not know that you had returned. This little one was just tidying up the room and went out to take in the clothes. Who would have thought that Air would return? Speaking of which, Air, what is with the injuries on your body? Which girl did this? Is it from outside the manor or from our manor? He did not dare say little hoof again. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Chongqing calmly stood up and hung the sword at his waist on the rack. Oh. The manservant came to the bedside and folded the clothes one by one. The ones that did not need to be folded were hung up in the cabinet. Why is it a woman? Gu Chongqing suddenly spoke. The manservant said, does this even need to be said? It's obvious that it makes people scratch. Which man has fingernails? Gu Chongqing's eyes moved. Don't speak nonsense. The manservant muttered, if Air does not allow this little one to speak, then this little one will not speak. Gu Chongqing stood in front of the sword rack. The places where he had been scratched were aching. It was different from the sharp and direct pain of a sword wound. This kind of pain was strange and unfamiliar. Gu Chongqing closed his eyes as the image of her in the carriage flashed through his mind. The servant's eyes flashed as he asked cautiously, but Air, why did you suddenly think it through? Gu Chongqing was puzzled. What do you mean? Why did you suddenly think it through? The manservant smiled embarrassedly, I won't hide it from you. You haven't been close to women all these years. You don't even have a maid in your courtyard, and you don't want to talk about marriage. We are all guessing, do you like men? Gu Chongqing's face darkened. Get out. The servant shuddered and left resentfully. Then, he went to inform the old duke and old Madame Gu that his heir was enlightened. His heir touched a woman. After several hours of treatment, Royal Prince An's injuries finally stabilized at night. After watching him drink his medicine, the manor doctor retreated. Imperial tutor Zhuang came to Royal Prince An's room. His expression was not very good. The two did not speak and the atmosphere was heavy. Imperial tutor Zhuang said, I'll ask you one last time. Did you really do it? Royal Prince An said, it was me. No matter how many times grandfather asks, the answer will be the same. Imperial tutor Zhuang hated iron for not becoming steel. This grandson was his most important junior. He had placed the hopes of the Zhuang family's prosperity for the next 100 years on him. However, he destroyed his own future and made such a mistake. He suppressed his anger and said in a heavy voice, "The girl you took advantage of today is not some random girl from a small family on the streets. She can't be dismissed with a sum of money or a bit of power. That is the daughter of the Marquis of Ding and Fu. Even if she is an adopted daughter, she is still on the family tree. Not to mention, the old Marquis of Dingyan and Gu Chongqing are both highly regarded by the emperor. You can't not acknowledge this debt. You need to give her a status." Royal Prince and weakly lay on the bed. His heart was like dead ashes as he said, "As grandfather arranges." Either way, it wasn't her. What difference did it make if he married Miss Yuan or Miss Gu? The next day, Imperial tutor Zhuang sent a housekeeper to the Marquis of Ding and Fu to explain his intentions to the old Marquis and old Madame Gu. "My master has said that he is willing to let the royal prince take Miss Gu as a secondary princess." Once these words were said, old Madame Gu was happy. With the Marquis of Ding and Fu's position in the capital, to be able to marry into the Zhuang family was them climbing up the social ladder. Even if it was the position of secondary princess, it would not be a disgrace to Gu Jinyu. The old Marquis's face sank. "This is your Zhuang family's Ding and Fu's explanation." "Humph, you are bullying the Marquis of Ding and Fu because they no longer have the Gu family army and no military power. So you can humiliate them as you wish." The housekeeper faintly smiled. "What is old Marquis Gu saying?" The imperial tutor does not have any intentions of disrespecting the Marquis of Ding and Fu. It's just that the news in the capital has already spread. This Miss Gu is not the flesh and blood of Marquis Gu and Marquis Madam. She was brought into the Marquis Fu by mistake. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but my family's young master was personally conferred the title of royal prince by the emperor. He was a hostage in the country of Chen for 10 years on behalf of the crown prince and made great contributions to the country of Zhao. How could his official wife be someone that a peasant girl from the countryside could hold the position? Not to mention that not long ago, Miss Gu caused a great disaster. I heard that Miss Gu first falsely claimed the credit for the bellows and then stole the credit for the mortar. Furthermore, she secretly modified the bellows, harming countless craftsmen from the Ministry of Works and causing great losses to the Ministry of Works. To say something disgraceful, Miss Gu and the Marquis of Ding and Fu's heir are not related by blood. Then, is old Marquis willing to allow the heir to take a woman with Miss Gu's character as his official wife? How could that wicked girl be worthy of Chongqing? Old Madame Gu could not hold back her anger as she opened her mouth. Just as she finished speaking, she received an icy gaze from the old Marquis. She realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her eyes flashed and she picked up her teacup to drink tea. The housekeeper knew that he had already won the situation and did not say anything else. He cupped his hands in greeting. "If old Marquis and old Madam do not have any objections to this marriage, then this one will return to report to the imperial tutor." Old Madame Gu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she was instantly silenced by the old Marquis's icy gaze. The housekeeper proudly swaggered off. In reality, he was still not very happy. Secondary consort? Was Gu Jinyu, that woman with a terrible reputation, worthy? She had gotten off lightly. Old master. Old Madame Gu realized that her slip of the tongue had caused them to lose the situation. At this moment, she did not dare to complain and only said, "Actually, that child Jinyu is still considerate. Although she has made many mistakes, she has already turned over a new leaf. She even went to Xianxia Manor a few days ago." With old master and imperial concubine Shu supporting her, I think that even if she is a secondary consort, the Zhuang family will not mistreat her. But the old Marquis could not accept the status of a secondary consort. He had never thought of using his own child to climb up the social ladder, but he had a principle: the Gu family's daughter would rather marry a commoner as a wife than marry into a noble family as a concubine. A secondary consort sounded more noble than a concubine, but she was not the main wife after all. The old Marquis went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. Gu Jinyu was recuperating in her room. Her face was pale and she looked haggard. The old Marquis asked her, "Let me ask you, if I can suppress this matter, are you willing to marry someone else?" Gu Jingyu knelt down in front of the old marquis and said with reddened eyes, Jingyu and the duke have already had physical contact. How can I still have the face to marry someone else? If the Zhuang family does not admit it, Jingyu can go to the nunnery and become a nun. The old marquis frowned and sighed. No matter how much he did not dote on her, he would not let anyone trample on the reputation of the marquis' family. Moreover, this matter was the Zhuang family's fault. They had bullied her but did not want to take responsibility. Instead, they forced the Gu family's daughter to become a nun in the nunnery. The old marquis immediately went to the palace, but was told that the emperor had left with eunuch He. When will his majesty return? The old marquis asked eunuch Wei at the entrance of the palace. Eunuch Wei said, this servant is not sure. Does the old marquis have an urgent matter to discuss with his majesty? It was indeed urgent. The old marquis was worried that Grand Tutor Zhuang would inform Empress Dowager Zhuang in advance and have her issue an imperial edict to make Gu Jingyu a secondary consort. Then it would be too late to say anything. The old marquis said, there is indeed an urgent matter. Ah. Eunuch Wei thought for a moment and said, this servant cannot tell you where his majesty is. If the old marquis trusts this servant is willing to convey the message on behalf of the old marquis. This was the only way. The old marquis cupped his hands. Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Wei. 2 hours later, a carriage stopped outside the nunnery. Eunuch Wei walked down from the carriage. The emperor was feeding concubine Jing medicine in the meditation room. Concubine Jing sat at the head of the bed, covered with a thin layer of mattress. I'll do it myself, she said. It's not a serious illness. It's just a cold. Why did your majesty have to come? The emperor frowned. If I hadn't arranged for people to protect mother in secret, I wouldn't have known that she was ill. Mother used to fool me like this in the past. She hid everything from me. Concubine Jing smiled faintly. People will always have this and that when they get older. How can they be the same as when they were young? Your majesty is the ruler of a country and has many affairs to attend to every day. There's no need to mobilize so many people for such a small matter. The emperor snorted. Says who? I see that the Empress Dowager's health is very good. She's even more robust than before. Concubine Jing was startled. She hadn't expected the emperor to suddenly mention the Empress Dowager. She smiled. It's a blessing for Zhao Nation that the Empress Dowager is healthy. Your Majesty has been working hard these past few years, and the Empress Dowager has shared much of your Majesty's burden. The emperor snorted. Mother, you don't have to speak for her. Concubine Jing smiled. I'm not speaking for her. We entered the palace together and have known each other for so many years. How can I not know her personality? She has a sharp tongue and is unforgiving. Her heart is with your Majesty. The emperor said coldly, if she really is with me, she should hand over the power of the court and live out her life peacefully in Rinshou Palace. All right, I won't say any more. The medicine is getting cold. Concubine Jing picked up the bowl and began drinking. The emperor watched over her quietly. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the wooden hairpin on the old concubine's head. He frowned slightly. Mother may be a vegetarian and pray to Buddha, but her life is too simple. She doesn't even have a decent hairpin. Unlike the Empress Dowager, who wears a high hat and wide belt and is surrounded by pearls and jade. She's extremely extravagant. Concubine Jing opened her mouth, but stopped in the end. She continued drinking the medicine. The emperor glanced at the bare table and asked Nanny Kai, who was waiting on the side, are there no candied fruits in the room? Nanny Kai smiled awkwardly. Grand Imperial Concubine doesn't eat that. The emperor snorted. Mother is too hardworking. There are at least 10 types of candied fruits in Rinshou Palace. Concubine Jing's eyelashes trembled. She finished the medicine in one breath and handed the empty bowl to Nanny Kai. She then wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and said in amusement, Your Majesty, you keep mentioning the Empress Dowager today. The emperor choked. Did I? Yes. Concubine Jing looked at him with a smile. The emperor snorted. That's because she went too far. I'm so angry that my head hurts. I only hope to take away her real power as soon as possible. That way, I can take mother back to the palace with peace of mind. You. Concubine Jing shook her head helplessly. Your Majesty, Eunuch Wei is here. A young eunuch entered the room to report. The emperor asked, what is he here for? Concubine Jing said, let's go take a look. It must be something important. The emperor returned after half an hour with a serious expression. What is it, Your Majesty? Concubine Jing sat on the bed and asked. The emperor had always told Concubine Jing everything he knew. He sighed and said, Gu Chao came to ask for an imperial edict. He wants me to appoint a marriage between his granddaughter and royal prince, and Concubine Jing was startled. Old Marquis Dingyan? Why would he marry into the Zhuang family? The two families were loyal to different camps. Although they weren't at odds with each other, the marriage wasn't their first choice. The emperor said helplessly, royal prince, and took advantage of Miss Gu, but he didn't want to give her the position of princess consort. Gu Chao isn't after fame or power, but he couldn't take it lying down. He felt that the Zhuang family had gone too far and didn't apologize at all. Concubine Jing was silent for a while. I've heard of royal princein, but I didn't expect him to do something like this. The emperor said, to be honest, I'm surprised as well. Concubine Jing looked at his expression and asked, Your Majesty doesn't agree to this marriage? The emperor nodded. To be honest, mother, I may. Bit hesitant. Concubine Jing asked gently, Is Your Majesty worried that the marriage will be disadvantageous to Your Majesty? The emperor shook his head. No, Gu Chao isn't that kind of person. Besides, Gu Jinyu isn't Gu Chao's biological granddaughter. She's just a peasant girl who was brought home by mistake. The emperor believed that the old marquis wouldn't change his position for her. Concubine Jing thought for a while. Then, Your Majesty is worried that the Empress Dowager won't agree? The emperor's expression turned cold at the mention of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager doesn't know about this, and I don't intend to ask for her opinion. There would be no room for negotiation if she asked. Either they didn't do it, or they had to seize the opportunity. Then what is Your Majesty worried about? Concubine Jing asked. The emperor hesitated for a while, but still said, that girl got into trouble before, so her reputation isn't good. Most importantly, she stole the credit of the young divine doctor. The emperor couldn't stand it, so he didn't want to praise Gu Jinyu. Concubine Jing didn't ask what kind of trouble she'd gotten into. She paused, then asked with a smile, Has she changed? The emperor grunted. I heard that she's turned over a new leaf. She even went to see Yozhuang behind her family's back and took care of the children there without complaint. She even fainted from exhaustion. Concubine Jing smiled warmly. Your Majesty, it's great to know one's mistakes and mend them. Besides, the old Marquis of Dingyan has worked hard and performed a great service. He didn't hesitate to dismiss the Gu army and bear the infamy. If Your Majesty can't even agree to such a small request, it'll be too disappointing for the old Marquis. The emperor thought about it carefully. The old Marquis had indeed never asked him for anything. It would be a bit unkind of him to turn him down when he finally opened his mouth. Concubine Jing continued, Speaking of which, the old Marquis saved my life back then. There was such a thing? The emperor looked at Concubine Jing in astonishment. Concubine Jing lowered her head and smiled self-deprecatingly. That was before I entered the palace. I went to the temple to burn incense and encountered mounted bandits on my way back. Fortunately, the old Marquis helped me chase them away. Otherwise, I might have lost my life in the wilderness. The emperor said in a daze, I've never heard mother mention it. Concubine Jing looked at him with a smile. At that time I was selected as a concubine and wasn't allowed to leave the residence. I snuck out. It's all because I was young and naughty. The emperor was enlightened. I see. He pondered for a moment, then said, I'll give the old Marquis request some thought. Concubine Jing nodded with a smile. The emperor and Concubine Jing chatted for a while before Eunuch He came in and urged, Your Majesty, it's time to return to the palace. Concubine Jing looked at the dark sky, a trace of reluctance flashing through her eyes. She patted the emperor's hand. Your Majesty, let's return to the palace. The emperor sighed and said to Eunuch He, Where's the safety talisman I asked you to ask for? Eunuch, he quickly took out a brocade box from his sleeve and handed it to the emperor. I got it. It was blessed by Abbot Liao Yuan. Concubine Jing looked at the safety talisman that seemed to emit endless Buddhist aura. This is, oh, the emperor said. It's for the Empress Dowager. Concubine Jing was startled. Eunuch Wei smiled. The Empress Dowager didn't sleep a night because she took care of your majesty and fell ill from exhaustion. Concubine Jing smiled. It's rare for you and your son to let bygones be bygones. The emperor looked at Concubine Jing and said, Mother is my mother. She's only the Empress Dowager. This safety talisman is a gift from the monarch to the Empress Dowager, not a gift from the son. Moreover, I can't hide my whereabouts from her. Instead of letting her make trouble for Mother, it's better for me to tell her that I'm here to ask for a safety talisman for her and to visit Mother. Concubine Jing smiled helplessly. The Empress Dowager won't do anything to me. Your Majesty is overthinking it. Digression, the next chapter will be released in the first half of next month. It'll be released soon. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online here. https://www. zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1117416666. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are available here. In the evening, the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy ended school. Gu Xiaoshan went to Nanxiang to learn from Master Liu. Gu Yan asked for a leave of absence because he was not feeling well. Of course, he was not really feeling unwell. He deliberately asked for a leave of absence to carry out the plan of the anti-brother-in-law justice alliance with little Jing Kong. Why hasn't the little monk come back yet? Gu Yan paced back and forth in the courtyard. Yaoshe found it funny and asked, You don't feel unwell anymore? Gu Yan coughed softly, I'm getting some fresh air. I feel much better now. Yaoshe knew that he deliberately skipped class, but she did not say anything because of his physical condition. Yaoshe was getting older. Gu Yan did not feel hot, but she was so hot that she was sweating. She went back to her room to take a bath. Gu Yan looked around at the door. She didn't know how long she had been looking around, but the little monk finally came back. Why are you so late? Gu Yan asked. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult, Isn't it because granduncle is too late? I said that I can come back by myself, but granduncle was worried and insisted that I wait for him. The Imperial College was not far from the Imperial College. Little Jing Kong walked there every day. He would not get lost even if he closed his eyes. But adults and children always had different ideas. His safety zone was this alley. The adults in his family would not be at ease if he went any further than this. Gu Yan looked at the two ends of the alley and pulled little Jing Kong's hand. Okay, let's not talk about this first. Sister and brother-in-law will be back soon. This meant that the two of them were going to start doing bad things secretly. But it was their first time, so they had to think about it carefully. Today, the medical center and the Imperial College were not busy. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang arrived home very early. After arriving home, Xiao Lulang went to the study to check little Jing Kong's homework. He did his homework faster than Gu Yan, so he usually checked his homework first. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen. Gu Yan narrowed his eyes and sneaked a peek into the kitchen. He found his sister making salted tofu pudding. Are you addicted to sending salted bean curd to brother-in-law? He was actually making tofu with his own hands. Gu Yan's heart was filled with jealousy. Little Jing Kong slipped out of the study room on the pretext of going to the washroom. The two little rascals hid behind the crabapple tree and exchanged the information they had gathered. Little Jing Kong said fiercely. Jiao Jiao went to the Hanlin Academy to pick up my bad brother-in-law. They went home together. Gu Yan was furious. His sister didn't even pick him up and send him to school. Gu Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Sister is making salted tofu pudding for brother-in-law again. It's not like we have a share." Little Jing Kong suddenly had an idea and came up with a plan. "Jiao Jiao. Great uncle is calling you." Little Jing Kong came out of the kitchen and said to Gu Jiao with a cute face. Gu Jiao put down the spoon and said, "Oh, okay. I'll go over then." As soon as she left, the two little rascals came in. They looked at each other and smiled mischievously. They picked up the jar of seasoning and poured it into the tofu pudding. Add some salt, chili sauce, star anise, pepper, and this. Gu Yan took out a jar from the innermost part of the cupboard. Lotus seed heart. It's super bitter. Little Jing Kong pretended to roll his eyes and fall to the ground. He got up and laughed until his whole body trembled. After the two of them were done, they had just put the last jar back into the cupboard when Gu Jiao returned. She said in shock, "Granduncle didn't call me just now." Little Jing Kong spread his hands and said seriously, maybe. I heard wrongly. What are the two of you doing here? Gu Jiao asked. Their eyes flashed. Gu Yan said calmly, "Oh, didn't you make tofu pudding for brother-in-law? We'll bring it over for you." Little Jing Kong quickly said, "Yes. We'll bring it over for Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao said, "Oh, I didn't make tofu pudding for your brother-in-law. I made it for the two of you. Last time, I only bought tofu pudding for your brother-in-law and didn't buy it for the two of you. You seemed to be disappointed, so I came back early today and made a bowl for you. You came at the right time. Hurry up and eat." The two of them looked at the dark cuisine that they had destroyed with countless seasonings and felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The two little rascals wanted to cry but had no tears. Was it too late to regret? Boo-hoo! Gu Jiao looked at the two people whose expressions were gradually falling apart and asked strangely, "What's wrong? Don't you like my tofu pudding?" Boo-hoo! They couldn't not like it, otherwise, they would lose to their bad brother-in-law. They loved Jiao Jiao more than their bad brother-in-law. The two of them took out their small bowls and Gu Yan scooped a big spoonful for little Jing Kong. "You're the younger brother. You should eat more." Little Jing Kong scooped a bigger spoonful for Gu Yan. In ancient times, Jing Kong gave you pears. Today, Jing Kong gave you tofu pudding. Brother Yan, eat more. Gu Yan said, "No, you should eat more. You have to grow taller." Little Jing Kong said, "I'm still young. I can grow taller slowly. Brother Yan, it's more important for you to take care of your body. Come on, let's hurt each other." The first action of the alliance against brother-in-law ended in failure. Until the end of the meal, Gu Yan and Little Jing Kong's noses were not noses and eyes were not eyes. Humph. Little Jing Kong turned his face away. Her. Gu Yan also turned his face away. Everyone was confused. What's going on? Why are they fighting again? After dinner, Gu Jiao continued to study her gunpowder. Halfway through, Eunuch Qin came. Eunuch Qin was old, but he still jumped down from the carriage and almost fell on his back. Eunuch Qin, slow down. Gu Shaoshan, who happened to be at the door, helped him up. Eunuch Qin wiped the sweat on his forehead and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Shaoshan." "Brother Shaoshan, is your sister here?" "Yes. She's in the backyard." Gu Shaoshan said and shouted inside, "Sister. Someone is looking for you." "It's Eunuch Qin." Gu Jiao put away the bottles on the ground, stood up and looked at Eunuch Qin who was walking hurriedly. "Eunuch Qin, it's already so late. Is Grandaunt looking for me?" Eunuch Qin said anxiously, "Oh, yes." "No." Gu Jiao asked, "Is it yes or no?" "Ah." Eunuch Qin pinched himself. "Look at my mouth, I don't know how to speak when I'm anxious. It's like this, Miss Gu. The Empress Dowager got a fish bone stuck in her throat while she was eating. The imperial physicians couldn't do anything about it, so I came to find you." "Alright, I'll go to the palace with you now." Gu Jiao returned to the east room, took her medicine box, and left with Eunuch Qin. but before she could get into the carriage, another carriage stopped in front of the door. Eunuch Wei walked down from the carriage with an anxious expression. Miss Gu. Miss Gu. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. Eunuch Wei also came to find me? Eunuch Wei said breathlessly, His Majesty. His Majesty invites Miss Gu to Pure Flower's palace. Someone is injured. Eunuch Qin grabbed Gu Jiao's sleeve. Miss Gu, go see the Empress Dowager first. What happened to the Empress Dowager? Eunuch Wei didn't wait for Eunuch Qin's reply and grabbed Gu Jiao's other sleeve. It's a matter of life and death. Miss Gu, come with this old servant to Pure Flower's palace first. Eunuch Qin said seriously, the Empress Dowager's life is also at stake. She's already coughing up blood. The main reason was that the Empress Dowager didn't take the fish bone seriously at first and used the traditional method to swallow a few mouthfuls of rice. In the end, she didn't manage to swallow the fish bone and cut her throat instead. Gu Jiao said to Eunuch Wei, it'll be quick to remove the fish bone. I'll come over once I'm done. Eunuch Wei raised his hand. But, there were no buts. Gu Jiao got into Eunuch Qin's carriage. Eunuch Qin sighed in relief. The Empress Dowager didn't dote on Miss Gu for nothing, however, someone was injured, who was injured that made His Majesty so anxious. The two of them went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in great pain. There was something stuck in her throat and it hurt when she swallowed. The Empress Dowager's phoenix body was a serious matter and the imperial physicians didn't dare to blindly pry open her mouth. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had come. All the imperial physicians felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out gloves and put them on. Then, she picked out a pair of cold tweezers. I don't want to. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the tweezers and felt terrible. It'll be quick. It won't hurt at all. Gu Jiao coaxed. No, no. I don't want to. Empress Dowager Zhuang exploded and refused. Gu Jiao turned to look at everyone. Eunuch Qin, you can leave first. Empress Dowager Zhuang, you're not allowed to leave. Eunuch Qin coughed softly and left with the imperial physicians and servants. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Am I still your Empress Dowager? What happened to being frightened by the wind? Empress Dowager Zhuang covered her mouth and jumped down from the phoenix bed. Gu Jiao chased her all over the bedroom. The two of them were playing a game of cat and mouse. Eunuch Qin looked at the figure projected on the window paper and shook his head. He couldn't bear to watch this. In the end, Gu Jiao caught up to Empress Dowager Zhuang. She covered her mouth tightly. I don't want to. Gu Jiao coaxed, alright, I won't use it. Can I just take a look? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, then give it to me. Gu Jiao obediently gave her the tweezers. Open your mouth and let me see if I can use medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang gaped. A silver light flashed, and with a whoosh, Gu Jiao used another pair of tweezers to remove the fish bone from her body. Empress Dowager Zhuang, Gu Jiao said, alright, it's fine. However, your throat is broken and you need to rest for a while. Don't use your throat too much and eat a light diet. As she spoke, she said to the door, Eunuch Qin, come in. Eunuch Qin happily walked into the bedroom. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly glared at a certain person. Eunuch Qin shrunk his neck and hid behind Gu Jiao. On the other side, Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flower's palace alone. He was the only one with the emperor, so he couldn't help but become angry. What happened? Where's the little divine doctor? Didn't we tell you to invite her here no matter what? Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, this servant went to invite her, but, the little divine doctor, the emperor coldly said, if you have something to say, then say it. Don't stutter. Eunuch Wei steeled his heart and said, the Empress Dowager is also sick. The little divine doctor was called away by Eunuch Qin. The emperor laughed mockingly. He slammed his fist on the table and sneered, didn't she recover from her cold long ago? When we went to give her the protective talisman, she was still hale and hearty. How did she become sick so quickly that she needed to call a doctor? Are there no imperial physicians in the palace? Eunuch Wei thought for a moment. I heard it was an accident. A fishbone got stuck. The emperor's smile became even more mocking. Last time, she was so sick that she couldn't bear to tell the little divine doctor. Now, she called the little divine doctor to the palace for a mere fishbone. Do you think she did it on purpose? Does she know? Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei didn't know how to respond. The emperor clenched his fists. Fine, since she did it once, then don't blame us for returning the favor. Your Majesty. Miss Gu has arrived. The eunuch outside the door reported. The emperor gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and personally went to Pure Flower's palace to welcome Gu Jiao in. Gu Jiao only knew that someone in Pure Flower's palace was injured, but she didn't know who it was. It wasn't until she entered the side hall of Pure Flower's palace that she realized that the person who needed her treatment was Grand Concubine Jing. Gu Jiao didn't ask why Grand Concubine Jing, who was supposed to be staying in the nunnery, had appeared in the emperor's sleeping quarters. Moreover, it seemed that Renshou Palace didn't know about this. Otherwise, Eunuch Qin wouldn't have grumbled all the way here. Gu Jiao looked at the unconscious Grand Concubine Jing. Oh, husband only said not to go to the nunnery in the future. He didn't say that she couldn't go to Pure Flower's palace. To round it off, he was allowed to make a house call today. Gu Jiao placed the medicine box on the table and began to examine Grand Concubine Jing's injuries. What's wrong with her? Gu Jiao asked. The emperor looked at Grand Concubine Jing and said with heartache, Mother fell. She went to pick some fruit for us and accidentally rolled down the stairs. There was a small orchard behind the nunnery. It was filled with seasonal fruits. Grand Concubine Jing would pick some of the fruits and have them sent to the emperor's palace every season. The emperor took the initiative to talk about the reason Grand Concubine Jing had entered the palace. We went to visit Mother today and heard this bad news as soon as we returned. We couldn't feel at ease, so we ordered people to bring Mother back to the palace to recuperate. Her injuries aren't serious, Gu Jiao said. The emperor's gaze deepened. But we're worried that something else might happen to her. It wasn't easy to guess. Was he saying that Grand Concubine Jing was prone to accidents due to her old age, or that there was someone secretly plotting against her and creating accidents for her? Gu Jiao didn't ask either. Grand Concubine Jing's right elbow, left palm, and right thigh and knee had various degrees of abrasions. There was also a slight fever, so the diagnosis was that she had caught a cold recently. Gu Jiao wrote a prescription and had Eunuch Wei go get the medicine. Brew one medicine a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, and take it after meals. As for her injuries, just apply some of the medicine from the Imperial Physician Bureau. It doesn't matter if you don't apply it. Gu Jiao was about to pack up and leave when the emperor suddenly smiled bitterly. We thought we were keeping it a secret. In the end, he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated the spy from Renshou Palace. Gu Jiao paused. The Empress Dowager doesn't know. Heh, the emperor sneered. Why would she feign illness at a time like this? Fortunately, Mother Jing's injuries aren't serious. What if they were? With this delay, Concubine Jing's mother might even lose her life. To think that he had been moved by her taking care of him for an entire night. But now, it seemed that it was just a tactic she used to win people over. She was still as stubborn as ever. The Empress Dowager isn't feigning illness. Gu Jiao pointed at Grand Concubine Jing on the bed. The Empress Dowager's condition is more serious than hers. If she's feigning illness, why isn't she the one feigning illness? Gu Jiao wasn't questioning Grand Concubine Jing, but merely providing evidence to refute the emperor. The emperor became agitated. How could Mother Jing be feigning illness? She's injured to this extent. You saw it with your own eyes, how could it be fake? Gu Jiao wasn't intimidated by the emperor's anger. She stared at him and said stubbornly, I saw the Empress Dowager with my own eyes as well. The emperor's gaze turned even colder. The entire side chamber fell silent. Eunuch Wei, who was serving on the side, held his breath and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Miss Gu was too bold. Wasn't she afraid of being punished by His Majesty for speaking like this? The emperor was indeed so angered by Gu Jiao that he almost questioned Gu Jiao, but he managed to restrain himself in the end. He turned around and said coldly, withdraw. Don't appear in front of us for the next few days. Gu Jiao said indifferently, that's perfect. I was also planning to tell His Majesty that I won't be coming to Pure Flower's palace in the future. If anyone in Pure Flower's palace is sick, please go find a physician or imperial physician yourself. Don't come find me. The emperor abruptly turned around to look at her. You. Humph. Gu Jiao closed the lid of the medicine box and left with the medicine box without looking back. The emperor was so angry that his face turned green. He watched a certain someone's small figure leave and said angrily, "Even the crown prince hasn't acted so impudently in front of us." Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks and walked back with the medicine box in her arms. The emperor's lips curved. Now you know the might of the emperor, right? Forget it. He didn't really want to punish her. If she obediently gave in, he'd magnanimously forgive her this time. Gu Jiao stretched out a hand. What? The emperor was stunned. The consultation fee. Gu Jiao said with a cold expression. Does the emperor not need to pay for the consultation? The emperor, who almost choked to death. Gu Jiao left expressionlessly after taking the 50 taels of silver. Grand concubine Jing slowly woke up and sucked in a cold breath, probably from the pain all over her body. The emperor sensed the movement and quickly walked over to sit by the bed. Mother! Grand concubine Jing pressed her groggy head. It was so noisy just now. Did someone offend His Majesty? Eunuch Wei glanced at the emperor nervously. The emperor tucked in Grand concubine Jing's blankets and said, "No, mother must have misheard. No one offended us. Just now, us was discussing mother's condition with the physician. It's us fault for disturbing mother." Eunuch Wei's expression relaxed. His Majesty still doted on the little divine doctor. Digression. Thanks to the creativity in the comments section, the nickname Little Artificial Spirit came from a cute little book friend. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/111713684. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Old concubine Jing shook her head weakly. Alright, I'm fine now. I should go back. Your Majesty, please don't bring me into the palace for no reason in the future. Since I've already become a monk, I will stay in the nunnery for the rest of my life to accompany the Buddha. The emperor said, if imperial concubine mother wants to worship Buddha, it doesn't matter where. We will build a nunnery for imperial concubine mother in the palace. In the future, imperial concubine mother can worship Buddha in the palace. This will make it easier for us to take care of imperial concubine mother. Old concubine Jing's expression changed slightly. She grabbed the emperor's hand and said seriously, "You absolutely cannot do this." The emperor patted the back of her hand. "We have already made up our mind. Before moving into the nunnery, imperial concubine mother will stay in Pure Flower's palace. No one can harm imperial concubine mother, not even that person from Rinshou Palace." Hunger. Old concubine Jing called him by his name in her anxiety. This was actually a big taboo. In the palace, the only person who had the right to call him by his name was Empress Dowager Zhuang. The emperor naturally didn't mind this. He and old concubine Jing were very close. In his heart, old concubine Jing was no different from his birth mother. No matter what the rules were, he was still old concubine Jing's son. Old concubine Jing definitely had the right to call him Hong. He held old concubine Jing's hand and said seriously, "We should have brought imperial concubine mother back long ago. We have endured time and time again in exchange for Rinshou Palace getting worse. Now, Rinshou Palace is brazenly framing imperial concubine mother. Since imperial concubine mother is no longer safe outside the palace, we might as well move in openly. We will protect imperial concubine mother even if we have to risk our lives. At morning court the next day, the emperor announced two important matters. One was the marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Gu Jinyu, the daughter of the Marquis of Ding An's household. The other was that imperial concubine Jing would be brought back to the palace and renovated a nunnery for her alone. Gu Jinyu clearly wasn't a match for Zhuang Yuheng, and grand concubine Jing's return to the palace was clearly against the rules of etiquette. The court instantly exploded. Grand Tutor Zhuang was very angry. He really did not expect His Majesty to appoint a marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Gu Jinyu. Even if he used his heels, he could guess that it was that old fellow, Gu Chao, who had gone to the emperor to ask for grace. Gu Chao is really shameless, he actually dared to report this matter to the emperor. Grand Tutor Zhuang was flustered. From the Marquis's point of view, shouldn't it be Grand Tutor Zhuang who should be ashamed? The one who did the wrong thing was Prince An, not Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was just a victim. The old Marquis was stubborn and pedantic in certain respects, but in such matters he was more open-minded and penetrating than most people. If it was someone else, and their young lady's reputation was ruined and she could no longer get married, they would only wish that the other party would accept their young lady, even if it was to be a concubine. However, the old Marquis refused. As long as he didn't do anything wrong, he wouldn't be afraid. The victim should seek justice, and the perpetrator should pay the price. Grand Tutor Zhuang stepped out of the ranks and said seriously, "Reporting to Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely inappropriate. Your Majesty, please take back the decree." The emperor sat on the dragon throne and said with a dignified gaze, "What is Grand Tutor Zhuang saying is inappropriate? Is it inappropriate to appoint a marriage for your grandson, or is it inappropriate to renovate the nunnery for concubine Jing in the palace?" Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at where Empress Dowager Zhuang was listening to the state affairs from behind the curtain. He gathered his courage and said, "May I ask if Your Majesty has something to discuss with the Empress Dowager?" The emperor smiled faintly and said mockingly, "Zhen even has to report to the Empress Dowager about such trivial matters as appointing a marriage and renovating a nunnery. Zhen actually doesn't know when the country of Great Zhao changed its surname to Zhuang?" Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed, and he knelt down with the ceremonial tablet. This official definitely does not have such intentions. "Your Majesty, please understand." The officials all had different expressions. Even though this was the truth and half of Zhao country was in the hands of Empress Dowager Zhuang, everyone was well aware of this and would not truly expose the truth. The emperor had completely pulled down the last fig leaf of the imperial family. What did he want to do? Completely fall out with Empress Dowager Zhuang? The civil and military officials stood in the solemn throne room. Suddenly, they had a feeling that a storm was coming. The emperor smiled very casually and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting slightly above him. His gaze passed through the beaded curtain and fell on the figure of the Empress Dowager. "So, without discussing it with Imperial Mother, I don't even have the right to appoint a marriage and renovate a nunnery. Does Imperial Mother also think this way?" Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him and just sat there calmly. The emperor laughed, but it wasn't that she had to answer. The emperor turned to look at Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was kneeling in the hall, and his smile gradually froze. Grand Tutor Zhuang knows why Zhen would appoint a marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Miss Gu. Or does Grand Tutor Zhuang not mind if Zhen announces the marriage to the public? Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart skipped a beat. If it was announced to the public, wouldn't it let the civil and military officials and the whole world know that Zhuang Yuheng had lost his virtue? At that time, Zhuang Yuheng's nearly 20 years of good reputation would be destroyed. Not everyone could stand at the peak of power with a bad reputation. Only Marquis Xianping was an exception in the 6 countries. Zhuang Yuheng still cared about his reputation, or rather, the Zhuang family cared about their reputation. The emperor hadn't said anything, but the civil and military officials had already begun to whisper. Even Grand Tutor Zhuang felt that the way they looked at him had changed. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't dare to object. He cowed out and said in pain and humiliation, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." After the court was dismissed, Grand Tutor Zhuang stopped Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage. He walked to the front of the carriage and stared at Empress Dowager Zhuang behind the gauze curtain. Why didn't Empress Dowager stop His Majesty? Is Empress Dowager going to watch Heng or marry Gu Jinyu, that woman with a bad reputation? In comparison, Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have to worry about whether old concubine Jing would return to the palace. She was just an old concubine without power and influence. The situation was set, and she couldn't be made another Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression was uncertain. Eunuch Qin bowed slightly to Grand Tutor Zhuang. "Let's go." Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage left. When they returned to Rinshou Palace, the carriage landed steadily. Eunuch Qin stretched out his arm. Empress Dowager Zhuang held his arm and walked down the carriage. He helped Empress Dowager Zhuang walk to her bedroom. As they walked, he said, "Is Empress Dowager giving the Zhuang family a warning? I remember that Empress Dowager once said to Grand Tutor that the world belongs to the Qin family, and the country belongs to the Qin family. Today's events have finally allowed Grand Tutor Zhuang to personally experience this." "Humph." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted coldly. Eunuch Qin was stunned. He was familiar with Empress Dowager Zhuang's tone. She was clearly mocking him. He widened his eyes. "Isn't it? Then why didn't you say anything?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, "Jiao Jiao told me not to use my voice." Eunuch Qin was speechless. "That's it? That's it?" The marriage between Gu Jinyu and Prince An quickly spread. In less than a day, everyone knew that she was going to marry Prince An. Is she going to be a concubine? Or a secondary consort? Neither. I heard that she's going to be the official consort. In the future, she'll be carried back to the Zhuang family by 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts. The students of the girls' school were stunned. Of course, they were also jealous. Gu Jinyu's reputation in the capital was not bad. But later, she made mistakes one after another. First, her identity was exposed. Then, she was greedy for credit. She messed with the bellows, causing many workers in the Ministry of Works to be injured. There were even people who said that she did not invent the bellows. She claimed credit for someone else. In short, her reputation was terrible. She had not come to the girls' school for a few months. Everyone guessed that she was too ashamed to come out. But they did not expect that the next time they heard news of her was that she was going to marry Prince An as his consort. Before the appearance of the new top scorer, Prince An was the dream lover of all the girls in the capital. He was still the dream lover. After all, the new top scorer was already taken, but Prince An was theirs. Whoever Prince An married as his consort was destined to become the public enemy of all the daughters in the capital. And Gu Jinyu made everyone hate her to the max. How could a woman with such a bad moral character be worthy of royal Prince An, who was a noble and talented man? The heavens must be blind, but no matter how much they scolded Gu Jinyu was still a woman they could not be jealous of. The news soon reached Marquis Ding and Fu. At Ding and Fu, Marquis Gu, who had been ordered to build a residence for Empress Dowager Zhuang, finally welcomed his first break. He had been at the construction site for the past few days, supervising day and night. He had lost a layer of skin from the sun and had lost a lot of weight. He first returned to the Fu, planning to pay respects to the old Marquis and old Madame Gu. Then, he went to Jade Water Alley to visit Yaoshi and his son. In the end, he heard old Madame Gu say that Gu Jinyu's marriage had been decided. The other party was Prince and old Madame Gu had told him that the old Marquis was not in the Fu. Marquis Gu's first reaction was shock. After all, whether it was from the perspective of a well-matched family or from the perspective of a battle between factions, the two families were not very compatible. His second reaction was pleasant surprise. Because whether it was appearance, character, or family background, there were not many in the capital who were more outstanding than Prince An. If his daughter could really marry him, then it would be a perfect marriage. As for the battle between factions, who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Perhaps after Prince An inherited the Zhuang family, he would be willing to join the emperor's camp for his daughter's sake. His Jinyu was so gentle and virtuous. There was probably no man in the world who would be willing to harm her. Marquis Gu immediately went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. "Father, you've gotten thinner." Gu Jinyu said with heartache, "Was it very tiring to supervise the construction of the residence?" Marquis Gu rubbed his sore shoulders and sighed. "It was a bit tiring, but if it can be completed, it will be a great achievement." Gu Jinyu asked curiously, "Who is the Empress Dowager building a residence for?" Why did she mobilize so many people? Half of the Ministry of Works has been called over. Marquis Gu said in deep thought, I heard that it was built for the second miss of the Zhuang family. The garden inside is really beautiful and the scenery is unique. I've lived in the capital for so many years, but I've never seen such a beautiful place. I just don't know why the courtyard was built to imitate the layout of the residence in Jade Water Lane. Jade Water Lane? Gu Jinyu did not understand. Marquis Gu waved his hand and smiled, alright, let's not talk about this. I heard from your grandmother that the emperor has bestowed a marriage between you and Prince In. When you marry into the Zhuang family, you will have the opportunity to walk around that residence. Speaking of which, that residence wouldn't be the prince residence that the Empress Dowager built for Prince In, right? To make it easier for him to move out after the wedding and live alone? If that's really the case, then Jinyu, you're too lucky. Gu Jinyu's face flushed slightly, it's too early to say. Marquis Gu laughed heartily, that's true. The marriage has just been bestowed and you still have to leave with the 3 letters and 6 rights. There's no rush. Marquis Gu smiled and said with satisfaction, no matter what, I congratulate you on finding the right man. It's all thanks to grandfather. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said shyly. Marquis Gu only thought that his old master had taken a fancy to Prince In as his grandson-in-law and did not think too much about it. He held Gu Jinyu's hand and could not hide his joy. I'll make a trip to Jade Water Lane and tell your mother and younger brother this good news so that they can be happy for you. Gu Jinyu smiled and nodded. Marquis Gu went to Jade Water Lane. He was in high spirits the whole way. From today onwards, he was the prince's father-in-law. Just thinking about it made him feel so glorious. Jinyu really made him proud, unlike that brat who had married a poor boy from the countryside and refused to divorce him. Although he was lucky enough to be the top scorer, he was still worlds apart from Prince In. When he arrived at Jade Water Lane, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were playing with the newly made swing in the front yard. It was originally made for little Jing Kong but Gu Yan had broken it just now. Gu Yan quickly called his sister to save the scene, otherwise the little monk would cry loudly. The siblings had a tacit understanding and the scene was rather heartwarming. Marquis Gu admired it for a while before taking big strides over. Yan father is here. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao and he called out Jiao Jiao with great reluctance. The siblings glanced at him and continued to fix the swing. Marquis Gu looked at himself and then at his feet. He had come in, right? He was in a good mood today and did not argue with the 2 little fellows. He walked over in high spirits and rubbed Gu Yan's head. You've grown taller. Don't touch me. Gu Yan frowned and moved his hand away. Marquis Gu did not mind and smiled. I'm here to see you and have good news to tell you. Jinyu is getting married and Yan is going to have a second brother-in-law soon. That brother-in-law is not someone a poor scholar from the countryside can compare to. Gu Yan said coldly, I only have one brother-in-law. You say that because you don't know who your second brother-in-law is. When I tell you his identity, you'll want him to be your brother-in-law as soon as possible. Marquis Gu paused, took a deep breath, and said with pride, he is Commander Prince In. How is it, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Marquis Gu raised his head and laughed loudly. He turned to look at the twins, but they had already walked far away. One went to the east room and the other went to the central room. Marquis Gu, who had been treated like heir, Empress Dowager Zhuang's throat was injured, so Gu Jiao went to the palace to visit her in the afternoon. When she passed by the imperial garden, Gu Jiao bumped into the emperor, who had come from Pure Flower's palace. The emperor's eyes lit up when he saw her. They had argued yesterday, but he selfishly felt that they should make up today. Who would have thought that Gu Jiao would turn her head and walk away with a cold expression on her face? The emperor, Grand Concubine Jing, who was being helped out by Eunuch Wei, saw this scene and asked softly, was that Miss Gu? Ah, yes. Eunuch Wei nodded. Eunuch Wei had made a fool of himself in front of Gu Jiao because Gu Jiao was also there when he went to visit Grand Concubine Jing. He could no longer hide his identity as a eunuch, and his identity as the emperor was exposed. In any case, Grand Concubine Jing had seen Gu Jiao before, so it wasn't strange for her to recognize her. Grand Concubine Jing thought of something and asked, was the physician who came to the palace to treat me last night Miss Gu? Ah, yes. Eunuch Wei nodded with an embarrassed smile. Grand concubine Jing lowered her eyes and thought for a moment before smiling. His Majesty really dotes on Miss Gu. Eunuch Wei smiled. Miss Gu's medical skills are excellent and she's smart. His Majesty does indeed think highly of her. He used the word think highly of her, implying that there was no romantic relationship between men and women. At this time, the emperor walked over dejectedly like a defeated rooster. He adjusted his expression when he saw Grand Concubine Jing and said calmly, "I'll accompany Imperial Mother to sit in the pavilion for a while." The mother and son sat down in the pavilion, and Eunuch Wei served them tea and snacks. Grand Concubine Jing looked at the emperor, who was frowning, and said in amusement, "The last time I saw your Majesty get the cold shoulder was when Ning'an was in the palace. I remember that Ning'an practiced her calligraphy for an entire afternoon and showed it off to your Majesty, but your Majesty mocked her for being ugly. Ning'an ran to my place and ignored your Majesty for several days." That was when the emperor had just ascended the throne. Grand Concubine Jing had moved to the nunnery. Princess Ning'an was still in the main harem. There weren't many people who dared to give the emperor such a hard time. Grand Concubine Jing pointed at the left side of her face. "Your Majesty, do you remember that Ning'an was naughty when she was young? She climbed a tree to pick peaches and ended up falling down. The left side of her face was broken and left behind a small scar. The scar has faded by the time she grew up, but girls like to look pretty, so she always put a flower on it. It's red and looks like a begonia. The birthmark on Miss Gu's left face is similar to Ning'an's flower. I think of Ning'an every time I see her." The emperor was stunned. The emperor hadn't thought of Ning'an when he saw Gu Jiao, but after Grand Concubine Jing's words, he felt that there were some similarities between the two. Could it be that he liked the little miracle doctor so much because he thought of her as Ning'an's substitute? The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111687993. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. Gu Jiao entered Rinshou Palace by showing her face. All the masters and servants of Rinshou Palace knew her and knew that she was Empress Dowager Zhuang's favorite, so no one dared to stop her. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered that she would not see anyone this afternoon. Noble consort Zhuang was not so lucky. As soon as she arrived at the gate of Rinshou Palace, she was stopped by the guards. Noble consort Zhuang said, "Go and pass the message. I have something urgent to see Empress Dowager Zhuang." The guard replied, "Sorry, Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered that she would not see anyone." Noble consort Zhuang frowned, "But I saw someone go in just now. That was Miss Gu. She went to treat Empress Dowager Zhuang." The guard finally knew not to make Gu Jiao hate him. Noble consort Zhuang was relieved when she heard that it was for treatment. But the next moment, she asked worriedly, "Is Empress Dowager Zhuang sick?" The guard said, "Empress Dowager Zhuang was slightly unwell yesterday and invited Miss Gu to the palace to treat Empress Dowager Zhuang. Today, Miss Gu came to check on Empress Dowager Zhuang." Noble consort Zhuang thought for a moment, "Then I have to go in and visit Empress Dowager Zhuang." "This," Noble consort Zhuang said, "I won't embarrass you. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't let you disturb her, but Miss Gu didn't say this. Go and invite Miss Gu." "Yes." The guard looked at the little palace maid on the side. The little palace maid understood and quickly caught up with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was talking to Eunuch Qin in the small garden in front of the hall. The little palace maid said, "Miss Gu, Eunuch Qin, noble consort Zhuang is here. She wants to see Miss Gu." Eunuch Qin was a shrewd person. Noble consort Zhuang and Gu Jiao were not familiar with each other. She wanted to see her and hoped that Gu Jiao could pass the message to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang is reading the memorial. We dare not disturb her. Oh, then I'll wait too. Gu Jiao didn't want to be special. Good. Eunuch Qin smiled and took Gu Jiao to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. In fact, with the Empress Dowager's love for Miss Gu, she wouldn't mind Miss Gu's disturbance at all. In fact, Miss Gu could even find some time to have some fun during the boring days of official business. However, Miss Gu had never become arrogant because she was pampered. She had her own limits and limits. She was good to the Empress Dowager, not to get the Empress Dowager's favor, but because she sincerely hoped that the Empress Dowager could live a good life. Eunuch Qin went to the gate of Rinshou Palace to see noble consort Zhuang and said politely, Miss Gu is also waiting for the Empress Dowager to summon her. At this point, noble consort Zhuang couldn't say anything more. Fortunately, there weren't many memorials today, so Empress Dowager Zhuang left the study soon. Eunuch Qin reported, Empress Dowager, Miss Gu, and the imperial consort are here. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, let her in. This was referring to noble consort Zhuang. She understood the rules that she had set. Jiao Jiao could enter, but outsiders could not. Yes. Eunuch Qin led noble consort Zhuang into the Empress Dowager's bedroom. Gu Jiao had just finished examining Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her throat had recovered well, but she seemed to have a little heat stroke because of the hot weather. Gu Jiao took ginger slices and sesame oil to scrape her arm. Noble consort Zhuang respectfully bowed and said, Empress Dowager. Speak, what's the matter? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked faintly. Her throat was injured, so it still hurt when she used it. Eunuch Qin had already left with the palace people. There were only 3 of them left in the huge bedroom. Noble consort Zhuang glanced at Gu Jiao, who was scraping Empress Dowager Zhuang's skin. She understood that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't mean to avoid Gu Jiao. She lowered her eyes and said softly, Empress Dowager, do you really not care about Henger's marriage? How can Henger marry? She looked at Gu Jiao again and chose her words carefully. She omitted the unfriendly words and directly said, Gu Jinyu? She is only the adopted daughter of Marquis Ding Ansfu. Her status is lowly and her morals are lacking. Marrying her will implicate Henger and make him the laughingstock of the capital. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her faintly, as if indicating for her to continue. Noble consort Zhuang's gaze swept back and forth between Gu Jiao and said, what's more, Gu Jinyu stole Miss Gu's credit. It's unfair to Miss Gu to praise her like this. Empress Dowager Zhuang said in a deep voice, don't use others as a raft. Noble consort Zhuang hesitated and said, yes. Gu Jiao continued to scrape and had no intention of participating in the conversation. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang, she didn't react much to noble consort Zhuang's complaints. Noble consort Zhuang couldn't help but feel anxious. This situation was different from what she had imagined. The Empress Dowager had a heart of stone, but she loved Zhuang Yuheng. She didn't agree to sending Zhuang Yuheng to Qin country as a hostage. Now that Zhuang Yuheng had been tricked by the emperor to this extent, why was she unmoved? Noble consort Zhuang continued, Empress Dowager, Heng Er's wife must be of equal status and be of help to him. But what does Gu Jinyu have? She isn't even Marquis Ding An's flesh and blood. Could it be that Marquis Ding An Fu will side with her in the future? Moreover, I suspect that the emperor wants to plant a spy in the Zhuang family. Marquis Ding An Fu was the emperor's confidant. The emperor had Gu Jinyu marry into the Zhuang family for 2 reasons. First, it would break the Zhuang family's plans to form a strong marriage alliance with other aristocratic families. Second, it would allow the emperor to monitor the actions of royal prince and the Zhuang family. Noble consort Zhuang felt that the emperor had this plan. In reality, the emperor didn't have this plan. But just as the emperor didn't trust Empress Dowager Zhuang, noble consort Zhuang didn't trust the emperor's intentions. The Zhuang family couldn't make any mistakes, and they couldn't lose a great opportunity to form a marriage alliance with a powerful aristocratic family. The more powerful royal princein was, the more support her son, Ming Wang, would have. And noble consort Zhuang saw that reasoning wasn't effective, so she played the family card. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes to rest. Noble consort Zhuang was extremely anxious. She simply kicked the ball to Gu Jiao. Miss Gu, what do you think? She knew that Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu didn't have a good relationship. She believed that Gu Jiao wouldn't speak up for Gu Jinyu, nor would she care about the battle between the Zhuang family and Marquis Ding and Fu. Gu Jiao was Empress Dowager Zhuang's person. Gu Jiao continued to scrape her grandaunt's skin. She paused and said, "This is Royal Prince An's marriage. Shouldn't it be up to him to decide? When the emperor bestowed the marriage, did you ask him if he would accept it? Is noble consort Nyang representing his own wishes?" Noble consort Zhuang was immediately stumped. Noble consort Zhuang returned without success. After Gu Jiao finished scraping Empress Dowager Zhuang's skin, she went to prepare her own gunpowder. The space in Bai Shui Alley was limited. She didn't dare to move too freely for fear of blowing up the residence. Renshou Palace had enough empty space. It was fine even if it blew up. Eunuch Qin entered the room to serve Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her complexion was much better and her chest was no longer stuffy. Eunuch Qin offered up freshly cut fruits and said, "Is the Empress Dowager truly ignoring Royal Prince An's marriage?" Empress Dowager Zhuang seemed to mock and ridicule. The emperor acted first and then reported later. He gave Ijia such a large army. How can Ijia handle Ijia? Is this country really surnamed Zhuang? Ijia's hands have been stained with blood over the years. Everyone thinks that Ijia's power came easily. Who has seen Ijia treading on thin ice? Eunuch Qin deeply agreed. Outsiders only saw the Empress Dowager calling the wind and summoning the rain. They didn't see the blood dripping from the Empress Dowager's back. Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, "If Zhuang Yuheng wanted to cancel the marriage, he would have come to ask Ijia himself. If he didn't say anything, it means that he has accepted." Just as she finished speaking, a loud boom came from the small lawn in the side hall. The entire Renshou Palace seemed to tremble. The two people's expressions changed. Eunuch Qin hurriedly took small steps and ran out. Miss Gu, are you all right?" A large part of the lawn was blasted bare. Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. Eunuch Qin was frightened. "Miss Gu. I am here." A weak voice came from the top of Eunuch Qin's head. Eunuch Qin looked up and saw Gu Jiao's small black face and messy hair from the explosion. Her small arms and legs were drooping, like a small doll hanging soullessly from the high eaves. Gu Jiao opened her small mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Eunuch Qin was speechless. Gu Jiao was confused by the explosion. After being rescued by the palace's experts, she climbed onto her grey tant's phoenix bed and slept for the whole afternoon. When she woke up, it was close to evening. Her great-aunt asked her to stay at Renshou Palace for dinner. She thought for a moment and said, "Great-aunt, I'll make you some dates." It was mainly because she felt bad for blowing up her great-aunt's lawn today. No matter what, she had to make up for it. Dates were made with feta cheese, sun-dried red dates, and almonds. The red dates were naturally sweet and didn't need any extra sugar. The milk was fragrant, delicious, and nutritious. Red dates and almonds weren't hard to find, but the feta cheese had to be fetched from the imperial kitchen. While the chef of Renshou Palace went to fetch the feta cheese from the imperial kitchen, Gu Jiao went to the imperial garden. She planned to pick some fresh flower petals and dry them to make tea. Not long after she started picking flowers in the imperial garden, several unfamiliar palace maids came over. They also picked some fresh flowers with baskets in their hands. Gu Jiao put the basket full of flowers on the stone table, then went to pick another basket full. There seemed to be a lot of flower petals, but there wasn't much left once they were dried. Gu Jiao returned with a full load. Coincidentally, the feta cheese had also been brought over. She handed the basket to Eunuch Qin and turned to the small kitchen to make the dates. Inside Pure Flower's palace, the palace maids were all kneeling on the ground. The emperor and grand concubine Jing were sitting on chairs. The emperor frowned at the newly selected palace maids who served grand concubine Jing and said with a displeased expression, "How are you serving grand concubine? You actually made grand concubine's jade pendant disappear." Grand concubine Jing sighed, "It's not their fault, I lost it myself. When I went to the imperial garden just now, I seemed to have heard something, but I didn't pay attention to it. It must have been then that I lost it. This servant found it, but this servant..." one of the palace maids stuttered. Grand concubine Jing said gently, "Don't be afraid. Speak properly, I won't blame you." The palace maid gathered her courage and took a step forward before kowtowing. This servant picked up a jade pendant in the imperial garden. This servant didn't know that it was Grand Concubine who lost it, so this servant wanted to give it to manager Auntie. This servant placed the jade pendant on the table, but when this servant went to get it after picking the flowers, the jade pendant disappeared without a trace. The emperor asked in a low voice, "Why did you place the jade pendant on the table so casually?" The palace maid said fearfully that jade pendant was already broken, so this servant thought that it was worthless and wasn't anything good. Broken? The emperor looked at Grand Concubine Jing in surprise. Grand Concubine Jing nodded bitterly and didn't say anything. Granny Kai said earnestly, 2 years ago, Grand Concubine fell and broke the jade pendant. A corner of it shattered and couldn't be reconnected. However, that was a memento that Princess Ningyan left for Grand Concubine, so even though it was broken, Grand Concubine still wore it every day. The emperor's heart ached when he heard that Grand Concubine Jing had fallen. He only regretted not bringing her back to the palace earlier to take care of her. "I've made mother suffer," he said guiltily. Grand Concubine Jing said, "Your Majesty is too serious. It's only a fall. There are times when one's legs are inconvenient when they're old. From what I see, Rinshou Palace." The emperor wanted to say that the one in Rinshou Palace had nimble legs, even nimbler than before she contracted leprosy. He also felt that it wasn't appropriate to keep mentioning the Empress Dowager. He cleared his throat and looked at the palace maids kneeling on the ground. "Apart from you, who else went to the imperial garden?" The palace maids looked at each other in dismay. Although a piece of the jade was broken, the remaining half was still priceless. It wasn't an ordinary piece of jade, but 1,000-year-old cold jade from the Yen kingdom. Just because the palace maid didn't know what it was didn't mean that others didn't know what it was. "Speak," the emperor said coldly. "Who took Grand Concubine's jade pendant?" Everyone kowtowed. It was the palace maid who had picked up the jade pendant that said, "Your Majesty, we really didn't take it. We didn't know what it was, so how could we have taken a piece?" She didn't dare to say that the jade was broken anymore. The emperor asked gravely, "Then apart from you, who else went to the imperial garden?" The palace maid thought for a moment and said, "There was a girl. I don't know which palace she was from. She didn't dress like a concubine or palace maid. There was a red birthmark on the left side of her face. She wasn't a concubine or palace maid, and she had a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Who else could it be but Gu Jiao? That was awkward." If it was an ordinary jade pendant, the emperor wouldn't have bothered to look into it. However, it was a memento that Princess Ningyan had left for Grand Concubine Jing. She was also someone that the emperor had once doted on. The emperor cared about her just as much as he cared about Grand Concubine Jing. Eunuch Wei glanced at the emperor with a complicated expression. Miss Gu couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. If the emperor really dared to send someone to ask her if she had picked up the jade pendant, Miss Gu would probably never talk to him again. Alright, even though I'm already angry at His Majesty. However, the nature of the matter was different. Miss Gu wasn't a person with dirty hands, but the emperor wouldn't let go of any clues. The difficult part was that once he asked, the seeds of hostility would be planted between them. Moreover, Miss Gu was now in Rinshou Palace. What would the Empress Dowager think if she learned of this? She wouldn't rest until she gave the emperor a good scolding. The Empress Dowager could be wronged, but Miss Gu couldn't. Eunuch Wei silently wiped away his cold sweat. It was over. It was all over. The emperor composed himself and held Grand Concubine Jing's hand. The little divine doctor wouldn't pick up the jade pendant on the table. The Empress Dowager dotes on her and wishes to give her all the treasures in Rinshou Palace. Although the Millennium Cold Jade given by Ningyan is precious, it isn't to her liking. Ningyan also gave me a Millennium Cold Jade. Since it's a memento left by Ningyan, I'll have someone bring it to mother. This servant will go get it right away." Eunuch Wei didn't wait for the emperor to give him an order and left quickly, as if he was afraid that the emperor would go back on his word. The emperor said, "These little palace maids didn't do a good job and lost mother's jade pendant. They don't have to serve mother anymore. I'll choose some capable palace maids for mother." Grand concubine Jing smiled. I'm a vegetarian and pray to Buddha, so I don't need too many people by my side. Nurse Kai is enough. The emperor said, Nurse Kai is also old, so it's inevitable that she won't be able to do as she wishes. If there were a few clever palace maids by Mother's side today, they definitely wouldn't have missed Mother's jade pendant. Gu Jiao didn't know anything about Pure Flower's palace. She went to the small kitchen to make milk dates and fresh flour cakes. There were still quite a few fresh flowers left. The little palace maid smiled. I'll put them in a perfume pouch for Miss to use as dried flowers. That's fine. Gu Jiao nodded. The little palace maid found a golden threaded perfume pouch for dried flowers and stuffed all the remaining petals in the basket into it. After dinner, Gu Jiao returned to Jadewater Alley. Gu Xiaoshan was scratching her head in the courtyard with a strange expression. What's wrong? Gu Jiao walked up and asked. Gu Xiaoshan said, Marquis Gu fainted and hasn't woken up yet. As it turned out, after Gu Jiao went to visit her grandaunt, Marquis Gu didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked his son where Yaoshi had gone. Just as he said that, he saw Yaoshi walk out of the room with a big belly. She wasn't just fat like a ball anymore. She really was carrying a ball in her stomach. There was nothing more frightening than a man coming back from a business trip to find his wife with a big belly. It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all, but Marquis Xianping just had to walk over and say a few words to Yaoshi with a smile. Marquis Xianping was the most dissolute and unruly man in the capital. When he smiled seriously, there was a trace of roguishness and wickedness to it. Marquis Gu immediately felt like the sky was falling down. Marquis Gu had always been troubled by his own looks, but he couldn't help but admit that Marquis Xianping was better looking than him. This wastrel only needed to hook his finger, and there would be countless women throwing themselves at him. Could it be that his Yao Yao had also fallen for his trick? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why Marquis Xianping would appear here. Anger attacked his heart, and the top of his head turned green. Marquis Gu could no longer hold himself back. His tongue stuck out, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Gu Jiao went to Yao Shi's room and checked Marquis Gu's pulse, saying, He's fine. Yao Shi nodded. Although this husband was quite muddle-headed at times, he was still the father of two. No, he was now her 3 children. She didn't want them to become fatherless children. But Yao Shi looked at her belly that was constantly bulging. Was the movement of the fetus this strong at 6 months? Why did it feel like this child wanted to kick his father? Digression, at the end of the month, the tickets are cleared. Don't waste it. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111661660. HTML Genius, remember this website's address in 1 second, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. At night, Gu Jiao was recording the power and drawbacks of the various hidden weapons made with black gunpowder in the room. Unknowingly, it was late at night. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. Gu Jiao rubbed her sore neck and turned to look at the half-closed door. The door is open. Come in. Xiao Lulang opened the door and walked in with a bowl of mung bean soup. He came in front of her and put the mung bean soup on the table in front of her. Gu Jiao looked at the bowl of mung bean soup that was chilled with well water and tilted her head in surprise. In the past, she was the one who brought things to him. Today, the sun rose in the west. It was his turn to bring things to her. Well, that's not right. When she had menstrual cramps, he had boiled brown sugar water for her. But today, she didn't have any cramps or menstrual cramps. She didn't understand why he was taking care of her like this. Xiao Lulang sat down across from her and said calmly, just now, Jing Kong was clamoring for mung bean soup, so I made a little more. I saved a bowl for you. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Making mung bean soup. I don't drink it. Jiao Jiao wants to drink it. Well, okay, then I'll have a bowl too. The scene with little Jing Kong flashed through his mind. Xiao Lulang coughed softly. Gu Jiao didn't notice the slight change in his expression. She happened to be thirsty. She brought the mung bean soup over and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. Oh, it's so sweet. Everything Xiao Lulang made tasted bad except for the mung bean soup. But the way she ate it was beyond his imagination. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but ask, is it that good? N. Gu Jiao scooped up a spoonful and fed it to him naturally. Xiao Lulang was slightly taken aback. Her eyes were magnanimous and her expression was pure, as if she didn't mean anything else. On the other hand, he was overthinking things and adding a lot of meanings that didn't exist. Xiao Liulang's throat moved. He slowly lowered his head, gently held the spoon, and drank the mung bean soup. Is it sweet? Gu Jiao asked. It's sweet. He looked at her. She didn't know if he was referring to the soup or her. I think so too. Gu Jiao took the spoon that he had drunk from and continued to eat the mung bean soup. Watching her put the spoon into her mouth, Xiao Liulang's eyes deepened. Do you want more? Gu Jiao looked at his burning eyes and pushed the mung bean soup in front of him. I really want to eat. Halfway through his sentence, Xiao Lulang suddenly came back to his senses. He must have been possessed. What did he almost say just now? Fortunately, he stopped himself. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Do you want to eat me more? Cough, cough. Xiao Lulang choked, his face turned red. He didn't know if it was from choking or embarrassment. Speaking of which, is it really okay for my wife to be so direct? Oh. Gu Jiao brought the bowl back and scooped up a spoonful of mung bean soup. It's not impossible. Xiao Liulang's eyes trembled. But this body is still too small. You have to wait for me to grow up. She said it very seriously. Then, as if she was afraid that he would lose his patience, she added, I'm very tasty. Xiao Liulang's brain exploded. It was as if fireworks had suddenly bloomed in the night sky. His heart thumped, and he couldn't even breathe. This is too much. Does this girl know what she is saying? Of course, Gu Jiao knew. But she didn't have to pay for flirting, right? After flirting, a certain someone went to eat the mung bean soup heartlessly. Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao slurped her soup. Halfway through, she suddenly looked up. My herbs, keep them. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He decided that he would never talk nonsense with this girl again. It was fine after flirting. She was fine, but he felt uncomfortable. Oh. Gu Jiao continued eating. The swing from Jing Kong, it's fixed, Xiao Lulang said again. Gu Jiao, the box from Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang, packed. Gu Jiao, the basket from Auntie Lu's house. Xiao Lulang, it's over. Gu Jiao, the salted duck eggs that Master Zhao wanted. Xiao Lulang nodded. Give it to him. She had forgotten to tell Yu Ye and Nanny Feng about these things. She didn't expect him to be so attentive. He had been paying attention and had quietly taken care of everything. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. Her eyes were bright, as if there were thousands of stars in them. Husband, you're so nice. You're also very nice. Xiao Lulang silently said in his heart. Gu Jiao continued eating her mung bean soup. Xiao Liulang's gaze fell on a large embroidered bag wrapped in golden silk on the table and asked, What's this? Gu Jiao said, Flower petals. I picked them from the imperial garden and used them to make fresh flower cakes. I brought some back to make dried flowers. Xiao Lulang had seen her make dried flowers before, so he more or less knew the process. He said, I'll go get a sieve. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang got up and went out. Gu Jiao was used to being alone, but it didn't feel bad to have someone to do things with. Xiao Lulang brought the sieve over, opened the embroidered bag, and poured out the flower petals inside. Suddenly, he heard a clatter and something obviously heavy fell out. Xiao Lulang looked at the jade pendant that suddenly appeared in the pile of flower petals and asked in confusion, "What's this?" He was about to ask if this was the jade pendant that Grandaunt gave her, but when he spoke, he found that the jade pendant was incomplete. Grandaunt wouldn't give such a thing to Gu Jiao, even if it was a piece of thousand-year-old cold jade that was priceless. Gu Jiao didn't recognize thousand-year-old cold jade. She only felt that this jade pendant was very exquisite, but unfortunately, it was missing a corner. She shook her head. Grandaunt didn't say that she would give me something, so I don't know where it came from. Maybe it was accidentally put in this embroidered bag. Accidentally, a piece of thousand-year-old cold jade was accidentally put in an embroidered bag. This was not impossible, after all, Rinshou Palace was rich and overbearing. Xiao Lulang paused. "Did you put these flower petals in by yourself?" "No." Gu Jiao shook her head and said, "It's Fei Chui." "Who is Fei Chui?" Xiao Lulang asked. He didn't go to Rinshou Palace many times, so he wasn't familiar with it. Gu Jiao made an O sound and said, "She's a little palace maid in Rinshou Palace. She's quick and clever. She serves Grandaunt and is mainly responsible for taking care of Empress Dowager Zhuang's jewelry and clothes. I don't know if she accidentally put Grandaunt's things in the embroidered bag. I'll return it to her next time." "No, I'll go." Xiao Lulang touched the piece of thousand-year-old cold jade and said calmly, "Tomorrow, I'll go to the palace to give a lecture to the crown prince." Gu Jiao said, "Okay." The next day, Xiao Lulang went to the palace to teach mathematics to the crown prince. He didn't make things difficult for the crown prince today. When the time came, he let the crown prince out of school. The crown prince was puzzled. Why was this guy so kind? He didn't want him to stay? "What medicine are you selling in the gourd?" the crown prince asked coldly. Xiao Lulang took out a stack of papers from the teaching materials and handed it to the crown prince. "If your royal highness thinks that I'm too good to you, then finish these questions. I'll come to check next time." The crown prince looked at the dozens of pages of questions that suddenly appeared and the corners of his mouth twitched. Why did he have to ask? Xiao Lulang went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was reading the memorial. Eunuch Qin invited Xiao Lulang in and asked, "Do you want me to pass the message?" "No, I'm just bringing some food for the Empress Dowager," Xiao Lulang said and handed the prepared food box to Eunuch Qin. "These are dates from Jing Kong. He asked me to bring them to Grandaunt no matter what." At this time, little Jing Kong, who was in class at the Imperial College, didn't know that he was being used as a tool again. Eunuch Qin took the food box with a smile. "Jing Kong is very thoughtful." Xiao Lulang asked naturally, "By the way, Eunuch Qin, does Rinshou Palace have the Millennium Cold Jade? Can I take a look at it?" "What's so difficult about that? Xiao Shozhua is not an outsider. I'll ask someone to get it." Eunuch Qin invited Xiao Lulang to sit in the pavilion and asked someone to go to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom to get the jade pendant. "Xiao Lulang, please take a look." Eunuch Qin personally presented the jade pendant to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang took the jade pendant and caressed the patterns and texture of the jade pendant. As expected of a top-notch jade. Even on a scorching summer day, it still feels cold to the touch. "I wonder where this jade came from. Who gave it to you?" Eunuch Qin answered with a smile, "The prince consort gave it to Princess Ningyan. He gave her a whole piece of jade. Princess Ningyan had someone carve the jade into 3 pieces. She gave one to the Empress Dowager, one to His Majesty, and the last one to concubine Dowager Jing." Xiao Lulang thought for a moment and asked, "Is there no 4th piece?" Eunuch Qin shook his head with a smile. "No, there's no more in the palace. I can't say for sure about the outside, but it should be difficult to find one. The Millennium Cold Jade is a rare treasure. The prince consort went through a lot of trouble to get it. If it wasn't so precious, he wouldn't have given it to Princess Ningyan. Why is Xiao Shozhua suddenly so curious about the Millennium Cold Jade?" "Oh, I saw it in a book and became curious." Xiao Lulang returned his Grandaunt's jade pendant to Eunuch Qin. "Since it was a gift from Princess Ningyan, please take good care of it." Eunuch Qin took the jade pendant, wrapped it in a silk handkerchief, and put it back in the box. "Of course." The Empress Dowager is reluctant to wear such a precious item on her body. She has the servants store it in a secret compartment and takes it out to wipe it every day. In fact, if it wasn't a gift from Princess Ningyan, the Empress Dowager would have given it to Xiao Shozhua without hesitation. What Eunuch Qin didn't know was that Xiao Heng once had a piece of millennium cold jade. It was given to him by his mother, Princess Xinyang. However, he was no longer Xiao Heng, so that piece of millennium cold jade was no longer in his hands. At this point, it was certain that this broken jade pendant didn't belong to Rinshou Palace. However, how did it get into Gu Jiao's embroidered pouch? He would have to ask the palace maid named Feizue. Xiao Lulang was thinking about how to call Feizue over without raising suspicion when he heard Eunuch Qin say, "Feizue, come here and put the jade pendant back." Yes. A palace maid dressed in pink walked forward and took the brocade box from Eunuch Qin with both hands. "You, pour a pot of tea," Xiao Lulang said to Feizue. Feizue froze for a moment. Eunuch Qin only thought that Xiao Lulang was casually ordering a palace maid around, so he didn't suspect anything. "If I tell you to go, then go." "Yes." Feizue responded and turned to leave. Xiao Lulang said, "Eunuch Qin, you can go do your work. I'll sit by myself." Eunuch Qin said, "Okay, then this servant will go and tidy up the internal affairs." Not long after Eunuch Qin left, Feizue came over with a pot of tea. "Lord Xiao, please have some tea." Xiao Lulang looked at her and took out the jade pendant in his hand. "Do you recognize this?" I recognize it, I recognize it." Feizue carefully examined it, then said, "It's Miss Gu's jade pendant." "Her jade pendant?" Xiao Lulang frowned. Feizue nodded. "That's right. Yesterday, I packed Miss Gu's unfinished flower petals. This jade pendant was lying in her basket." Xiao Lulang looked at her without blinking, making sure that she wasn't lying. This jade pendant wasn't placed in Rinshou Palace by someone. Someone had placed it in Gu Jiao's basket before they entered Rinshou Palace. Where could it have been placed? Was it the Imperial Garden where Gu Jiao went to pick flowers? Xiao Lulang went to the Imperial Garden, but didn't find any clues. He turned around and went to Pure Flowers Palace. "Lord Xiao, are you here to see His Majesty?" the eunuch at the door asked. "No, I'm here to find Eunuch Wei," Xiao Lulang said. "Please wait a moment, Lord Xiao." The eunuch went inside to report to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei walked out with a horsetail whisk and said with a smile, "Oh, what wind blew Xiao Shozhua here?" His smile froze and he whispered, "Is the Crown Prince not paying attention in class again?" Xiao Lulang politely said, "That's not the case. The Crown Prince's studies have improved, so he's always paying attention in class." Eunuch Wei let out a long sigh. That's good, that's good. I'm sure His Majesty will feel more at ease with the Crown Prince after hearing this." Then why is Xiao Shozhua here?" "I passed by the Imperial Garden just now and picked up a jade pendant." Xiao Lulang handed the broken jade pendant to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the jade pendant. I finally found it. I knew it. There's no way Miss Gu picked it up. Why is Eunuch Wei like this?" Xiao Lulang asked. Eunuch Wei sighed. "Xiao Shozhua probably doesn't know this, but this is the jade pendant that Princess Ningyan gave to Imperial concubine Jing back then. Imperial concubine Jing has returned to the palace and is currently staying in Pure Flowers Palace. Yesterday, she lost her jade pendant in the Imperial Garden, and Miss Gu happened to be there at the same time. His Majesty trusted Miss Gu and didn't send anyone to interrogate her. Instead, he took out his jade pendant and gave it to Imperial concubine Jing. He smiled as he spoke. His Majesty's jade pendant was also given to him by Princess Ningyan and he treasures it very much. Now that Imperial concubine Jing's jade pendant has been found, this servant can go and retrieve His Majesty's jade pendant." A meaningful look flashed through Xiao Liulang's eyes. "Eunuch Wei is saying that this jade pendant belongs to Imperial concubine Jing?" "Yes." Eunuch Wei nodded. "Speak of the devil." Imperial concubine Jing left the palace for a stroll with Mama Kai's help. She was still wearing her nun's clothes and hat. Her face was haggard, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness, but her bearing was calm and kind. She immediately saw Eunuch Wei and Xiao Lulang at the door. Xiao Lulang also looked at her. Their eyes met, and the surroundings seemed to fall silent. Xiao Liulang's eyes were deep and calm, like a bottomless pool under the moonlight. Imperial concubine Jing had moved to the nunnery before Xiao Lulang was born, so this was the first time he saw her. He could confirm her identity because there was no other person in the palace dressed like her. Xiao Lulang calmly cupped his hands, then turned to leave Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei walked over with the jade pendant in hand. Esteemed imperial concubine, your jade pendant has been found. Xiao Shozhua found it in the imperial garden. Imperial concubine Jing looked at Xiao Liulang's back. Xiao Shozhua? After Xiao Lulang left the palace, he first went to Hanlin Academy for half a day's duty. He didn't immediately return to Jadewater Alley, but instead went to the directorate's Minghui Hall. Alright, you can leave. The old chancellor pardoned Xianxia's punishment today. Xianxia felt as if he had been pardoned. He looked forward to seeing Xiao Lulang as much as he despised Xiao Lulang in the past. After all, only when Xiao Lulang came would the old chancellor have no time to punish him. Xiao Lulang entered the room, and there were guards who closed the door of Minghui Hall. Have a seat, the old chancellor said. Xiao Lulang sat down across from the old chancellor. There was a short table between the two, on which there were some outstanding essays written by the directorate's students. The old chancellor put down the half-corrected essay and looked at Xiao Lulang. What happened? He never visited a temple without a reason. Xiao Lulang told him about the jade pendant, and the old chancellor's expression turned serious. You suspect that there's something wrong with imperial concubine Jing? As expected of a master and disciple, there was an indescribable tacit understanding between them. Xiao Lulang didn't mention anything about his suspicions toward imperial concubine Jing. He only told the old chancellor everything that had happened. But who was the old chancellor? He was a 10,000-year-old green tea and a white lotus, so there was no need to pretend to be pure in front of his disciple. Xiao Lulang asked, what kind of person is imperial concubine Jing in teacher's eyes? Naturally, she's a good person, the old chancellor said without hesitation. However, his past knowledge might not be accurate. For example, he was certain that Zhuang Jintz was a bad person, but in the end, he found out that she wasn't. Perhaps he thought that imperial concubine Jing was a good person, but she wasn't that kind either. He would never admit that he was biased toward Zhuang Jintz. You may know a person for a long time without understanding their heart. The old chancellor had a deep understanding of this saying after the incident with Zhuang Jintz. How's her relationship with the Empress Dowager? Xiao Lulang asked. The old chancellor smiled faintly. They were very close in the past. She was Zhuang Jintz's only friend in the palace, and the person Zhuang Jintz trusted the most was her. I still remember that there was one time when she, then imperial concubine Jing, was made a scapegoat in order to overthrow Zhuang Jintz, and Zhuang Jintz almost killed me. Zhuang Jintz wasn't even that angry when I caused her to be thrown into the cold palace. Zhuang Jintz didn't have any children, and she treated her son and daughter as her own. They were Princess Ningyan and His Majesty. Imperial concubine Jing's maternal family was also supported by Zhuang Jintz. At this point, the old chancellor sighed. Later on, when the late emperor passed away and His Majesty ascended the throne, imperial concubine Jing went to the nunnery to get her hair cut and became a nun. The two of them didn't interact much after that. Xiao Lulang asked suspiciously, why did she go to the nunnery? Did she go on her own accord? The old chancellor shook his head. No, it was Zhuang Jintz's imperial decree. Xiao Lulang pondered and said, His Majesty definitely didn't agree. The old chancellor nodded. You guessed it right. His Majesty didn't agree, but Zhuang Jintz covered the sky with one hand. His Majesty only managed to tie with Zhuang Jintz after painstakingly working for so many years. His Majesty, who had just ascended the throne, wasn't Zhuang Jintz's opponent at all. The relationship between His Majesty and Zhuang Jintz broke down because of this matter. Digression, a new month has arrived. Let's throw in all the monthly votes and recommendation tickets. The author is working very hard to save up the manuscript and counting down to the next chapter. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/111634736. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here, the old chancellor continued. Not many people know about this. It's rumored that concubine Jing invited herself to the nunnery. I also heard from His Majesty that Zhuang Jin's expelled her closest friend from the palace in order to monopolize power. Xiao Lulang frowned. His Majesty must think that the Empress Dowager's kindness to him and concubine Jing was a carefully planned scheme. The Empress Dowager only wants a puppet. The old chancellor agreed. Yes, His Majesty does have this idea. In fact, it's not just His Majesty who thinks so. Even the Empress Dowager's maternal family, the Zhuang family, thinks that the Empress Dowager has been acting for so many years. Everyone in the world felt injustice for concubine Jing and the emperor. No one cared about Zhuang Jin's gradually disheartened heart. No one asked if there was a secret behind Zhuang Jin's betrayal of her close friend. Whoever was weak was right. Zhuang Jin's strength was destined to make people fear her, hate her, fear her, and wish they could destroy her. No one would cherish her. All the bad things would be easily blamed on her. Who told her to ignore the rules? Who told her to monopolize the imperial power? Dusk was setting in the west. The evening light fell on the cornice of the Rinzhou Palace, creating a dazzling golden light. Empress Dowager Zhuang had finished dealing with nearly half of the government affairs, and her entire body was filled with silent exhaustion. The days in the palace weren't as leisurely as outsiders thought. There were mountains of memorials, endless political affairs, and endless disputes. Everything ruthlessly destroyed one's will. Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin slowly walked in and tenderly offered her a cup of flower tea. Rest for a while and eat first. It's the same to look at these memorials tomorrow. There will be memorials tomorrow. Empress Dowager Zhuang perked up and picked up another one. I'm not hungry. Eunuch Qin said earnestly, even if you're not hungry, you should eat something. If you tire yourself out, Miss Gu will be distressed. Empress Dowager Zhuang got angry at the mention of this. She coldly glared at him. Don't go to her for small things in the future. Don't think that I don't dare to chop off your head. I have 4 trusted eunuchs by my side. Don't forget how the first 3 died. They were all beheaded by you. Eunuch Qin touched the neck on his shoulder and said resentfully, yes, I won't do it again. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The little palace maid Feitsui rushed in excitedly. Empress Dowager Zhuang was annoyed. Anyone who provoked her had to die. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not a good person. She had killed people who did not need to be killed. She was so vicious. Drag him out. Just as she was about to say the word, Feitsui gasped for breath. Xiao Daren is here. The 2 words death by flogging had their own thoughts. They slipped into Empress Dowager Zhuang's stomach. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. Let him in. Eunuch Qin secretly smiled. Xiao Lulang entered the study in the side hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the booklet and asked casually, didn't he leave? Why are you back? Listen, 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 what kind of angry tone is this? Eunuch Qin, who was outside the door, almost laughed. Xiao Shouju came to deliver something in the morning and left without seeing anyone. Xiao Lulang said, I came to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Is there no food at home? Why do you have to come to my place to eat? Xiao Lulang nodded frankly. Yes, there is no food. He had become shameless. It was obvious that he had been led astray by that old guy Huixian. Empress Dowager Zhuang narrowed her eyes angrily. Eunuch Qin coughed lightly and said, Empress Dowager, shall I have someone set the table? Thank you, Eunuch Qin. Xiao Lulang turned and said to Eunuch Qin. Yes. Eunuch Qin happily agreed and left happily. Empress Dowager Zhuang gritted her teeth. Good, each one of you is a traitor. Is Rinshou Palace no longer surnamed Shuang? Dinner was set in Lingxiang Pavilion, which was in the same side hall as the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no intention of eating. Xiao Lulang helplessly said with a trace of grievance, I am hungry, great aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes again and reluctantly put down the booklet. She went to Lingxiang Pavilion with Xiao Lulang. Eunuch Qin did not know that Xiao Lulang had come. Some of the dishes were freshly cooked. He had been to Bishui Alley so many times that he knew Xiao Lulang's taste. Empress Dowager Zhuang dismissed the servants serving the food. Xiao Lulang gave Empress Dowager Zhuang some vegetables with his chopsticks. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. I don't eat this. I want to eat. Xiao Lulang gave her another piece of pork belly, but he removed the fat part. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was as black as charcoal. Are you here to eat with me? I think you are here to die. Empress Dowager Zhuang was very angry. The consequences would be severe, Xiao Lulang said gloomily. When I was young, I did not eat with my grandmother. She did not like my mother, so she did not like me. Empress Dowager Zhuang's anger burned halfway and was extinguished. Empress Dowager Zhuang had heard about the relationship between Princess Xinyang and old Madame Xiao. Old Madame Xiao originally liked the daughter of a large family, who was gentle and quiet. But who would have thought that Marquis Xianping would marry a big Buddha, who could not be beaten or scolded? When they met, they had to salute her. Old Madame Xiao was very angry. It was said that she did not like Princess Xinyang's son very much. Instead, she loved the two concubine-born grandsons in the residence. Xiao Lulang did not care about this at all. He said it just to play the sympathy card. Sure enough, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt that someone was pitiful and did not want to disappoint someone. With a dark face, she ate the vegetable leaf with disgust and sullenness. Xiao Lulang's lips curved imperceptibly. After that, Xiao Lulang made up a lot of miserable days under old Madame Zhao's hands. He successfully coaxed the Empress Dowager to eat all the food she did not want to eat. When Empress Dowager Zhuang reacted, she found that she had eaten half a bowl more than usual. This was her normal appetite in Bishui Alley. But after returning to the palace, her appetite had decreased by more than half. She had lost weight. It was a simple meal, but even a fool could see that Empress Dowager Zhuang ate more comfortably than usual. After eating, Xiao Lulang was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, he went to the library the Empress Dowager had built for him. The library was across from Empress Dowager Zhuang's study, separated by a small garden. Eunuch Qin very considerately opened the window. Empress Dowager Zhuang only needed to turn her head to see Xiao Lulang immersed in reading by the window of the library. Empress Dowager Zhuang's irritable mood suddenly calmed down. The palace was lonely, especially at night. It was a loneliness that could make one go crazy, helpless, and unable to escape no matter how hard one tried. Empress Dowager Zhuang had lived in the palace for decades and never felt that it was her home. But at this moment, looking at the youth's figure and feeling his silent companionship, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt a tranquility and peace that she had never felt before. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the memorials for a while. It was late at night and she still had a small pile to read, but she did not intend to read it. She said to Eunuch Qin, tell him that Ijia is going to rest. He should also go back. Eunuch Qin smiled and said, yes. He tried to persuade her, but the Empress Dowager refused to listen. Only Xiao Daren had a way. Wait. Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped Eunuch Qin. Send 2 secret guards to secretly escort him along the way. Caution is the parent of safety. He is too close to Ijia. Ijia is worried that someone will harm him. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. As for returning to Bishui Alley, there was nothing to worry about with Jiao Jiao and Gu Yan's 2 secret guards. Yes. Eunuch Qin asked someone to prepare a carriage and personally sent Xiao Lulang to the entrance of the palace. He also ordered 2 palace experts to follow along the way. In the forest not far away, several figures flashed by. After a quarter of an hour, in the dark room, one could not see his fingers. A man in black said, Master, There are experts from Rinshou Palace following along the way. We were unable to succeed. The figure in the dark waved his hand faintly. Leave. The next day, Xiao Lulang had a rest day. There were no classes at the Imperial College. Xiao Lulang slept late at night and woke up a little later in the morning. Little Jing Kong was already up. He went to the backyard to wash up and water his sweetheart. When Xiao Lulang dressed neatly and went to the backyard, he was surprised to find two marquises in the yard, Marquis Xianping and Marquis Dingyan. Marquis Xianping came to accept little Jing Kong as his disciple. He thought that as long as he accepted him as his disciple, he could openly enter the inner circle of Bai Shui Alley. At that time, investigating Xiao Liulan's background and pleasing his daughter-in-law would not be a problem. But coincidentally, Marquis Dingyan also came to accept little Jing Kong as his disciple. In fact, he did not leave last night because he fainted from fright. It was a blessing in disguise that he stayed in Bai Shui Alley for the night. When he woke up, he already knew that the child was his and had nothing to do with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping appeared here only because he liked the little monk and wanted to accept him as his disciple. If it was in the past, Marquis Gu would not dare to compete with Marquis Xianping. But this was related to whether he could stay in Bai Shui Alley. That's right, he thought about it. Yaoshi was pregnant and the situation was special. If she was unwilling to return to the Marquis's mansion, he would stay with her temporarily. He would make other plans after the child was born. For his wife and child, Marquis Gu would do anything. Even if you are a first-grade Marshal Marquis and your status is much higher than mine, I will not back down. Marquis Xianping put his hands in his sleeves. The weather was so hot, but he was still able to hold it in. It was truly admirable. He casually said, since it is like this, then let's have a fair competition and see who has the ability. Little monk, what do you think? Little Jing Kong seriously thought about it. Good, good. He took out two small cards and scribbled a few words. Then, he moved a small stool over and sat on it cutely. He began to watch from the sidelines. Marquis Gu coldly snorted and asked, what does Marquis Xianping want to compete with me in? Marquis Xianping raised an eyebrow, face. Marquis Gu, who almost choked to death. How could he be so shameless? Little Jing Kong raised the tile in his right hand. Marquis Xiao wins. It was clear that the bad brother-in-law's father was better looking than the Jiaojiao's father. But Jiaojiao was the best looking and did not accept any rebuttal. Marquis Gu did not even have time to react before the competition started and he lost. How could he complain? He clenched his teeth and showed his killer move. Let's compete in reciting poems. Marquis Xianping, F***ck, so heartless. Although Marquis Gu's calligraphy and painting were not satisfactory, he still had a little more knowledge than Marquis Xianping. Little Jing Kong had 5 poems and Marquis Gu could recite 2 while Marquis Xianping could not recite a single one. Little Jing Kong raised the tile in his left hand. Marquis Gu wins. However, Marquis Gu was not so lucky. Marquis Xianping was not knowledgeable, but his other abilities were not for show. Marquis Gu was crushed miserably. Even in the martial arts competition, Marquis Xianping was clearly injured, but he was still defeated by Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu lost badly. 2 hours later, the ambitious Marquis Gu finally broke down. He spread himself out, rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and collapsed on the stairs, as if he had nothing to live for. Awesome! Awesome! Little Jing Kong sat on a small stool, straightened his little back, and clapped his little hands. Marquis Xianping smiled and said proudly, okay, I won. You can worship me as your teacher. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said seriously, but, I already have a teacher. I can't worship you as my teacher anymore. A good disciple does not serve a second teacher. Wasn't it said that a good woman does not serve a second husband? Marquis Xianping frowned and started to doubt his life. Because he was not knowledgeable, he might have remembered wrongly. The original saying was indeed that a good disciple does not serve a second teacher. But this was not the point. The point was that this little brat played him again. Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth. Since you can't worship me as your teacher, why were you so agitated just now? Little Jing Kong spread his hands and said innocently, I only said that I wanted to watch you compete. I didn't say that I wanted to worship you as my teacher after the competition. You said it yourself, I didn't agree. Marquis Xianping had a toothache, stinky little monk, you're asking for it. Marquis Xianping couldn't always fall in one place. If the little monk wanted to compete with him, he would have to wait another 500 years, he snorted and said in a mighty and domineering manner, I don't care. You have to accept it whether you like it or not. Chongjing. Chongjing rushed in with a whoosh sound. Then, he grabbed little Jing Kong and carried him on his shoulder. Little Jing Kong's small arms and legs fluttered. Aya, what are you doing? Marquis Xianping flicked his wide sleeves. Take him away. Go worship your ancestors. Aya, don't, I don't want to. A certain little monk chattered for a while, but was still mercilessly captured by a certain bad monkey. There was a class at Qinghe Academy today, so Gu Yan didn't know what happened at home. Lu Quan came to take Gu Shaoshan to Master Lu and Nanxiang to learn martial arts, so he didn't go. He was lazy again. On one hand, he didn't have much interest and ambition. On the other hand, his body was indeed weaker than ordinary people. Sitting in the carriage on a hot summer day was too stuffy for him. He leisurely walked back. After a few steps, an old but hale and hearty old man with a treasured sword walked towards him. What a coincidence. The old man said with a smile. Oh, it is. Gu Yan knew who he was. It was his grandfather, Gu Chao. He was recognized the first time he came to the academy. He was only 4 years old when he left the capital. They hadn't seen each other for 11 years, so the old marquis thought that he didn't remember him. In fact, Gu Yan didn't remember him, but the old marquis's face was too typical. They looked alike for 3 generations. Moreover, he found that as long as the old marquis approached him, his secret guards would stay far away. Gu Yan might not be good at studying, but he was a real villain. The old marquis wanted to see his grandson, but he couldn't put down his pride, so he had to meet Gu Yan several times. He thought that Gu Yan didn't recognize him. Aren't you going to learn martial arts today? The old marquis asked. It's hot. Gu Yan said, are you here to see your grandson again? The old marquis said embarrassedly, ah, yes. Gu Yan asked knowingly, have you seen him? The old marquis looked at Gu Yan and laughed dryly, yes, I have. Oh. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows, do you still want to eat cold jelly today? The old marquis was stunned at first, but then he nodded quickly, yes. The two had eaten cold jelly once before. Gu Yan found that the old marquis liked it very much. Gu Yan didn't have a bad impression of his grandfather. In his impression, his grandfather treated him well, and also his mother well. When he and his mother moved to the farm, his grandfather gave him 2 secret guards. He had a seizure in the middle of the night several times, and everyone was asleep. If the secret guards hadn't detected the abnormality in time, he might have died. After eating the cold jelly with mint, Gu Yan felt refreshed. He touched his stomach contentedly and said, you treated me last time, so I'll treat you this time. Courtesy demands reciprocity. The old marquis said, no need. Gu Yan waved his hand, it's all right. Although I don't have much money, I work part-time every day and earn some pocket money. I can still afford to treat you to cold jelly. The old marquis frowned when he heard this. His grandson had actually fallen to the point of working part-time for others to earn money? Gu Chong, that bastard, was a father, didn't he give his son a monthly allowance? What about your father? The old marquis asked. Gu Yan sighed, my father, he forced me to move back every day. I didn't want to, so he cut off my monthly allowance. I told you that I was born prematurely, weak, and suffered from heart disease. My sister really worked hard to raise me. Could it be that the girl became a doctor for her own brother? He blamed her wrongly. Digression, good night, sweet dreams. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1116000266. HTML Genius remembered the website address, www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. In the end, the old duke didn't let Gu Yan pay the bill. He took out his money bag and took out a silver coin from it and handed it to the waiter. However, perhaps he took it out too quickly. He brought out a red braided pipa knot. Gu Yan quickly picked up the pipa knot. This pipa knot looked a little old, and its color was faded and the edges were frayed. It was hard to imagine that such an unyielding man would have such a thing in his money bag. Is this a gift from your soulmate? Gu Yan asked. It was obvious that it was a gift from a woman, but it couldn't be the old madam in the mansion. He and old Madame Gu appeared to be in harmony, but were actually at odds, so he wouldn't wear something she gave him. Cough, no, don't talk nonsense. The old duke put the pipa knot back into the money bag. Gu Yan didn't believe him. He asked curiously, I didn't know that you have a soulmate. Where is she now? She definitely wasn't in the mansion. The old concubines in the mansion had already been cleaned up by old Madame Gu. The old duke had never mentioned his feelings to others all these years. How much bitterness had been bottled up in the bottom of his heart. To be honest, he had a little desire to pour it out. He hesitated for a moment and said, It's a friend of mine. He left it at my place. I'm going to return it to him. My friend, what a familiar beginning. Gu Yan, who had read all the romance books of the old chancellor, expressed that he understood very well. He raised his handsome little eyebrows. Then where is your friend's soulmate now? The old duke sighed sadly. She became a monk. Why did she become a monk? Gu Yan asked. My husband passed away. She couldn't help it. But the old marquis paused for a moment before continuing, maybe it's because he wants to see my friend again in his lifetime. I didn't know that the old man was so popular with women. Gu Yan didn't ask about the reason why she couldn't help herself. His focus was on the last sentence. He said thoughtfully, It seems that this confidant is deeply in love with your friend. The old marquis looked down at the concentric knot in his hand and said, It's a pity that we met too late. I wish we could have met before marriage. Gu Yan said, But isn't her husband dead? Moreover, she also became a nun because of your friend. Don't tell me you. Ahem, don't tell me your friend really can't tell? The marquis frowned. You mean, Gu Yan said, what I mean is, she may have been waiting for your friend to take her away. Take her away? The old marquis was shocked. This child really wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. Gu Yan nodded. That's right. Let me ask you, why does your friend think that she became a nun to see him? She had said that herself, hadn't she? Or, she let your friend feel her affection for your friend. Yes. The marquis nodded in agreement. Gu Yan slapped the table. That's it. She's a woman. Showing a little affection is already her limit. She can't just say that you're going to elope with me. We men have to take the initiative for this kind of thing. The marquis was so shocked by Gu Yan's words that he forgot to say that he was only 15 and still wet behind the ears. He couldn't be considered a real man. This is too rebellious. How did this child grow up? He was even braver than his 3 older brothers, Gu Yan said, what's so rebellious about it? If you like her, then fight for her. The marquis hesitated. What if she's not willing? If she's not willing, then it means that she doesn't have your friend in her heart. Gu Yan patted his grandfather's shoulder and analyzed for him with his experience of reading romance novels. She's already a nun. What's there to be afraid of? If she's not willing to elope, then there's only one truth, she doesn't like your friend. She's just using your friend's feelings for her. Gu Jiao was busy in the medical hall all morning. She finally had some free time in the afternoon. It was rare that she didn't have to deal with the gunpowder, so she lay down on the rattan chair under the tree to cool off. Li Wanwan was practicing her zither across the wall. She was already used to practicing for Gu Jiao at this time every day, but she didn't know if Gu Jiao was here every time. Her zither skills had improved a lot compared to last year, but she didn't know if she had something on her mind today, but she was playing absent-mindedly. You played wrong again. Gu Jiao said lightly. Ah. Li Wanwan's face turned pale. She didn't expect that the girl would be here today. After all, the girl hadn't listened to her practice for several days. She quickly adjusted her expression and said, I'll play it again properly. The result was still not satisfactory. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. It was very strange. The other person clearly wasn't her teacher, but she was more nervous than when she was in front of her teacher. Sorry, I should have been more focused. She bit her lip and said in a low voice, I might not be able to come next month. I'm getting married. She wasn't that old, only 16. This dynasty wasn't like the previous dynasty. Women getting married at the age of 18 or 19 wouldn't be criticized by others. But this also depended on the situation. The daughters of wealthy families could afford it, but a girl from a poor family like her had to get married early. She heard that the girls in the countryside got married even earlier. Thinking about it, she was considered lucky. She had made it to the age of 16 and was able to attend a girls' school for half a year. Because of that school, she met the girl and received so much guidance from the girl. Gu Jiao said, Oh. In the future, no one would play for her. When would little Zhongli learn how to play the zither? I've been wanting to say goodbye to the girl for the past few days. I want to thank the girl. My biggest achievement in the girls' school was to meet the girl. My family originally wanted me to drop out of school after the new year, but the song that the girl changed for me let me win the favor of musician Xia. Under his insistence, my family let me study for another half a year. Li Wanwan's cheek slightly reddened as she said, Speaking of which, this marriage is also thanks to the girl. I played the zither well and was heard by a young master of an aristocratic family. He came to my father to ask for my hand in marriage. Gu Jiao didn't see her expression, but it wasn't difficult to hear her longing for marriage from her words. It seemed that she also liked that young master. Girl, can I give you something? You taught me so much. If I just leave like this, I'll feel bad. Please be sure to accept my gift of thanks, young lady. It's not anything valuable. It's just a small medicine bag. Please accept it. Gu Jiao answered lightly. Li Wanwan was delighted. She took out the medicine bag that had been rusty for several nights from her wide sleeve. In case it was too light to throw, she put a few dates in it. Girl, catch. She threw the medicine bag over the courtyard wall. Gu Jiao caught it with one hand, Thank you. Li Wanwan smiled brightly, It's my pleasure. Then, I'll leave now. In the last few days, I'll try to play more songs for you. If I don't come one day, then I won't come again. She suddenly felt a little disappointed when she finished speaking. She didn't want to leave the girl. She didn't know if she would be able to meet such a teacher and friend in the future. She put the zither away, picked up the zither case and left. Bang, a small brocade pouch fell right on top of her zither case. She was slightly startled, Girl? A wedding gift. Gu Jiao said. Li Wanwan smiled happily like a child. Girl Gu. Someone wants a doctor to treat them. They say the situation is very critical. Xianxia hurriedly ran over. How critical? Gu Jiao asked. Xianxia said in fear, The hand is broken. It's severed. It's a woodcutter. This was a major operation, so Gu Jiao had to go in person. Okay, I'll go. Gu Jiao carried the small basket on her back and had Xianxia drive the carriage. They went to the mansion on Qinglu Street that the servant had mentioned. As they walked, Xianxia felt that something was wrong, This isn't the way to Qinglu Street. The servant rode in front and didn't turn around when he heard this. He said, When I came, there was a road being repaired. We have to take a detour here. What's wrong? Is the road wrong? Gu Jiao asked indifferently. It's a bit of a detour. Xianxia muttered. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and looked at the scene along the street. Not every street in the capital was bustling with activity. Some of the more remote areas were very desolate. This was an old street. There weren't many pedestrians and there weren't many shops. Further ahead was an official road with wheat fields on both sides. That's right, there were fields in the capital, but they were all in more remote areas. It's really a good place for an ambush. This was an instinct that she had developed as an assassin in her previous life. When she saw a location, she would always subconsciously judge if it was suitable for a crime. However, as soon as this thought flashed through her mind, she paused. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. It was an assassin's intuition. Gu Jiao put down the curtain and lifted the curtain in front of her. She shot out a silver needle and pierced the manservant leading the way in front. The manservant let out a blood-curdling scream and fell off the horse. Miss Gu, Xianxia was stunned. Turn around. Gu Jiao didn't have time to explain. Xianxia was indeed someone who had seen the world with Gu Jiao. He didn't drop the ball at such a crucial moment. If his second boss was here, he would have already pinched his philtrum and fainted. He didn't ask why they turned around. He believed in Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, it was too late. The men in black who were hiding under the ridge rushed towards Gu Jiao's carriage like arrows. Each of them held a large knife in their hands. Their eyes were sharp and murderous. Gu Jiao didn't need to count to know that there were 10 of them. They really thought highly of her, sending so many people to kill her. You go first. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. Xianxia didn't refuse. He knew his place. He didn't know martial arts and he would only be a burden to Miss Gu if he stayed. It was better to report this to the officials. Perhaps they could get help from Miss Gu. Of course, it would also be good if he could lure a few assassins away. For Miss Gu, he would risk it all. Come. Assassins. He pulled on the reins and looked back. Not a single one had caught up. Gu Jiao was surrounded by the men in black. She glanced at them coldly. Come at me all at once. It's too tiring to come one by one. The men in black looked at her with disdain and rushed towards Gu Jiao with their knives. I'll use you guys to test my gunpowder. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. She didn't know how powerful they were. In her previous life, she had played with a small cannon that didn't need to be lit. It would explode when thrown on the ground. The black gunpowder she made was similar to the small cannon, but it was more powerful. Gu Jiao took out a small piece of gunpowder and threw it at one of the men in black. There was a loud bang and the man in black fainted. It was SOSO. Gu Jiao wasn't too satisfied, but she wasn't too disappointed either. She had blown herself up into the sky mainly because she had used a lot of gunpowder. It wasn't too bad that such a small piece of gunpowder could make someone faint. This group of assassins had never seen such a strange hidden weapon. It was powerful and powerful. Everyone was shocked by the explosion. Everyone looked at Gu Jiao with fear. Gu Jiao curled her lips coldly. She snatched one of the men's knives and sent him flying with a punch. The rest of the men finally reacted and rushed towards Gu Jiao again. However, the explosion just now had destroyed their morale. Gu Jiao dealt with them quickly. After the last assassin fell, Gu Jiao clapped her hands calmly. However, no one had expected that a dangerous aura would suddenly approach them. What a terrifying aura! Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't avoid it. The man was too fast. In the nick of time, a sword slashed down and blocked the man's attack. He stretched out his other arm and grabbed Gu Jiao's waist and quickly retreated with her. Wait for me here. Gu Chongqing said and charged towards the man with his sword. This was Gu Jiao's first time seeing Gu Chongqing in a real fight. He was much stronger than she had imagined, but he still wasn't a match for the other party. This was a person that even Gu Jiao had a trace of fear towards. This person's strength was much stronger than her in her previous life. How could this be? Who exactly was he? Gu Chongqing was hit by the other party's palm. She used her sword to stabilize herself. Gu Jiao took out the last 2 gunpowder and threw it at the other party. The man thought it was a normal hidden weapon. He slashed down with his sword and heard 2 loud bangs. It was unknown whether the man was shocked or shocked by the gunpowder. Anyway, he retreated a few steps. His cold eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He didn't faint from the explosion of 2 gunpowder, he was indeed an expert among experts. Gu Jiao put her hand into her pouch to continue digging. In fact, there was no more gunpowder left. She only hoped to scare the other party. Fortunately, she managed to scare him. The other party coldly glanced at Gu Jiao and used his qinggong to leave. Gu Chongqing looked in the direction the other party left. Suddenly, he clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Jiao quickly went forward and checked his pulse. Gu Chongqing waved his hand, "I'm fine. It's just a little internal injury. I'll be fine after some rest." As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his knuckles. He put his sword back into its scabbard and looked at Gu Jiao to ask, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Chongqing whistled and his horse galloped over. The brother and sister got on their horses. "These people?" Gu Jiao looked at the black-clothed men who had fainted on the ground. Gu Chongqing seemed to be very experienced, you can't get anything out of them. That person just now is the key. These people are just some small fries in the Jianghu. They work for money and don't even know the identity of their sponsor. Gu Jiao nodded. The brother and sister returned to Jadewater Alley. The old chancellor had just returned from his duty at the Imperial College. He frowned when he saw Gu Chongqing's pale face. "What happened?" Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao and said, "We encountered a group of assassins." "Assassins?" The old chancellor's gaze swept across the two of them. "You or Jiao Jiao?" "They tried to assassinate me," Gu Jiao said honestly. She jumped down from the horse and gave her hand to Gu Chongqing to help him down. The old chancellor looked around and pulled the horse's reins, saying to the two of them, "Follow me." "You're saying that person's martial arts might not even be able to defeat your grandfather?" The old chancellor frowned deeply after hearing the whole story. "That's impossible. How could your grandfather not be able to defeat an assassin with his skills? That person's scent is very..." Gu Jiao wanted to say familiar because she smelled the scent of her own kind on that person. That person was a killing machine just like her in her previous life. "Weird." Gu Chongqing finished the sentence for Gu Jiao. "He's different from all the experts I've seen before. His martial arts are different, his inner energy is also different, and he has a tattoo on his face." That person was wearing a mask, but Gu Jiao threw out that strange concealed weapon and blew up a piece of the mask. He saw half of the tattoo. "What kind of tattoo?" The old chancellor took a pen and paper. "Draw it for me." Gu Chongqing drew half of the tail. The old chancellor's expression changed. "It's the Dragon Shadow Guard." "What's the Dragon Shadow Guard?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing had already understood and his expression turned grave. "It's the late emperor's men of sacrifice." The old chancellor pondered. In order to deal with Zhuang Jin's, the late emperor secretly trained a group of men of sacrifice. The youngest was only 5 years old and he passed them to His Majesty before he died. Gu Chongqing frowned. "His Majesty wants to kill Jiao Jiao?" The old chancellor waved his hand. "He won't. His Majesty dotes on Jiao Jiao and won't hurt her. His Majesty once transferred the Dragon Shadow Guard to another person to prevent her from being persecuted by Zhuang Jin's." Gu Chongqing was astonished. "That person is," the old chancellor said seriously, "concubine Jing." Gu Chongqing sucked in a cold breath. Digression. The old chancellor, the #1 green tea in Zhao country, will never admit that someone is better at tea than me. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1115727880. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. How could it be her? Gu Chongqing said in disbelief. She assassinated Jiao Jiao. Then what about the matter between the marshal's residence and the marquis residence? Old Chancellor knew about this matter. After all, when Gu Chongqing broke out of prison to visit Gu Yan, it was Old Chancellor who let Gu Chongqing into the house. Old Chancellor said, although there's no evidence for that matter, looking at the motive, it does seem to be her. Other than her, there's probably no one who is so anxious to see His Majesty and Empress Dowager reconcile. Even if the Zhuang family wanted to cover the sky with one hand, if Zhuang Jin's and His Majesty had a harmonious relationship, they didn't think it was a bad thing. Instead, if they could win over His Majesty and let His Majesty give more benefits to the Zhuang family, Grand Tutor Zhuang would also be happy. It's just that His Majesty never boarded the Zhuang family's pirate ship. Old Chancellor continued, I guess she's still brooding about the Empress Dowager's position. She wants to be the Empress Dowager and she wants to get rid of Zhuang Jin's. It's just that she hides herself so well that even though she's the biggest suspect, no one suspects her. Something flashed through Gu Chongqing's eyes. He clenched his fists and his eyes were cold. I'm afraid she has her eyes on Lulang recently. Old Chancellor hesitated for a moment and still told them about the jade pendant. Furthermore, back then when Zhao Du's young marquis was poisoned by Empress Dowager, I suspect it's also her doing. Gu Jiaojiao's eyes also turned cold. Old Chancellor saw the siblings looking like they were going to enter the palace to execute the person on the spot and hurriedly advised, don't be impulsive, don't enter the palace to kill. With the previous emperor's men of sacrifice, you won't be able to kill her and you might even get injured. Secondly, even if you kill her, you won't be justified. His Majesty won't forgive you and the laws of this dynasty won't forgive you. Gu Chongqing said coldly, are we going to let her be free? The old chancellor chuckled and said, to deal with such a person, of course we have to take an unconventional approach. How are you going to do this? Gu Chongqing asked. The old chancellor smiled mysteriously, of course, to give him a taste of his own medicine. Giving someone a taste of their own medicine was easy to say, but it was not easy to do it. Especially this old White Lotus who had hidden himself so deeply that even the old chancellor felt inferior to him. However, the old chancellor always refused to admit defeat. You can be more knowledgeable than me and have a better official position than me, but you can't beat me in tea. Life is like a play. Let's compare our acting skills. Gu Jiao silently touched her small basket. The old chancellor asked, it's so late, where are you going? To see Grandaunt. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. The old chancellor said, put down the basket. Gu Jiao blinked and put down the small basket. Take out the dagger. Gu Jiao took out a black iron dagger with a resentful expression. The other three. Gu Jiao then took out the 3 daggers hidden on her body. Take out the sack. Take out the hidden weapon. Take out the poison needle. And that crackling thing you made. Gu Jiao curled her lips, I don't have that. The old chancellor said, poisonous bug. Poisonous snake. Gu Chongqing's temples throbbed when he heard that. You're a girl, how can you store so many dangerous things in your small basket? You even have poisonous snakes. Gu Jiao took out everything in the small basket, leaving only a small medicine box. The medicine box couldn't hide living things or things that didn't belong to it. Otherwise, it would disappear. Gu Jiao had tried this before. The old chancellor knew this girl too well. If he didn't stop her today, she would directly enter the palace and put old concubine Jing in a sack. However, the risk was too great. He wouldn't allow her to take the risk. Gu Chongqing automatically ignored his sister's basket of strange things and looked at the old chancellor. Chancellor Hua, what do you plan to do? The old chancellor stroked his beard. Well, he had a plan, but he lacked a tool. This person needed to be trusted by the emperor and be able to enter the palace easily. The second point alone wasn't too difficult for him. However, ever since the emperor found out that he was his father for some time, the emperor had a lot of resentment towards him. He didn't trust him as much as before. The old chancellor looked up and sighed. It wasn't easy to be a minister. While he was sighing, the sound of horses' hooves and the sound of wheels turning came from the alley. The sound stopped at the door next door. Then, the whole alley heard little Jingkong's angry roar, ah! I don't want to go out with you anymore. It's not fun. It's not fun at all. The old chancellor muttered, what happened? Who did he go out with? Why is he so angry? Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing didn't know either. The three of them went out. Little Jing Kong jumped down from a tall carriage and stomped his feet angrily. Jing Kong. Gu Jiao called. When little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao walking out of the young master's residence, he pouted his lips aggrievedly and ran over, throwing himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao squatted down, wiped the sweat on the little guy's forehead and touched his collar. His clothes were all soaked in sweat. Marquis Xianping came down from the carriage and looked at the little guy with raised eyebrows. I took you to such a high-end restaurant to eat, but you didn't appreciate it. Marquis. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands in greeting. Yes. Marquis Xianping responded lightly. Little Jing Kong was especially angry. You're still talking about it. Such a big restaurant. There were so many good dishes, but you only ordered an egg for me. Marquis Xianping coughed softly. That was an egg braised with abalone juice. It's very expensive. Besides, can a child like you eat so much? Didn't I take you to row a boat? What kind of boat is that? It's leaking. I scooped water all the way. Woo-woo. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. Jiao Jiao, my arms are sore. There were boats that cost 20 copper coins, boats that cost 50 copper coins, and even boats with black awnings that cost 1 tael of silver. Marquis Xianping rented the cheapest boat. It didn't have a shed, and the bottom of the boat leaked when he rowed halfway. In the end, it was unknown whether he was rowing the boat or the boat was rowing the man. Gu Jiao picked up little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong lay in her arms and sobbed. What a soul-stirring day this was. He didn't want to go out with this stingy monkey anymore. I'll take Jing Kong in first. Gu Jiao said and turned to enter the house. Gu Chongqing and the old chancellor looked at Marquis Xianping with a complicated expression. I know you're stingy, but you don't have to be so stingy. Marquis Xianping coughed softly and said, why are you looking at me like that? I'm also working very hard. I didn't even take care of Aheng when she was young. I spent a lot of effort taking care of this little guy for a day, but he didn't even call me master. Do you want to be little Jing Kong's master? The old chancellor looked at Marquis Xianping up and down, and his eyes lit up little by little. That's easy. You help me with one thing, and I'll find a way to make Jing Kong call you master. Marquis Xianping looked at the old chancellor suspiciously. It rained at night and dissipated a lot of the summer heat. The rain stopped at dawn, and the palace was filled with fragrance mixed with the moist smell of the soil, making people feel relaxed and happy. Empress Xiao got up early. According to the rules of the palace, she should go to Rinshou Palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang, but Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't an ordinary Empress Dowager. She had to go to morning court, which saved her from setting rules in front of her. However, not paying respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't mean not paying respects to imperial concubine Jing. Your Highness, this peacock jade hairpin is beautiful, said the palace maid who was combing Empress Xiao's hair. Empress Xiao looked at her reflection in the bronze mirror and sighed, time makes people grow old, and beauty fades easily. What's the use of a beautiful hairpin? When people grow old, they won't look good wearing anything. The palace maid hurriedly said, how can your highness grow old? You're a peony among flowers, a national beauty and a cypress in the mountains, flourishing in the frost. You'll only become more and more beautiful. Empress Xiao smiled faintly, you have a sweet mouth. She raised her hand and signaled the palace maid to put on the hairpin for her. The palace maid put on the peacock jade hairpin and picked a few white jade flowers for her. Your highness is the empress, and you don't need to use your beauty to serve others. Why are you afraid of wasting time? Nurse Liao walked in with a basin of water soaked in flower petals. Empress Xiao smiled, Nurse Liao is right. She was the empress, the first wife of His Majesty. Unlike the other concubines, she and His Majesty had been betrothed and had gone through the wedding ceremony. They had a true relationship as husband and wife. As a man, he could spend some time on other women, but his first wife was still his first wife. Empress Xiao soaked her hand in the petal water. Nurse Liao said, Your Highness, Marquis Xianping is here. Brother is here? Empress Xiao's eyes lit up. Nurse Liao sighed inwardly. Only in front of Marquis Xianping would Empress Xiao reveal her ladylike side. Invite him in. It wasn't a quick announcement, but a quick invitation. Empress Xiao respected her brother very much. Of course, Marquis Xianping also treated his sister well. Empress Xiao met with Marquis Xianping in the Qingyu Pavilion. Marquis Xianping cupped his hands and bowed, "Greetings, Your Highness." Empress Xiao wanted to say something, but hesitated. She glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs in the pavilion and said in a deep voice, "All of you can leave. I have a few private words with Marquis Xianping." Yes. The palace maids left one by one. Empress Xiao then stood up with a smile and walked towards Marquis Xianping. "Brother." Marquis Xianping looked at her with disdain. "Why are you dressed like a bird today?" Empress Xiao, who was splashed with a basin of cold water, Empress Xiao took a deep breath. Big Brother's mouth really hasn't changed in the past few decades. Empress Xiao and Marquis Xianping sat on the chairs. She didn't sit on the main seat on the steps, but sat beside Marquis Xianping. Empress Xiao asked, "Brother, how are you these days?" Marquis Xianping said, "Very good. How about you, Your Highness?" Empress Xiao smiled, "Of course I'm good." Marquis Xianping looked at her exquisite makeup and cumbersome jewelry, and asked, "Do you regret entering the palace?" "Why would I?" She didn't regret it. Wasn't it good to be the empress? What's more, although His Majesty had a harem of 3,000 beauties, he had never really neglected her. It was her own idea to marry His Majesty. She was the one who took noble consort Zhuang's place. Noble consort Zhuang was His Majesty's official consort, but after His Majesty ascended the throne, he only made noble consort Zhuang a second-rank consort and decreed that Empress Xiao was to be His Majesty. Because of this, she and the Xiao family had suffered a lot from Empress Dowager Zhuang's faction. Her brother had taken care of it all by himself. Thus, she was grateful and revered His Majesty. She smiled and asked, "Brother, how come you have time to come see me today?" "I have something to ask of you," Marquis Xianping said. "What is it?" Empress Xiao asked. Marquis Xianping said, "An old friend asked me to bring something to Grand Concubine Jing. It's very precious, so I must personally hand it to Grand Concubine Jing." Empress Xiao smiled and said, "I thought it was a big deal." "What's so hard about it?" "I'm going to Pure Flower's palace to pay respects to Grand Concubine Jing. How about brother come with me?" "All right." Marquis Xianping nodded. The siblings went to Pure Flower's palace. Ever since Grand Concubine Jing moved here, Pure Flower's palace had become much more lively. All the consorts in the imperial harem who had the right to pay respects to Grand Concubine Jing had come. They truly wanted to curry favor with Grand Concubine Jing and wanted to meet His Majesty by chance. Empress Xiao didn't need to meet His Majesty, but His Majesty treated Grand Concubine Jing like his mother, so Empress Xiao naturally respected her like a mother-in-law. However, Empress Xiao never expected that noble consort Zhuang would also come. The two most powerful consorts in the imperial harem met at the entrance of Pure Flower's palace with their eunuchs and palace maids. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. The two were originally evenly matched in the imperial harem, but with Marquis Xianping supporting Empress Xiao today, Empress Xiao's aura was much stronger than usual. Marquis Xianping. Noble consort Zhuang greeted with a smile. Noble consort. Marquis Xianping half-heartedly cupped his hands. He was also like this in front of His Majesty, so noble consort Zhuang didn't mind his attitude. Noble consort Zhuang smiled and looked towards Empress Xiao. "Is Empress here to pay respects to Grand Concubine? Could it be that noble consort isn't?" Empress Xiao asked indifferently. Noble consort Zhuang smiled. "Ning Wang suppressed a group of bandits a few days ago. The villagers were grateful for His Majesty's kindness and specially made some tea cakes for Ning Wang to bring to His Majesty. Ning Wang is still in the mountains dealing with the aftermath, so His Majesty could only have His Majesty's imperial bodyguard bring them back. This consort will do it for him." Ning Wang, Ning Wang. Her son was clearly the crown prince, but His Majesty always had His Majesty study in the upper study. Ning Wang was often entrusted with important tasks and helped His Majesty rule the world. Thinking about it now, Ning Wang's reputation among the commoners was about to surpass His Majesty's. Empress Xiao's fingers tightened and a cold light flashed through her eyes. Let's go in, Marquis Xianping said. Empress Xiao rolled her eyes at noble consort Zhuang and walked into Pure Flower's palace with Marquis Xianping. Noble consort Zhuang bowed slightly and was very perfunctory. It wasn't until Empress Xiao and Marquis Xianping entered Grand Concubine Jing's bedchamber that noble consort Zhuang's expression turned cold. The female official on the side snorted, "What's so great about her? If it wasn't for His Majesty breaking off relations with the Empress Dowager, the position of Empress would have long been yours." Noble consort Zhuang sneered, "What's the use of sitting on the Empress Dowager's seat? She gave birth to 2 idiotic sons. It's hard for her to take on important tasks." Noble consort Zhuang also entered Pure Flower's palace. She had indeed come today to deliver tea cakes to His Majesty. The commoners didn't pay particular attention to the food and it wasn't clean, but His Majesty didn't really eat it. He only needed to know the intentions of Ning Wang and the commoners. No matter how many achievements Ning Wang made outside, he would definitely tell the commoners that he was following Imperial Father's orders. The one protecting the commoners wasn't him, but his Imperial Father, the Emperor of Zhao country. How could His Majesty not dote on such a son? His Majesty was truly happy when he saw the tea cakes and didn't eat them. However, he did praise Ning Wang greatly. Noble consort has taught her son well. His Majesty's heart was filled with joy. He thought of something and sighed softly. If His Majesty was half as sensible as his older brother, Zhen wouldn't be so worried. Noble consort Zhuang smiled. If His Majesty doesn't mind, his older brother would be very happy to take him out to gain experience. She didn't flatter His Majesty or belittle His Majesty's son. Instead, she spoke of brotherly respect, which made His Majesty very happy. It's time for them to go out and gain experience. Later, Zhen will find a job for the 2 brothers to do together. His Majesty paused, then said, "Zhen hasn't seen Yan and Xian for a while. Have them come to the palace some other day." Qin Yan and Qin Xian were the children of Ning Wang's concubines. One was 3 years old and the other was 2 years old. "Yes," noble consort Zhuang agreed with a smile. Putting down the booklet, the Emperor said, "Since you're here, come with Zhen to see consort Jing's mother." It would be impolite for noble consort Zhuang to refuse. Inside Chouhua Pavilion, Empress Xiao and Marquis Xianping had already paid their respects to consort Jing. Empress Xiao was sitting next to consort Jing. When she saw the Emperor enter with noble consort Zhuang, her face turned sour. "Greetings to consort Jing's mother." Noble consort Zhuang bowed. "What are you doing here?" The Emperor looked at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping said, "This subject has been entrusted with something to give to consort Dowager." As he spoke, he took out a small brocade box from his wide sleeve. Granny Kai walked over, took the box, and presented it to consort Jing with both hands. Consort Jing was still seriously ill and didn't look well. She covered her face with a handkerchief and coughed twice, then took the box. "Which old friend is it?" Consort Jing asked with a smile. Marquis Xianping said, "That old friend said that consort Dowager will know if you open the box." Consort Jing nodded and opened the box. Marquis Xianping was the Emperor's trusted aide, so he was trustworthy and wouldn't harm her. However, no one expected that a dart would shoot out the moment the box was opened. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Marquis Xianping's body also shook. He never expected that the box would contain a concealed weapon. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to make a move. Consort Jing was old and weak. She was done for. She was going to lose her life. The dart shot straight for Consort Jing's face. Consort Jing's eyes turned cold as she waved her 2 fingers and caught the dart. Everyone stared at her, dumbfounded. The hall fell silent in an instant. Digression, I won't say anything else. I'm begging for monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964289642826/111544947 HTML genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Everyone, including the emperor, was stunned by the scene before them. Grand concubine Jing, who had been sickly and on the verge of collapsing from a gust of wind, had caught a dart aimed at her with her bare hands in the next second. This was too exciting. Everyone was so shocked that no one could say anything for a long time. Logically speaking, the box that Marquis Xianping had given to Grand Concubine Jing should have been charged with the crime of attempting to assassinate the Grand Concubine. However, the fact that Grand Concubine Jing had caught the darts with her bare hands was so shocking that no one thought of Marquis Xianping. Even Marquis Xianping hadn't thought of himself. Mother, the emperor stuttered. Grand Concubine Jing immediately returned to her senses. Her body swayed and her fingers loosened, causing the dart to fall to the shiny floor with a loud thud. Only then did everyone come back to their senses, and their eyes widened in unison. Granny Kai's eyes flickered as she slapped the box out of Grand Concubine Jing's hands. Marquis Xianping, how dare you assassinate the Grand Concubine in Pure Flower's palace? Fortunately, the Grand Concubine is a descendant of a general and learned a bit of martial arts from the old uncle before entering the palace. Otherwise, you would have succeeded by now. The old uncle was Grand Concubine Jing's father. After Grand Concubine Jing was conferred the title of concubine, her maternal family also rose in status. Her father was made Count Yanzhen and given the rank of Major 4th-rank General of Might. Before this, Count Yanzhen was only a 6th-rank military captain. It was a bit of an exaggeration to call her a descendant of a general, but once a person achieved meteoric success, their past could be polished and embellished, and history could be forgotten. Thus, in everyone's eyes, Grand Concubine Jing deserved Granny Kai's title of descendant of a general. Noble consort Zhuang pursed her lips. She was one of the few people who snorted in disdain. Her aunt was the descendant of a scholar, and Grand Concubine Jing was known as the descendant of a general. Everyone called her the twin beauties of Zhao capital, one for the scholarly and one for the martial arts. How could she be worthy of being called one of the two beauties alongside his aunt? Noble consort Zhuang touched the tip of her nose with her handkerchief and said with a faint smile, "It's been so many years, but imperial consort dowagers. Skills haven't changed at all. She's so agile." This? Granny Kai opened her mouth. Old concubine Jing said with a smile, "I neglected my practice in the palace and slacked off. Later on, I moved to the nunnery. When I had nothing to do, I would practice to pass the time." Cough cough. As she spoke, she covered her face and coughed. "But I've been sick these days, so I can't practice anymore," the emperor said in a daze. In the past, I've never heard my mother mention it. They had had a very difficult time in the palace. After Empress Dowager Zhuang was banished to the cold palace, the three of them lost their protection and suffered a lot of bullying. He remembered that once, a Jowie, whose position was below his lady mother's, had sent her dog to attack Ningyan, who was beside his lady mother. Imperial concubine mother used her body to shield Ningyan. She was bitten black and blue all over, and Ningyan was also slightly injured. "Since my mother knows martial arts, why did you?" The emperor suddenly realized that he didn't trust old concubine Jing enough. Old concubine Jing smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty wants to ask about the time Ningyan and I were chased and bitten by Mu Jiaoi's dog? Mu Jiaoi is noble consort Lu's person. I can hide once, but I can't hide forever. Noble consort Lu wants me to be injured. If I don't show her my injuries, she won't let it go. It's just that Ningyan also suffered some minor injuries." Fortunately, noble consort Lu vented her anger. "Otherwise, the three of us would have been in a worse situation." Granny Kai said in a timely manner, "Old concubine mother injured her leg at that time. She didn't want Princess Ningyan and your Majesty to worry, so she kept it a secret. Since then, whenever it rained, her leg would hurt like it was being pricked by needles. It's gotten worse in recent years. She would occasionally fall ill even on sunny days." That's why she often falls down. People who practiced martial arts weren't immune to injuries. For example, Marquis Xianping had a waist injury on the battlefield. The surprise in the emperor's eyes dissipated, and he walked forward guiltily. I've wronged mother. He held old concubine Jing's hand with one hand and patted her back with the other to help her breathe. The emperor, who had favored noble consort Shuang a moment ago, now glared at her coldly. Noble consort Shuang knew that she had misspoken. She dropped her handkerchief and bowed. I meant to say that it's fortunate that old concubine mother didn't neglect her martial arts practice. Otherwise, she might have met with misfortune today. Martial arts practice? Why hadn't she heard of it before? Granny Kai offered a cup of hot tea. I'll do it. The emperor took the tea and personally fed it to old concubine Jing. Old concubine Jing's expression relaxed a bit, and the emperor finally turned his attention back to Marquis Xianping. He said coldly, Marquis Xianping, what's going on? Marquis Xianping felt wronged. He also wanted to know what was going on. That damned old wine jar, was he playing with him? He said seriously, Your Majesty, this brocade box was given to me by Chancellor Hua. I didn't open it, so I didn't know there was a hidden weapon inside. He was a hoodlum, but he wasn't a gentleman who would sneak around and pry into other people's privacy. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't expect the old chancellor to trick him like this. Why? The emperor said coldly, Summon Hua Xian. Yes. Eunuch Wei responded. Eunuch Wei immediately sent a junior eunuch to the directorate to summon the old chancellor to Pure Flowers Palace. Empress Xiao and noble consort Shuang also stayed here to wait for the results of the emperor's trial. The old chancellor calmly and magnanimously entered the autumn flower pavilion in the side hall of Pure Flowers Palace. His gaze swept across everyone, seemingly surprised to see so many people. He cupped his hands and bowed. This subject kowtows in salute to your majesty, the empress, the imperial concubine dowager, and the imperial concubine dowager. The box and dart had already been picked up by the palace servants and placed on the table next to the emperor. The emperor waved his hand impatiently. No need for formalities. We didn't call you here to see you pay your respects. The old chancellor secretly raised his brows. His Majesty's temper was very strong. The emperor casually picked up the box on the table and coldly threw it on the ground in front of the old chancellor. What is this? Do you recognize it? The box fell on the ground and smashed open. The shiny dart inside rolled out and coincidentally rolled next to the old chancellor's feet. The old chancellor squatted down and picked up the box and dart together with a strange expression. What? You don't recognize it? When the emperor said this, he looked deeply at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping said to the old chancellor, the one surnamed Hua, don't play dumb. You personally handed this box to me last night and asked me to pass it to the imperial concubine dowager for you. It was a great taboo for a subject to privately exchange gifts with the imperial concubine. However, the old chancellor was too pure, so it made people suspect his intentions. The old chancellor said innocently, that's right, I did hand the box to you. Where is the item in the box? The emperor said coldly, this dart is the item in the box. The old chancellor looked at the emperor with a dumbfounded expression. How is that possible? I clearly put in 20 taels of silver. He looked at Grand Concubine Jing. Imperial Concubine Dowager, do you still remember when I went to the temple to offer incense many years ago? There were too many pilgrims at that time, so a thief sneaked in and stole my silver. You happened to pass by nearby and borrowed 10 taels of silver for the incense after asking for the reason. I once promised that I would repay you double the amount in the future. It had been a long time since this incident happened. If the old chancellor hadn't brought it up, Grand Concubine Jing would have almost forgotten about it. She tried hard to recall and asked with uncertainty, didn't we agree to buy a couplet from you at that time? I didn't borrow the silver from you. The old chancellor said righteously, Imperial Concubine said that she wanted to buy a couplet written by me to solve my urgent need and was afraid that my self-esteem would be damaged. However, I also said that I would repay the silver in the future. Grand Concubine Jing didn't have much of an impression of the latter part. After all, who would keep a record of 10 taels of silver for several years? The emperor asked suspiciously, why did you have to return it now of all times? The old chancellor let out a dry laugh and said embarrassedly, to be honest, I forgot about it. It was only when I heard the news that old concubine Jing returned to the palace that I suddenly remembered this old score. Good heavens, good heavens. Grand concubine Jing really did give him the silver. He did say that he would repay her double the amount, but Grand concubine Jing didn't agree at the time. She only said that he might as well write a couplet for her and take it that she bought it from him. However, so many years had passed, and he insisted on returning the silver. Grand concubine Jing probably couldn't remember it clearly anymore. Even if she remembered it clearly, she wasn't afraid that there would be mistakes in her memory. He said that he remembered it that way. Fortunately, Grand concubine Jing and the emperor didn't harp on the details of the silver. Instead, they talked about the item in the brocade box again. The emperor said, "You gave the silver, but Marquis Xianping used it as a dart today and almost injured Grand concubine Jing." What? The old chancellor was flabbergasted and panicked. He knelt down with a plop. "Your Majesty is wise. This old subject has indeed placed silver tails. I also don't know why the silver became a concealed weapon. I can swear to the heavens." Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth. Keep acting for me," noble concubine Zhuang said with a smile. "Chancellor Hua is so confident. Could it be that he really didn't put it there?" But after him, it seems that Marquis Xianping was the only one who touched the box in private. Noble concubine Zhuang. Empress Xiao stopped her with a stern voice. Noble concubine Zhuang smiled. "I don't mean to slander Marquis Xianping. I'm just analyzing the facts." Marquis Xianping said, "I didn't open the box after receiving it yesterday and kept it with me. After returning home, I put it in my room. The only people who can enter my room are me and my bodyguard, Chongjing. Chongjing didn't touch the box. Chongjing wasn't interested in this kind of boxy thing. He wouldn't even bother to look at it." Empress Xiao stood up and stood beside her brother. She saluted the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, Marquis Xianping is loyal to you and respectful to concubine Jing's mother. He would never frame concubine Jing's mother. Especially, in front of so many people. Isn't it stupid to use something he personally handed over?" Noble concubine Zhuang smiled faintly and said, "Maybe someone used this idea to make the impossible possible, so that they could escape suspicion." Empress Zhao's eyes turned cold. "I'm talking to His Majesty. It's not your turn to interrupt." In the past, Empress Xiao didn't use her status to suppress noble concubine Zhuang. After all, noble concubine Zhuang had the support of the Empress Dowager and her real power wasn't small. Today, she was anxious, so she said this. Noble concubine Zhuang snorted coldly. The emperor looked at Marquis Xianping heavily. "Has anyone sneaked into your room?" Marquis Xianping calmly met the emperor's sharp gaze. "Your Majesty, this official doesn't dare to say that the entire Marquis Xianping is impregnable, but this official's room is guarded by Chongjing, and this official also rests there. With our skills, it's impossible for anyone to do anything under our eyes." The emperor pondered. "The Chongjing you're talking about is the assassin you brought back from the Dark Knight sect?" Marquis Xianping said, "That's right. The Dark Knight sect was a power outside of the 6 countries. It didn't belong to any country and was headquartered on an island. The assassins of the Dark Knight sect were all first-class experts. What's more, what Marquis Xianping said was right. He himself was also a first-class expert." The old chancellor muttered, "What if someone took action while you were asleep?" Marquis Xianping looked at him and chuckled. "Do you know that in Zhao country, there are no more than 5 people who can defeat Chongjing? One is the Grand Marshal of the world, Tang Yueshan. One is Marquis Ding and Marquis Gu. The other 3 are the dragon shadow guards that the previous emperor left to the emperor. The reason I said 3 is because I've only seen 3 of them. I don't know if there are more." The old chancellor said seriously, "So there are still people who can commit crimes." Marquis Xianping said indifferently, "Tang Yueshan went with Prince Ning to suppress bandits early this month and hasn't returned yet. He's not in the capital, so how could he commit a crime in my manor?" The old chancellor said, "Then, what about Marquis Gu?" Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes. "The one surnamed Hua. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid?" The old marquis was the emperor's confidant. This was something no one in the world knew. Huxian, this old thing, was deeply trusted by the emperor, so how could he not know? Would he harm concubine Jing? Did he know about the existence of this box? Empress Xiao knew that the old marquis was secretly training soldiers for the emperor. She also believed that the old marquis had nothing to do with this matter. Noble consort Zhuang was one of the Empress Dowager's people, but the Empress Dowager was well informed. How could she not know that the old marquis and the emperor were only at odds on the surface? She sneered, if that's the case, it's neither this nor that. Could it be the late emperor's dragon shadow guard? Marquis Xianping, why don't you say that His Majesty wants to harm his mother? Noble consort Zhuang didn't know that the emperor had already given the dragon shadow guard to concubine Jing. So even if it was the dragon shadow guard, it wasn't the emperor who wanted to harm concubine Jing, but concubine Jing herself. But why would concubine Jing harm herself? Could it be a ruse? Why, was it to frame Marquis Xianping or the old chancellor? The emperor felt that his mother had no reason to do this, even if she was innocent and kind-hearted. Marquis Xianping and the old chancellor were both his confidants. Why would his mother cut off his arms? The emperor looked coldly at Marquis Xianping. I'll leave this matter to you. You must get to the bottom of this. If you can't, I'll take it that you did it. Marquis Xianping, after leaving the imperial palace, Marquis Xianping almost couldn't resist pressing the old chancellor to the ground to wipe the floor. The one with the surname Hua, you've improved. You've even tricked me. What are you saying, Marquis Xianping? I really don't know why the silver turned into darts. The old chancellor refused to admit it. The number one green tea in Zhao country, his acting skills were perfect. Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth and said, seeing that you were once Aheng's teacher, I won't kill you first. But if I find evidence, even if His Majesty doesn't kill you, I will personally end you. The old chancellor cupped his hands. Farewell, Marquis. Humph. Marquis Xianping left in a huff. Only when he was far away did the old chancellor let out a long sigh of relief. He came to his carriage and stepped on the footstool to get on. Inside the carriage, Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao had been waiting for a long time. Chancellor Hua, how is it? Gu Chongqing asked. The old chancellor smiled, it's going well. And it's a little unexpected. I found out that old concubine Jing knows martial arts. He didn't see old concubine Jing catch the darts with her bare hands. He only asked eunuch Wei when he came out. He originally thought that it would be the late emperor's man of sacrifice. It could be seen that people couldn't care less about hiding themselves at the crucial moment of life and death. Gu Jiao made a sound and said, her pulse is so weak. She really doesn't seem like someone who knows martial arts. Gu Chongqing thought for a while and said, maybe she took some medicine to change her pulse. It's possible, Gu Jiao nodded. Her eyes suddenly became bright, then can we? No. The old chancellor heartlessly took away her sack. Does His Majesty have any suspicions about her? Gu Chongqing asked. The old chancellor drank a mouthful of tea and said with a smirk, it won't be so fast. But the seed of suspicion has been planted. As long as it happens a few more times, the seed will germinate in His Majesty's heart. It will grow strong and blossom into a flower that will sow discord. Gu Chongqing, you really look like a treacherous official. Digression, even the exemption is so early. Pampering fans, right? Exploding with new chapters tomorrow. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels will be updated even faster. Millions of novels to read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/1115172889. HTML Genius remembers this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. The group took the carriage back to Jadewater Alley. There's something I don't understand, Gu Chongqing suddenly said before getting off the carriage. What is it? The old chancellor asked. Gu Chongqing pondered, since the late emperor's shadow dragon guards are loyal to His Majesty, then they should know that His Majesty values Jiao Jiao very much. Why would they help the evildoers harm Jiao Jiao? The old chancellor replied, this is where the shadow dragon guards are different from the usual men of sacrifice. They are tools for killing and have no thoughts of their own. They only listen to orders. His Majesty made them loyal to old concubine Jing, so old concubine Jing's words are their imperial edict. Unless His Majesty personally takes them back. I see. Gu Chongqing suddenly realized. He had been in the military camp for so long and thought he was familiar with the experts of Zhao country. But he didn't expect that he only knew the tip of the iceberg. There was such a terrifying power hidden under the surface. I'm still too young. He muttered. The old chancellor patted his shoulder, it's not too late to know now. Your grandfather is His Majesty's confidant, so he must know about the existence of the shadow dragon guards. It's just that the time wasn't right, so he didn't tell you. The shadow dragon guards were very powerful in the early years, but unfortunately, they were either dead or injured. In this generation, only old concubine Jing and a few others are left. His Majesty himself has never seen the terror of the shadow dragon guards, so he doesn't know what kind of killing weapon he gave old concubine Jing. Gu Chongqing nodded. No wonder Eunuch Wei said that His Majesty recently sent a few more shadow guards to old concubine Jing's side. The old chancellor said, with the shadow dragon guards, why would he need shadow guards? His Majesty is the one who is too young. Wait. Gu Chongqing suddenly remembered something. His Majesty once encountered an assassination attempt. Could it be that the shadow dragon guards were among those people? The shadow dragon guards even killed His Majesty? That's not the case. Old Chancellor shook his head. Dragon shadow guards won't assassinate His Majesty. This is the first order that the late emperor left for them. The second order is to obey His Majesty's orders. Even if His Majesty ordered them to kill him, the dragon shadow guards would still obey the first order. Last time, the person who tried to assassinate His Majesty was a hostage from the state of Chen. However, it is impossible for a hostage from the state of Chen to know His Majesty's whereabouts so well. He has a spy in the palace. Gu Chongqing asked, could the spy be one of concubine Jing's men? The old chancellor stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that it's her. If it was her, why would she assassinate His Majesty? What good would it do her to kill His Majesty? Gu Chongqing thought for a moment. What if her purpose is not to kill His Majesty, but to stab His Majesty and frame Empress Dowager Zhuang? In fact, His Majesty did blame the assassination on Empress Dowager Zhuang. The old chancellor had a solemn expression. We can't rule out this possibility. If that was the case, then concubine Jing was too scary. She could think of it as revenge against Empress Dowager Zhuang or fighting for the position of Empress Dowager. However, His Majesty respected her so much that she could do it. I hope we are wrong, Gu Chongqing said. His Majesty respected concubine Jing so much that he was almost no different from her flesh and blood, except for the fact that he wasn't born from her womb. Gu Chongqing understood His Majesty's feelings for concubine Jing. Gu Qinglin and Gu Qingfeng used to feel the same way about concubine Ling. The difference was that concubine Ling was just a concubine. Gu Qinglin and Gu Qingfeng knew they had a mother since they were young. In their hearts, their mother was more important. When His Majesty was born, he was brought to concubine Jing's palace and adopted under her name. The relationship between mother and son was strong for many years. It wasn't until His Majesty grew up that he learned that his birth mother was a palace maid. At that time, he couldn't have any feelings for his birth mother. The former emperor wouldn't allow him to have any feelings for a lowly palace maid. If His Majesty was hurt by concubine Jing, it would be a devastating blow. As the two talked, the carriage arrived at the door. The carriage stopped, and the surroundings quieted down. Only then did the two hear a small snoring sound beside them. It turned out that Gu Jiao had fallen asleep while hugging a pillow. The little girl was sleeping soundly. Her cheeks were pressed against the pillow until they were chubby and bright red from the heat. The two couldn't help but laugh. This girl really didn't have the slightest interest in these things. She just went to sleep when she wasn't allowed to put a sack over her. I'll go down first. Old Chancellor said soundlessly. Gu Chongqing nodded his head and bowed towards Old Chancellor, giving him a junior's greeting. The two didn't wake Gu Jiao up. Gu Chongqing stayed in the carriage and took out a fan from under the table, gently fanning Gu Jiao. Perhaps it was because it was cooler, but Gu Jiao's furrowed brows relaxed. Yao Shi, who was picking vegetables in the front yard, saw this scene and rubbed her slightly protruding belly. A trace of gentleness flashed through her eyes. Gu Jiao slept all the way until little Jing Kong came back from the Imperial College. As soon as the little trumpet spirit got home, she started blaring tirelessly. It was hard for Gu Jiao not to wake up. Fortunately, she had enough sleep. Gu Chongqing still had matters to attend to at the military camp, so he couldn't stay for dinner. In the evening, smoke rose in spirals from the kitchen chimneys in the alley. Xiao Lulang had also returned from his duty at Hanlin Academy. He went to Old Chancellor's place to discuss some matters. When he returned home, he found Gu Jiao sitting listlessly in the east room. She had slept for an entire afternoon, so logically speaking, she should be full of energy. But her sighing and moaning really showed the essence of little Jing Kong's imitation of Master Zhao next door. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but smile. After dinner, Gu Jiao returned to the house listlessly and continued to be listless. Xiao Lulang knocked on the door. "It's me." Gu Jiao sat up. "Come in." Xiao Lulang pushed the door and entered. Gu Jiao thought he was here to give her mung bean soup again. Although she wasn't hungry, she still sat down at the table very cooperatively. Who knew that Xiao Lulang didn't give her a bowl of mung bean soup? Instead, he just stared at her. Gu Jiao gradually sensed that something was wrong. She raised her head and met Xiao Liulang's gaze. She asked strangely, "What?" Xiao Liulang's bottomless eyes were shining. There was a helpless smile that even he didn't notice. "Don't you want to put a gunny sack on me?" "Hmm?" Gu Jiao's little ears perked up. Then she blinked and looked at the window. She said in a serious tone, "I'm not that kind of person." Xiao Lulang almost believed her. Supporting someone until they couldn't get out of bed, you really aren't that kind of person. Xiao Lulang held back his smile and asked seriously, "Then, do you want to go to the palace to see Grandaunt?" Gu Jiao sat up straight. Of course I want to go." "Change into this." Xiao Lulang magically brought out a set of young eunuch clothes. After he left, Gu Jiao changed into the clothes and put on the hat. The door was pulled open and a playful young eunuch walked out. Xiao Lulang was caught off guard and stared straight at her. He never expected that the woman would look so cute in the eunuch's clothes. She had a pair of big, blinking eyes that were bright and clear. Her small face was the size of a palm, and her facial features were unbelievably exquisite. Even the red birthmark that was often criticized by others seemed to have a different kind of spirit. If all the young eunuchs in the palace looked like this, then what was the point of taking concubines and choosing consorts? "Do I look good?" Gu Jiao asked. "Not bad." A certain person said with a cold face, "Get on." The two got on the carriage. Today, Nanxiang personally went to Qinghe Academy to pick up Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yan. Lu Quan was free, but now he wasn't free. He had to send the two to the palace. Gu Jiao sat obediently in the carriage. She stretched out her legs and tiptoed. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. The carriage arrived at the palace gate. Xiao Lulang generously showed his Rinshou Palace token. "Can I trouble you to see if there's anyone else in the carriage?" the guard asked politely. Xiao Lulang lifted the curtain and generously allowed the guard to size him up. In reality, he blocked most of Gu Jiao's view, so he could only see the young eunuch's clothes. Xiao Liulang's expression didn't change as he said, "It's the young eunuch of Rinshou Palace." "Ah, so it's like that. Xiao Shouju, please." The guard moved to the side to let them pass. The carriage passed by the throne room and couldn't go any further as it approached the inner palace. Xiao Lulang said, "All right, let's stop here. Uncle Lu, you go back first. We'll go back by ourselves later." Lu Quan said, "I'll wait for you." Xiao Lulang said, "No need. Great Aunt will send someone to send us back." "That's true." Lu Quan smiled, "Then I'll be leaving first." After Lu Quan left, Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao went to the vicinity of Pure Flower's palace. The days were long and the nights were short in summer. It was getting late, but dusk was still boundless. Grand concubine Jing had the habit of taking a stroll after dinner to aid digestion, so she went to the imperial garden with Nurse Kai and the others after dinner. What had happened in Pure Flower's palace in the morning had affected her somewhat, so her complexion wasn't very good. Nurse Kai supported her while the junior palace maids followed behind them, not daring to say a word. "Let's go sit." In the pavilion, Grand concubine Jing said to Nurse Kai. "Yes." Nurse Kai helped her up the steps and sat down on a stone bench in the pavilion. She then ordered one of the junior palace maids, "Go make a pot of flower tea and bring it over." "Yes." The junior palace maid went to a nearby tea house to make the tea. The evening breeze blew gently, and the weeping willow swayed gently. The imperial garden was bathed in tranquility and peace. The junior palace maid brought over the tea and poured a cup for Grand concubine Jing with both hands. Nurse Kai reached out to take it, but she sucked in a cold breath when she touched it. She snapped, "How dare you? Do you want to burn esteemed imperial concubine to death?" "Ah. This servant wouldn't dare." The junior palace maid was so frightened that she fell to her knees. Because her movements were too big, the tea in the cup spilled out and splashed all over her hands, turning them red in an instant. Grand concubine Jing said softly, "Forget it, she didn't do it on purpose. She's still young, so just teach her more. Get up." "Many thanks, esteemed imperial concubine." "Many thanks, esteemed imperial concubine." The junior palace maid was moved to tears as she stood up shakily. "Put it down," Grand concubine Jing said as she looked at the tea in her hands. "Yes." The junior palace maid placed the tea on the stone table. Grand concubine Jing then said, "Let me see your hands." The junior palace maid quickly hid her hands behind her back. "I wouldn't dare disgrace esteemed imperial concubine's eyes." "Just let me see," Grand concubine Jing said kindly. "Yes." The junior palace maid lowered her head and stretched out her hands nervously. Grand concubine Jing looked at the back of her hands and said, "It's all red, so there's no need to serve me anymore. Go back and apply some ointment." She paused for a bit before adding, "I almost forgot that this isn't a nunnery, and you girls don't have ointment with you. Granny Kai, take her to my room and give her a bottle of ointment for burns." Granny Kai smiled. "You're so kind, esteemed imperial concubine." "Many thanks, esteemed imperial concubine." The junior palace maid knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. The palace maids and eunuchs who saw this all felt that Grand concubine Jing was indeed a kind-hearted person. She had been a vegetarian for many years and had the heart of a bodhisattva. She was much easier to get along with than the one at Rinshou Palace. Working at Rinshou Palace, one had to be very careful all the time. If they angered that person at some point in time, they would be beaten to death without any explanation. Granny Kai then led the junior palace maid away. Not far away, Xiao Lulang retracted his gaze and said to Gu Jiao, "My stomach isn't feeling well, so I suddenly feel like going to the washroom. Wait for me here." "Forget it, let's not wait. You go to Rinshou Palace first, I'll go there myself later." Gu Jiao looked at Grand concubine Jing, then looked at Xiao Lulang and nodded her head like she was pounding garlic. Xiao Lulang's lips curled slightly, then he pursed his lips. "Then I'll be going." Gu Jiao, hurry, hurry, Xiao Lulang, who was being disdained by his wife, Xiao Lulang walked towards the washroom. He naturally wasn't going to go to the toilet. He walked as far away as possible and took out a bamboo flute from his wide sleeve behind a rock garden where no one was passing by. He had just gone to see the old chancellor and learned about Gu Jiao's assassination attempt and what had happened at Pure Flower's palace. He also learned that Grand concubine Jing had the deceased emperor's loyalists in her hands. There was one thing that even the old chancellor and his majesty didn't know, and that was that Princess Xianxia also had loyalists left behind by the deceased emperor. Xiao Lulang composed himself and blew into the bamboo flute in his hand. On a lush tree, a black figure holding a long sword was leaning against the tree trunk with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he opened his eyes. He gripped the long sword in his hand and used his qinggong to fly in the direction of the flute's sound. Granny Kai left with the young palace maid whose hand had been scalded, leaving only Grand Concubine Jing and a few other palace maids in the pavilion. "Let us go pick some flowers for your highness," said one of the palace maids. "All right." Grand Concubine Jing nodded. "Go and pick them quickly. It's getting dark." "Yes, your highness." 4 palace maids and eunuchs walked down the steps and started picking flowers from the bushes. Several hidden guards were lying in ambush in the surroundings. Whoosh, a hidden guard disappeared. Whoosh, another hidden guard disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, all the hidden guards had disappeared. Grand Concubine Jing seemed to have sensed something. She frowned and turned around, but before she could see clearly, someone had put a gunny sack over her head. She knew martial arts, after all, and couldn't be compared to the crown prince's concubine. With a twist of her finger, she shot a poison needle at Gu Jiao. Yo-ho, poison scorpion. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was prepared. She leaned to the side and stabbed the needle into Grand Concubine Jing's thigh. Grand Concubine Jing didn't even have time to scream before she was drugged. Digression, the latest chapters have begun. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/11149187 HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. The expert had been attracted by the sound of the flute and had used his qinggong to arrive behind the fake mountain where Xiao Lulang was standing. He wore a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that were colder and more bloodthirsty than an ordinary assassin's. He landed steadily in front of Xiao Lulang and sized up Xiao Lulang. When Xiao Lulang was young, he had seen the princess of Xinyang use the flute to summon the previous emperor's loyalists. He had played the same song. There was no one in this area, and his song was not loud. Only the loyalists of the previous emperor could hear it. At first, he was a little worried that he had played the wrong song, but it seemed that he was right. However, why was he alone? Were the others not in the imperial palace? In his impression, the loyalists of the previous emperor wore masks like this and had the same terrifying murderous aura. They would not indiscriminately kill people outside of their mission, especially people who did not know martial arts, unless they were obstructed in the middle of their mission. Xiao Lulang understood that as long as he did not make any provocative moves, he would not make a move against him. His eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. Xiao Lulang generously allowed him to size him up. After a moment, as if to verify something, Xiao Lulang said to him, "Could I trouble you to help me pick a leaf from the top of my head?" But that person left without even looking back. Xiao Lulang sighed. He had originally thought that if he could play the song to summon the other person, he might be able to make the other person listen to his orders. It seemed that he had thought too much. The princess of Xinyang had been able to control the loyalists of the previous emperor not because of this song, but because she was the new master that the previous emperor had passed down to them. When this loyalist heard the song, he probably thought that his original master was summoning him. But when he rushed over and found that he was not the previous emperor, nor was he the emperor, he turned and left. Well, he could only stall for so much time. Gu Jiao dragged the person into the small dark room near the supreme liquid pool. Just as she threw the person in, before she could use her snowflake-like violent little fists, a terrifying and familiar aura approached. "Ah, you're back so soon." She hadn't even started yet. Nyahila Gu Jiao scratched her head frantically, lifted the sack, and kicked it into the supreme liquid pool. Then, she ran away, chirping. The court ladies in the imperial garden finally realized that concubine Jing was missing. They looked around and even alerted the emperor in the end. By the time the emperor rushed over from the imperial study, Grand Concubine Jing had already been fished out of the water by the loyalist and brought back to Pure Flower's palace. Mother! The emperor rushed to Pure Flower's palace in a hurry and went straight to Grand Concubine Jing's bedchambers, but Kai Mama stopped him outside. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Imperial Concubine Dowager is changing clothes. The emperor asked anxiously, what happened? Why did Mother suddenly disappear? Kai Mama said in a sad and panicked voice, this servant isn't too sure. Let's wait until we ask Imperial Concubine Dowager. The emperor coldly said, why aren't you sure? Aren't you always serving Mother Consort? Mama Kai said in an aggrieved manner, this servant was originally serving the Imperial Concubine Dowager, but a palace maid accidentally scalded her hand. The Imperial Concubine was kind and allowed this servant to bring the palace maid back to Pure Flower's palace to apply medicine. How could this servant have expected that Imperial Concubine Dowager would fall into the water while this servant was gone? Fall into the water? The emperor frowned. Grand Concubine Jing's pained cries could be heard from inside. Kai Mama quickly said, Imperial Concubine Dowager is completely drenched. This servant will go in to serve Imperial Concubine Dowager first. This servant will take her leave. Kai Mama turned and entered Grand Concubine Jing's bedchambers. Not long later, the imperial physician also arrived. He was about to bow to the emperor when the emperor waved his hand impatiently. Why aren't you going in yet? The imperial physician shuddered in fright and hurriedly went in with his medical kit. The emperor anxiously waited outside the bedchambers for a full hour before Grand Concubine Jing finished packing. Your Majesty. Kai Mama walked out with red eyes and invited the emperor in. The emperor quickly walked to the bed and sat down. His heart ached when he saw Grand Concubine Jing sitting at the head of the bed. Her face was pale, her nose was bruised, and her head was wrapped in a large bandage. He coldly looked at Kai Mama. Didn't you say that she only fell into the water? How did she get injured? And such serious injuries at that, how could this be all of his injuries? This was just the tip of the iceberg. Although Gu Jiao hadn't been able to make a move in time, Grand Concubine Jing's head had hit the stairs 7 or 8 times and her butt had been rubbed against the limestone floor over 100 times. Her gunny sack had been worn through and her pants had holes in them. It was a bloody mess. Her knees had been hit 3 times, her arms had been hit 5 times, and her waist had been hit dozens of times. For her to suffer like this at her age, she would have died long ago if it weren't for her martial arts. But even with martial arts, her injuries were still very serious. She couldn't move at all, and her entire body would hurt if she did. Kai Mama dropped to her knees and choked out, I also thought that she only fell into the water. Grand Concubine Jing weakly said, Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with Kai Mama. Please don't take your anger out on her. She wasn't pretending to be weak now. She was so weak that she could collapse at any moment. You may all leave, Grand Concubine Jing said to Kai Mama and the servants in the bedchambers. Kai Mama and the others looked at the emperor nervously, fearing that he would punish them. The emperor waved his hand coldly, and everyone retreated as if relieved of a heavy burden. What's wrong with the servants this time? The emperor gritted his teeth and murmured. Grand Concubine Jing raised her arm that was about to break from the pain and gently placed it on the back of the emperor's hand. She shook her head. It's not their fault. The opponent was too strong. The emperor asked, Where are the men of sacrifice and shadow guards I left for you? Grand Concubine Jing replied, The men of sacrifice were lured away, and the shadow guards were knocked out. Those were the palace's experts. The emperor gasped. Who could be so powerful? Grand Concubine Jing shook her head. I'm not sure. I felt that something was off at the time, but I was injured before I could see the other party's face. She was embarrassed to say that she had been put in a gunny sack. She couldn't afford to lose face like this. That person took me near the supreme liquid pond. If the men of sacrifice hadn't come back in time and scared that person away, I might have died. That person even knew to throw me into the water, forcing the men of sacrifice to save me. That way, he could have escaped without a trace. So vicious, so vicious. The emperor clenched his fists and trembled with anger. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her head and withdrew her hand with a bitter smile. Have I caused trouble for your Majesty? If I hadn't suddenly returned to the palace, none of this would have happened for no reason. The emperor held her hand tightly. Don't say that, mother. It was our intention for you to return to the palace. Someone couldn't bear to see you return and plotted twice in one day, almost taking mother's life. Don't worry, mother, we will definitely ferret out the mastermind. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will bring them to justice. We will seek justice for mother. He was just short of mentioning Empress Dowager Zhuang by name. Grand concubine Jing covered her mouth with her handkerchief and coughed sadly. Mother. The emperor looked coldly at the imperial physician kneeling on the ground. How is mother's body? The imperial physician replied in fear and trepidation. In reply to your majesty, esteemed imperial concubine was severely injured and frightened by falling into the water. I'm afraid she will need to rest for a while before she can recover. The emperor shouted, then what are you still doing here? Why aren't you brewing the medicine for imperial mother? Yes. Yes. The imperial physician left in a cold sweat. Your majesty. Your majesty. Eunuch Wei walked in with small steps. What is it? The emperor asked. Eunuch Wei said, this servant found the unconscious Xianxia near the supreme liquid pond. Him? The emperor went to the small garden in Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei called for the imperial physician, who performed acupuncture on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang slowly woke up and opened his heavy eyelids. He asked, where is this? Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, this is Pure Flower's palace. Xianxia, you fainted in the supreme liquid pond just now. Why did you faint? Xiao Lulang was at a loss. I think. I saw a suspicious person just now. She looked like Jiao Jiao. I called out to her and she knocked me out. What? The little divine doctor knocked you out? Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor in astonishment. He could also see the shock in the emperor's eyes. The emperor was someone who had experienced scheming before. He carefully asked about the time and place of Xiao Liulang's accident and quickly connected that person to Grand Concubine Jing's assassin. Xiao Lulang was stunned. Your Majesty, you're saying that Grand Concubine Jing's assassin was Jiao Jiao? How is that possible? His acting skills had improved again. He had only done such a shameless thing once or twice, so how did he become so proficient in it? Did he really have some talent in this area? Eunuch Wei was puzzled. But this servant interrogated the palace servants just now. Aside from her, no one else appeared in the vicinity. Xiao Lulang said seriously, Jiao Jiao didn't enter the palace today. Although she has some skills, she doesn't know Qigong. She wouldn't have been able to enter without using the main entrance. This was the truth. Gu Jiao Jiao truly didn't know any Qigong. The emperor had experienced it firsthand. On the night of the assassination attempt, Gu Jiao Jiao had used all 4 legs to escape with him. The emperor's legs had almost broken from running. If she knew Qigong, she wouldn't have not used it in a life-and-death situation. This time, Eunuch Wei didn't wait for the emperor's orders. In order to prove the young divine doctor's innocence, he went to the palace gates himself and asked the guard if Gu Jiao had entered the palace. No, the guard replied with absolute certainty. Eunuch Wei asked, Xianxia entered the palace by himself? The guard replied, there was also a young eunuch from Rinshou Palace. This young eunuch didn't arouse Eunuch Wei's suspicions because Empress Dowager Zhuang did often send people to Jadewater Alley to deliver things or bring people from Jadewater Alley into the palace. Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flower's palace to report. The young divine doctor truly didn't enter the palace today. Xiao Lulang said thoughtfully, could it be someone is impersonating Jiao Jiao? The emperor gritted his teeth. Did you see her appearance clearly? Xiao Lulang shook his head. I didn't see her clearly. Her back was very similar, her clothes, her hair accessories were all the same, and there was also that small basket on her back. In the imperial palace, there wasn't a single palace maid who would wear green clothes and carry a small basket on her back. This was clearly Gu Jiao's attire. The emperor's gaze turned cold. It seems that someone really is impersonating the young divine doctor. Xiao Lulang suddenly realized. Why didn't she kill this subject to silence him? She probably wanted to use this subject to reveal her identity. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Jiao Jiao didn't know Qinggong and instead exposed herself. This balance was very delicate. Even Eunuch Wei didn't know that Gu Jiao didn't know Qinggong. He thought that since the young divine doctor was so skilled, he would definitely be able to leap onto roofs and vault over walls like the palace's experts. It was because he didn't know that the emperor believed that the culprit didn't know either. It seemed that the culprit had miscalculated something. Since the culprit wanted to frame Gu Jiao, then the mastermind couldn't be Empress Dowager Zhuang. No matter how prejudiced the emperor was against Empress Dowager Zhuang, he couldn't believe that she would frame Gu Jiao. When he was recuperating in Jade Water Alley, he had personally seen how well she treated Gu Jiao. He knew that she cherished Gu Jiao as much as she cherished him. Empress Dowager Zhuang's suspicions were naturally dispelled. But if it wasn't her, then who would be so intolerant of consort Jing's mother? The emperor coldly muttered to himself. His voice wasn't loud, but Eunuch Wei still heard it. Eunuch Wei cautiously glanced at Xiao Lulang. He thought that this kind of thing shouldn't be said in front of Xiao Shozhua, right? He could only pray that Xiao Shozhua didn't hear it. Xiao Lulang's expression didn't change at all, as if he really hadn't heard anything. He thought seriously for a moment, then said, "Your Majesty, since that person is framing Jiao Jiao, they must be trying to stir up conflict between Pure Flowers Palace and Rinshou Palace." It wasn't a secret that Gu Jiao was close to Rinshou Palace. If they couldn't prove that the culprit wasn't Gu Jiao, then the fire would definitely burn Empress Dowager Zhuang's head. Xiao Lulang sternly said, "Your Majesty, forgive this subject for speaking bluntly, but someone wants Your Majesty, the Grand Imperial Concubine, and the Empress Dowager to fight among themselves. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This subject understands that there is an unresolvable conflict between Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager, but Your Majesty must not fall for someone else's scheme in the face of a great enemy." In the past, the emperor wouldn't have listened to these words. However, the evidence today was conclusive, so it was hard for him not to believe it. After Xiao Lulang left the palace, the emperor sat quietly in his study for a long time. It wasn't until the imperial physician came to report to him about Grand Concubine Jing's condition that he got up and went to her bedchambers. "Have you found the culprit?" Grand Concubine Jing asked weakly. The emperor hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't mention that the culprit had pretended to be Gu Jiao and met Xiao Lulang by chance. "There aren't many leads for now. Imperial Mother, please don't worry. We will continue to investigate." Grand Concubine Jing smiled. Digression, today was the day that Lulang doted on Jiao Jiao. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/111491792. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. Grand Concubine Jing's matter caused such a huge commotion that everyone in the palace knew that she had been ambushed twice in a day. Who do you think did it? In a corner of the palace, a group of palace maids and eunuchs gathered together to secretly discuss Grand Concubine Jing's matter. Who else could it be? Think about it, who in the palace doesn't want Grand Concubine Jing to come back the most? Could it be the Grand Concubine of Rinshou Palace, Shu? Lower your voice. Do you want to be beheaded? Don't even mention the name of that person. Keep it in your heart and don't say it even in your dreams. Otherwise, just wait for your head to be chopped off. Hundreds of palace maids and eunuchs have died at that person's hands, if not 1,000. So cruel? The new palace maid trembled in fear. In fact, it wasn't just the palace maids and eunuchs who thought so. Even Empress Dowager Zhuang's niece, noble consort Zhuang, believed that her aunt was responsible for Grand Concubine Jing's successive deaths. Your Majesty, this concubine heard that Grand Concubine Jing was ambushed again. Does your Majesty already have a suspect in mind? Empress Xiao looked at the Emperor in the study of Pure Flower's palace. Her implication was obvious, it was Empress Dowager Zhuang. Unexpectedly, the Emperor denied it. Don't make wild guesses. It wasn't the Empress Dowager. Empress Xiao looked as if she had been struck by lightning as she stared blankly at the Emperor. What did His Majesty say? It wasn't the Empress Dowager. Since when did His Majesty speak up for the Empress Dowager? He wanted nothing more than to blame it on Empress Dowager Zhuang. Your Majesty. Empress Xiao began. The Emperor cut her off. All right, don't ask about Concubine Jing's matters. We have our own plans. Go back and restrain the palace maids and tell them not to gossip. Empress Xiao replied in disbelief. Yes. Noble consort Zhuang went to Rinshou Palace with a smile and walked into Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. She smiled as she walked. Aunt. You're too amazing. How did you do it? He also taught that vixen, Grand Concubine Jing, a lesson without leaving any evidence behind. I heard that His Majesty did not suspect you at all. There were a few eunuchs in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility who gossiped. Guess what happened? They were all dealt with by the Empress. Auntie, you are really... Noble consort Zhuang was halfway through her words when she saw Empress Dowager Zhuang's cold, knife-like gaze. She quivered. Aunt. Do you have nothing better to do? Empress Dowager Zhuang said with dignity. Noble consort Zhuang was suffocated by her aunt's powerful aura. She didn't dare to look directly into Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes. She hurriedly lowered her head and saluted. Greetings to Aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang said angrily, I'm very busy. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Yes. Noble consort Zhuang retreated resentfully. As soon as she left, eunuch Qin walked in with a cup of tea. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the booklet in her hand and asked indifferently, have you sent him here? Yes, the carriage has arrived at the entrance of Jadewater Alley. Eunuch Qin said with a smile. Empress Dowager Zhuang responded faintly and continued to look at the booklet. Eunuch Qin walked over and put the tea on the table, unable to hide his smile. What are you laughing at? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him strangely. Eunuch Qin said, this servant is happy for Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, what is there to be happy about? Two little things who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Their skin is boundless. Gu Jiao wore the little eunuch's clothes and escaped into Rinshou Palace. How could Empress Dowager Zhuang not know what was going on? Keep a close eye on the servants' mouths. Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered. Eunuch Qin said, don't worry, Empress Dowager. This servant has arranged everything properly. Today, Xiao Chuanzi went shopping. Halfway through, the carriage broke down. He met Xiao Shozhua by chance and returned to the palace with Xiao Shozhua. The little eunuch that the imperial bodyguard saw in Xiao Shozhua's carriage was Xiao Chuanzi. Xiao Chuanzi did go out to buy today. However, after this incident, eunuch Qin didn't wait for him to come back before sending an imperial bodyguard to intercept him. When Gu Jiao left the palace, she still used the identity of Xiao Chuanzi. Inside, there was a problem with the cloth that she bought. Xiao Chuanzi went to change the cloth. At night, the real Xiao Chuanzi would return to the palace with the changed cloth. Eunuch Qin continued, there are also eyewitnesses. Imperial bodyguard Lu of the Imperial Guards and Nurse Zhou of the Cold Palace will see a woman in green with a small basket on her back. They speculate that the other party came from the Cold Palace. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao didn't ask Empress Dowager Zhuang to do these things. After they were done, they left happily. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was stiff. She snorted, humph. Aren't they afraid of being exposed? Do they really think that they did it flawlessly? Eunuch Qin couldn't stop laughing. Obviously, she liked them very much. She appreciated that the two children were newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. However, she had to pretend to dislike them. Eunuch Qin laughed, isn't this because they know that Empress Dowager will clean up for them? Empress Dowager trusts them. They also give their backs to Empress Dowager. Humph. She didn't know how many times she had snorted. Trust between people was never expressed through words. It was a tacit understanding through actions. It was a trust in a person's sincerity and ability. It was quite satisfying. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang returned to Bai Shui Alley. Tonight, the owner of the orchard had invited a theatrical troupe to set up a stage in the orchard. The neighbors all went to watch the play. Yao Shi and the family's children also went. The home was empty. Although they had eaten dinner, after the ruckus in the palace, the two of them were a bit hungry. Let's go out and eat, Xiao Lulang said. In the end, he couldn't bear for her to cook in the middle of the night. Moreover, this place was close to the busy streets. It was very convenient to eat anything. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. They went to Xuanwu Avenue. The capital was always very lively on summer nights. The shops were lined up in rows and the hawkers' stalls were like a long dragon. In the middle of the street, there would occasionally be carriages and horses slowly passing by. On both sides, there was an endless stream of people. In the past, it had always been Gu Jiao who walked on the outside. She had to protect her husband. Today, she had been placed on the inside by Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang leaned on his walking stick. Compared to last year, his body clearly had a bit more masculine strength. He helped her block the flood of people. However, there was a peddler carrying a load who did not walk on the middle path and insisted on walking on the inside. He almost bumped into Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang pulled on her arm. His hand did not immediately let go. After a moment of hesitation, he slid down to hold her hand. Don't get lost. Gu Jiao was surprised. She then smiled, okay. Husband, don't get lost. Xiao Lulang was almost dazzled by her smile. He looked forward and asked, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine. She said, what do you want to eat? He said, anything is fine for me too. The two of them were not picky eaters. Xiao Lulang looked to the east and said, there's a new noodle restaurant over there. Do you want to try it? Their braised noodles are very delicious. You've eaten it before? Gu Jiao turned her head to look at him and asked. He nodded, I ate it when I was young. At that time, their family had not yet opened such a prosperous area. They had to go to a very remote suburb to eat it. In the past few years, they seemed to have made a fortune and opened several branches. As for his previous identity, he would not take the initiative to talk about it. However, if it was brought up, he would not deliberately avoid it. However, he had never admitted who he was. Marquis Xianping's illegitimate son, Xiao Lulang. This was the only identity he could reveal to those close to him. There were not many people who knew about this identity. In his family, only Gu Jiao, Madame Yao, and the little monk knew about it. Gu Yan, that little imp, might have guessed something, but he should not have guessed as far as Xiaoheng. As for Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang did not ask how far she had guessed. And Gu Jiao did not seem to want to get to the bottom of this matter. She respected him and trusted him. It had nothing to do with who he was. Gu Jiao curved her lips, all right, then let's go eat braised noodles. Although this noodle restaurant was newly opened, both the upper and lower floors were full. Oh, it's already so late and there are still so many people eating noodles? Gu Jiao asked strangely. The waiter smiled apologetically, it's a newly opened restaurant. Most of the customers are regular customers. Moreover, our restaurant doesn't only have noodles. Our cold dishes and stews are also the best. It's hot right now, so it's hot to eat inside. How about this little one set up a table in the courtyard for you two to cool down? There were several tables set up in front of the restaurant. At a glance, it looked just like the food stalls in her previous life. Gu Jiao felt a bit closer to this place. Xiao Lulang looked at her and then said to the waiter, all right, you can set it up. Ah. 2 guests, this way please. The waiter welcomed the two of them into the noodle restaurant with a smile. They walked through the main hall and arrived at the spacious courtyard. The courtyard was very large and very quiet, but their vision was not obstructed. Sitting here, they could see everything in the restaurant. It was like they could see the world's thousands of sails. The waiter brought over a table and a long bench. The two of them sat on a long bench and ordered a bowl of braised noodles and 2 cold dishes. They did not order the stews because it would be a waste if they didn't finish them. While they were waiting for the braised noodles, the waiter came over with a smile and asked, 2 guests, our restaurant has run out of tables. 2 more guests have arrived. Can they sit at the same table as you? The two of them had no objections. The waiter led the guests over. No one would have expected it to be the crown prince and the crown princess. The two of them were traveling incognito and did not bring any palace maids or eunuchs. They only had a court expert as their driver. The crown prince and the crown princess clearly did not expect to meet Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao here. Whenever the crown prince saw Xiao Lulang, he would think of that thick stack of math problems and his head would instantly hurt. The crown prince had never seen Gu Jiao before. He only saw Xiao Lulang sitting together with a woman and was rather surprised. He had heard that Xiao Lulang was married. Was this woman Xiao Liulang's wife or one of those shady women he had outside? The crown prince did not care. Women were originally the accessories of men. Whether or not this woman was Xiao Liulang's wife, the crown prince would not look her in the eye. The crown prince knitted his brows and was a bit unwilling to eat here. After all, no one would be in the mood to eat when facing a teacher like Xiao Lulang. Their minds would be filled with his questions, all right, but the crown prince could not chase Xiao Lulang away. That would be too arrogant and despotic. It would not match the reputation he had built up in the past few years. He wanted to leave. The crown princess suddenly pulled on his sleeve and said softly, Your Highness, there is a seat here. The crown prince thought, don't you recognize who that fellow is? Xiao Lulang. My uncle's illegitimate son, my imperial father's trusted official, my Hanlin Academy teacher. The crown princess said warmly, it seems to be Xiao Shozhua. What a coincidence. As she said this, her gaze landed on Xiao Liulang's incomparably handsome face. At this time, the waiter brought 2 bowls of braised noodles over. Guests, your braised noodles. Xiao Lulang did not even look up. It seemed like the waiter was too loud, so he did not hear the crown princess's words. The crown princess was slightly embarrassed. The crown prince thought that her words were directed at him and sighed helplessly. Yes, it's him. What a coincidence. The crown princess's eyelashes trembled slightly. She said with a smile, the capital is so big. To be able to meet while eating supper, it must be fate between the crown prince and Xiao Shozhua. Her voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao to hear. Both of them ignored her. The crown prince said disdainfully, who wants to be fated with him? I'm hungry, the crown princess said. Then sit down. The crown prince reluctantly pulled the crown princess to sit down across from the two. He said to the waiter, bring out all of the delicious dishes here. Can the crown prince finish them all? Xiao Lulang finally paid attention to him, but his tone was not good. The crown prince swept a glance at the 2 bowls of braised noodles in front of the two and thought that this was too shabby. He said generously, tonight, it's my treat. Xiao Shozhua can eat as much as he wants, no need to be courteous with me. If the salary of Hanlin Academy is not high, Xiao Shozhua can come to my fu to be an aide in name. Xiao Lulang looked coolly at him. Forming cliques for personal gain is a serious crime. Is the crown prince sure you want to do this? It was not rare to have aides and customers in the fu. The emperor would usually close one eye, but if it was a disciple of the Son of Heaven, it would touch the emperor's bottom line. Xiao Lulang said neutrally, I am a disciple of the Son of Heaven and should serve His Majesty wholeheartedly. If the crown prince wants me to go to your fu in name, where does that place His Majesty? The crown prince choked and did not make a sound. Just now, he had been so focused on mocking Xiao Lulang that he had forgotten that this guy was a grand scholar on 2 lists, had been summoned by Fu Huang, and had eaten at the Deer Cry banquet. He was a true disciple of the Son of Heaven. Was he trying to steal Fu Huang's man? If this got out, how would other people view him, the crown prince? Cough, 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 the crown prince said seriously. Just now, I was just testing you. Just remember your identity. Soon, the 2's cold dishes were served. It was a cold dish of 3 shreds and a dish of braised lamb. Xiao Lulang picked up a piece of the most tender lamb and put it in Gu Jiao's bowl. The crown princess looked at Xiao Lulang and then looked at Gu Jiao. This was the first time she had seen the two at such a close distance. Xiao Liulong's appearance constantly overlapped with that youthful face in her impression, but also repeatedly peeled away. That bright and straightforward young man, his eyes were innocent, warm and clear. The Xiao Luling in front of her, however, had an additional sense of alienation and coldness that kept people at arm's length. His facial features lacked the childishness of the past, and he had a bit more of a man's reserved and heroic spirit. However, when he looked at Gu Jiao, his gaze was different from everyone else's. There was a gentleness that even he did not notice. He had once looked at her like this. It was as if his eyes only contained her. The crown princess secretly tightened her grip on her handkerchief. What am I thinking? Why did I think of him as Aheng? This restaurant's lamb was very much to Gu Jiao's liking. She ate with great relish. The crown prince originally did not plan on paying attention to her, but Xiao Luling had choked him. If he did not respond, the atmosphere would become awkward. He subconsciously turned his gaze to Gu Jiao's face. If he did not look, he would not know. Once he did, he was given a fright. How could her face, dear guest? Your dishes have arrived. The waiter filled the table with the restaurant's signature dishes. Although there was a dazzling array of dishes, for some reason, he felt that Xiao Liulong's plate of lamb was the most delicious. Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling had more or less finished eating. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Jiao suddenly sniffed, "Waiter, what smells so good?" The waiter smiled and said, "It's our restaurant's osmanthus wine. If dear guest likes it, I will gift you a jar. A new restaurant has opened. Please come back often in the future." "Is this wine?" Gu Jiao looked at the bottle that the waiter handed over and asked. The waiter said, "It's not wine. You won't get drunk. Girls like it the most." Gu Jiao took a sip. In the next second, with a bang, her small head hit the table and she passed out drunk. It was a good thing that Xiao Liulong's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast, as he quickly placed the back of his hand on her forehead. The waiter was embarrassed. "Dear guest is really unable to handle alcohol," the crown prince consort softly said. "We have a carriage, let the coachman send you back." The crown prince secretly curled his lips. Why were they being so good to them? Xiao Luling expressionlessly said, "No need." The crown prince chuckled, "See, they don't appreciate it." Xiao Luling ignored the crown prince and used his other hand to gently pat Gu Jiao's small shoulder. He softly called in her ear, "Jiao Jiao, it's time to go back." Gu Jiao's eyes were starry. "It's time to go home," he gently said. Gu Jiao sat up straight. Her phoenix eyes were wide and round and her expression was very serious. "I'm not drunk." He softly coaxed her and his lips slightly hooked. "Jiao Jiao isn't drunk." That clean youthful voice had a trace of a man's magnetism that directly melted people's hearts. Digression, the very, very doting Luling. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111491418. HTML Genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with content that cannot be found online will be available here. The crown princess clenched her handkerchief tightly. Xiao Luling paid the bill and left with Gu Jiao. Don't look at how her expression did not change, as if she was not drunk in the slightest. Xiao Luling could see that she was really drunk. She just pretended to be very serious. Xiao Luling held her soft but calloused hand and walked out of the restaurant. The crown princess watched the two go out together, ignoring the gazes of the people around them. She suddenly felt a little upset. Even if reason told her that this was not Aheng and was just an illegitimate child of a lowly status, she still could not help but think, if Aheng was still alive, would he also grow up to be such an enchanting man? It was not that the previous Xiaoheng was not handsome enough, but at that time, Xiaoheng still had a childish air. He was a child's handsome face. Although he could still dazzle time, he would not cause people to have romantic thoughts. Unlike the current Xiao Lulang, who had a unique temperament between a young man and a young man. His appearance, his aura, and even his cold and distant aura that kept people at a distance all made women mesmerized. He seemed to be a little taller than the crown prince. Before Xiaoheng passed away, he did not even reach the crown prince's chin. Lin Lang? The crown prince called her. The crown princess' eyelashes trembled slightly. My handkerchief is dirty. I will go to the carriage to get a new one. As she spoke, she stood up and walked out. She did not get on the carriage. Instead, she followed in the direction that Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao left. The two turned into a small alley. Gu Jiao did not walk, squatting on the ground and drawing circles. Xiao Lulang looked at her in amusement. Why aren't you walking? Gu Three Sui, I can't walk anymore. Xiao Lulang, then what do you do? Gu Three Sui, I need a kiss before I can walk. Xiao Lulang squatted down and looked at her deeply. Are you sure? Gu Sansui nodded. Xiao Lulang kissed her forehead. Gu Sizhui stood up, but he still didn't leave. One kiss was not enough. When the crown prince consort arrived at the entrance of the alley, she saw the ambiguous scene between the two of them in the alley. In the pitch-black alley, there were two inseparable figures. Xiao Lulang pressed her against the wall, one hand circled around her back and hugged her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. His other hand clasped the back of her head and lowered his head to press down on her. Even through the darkness, the crown princess still felt this man's possessiveness and gentleness. There was clearly a strong and domineering aura on his body, but he restrained it carefully. How could he, Lin Lang, Lin Lang, Lin Lang. The crown prince shook the crown princess's shoulder. The crown princess suddenly came back to her senses. She had already returned to the crown prince's side, but her mind was full of the scene of Xiao Lulang lowering his head and kissing Gu Jiao. She couldn't see it clearly because she was too far away, but the ambiguous aura filled her entire chest like a raging flame. She calmed down and said with an embarrassed smile. Your Highness. The crown prince looked at her in puzzlement and asked, the food is cold. Why aren't you eating? I called you for a long time, but you didn't hear me. What were you thinking about? The crown princess didn't know what to say, her mind in a mess. The crown prince furrowed his brows. Was it that Xiao Lulang? You seemed to have lost your soul when you saw him. You thought of Aheng, didn't you? You haven't forgotten Aheng. The crown princess lowered her eyes, saying, please calm down, Your Highness. I wasn't thinking about him just now, but about the girl next to him. That ugly girl with a birthmark on her face? The crown prince was still skeptical. In order to wash away the suspicion that she was thinking about Aheng, the crown princess could only brace herself and shift the topic to Gu Jiao. Does Your Highness know who that girl is? Who? The crown prince casually asked. The crown princess said, she is together with Xiao Xiuzhua. Is the crown prince not curious about who she is? The crown prince said without much concern, it's either his wife or his concubine, or it's just a flower outside. This prince has seen this sort of thing many times, so there's nothing strange about it. What this prince is curious about is, this Xiao Lulang is the new top scholar. Why did he find a girl with such an unbearable appearance? She is the daughter of Ding in Marquis Manor. The crown princess said. The crown prince was startled, the Gu family's young miss? This prince has seen the Gu family's young miss. She didn't look like this. The crown princess warmly said, the Gu family's second young miss that Your Highness saw was a girl from the countryside that was mistakenly picked up. The one just now was the true daughter of the first wife of the Marquis Manor. Oh. The crown prince suddenly realized, this prince remembers now. This prince has indeed heard of such a thing. It was not the crown prince's fault for not remembering it. There were many people in the capital. There were large families and large families. There were many more melodramatic things than this. He would just treat it as a topic of conversation after a meal. How could he really remember it? The crown prince knit his brows. Then she, the crown princess said, she is Xiao Liulang's wife. The two met in the countryside and got married. It was only after they got married that they found out that they were the wrong daughters. The crown prince snorted. It seems that Xiao Liulong's luck is quite good. A poor boy from the countryside casually married a small village girl and actually married the Marquis Manor's daughter. Although she is a bit ugly, her status is not bad. The crown princess paused then said, but this concubine has heard that this young Miss Gu has never returned to the Gu family. Why has she not returned? The crown prince asked in confusion. This concubine is not clear. The crown princess shook her head. The crown prince thought for a bit, perhaps she is too unpresentable and the Ding and Marquis Manor cannot afford to lose this person. The crown princess slightly shook her head. Does the crown prince know about the bellows? Halfway through her words, a hearty laugh came from the entrance to the courtyard. Second brother. Old fourth. The crown prince's eyes lit up and he quickly waved at him. Why have you also come? Quickly sit, quickly sit. Didn't I hear that their family opened a new store? I happened to pass by and did not think that second brother would also be here. The fourth prince came to the table and cupped his hands in greeting to the crown princess, second sister-in-law. The crown princess smiled and nodded. The two brothers naturally had things to say and did not continue the previous topic. The crown princess silently drank the osmanthus wine in her cup. On the other side, Xiao Lulang brought a certain person home. This time, the osmanthus wine was too strong. It was not something that the wine that Xiao Lulang brought back from the provincial capital or Gu Jiao's pear blossom wine could compare to. Gu Jiao could not take it the moment she arrived home. She threw herself face down on the soft bed and fell asleep. Gu Jiao slept too deeply. When she woke up, the men in the family had already gone to work or school. Yuya brought in a bowl of hangover soup. Eldest miss, you're awake? Before son-in-law left, he told me to let you drink a bowl of hangover soup first when you wake up. Gu Jiao was fine now, but since it was her husband's good intentions, she still obediently drank it. She went to see Yaoshi. Yaoshi was fine, but the fetal movement was very strange. It's not moving at all. I'm afraid that it's. Yaoshi did not say anything inauspicious. Gu Jiao took out a stethoscope and listened to the little fellow's heartbeat. It's normal. Don't worry. Yaoshi held back for a long time before saying in a wrong tone, she is so lazy. Other than when Marquis Gu came, the little fellow would move a lot and kick around with his little feet. The rest of the time, he would not move at all. If her daughter did not have a way to hear the little fellow's heartbeat, Yaoshi would have thought that something was wrong with the little fellow in her belly. Isn't the first child like this? Gu Jiao asked. You and Yan loved to cause trouble in my belly. It caused Yaoshi to be unable to sleep all night. At that time, she felt that it was very tiring. This pregnancy was comfortable, but she felt uneasy. Gu Jiao nodded. Oh, then, it's possible that he really is a lazy baby. Yaoshi's belly swelled up. It was like a silent protest. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. To her surprise, she saw Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong had been building a manor with Marquis Gu and had not returned to the capital for a long time. Eldest Mississippi, Huang Zhong respectfully saluted. Is something the matter? Gu Jiao asked. It's like this. The Marquis wanted me to send some banknotes to young Miss. As Huang Zhong spoke, he pulled out a brocade box. This is 1,000 taels. Eldest Miss, please accept it. Oh. Gu Jiao accepted it. Huang Zhong was dumbfounded. That's not it. Eldest Miss, isn't your reaction a bit off? Are you not going to ask why the Marquis suddenly sending you banknotes? The truth was that the old Marquis had somehow found out that the Marquis had cut off the young master's monthly allowance. He was furious and taught the Marquis a lesson. After that, he forced the Marquis to open his little treasury and took out a sum of money to send to the eldest Miss. Forget it. The eldest Miss' way of doing things was strange. She would even beat her own father. How could she be expected to act like a normal person? Huang Zhong gave up on the treatment. He only needed to clearly explain what needed to be explained. He continued, this 1,000 taels is for the eldest Miss to thank the eldest Miss for taking care of the young master. Also, there is 10 taels of monthly allowance for the young master. In the future, the manor will send 10 taels of silver to the young master every month. Gu Jiao nodded, got it. I will pass it to Ah Yan. In the evening, Gu Jiao returned home. Gu Yan, who was shoveling chicken poop, received the 10 taels of silver from the marquis. He put his hands on his waist and laughed 3 times. Little monk. He found little Jing Kong in the vegetable garden in the front yard. He proudly stuffed the shovel and small dustpan into the little Jing Kong's little hands. Well, from now on, you can shovel chicken poop yourself. Little Jing Kong frowned and looked at him. Are you slacking off again? Gu Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. He bent down and took the 2 silver ingots in front of him, saying proudly, see? What is this? Little Jing Kong cast a sidelong glance at him. Are you stupid? You have to ask me about this. Hiss, Gu Yan was so angry that he took a deep breath. He knelt down on one knee and looked at the little guy. I have money now. I can pay back the money I owe you. I don't have to work part-time to pay my debts anymore. Really? Little Jing Kong dragged his tone and looked at him suspiciously. Gu Yan chuckled and said, of course it is. This is real money. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiao Jiao. Generally, a 4-year-old child would not recognize the specific size of silver, but little landlord had been collecting rent for more than half a year. He paid 30 taels of silver a month, so he was very familiar with silver. This is 10 taels of silver. Little Jing Kong said. Yes, it is 10 taels of silver. Gu Yan nodded. Little Jing Kong said, oh, do you know how much you owe me? This question made Gu Yan speechless. Yes, how much did he owe the little guy? Little Jing Kong put down the small spatula and small dustpan, and took out a small account book from his arms. He flipped through it. And said to Gu Yan seriously, you borrowed a total of 50 taels of silver from me. The interest is 3 cents. That is to say, the monthly interest is 1.5 taels. You have been in debt for 9 months, so the total interest is 13.5 taels. Gu Yan was stunned, but I have been working for so long. How can this be calculated? Little Jing Kong shook his head helplessly and broke the account book into pieces for him to calculate. He did not use an abacus and directly calculated in his mind. You have 4 main sources of income: feeding the chickens once a day, 5 copper coins, walking the chickens once a day, 5 copper coins, cleaning the chicken poop once a day, 5 copper coins, praising me once a day, 10 copper coins. Gu Yan was confused. Why do I praise you so much? He did not think much of it before, but after listening carefully today, he felt that it was a scam. Little Jing Kong said seriously, isn't it because I have too many good points? It is easier for you to earn money. I am thinking for you. Gu Yan's face was full of doubt. Do I look easy to fool? Little Jing Kong, you are indeed easy to fool in terms of knowledge. Little Jing Kong cleared his throat and flipped to a page. He looked at the data in the account book and continued, but, you have not praised me for 8 months. You have only praised me for 1 month, so the total is 300 copper coins, cleaning the chicken poop 100 times, 500 copper coins, walking the chickens 20 times, 100 copper coins, feeding the chickens 35 times, 175 copper coins. The total is 1 tael of silver and 75 copper coins. Adding the 10 taels of silver you have, it is 11 taels of silver and 75 copper coins. He closed the account book and sighed like a little adult. All your assets are not even enough to pay me the interest. Gu Yan was stunned. This, Little Jing Kong flipped to another page. I haven't counted the chickens that you have spoiled, so I will deduct 100 copper coins. For saying that I am not cute, I will deduct 500 copper coins. Gu Yan was furious. Why are you deducting so much? Little Jing Kong said, little boss stole chicken food 3 times, so I will deduct 200 copper coins. Gu Yan looked at the stupid little dog. Little Ba lay on the ground and covered its eyes with its paws. I can't see it, I can't see it, I can't see it. Gu Yan was so angry. How dare you steal chicken food? Do you still remember that you are a dog? Gu Yan clenched his fists. How would I know that you did not just casually record it? Little Jing Kong said frankly and confidently, every time I record the accounts, I ask Jiao Jiao to sign it. Jiao Jiao is the guarantor. If you have any questions, you can ask Jiao Jiao directly. Baby Gu felt wronged. Baby Gu did not say anything. Little Jing Kong kept the account book and bent down to pick up the small spatula and dustpan on the ground. He put them back into Gu Yan's hands and patted Gu Yan's. He wanted to pat Gu Yan's shoulders, but he was too small to do so. He could only pat Gu Yan's thigh. Okay, now you can go scoop chicken poop. Brother Yan, good luck. Gu Yan, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that cannot be found on the internet are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111491099. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. In the middle of June, there was a rainstorm in the capital that lasted for 5 days. Many fields and houses were flooded. The Ministry of Works was busy dredging the sewers in the capital. Even Empress Dowager Zhuang's residence was temporarily suspended. Marquis Gu was called back to take on the task at hand. The Ministry of Revenue was busy helping the people resume farming. Some of the Hanlin officials who knew agriculture were also transferred to the countryside. Xiao Lulang was among the conscripted. The day before departure, he went to Rinshou Palace to say goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. In the study, Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the accounts and snorted, "It's not that far away. It's only a day's drive. Why do you have to say goodbye?" As soon as she finished speaking, Eunuch Qin came in with a bag. "Xiao Shouju, the things for you have been put away." They were all personally selected by the Empress Dowager. "This servant was just about to send them to Bishui Alley when you came by yourself." Xiao Lulang looked at the 2 bags full of things and then looked at his grandaunt. "Oh, what happened to not saying goodbye?" Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin touched his nose resentfully. "Oh, this servant remembered that there are still some accounts that I haven't finished reading. This servant will go first." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. "When do you leave?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. "Tomorrow morning," Xiao Lulang said. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked, "Who else is there besides you?" Xiao Lulang said, "Wang Shouju, Li Shouju, Yang Shishir." Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "Come in." Eunuch Qin stepped in. "Empress Dowager, what are your orders?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Ijia has a few scriptures to copy. Go to Hanlin Academy and let Yang Shishir copy these scriptures." "No need, grandaunt." Xiao Lulang said, "How can you use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken?" "I can handle it." Empress Dowager Zhuang thought that she really couldn't overprotect him. This kind of small fish and shrimps for this boy to practice. "Is dinner ready?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin hurriedly smiled and said, "I'm just waiting for Empress Dowager to summon the meal." Xiao Lulang accompanied Empress Dowager Zhuang to have dinner at Rinshou Palace and then planned to leave. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "I've been sitting here all day. I'm going out for a walk." Eunuch Qin thought to himself, "Just say that you want to give it to Lord Xiao." Xiao Liulang's lips curled slightly. "All right." The 2 of them left Rinshou Palace. The torrential rain not only flooded a small part of the capital, it also flooded quite a bit of the imperial palace. Fortunately, Rinshou Palace was the palace with the most real power. All the water had been dredged out, and the roads had been filled up. All the way to the main entrance of the imperial palace was unobstructed. The Pure Flowers Palace was also unobstructed. The setting sun was beautiful today, and the weather was cool and refreshing. Grand concubine Jing sat on a palanquin with an imperial canopy. She wore a nun's robes and a nun's hat, which didn't fit in with the luxurious palanquin. Grand concubine Jing had been recuperating in Pure Flowers Palace ever since she was injured. After several days of torrential rain, the imperial physician said that she couldn't always stay in her chambers and should go out for some fresh air. Thus, the emperor had people carry her out in a palanquin. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't sit in her own carriage because she wanted to accompany Xiao Lulang. Now that the two parties met unexpectedly, it was Grand Concubine Jing who was high and mighty. Your eunuch Qin was about to scold her for not getting off the palanquin when she saw the Empress Dowager. However, Xiao Lulang was one step ahead of him. He performed the greeting of a monk and said, "Sure Tai Jing," and the expressions of the servants beside Grand Concubine Jing changed. "What nun Jing'an?" This was Grand Concubine Jing. Even His Majesty addressed her as mother. Grand Concubine Jing's expression didn't change. Xiao Lulang introduced, "Grand Concubine Jing has been away from the palace for too long and has become a monk. I'm sure you've forgotten your past. This is the Empress Dowager." At this point, no one could refuse to bow to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Get off the palanquin." Grand Concubine Jing raised her hand and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang also looked at her. Both of their gazes were incomparably calm. No one could guess what they were thinking. Granny Kai reached out and helped Grand Concubine Jing up. Grand Concubine Jing's body was still in pain, but the injury wasn't in any place. It was awkward and slow to heal. Grand Concubine Jing held Granny Kai's hand and slowly walked to Empress Dowager Zhuang. She made a Buddhist bow. This humble nun, without waiting for her to finish, Empress Dowager Zhuang left without looking back. Grand Concubine Jing's body froze in the middle of her bow. Everyone in the palace saw her awkward and embarrassed state. Empress Dowager Zhuang's aura was undoubtedly powerful and shocking. She didn't need to look down on anyone on purpose. She naturally had the aura of being number one in the world. Grand Imperial Concubine. A young palace maid came forward to support her. Grand Concubine Jing's eyelashes trembled. "I'm fine." Empress Dowager Zhuang accompanied Xiao Lulang all the way to the imperial garden. Xiao Lulang stopped and said to her, "Great aunt, please go back. It's getting late." Empress Dowager Zhuang faintly responded. She looked into his eyes and warned, "Be careful." "I understand." Xiao Lulang nodded. He glanced in the direction of Pure Flower's palace and said, "I'll leave Jiao Jiao in your care, great aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. "I will naturally take care of my Jiao Jiao. Do I need you to remind me?" Xiao Lulang chuckled. "Then I'll take my leave first." Empress Dowager Zhuang watched Xiao Lulang disappear at the end of the path before turning around to return to Rinzhou Palace. She noticed that eunuch Qin was lost in thought. She glared at him and said, "What are you spacing out for? Let's go." Eunuch Qin sighed ruefully. "When Xiao Shouzhuang smiles, he looks very good," Empress Dowager Zhuang thought. "Of course he looks good. How could the young marquis who was crowned at the age of 13 not have some good looks? It's just that this child doesn't like to smile." This didn't seem right either. He used to love to smile. When he was young, the entire imperial garden was filled with his chuckles. It was that fire at the Imperial College that burned away his laughter. Was that fire really an accident? If Xiao Heng survived, then who was the charred corpse that died in the fire? When Xiao Lulang woke up the next day, Gu Jiao had already packed his luggage. This wasn't the first time he was going on a long journey. In the past, he was rushing to take the imperial exams. Now, he was going on a business trip. The mosquito repellent incense is in this bundle. The mosquito repellent, diarrhea medicine, and motion sickness medicine are in this sachet. There are also some fruits and dry rations to eat on the road. Gu Jiao knew that he didn't have much money on him. If he didn't earn money to pay the rent, then it would be used for her household expenses. Gu Jiao put 100 taels of silver in the innermost part of the bundle, as well as a bag of silver and copper coins. Xiao Lulang took the bundle. "I'll be back in half a month at the earliest. At the latest, I won't be back later than next month. Take care." Gu Jiao sent him to the carriage. Lu Quan first sent him to the Hanlin Academy. All the Hanlin officials took the carriage to the countryside. Little Jing Kong went to school, so he didn't make it in time to see him off. After Xiao Lulang left, Gu Jiao went to the medical center and stayed there for the whole morning. Then, she changed into men's clothes and put on a mask before going to the Thai martial arts club. She had been very busy these days and hadn't come for a long time. She had to recover her strength as soon as possible. She didn't want that kamikaze soldier to run away the next time she saw him. She wanted to put him in a sack. Gu Jiao didn't meet any difficult opponents today. After fighting a few rounds, she came out uninterested. She rubbed her wrist and walked back. Because some of the streets in the city were still flooded, she didn't take the same route as before. Instead, she took a big detour. On the way back, she met the beggar who had set up the chessboard last time. The beggar still covered his face with a book, as if he was asleep. In front of him was a different chessboard from last time. Gu Jiao looked at it curiously. This time, the chessboard was obviously more difficult. She didn't solve it as quickly as last time. She began to deduce in her mind. There were more than 10 moves in this chessboard, and each move would produce dozens of chessboards. Ordinary people couldn't deduce with such a huge amount of data in their minds. After about half an hour, Gu Jiao opened her eyes. She picked up a chess piece and put it on the chessboard. Just as she was about to leave, a skinny old hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. It was the old beggar. She was so focused on deducing the chessboard that she didn't notice that he had woken up. The old beggar grabbed her wrist and said, "Hey? You want to leave after playing my game? Don't you see what's written on this sign?" It was a broken wooden sign that Gu Jiao had seen before. It said 10 taels per game. Oh. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand. The old beggar looked at his empty hand and was surprised. "What? Didn't you want to give me money?" Gu Jiao pointed at the wooden sign, 10 taels. The old beggar gasped, "You're the one who gave me 10 taels." No, listening to the voice, this little girl was a girl. Oh, so he wasn't asking for help to solve the chessboard. Gu Jiao misunderstood. She thought about it and said strangely, "But this kind of broken chessboard is worth 10 taels?" The old beggar almost choked to death. He pointed at the chessboard on the ground. You, what did you say? Solve the chessboard? You call this a broken chessboard? Gu Jiao said innocently, 10 taels of silver is the living expenses of a family of 10 in the countryside for 2 years. You're charging so much, so you should at least play something difficult, right? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www.zhhbqg com/896428964286/1114910002. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. The old beggar almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Were all kids nowadays so arrogant? The old beggar rolled up his sleeves. If you have the ability, play a game with me. I'll let you have 9 stones. If you can beat me. Forget it, you don't have to beat me. If you tie with me, you win. I'll give you 10 taels of silver. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed without hesitation. The old beggar looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. You agreed so quickly? Aren't you afraid that I'll renege? Regardless of whether she was confident or not, this child dared to say such arrogant words because she was conceited and proud. But he was an old beggar. Wasn't she afraid that he would renege? I'm not afraid. Gu Jiao shook her head and said. The old beggar looked at her deeply and nodded secretly. Although this child was a little arrogant, her heart was pure and she was willing to believe others. Gu Jiao, you think too much. If you dare to renege, I'll beat you. The old beggar cleaned up the stone chess pieces on the chessboard and put them into 2 broken bowls according to their color. He put a bowl of black stones with ink on it in Gu Jiao's hand. You play black. She played black first. He said that he would let her have 9 stones. Gu Jiao didn't refuse. He wanted to let her have the stones, she didn't force him. That's right. The old beggar looked at Gu Jiao's first chess piece. It was quite normal, with 3 or 4 small pieces. If he chose 3 or 3, he would be able to win immediately. However, he had promised to give her 9 pieces. Next, he would see how she would play. Gu Jiao's first 9 stones were all ordinary. The old beggar thought that she had wasted the 9 stones he gave her. Did she know how to play chess? Was she just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse when she broke his game? Okay, it's your turn. Gu Jiao said to the old beggar. The old beggar took a white chess piece, which was actually a small stone, and put it on the chessboard. An old man and a young man were squatting by the roadside playing chess. One of them had an open book on his head, while the other was wearing a coquettish mask. The moves on the chessboard were messy and strange. From time to time, people would pass by and stop for a moment out of curiosity, but they couldn't understand what they were doing. Is this how you play chess? A young scholar asked. He knew how to play chess, but he had never seen such a way of playing chess. It was simply too preposterous. They didn't attack where they should attack, and didn't defend where they should defend. He's just an old beggar and a lunatic. Do you really expect him to know how to play chess? That brat's brain must not be damaged to actually play with him. I think these 2 people are either crazy or idiots. What the hell are they playing? Let's go. What's so interesting about 2 idiots playing chess? It was better to go to the Qinghuan Chess Club. It was said that there were several masters there, and there would be 3 games of masters today. Have you heard of Mao Shan Hermit? Why haven't I heard of Mao Shan Hermit? He's a master of our Zhao country. Is he also in the Qinghuan Chess Club? Yes. Then let's go and have a look. The onlookers all dispersed when they heard the name of Mao Shan Hermit. There was only a 3-year-old boy who was eating candied haws. He didn't know how to play chess, and he was just looking for a place to eat candied haws. The old beggar and Gu Jiao were not people who cared about the opinions of others. Whether there were people watching, cheering, or ridiculing, it didn't affect them. The 2 of them concentrated on playing chess. If Mao Shan Hermit came here, he would be able to see what kind of murderous intent and stormy waves were hidden in the seemingly messy chess game. The old beggar didn't pay much attention at first, but after a few steps, he noticed that something was wrong. What a tricky move, her 9 sons seemed to be scattered in the east and 1 in the west, without any order, but in reality, it was a huge net that covered the sky, tightly blocking every single one of his escape routes. He played the second half of the game seriously, and finally tied with Gu Jiao. The old beggar laughed in surprise. Little girl, you're the first one who tied with me at such a young age. Where did you learn from? No teacher. In her previous life, she watched people play chess in the park, and then she learned it by herself. Occasionally, she would play chess with her godfather. Her godfather was a very busy man, but as a reward for every task she completed, he would spare some time to play with her. The old beggar looked at Gu Jiao seriously to make sure that she wasn't lying. Then he was really surprised. The tie today was mainly because he was careless and underestimated the enemy. He thought that the little girl didn't know how to play chess, so he played carelessly. If he played seriously from the beginning, he could still beat the little girl even if he lost 9 pieces. But the little girl didn't specially find someone to learn chess. In other words, she learned it by herself. Her talent was very scary. The old beggar said again, "Have you played chess with a master?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Have you played chess? Her godfather should be considered a master. Anyway, she didn't win against him. The old beggar was secretly relieved. That was more like it. Otherwise, it would be too scary if only she and he could play at such a high level. However, even with the experience of playing chess with a master, it wasn't easy to figure it out. She was a talented child. The old beggar looked at Gu Jiao with admiration. Just as he was about to ask her name and where she lived, Gu Jiao spoke first. "You said it before. If it's a tie, it's your loss." Silver. The old beggar's mouth twitched. Can you not ruin the atmosphere at such a critical moment? the old beggar took out a few pieces of silver from his wrinkled money bag with a dark face. It added up to about 10 taels, which was all he had. He handed it to Gu Jiao. For you, for you, for you. Gu Jiao counted and weighed it. She picked out the smallest one and gave it back to him. I said that I only need 10 taels. She was honest. Gu Jiao got up and left after taking the silver. The old beggar stopped her. Hey! Wait. You haven't told me your name yet. Are you still coming tomorrow? Gu Jiao walked away. 10 taels for a game. Gu Jiao came back again. The old beggar was speechless. Gu Jiao went back to the clinic to change her clothes. Little Jing Kong ran into her small courtyard. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. He ran too fast and fell down again. Fortunately, the wrestling monk's reputation was not in vain. He held his head and rolled half of the courtyard to the stairs like a small winter melon. Then he got up as if nothing had happened and went up the stairs valiantly. He was not delicate at all. Jiao Jiao. He entered Gu Jiao's room with a letter in his hand. Gu Jiao just put away the mask and turned to look at him. You're out of school so early today? Who sent you here? Brother Yan, little Jing Kong said. He didn't send him for free. He paid for the trip, that's right. In order to expand his business of paying off his debts, Gu Yan developed a program to send the little guy to the clinic after school. It cost 20 copper coins per trip. Where is he? Gu Jiao held the little guy's hand and led him to the wash basin. She fetched some water for him to wipe his sweat. Little Jing Kong obediently handed over his little head and let Jiao Jiao wipe it for him. He met his classmate outside the clinic and is talking to him. Did you fall again? Gu Jiao finished wiping his little head and found a lot of grass on his body. Yes. Little Jing Kong suddenly felt wronged. He pulled up his pants and said with tears in his eyes, "It hurts." Gu Jiao looked at his non-existent wound and washed his face and hands. Okay, I'll rub it for you. Little Jing Kong squinted his eyes in enjoyment. After rubbing his calf, Gu Jiao looked at the letter in his hand. What's that in your hand? A letter. Little Jing Kong said, I received a letter from brother Ming-er. Ming-er, the son of Prince Yu and his wife, was the little envoy of the Liang kingdom. Before leaving, the two little guys agreed to exchange letters. She didn't expect Ming-er's letter to come so soon. I want to read it with Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong said seriously. Gu Jiao smiled and said, okay. Little Jing Kong climbed onto Gu Jiao's lap and found a comfortable position to sit down. He leaned his little head on Gu Jiao's arm and handed the letter to her. Jiao Jiao, read it. Gu Jiao opened the letter. To Jing Kong, I see that Xian is well. I am brother Ming. Do you remember me? I had a fruitful trip to the Zhao kingdom. I was so happy that I didn't think of home. After returning, you missed you and brother you very much. Are you both well? Little Jing Kong's letter wasn't written entirely in vernacular, but Gu Jiao understood the general meaning. Ming-er and Prince Yu had returned to the Liang kingdom 3 days ago. After that, Ming-er began to fulfill his promise to little Jing Kong. Ming-er used Prince Yu's hunting eagle to send the letter to the Zhao kingdom's royal courier station. This was also why little Jing Kong could receive Ming-er's letter so quickly. The Liang kingdom was very hot. Ming-er said in the letter that he was about to become a steamed bun because he was going to be 10 years old and was no longer a child. It was time for him to learn the etiquette of a prince, so he would be very busy. In the process of reporting to the king of the Liang kingdom, a major event happened. The king of the Liang kingdom was dissatisfied with Prince Yu's decision to exchange the glaze technology to the Zhao kingdom. He almost punished Prince Yu. From this, Gu Jiao could see how much Prince Yu had compromised for Ming-er. However, the letter also said that the king of the Liang kingdom didn't punish Prince Yu because Ming-er offered the long-lost original music score of Master Yu-yin, Reflected Shadow. Master Yu-yin was the best musician in the 6 kingdoms. He not only made the best imitation of the Fuxi zither, but also created the peerless divine songs Graceful Grace and Reflected Shadow that were suitable for both the Fuxi zither and the jade flute. Graceful Grace was the first half of the song, and the music score was in the Liang kingdom's palace. However, the music score of Reflected Shadow was lost. Master Yuan himself disappeared from the Liang Kingdom 5 years ago. The king of the Liang Kingdom was very fond of music and was proficient in it. He recognized at a glance that it was Master Yu Yin's original music score. He was so excited that he couldn't speak for a long time. Because of the music score of Reflected Shadow, the king of the Liang Kingdom pardoned Prince Yu's mistake. In the letter, Ming'er said that he didn't expect little Jing Kong to give him such a precious thing. Well, actually, Ming'er chose it randomly. Little Jing Kong gave Ming'er a farewell gift made of gold. Ming'er felt that it was too expensive and couldn't accept it. Thus, he chose a piece of scrap paper that he didn't think was expensive at all. He didn't know if this counted as a child who wasn't greedy. Sometimes, he even had more candy to eat. In the letter, Ming'er expressed his gratitude and told little Jing Kong that he also prepared a gift for him and was on the way. In addition, Ming'er asked little Jing Kong how he got the music score. Did little Jing Kong know Master Yuan? Little Jing Kong spread his hands. I don't know him. Those are things that Master didn't want. The corner of Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Things that he didn't want was a white-bearded old monk so rich, in a certain city in a certain country, a young and handsome monk with a tear mole under his right eye was drinking wine and eating meat. He sneezed mercilessly. Achoo! The moonlight was like a hook. In the small study of the Eastern Palace, the crown princess was sitting on a cushion and concentrating on playing chess. She was playing chess by herself. The little palace maid beside her was gently fanning her. Yes, I'm done. She placed the last chess piece and heaved a sigh of relief. She ordered, you don't have to fan me anymore. The weather wasn't so hot after the rainstorm. Yes. The little palace maid closed her fan. The maid came forward and asked, Crown Princess, do you still want to play? Why don't you rest for a while and walk around? You've been playing for a long time. Ah, okay. The Crown Princess also felt that her body was a little stiff and sore. She reached out her hand. The maid hurried forward to help her up. She said to the little palace maid beside her, go get some snacks and make a pot of flower tea. Yes. The little palace maid accepted the order and left. The Crown Princess strolled to the bed. A cool night breeze blew over, bringing along the fragrance of the courtyard. It made one feel relaxed and happy. The Crown Princess stood in front of the bed and stared blankly at the flowers in the garden that had already closed. She didn't take the tea and snacks that the little palace maid offered. The little palace maid looked at the maid awkwardly. The maid took the tray from her and said in a low voice, I'll do it. You can leave. Yes. The little palace maid left. The maid put the tray on the table beside her and poured a cup of flower tea for the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, have some tea. The Crown Princess sighed. She took the teacup and took a sip. The maid asked, Crown Princess, do you have something on your mind? The Crown Princess looked at the tea in the cup. I wonder if they received His Majesty's letters to the 5 nations? The maid said, Crown Princess, are you talking about His Majesty telling you to solve the Kuan situation? The Qin nation is the closest to us, so they should have received it. Next are the Jin nation and the Liang nation. What about the Yan nation? The Crown Princess asked. The maid thought for a moment. The Yan nation isn't the farthest. It's just that there are too many checkpoints. Many places don't allow us to pass through. The Yan nation was the hegemon of the 6 nations and firmly held the position of being the leader. It would not allow anyone to pass through wherever it said. The maid continued, however, it should be soon. The Crown Princess's eyes flickered. I wonder if I can gain old Mr. Meng's favor. The maid said with a smile, definitely. The Crown Princess is the first person to solve the Kuan situation in the 6 nations. How can old Mr. Meng not be amazed by your talent? The Crown Princess muttered, if only I can become old Mr. Meng's disciple. This way, she would have the backing and background of the Yan nation. Only when a person was deeply hurt would they remember it unforgettable. Even now, when she recalled the experience of going to the Liang nation, she felt as if there was a needle in her heart. She was clearly the most knowledgeable and talented, but she did not have the opportunity to speak. No one paid attention to her, and no one cared about her. She, who shone like a bright pearl in the Zhao nation, was just a grain of rice that fell into the ocean in the Liang nation. They did not care about her extraordinary strength or her gorgeous appearance. They praised those unattractive ladies, saying that they were as beautiful as fairies and had dignified manners. However, they could not even walk as well as her. In order to shine in the Liang nation, she walked 10,000 steps in a day. Her legs were numb from training, and she was the most elegant one when bowing. But who cared? She watched those so-called daughters of the upper nations answer the simplest questions and recite the most meaningless poems. She just sat alone in the corner. Finally, no one could answer. She thought that her chance had come. Unexpectedly, she heard the Liang nation's princess say, "Since that's the case, today will end here. Congratulations to Miss Murong, Miss Lin, and Miss Zhuge for becoming the top 3 in this banquet. I will reward you handsomely." Top 3 places? What a joke. With this kind of standard, they could become the top 3. She, who had real strength, sat on the bench for an entire night. Miss Zhuge was from the Zhao nation. The Zhao nation was also a lower nation. However, because she had a great scholar as a teacher, she was also praised by the Liang nation's princess. Old Master Meng was also from the lower nation. After he became the chess saint of the 6 nations, he was personally invited to the capital by the Yan nation's king. He was given the title of Yan nation's senior doctor and a mansion. If she could become Old Master Meng's disciple, then she would no longer be looked down upon. She would have the opportunity to compete fairly with others. She would be able to use her true ability to shake the 6 nations. However, after he made a 10-tael bet with Gu Jiao, the old beggar fell into a deep melancholy. There was no other reason. He was a beggar. Where would he get the money? He had saved up 10 taels with great difficulty, but if he did not have it, then the little girl would not play chess with him. The old beggar was at his wits' end. When he passed by a chess club, he heard the people inside sighing. "I didn't expect Maoshan layperson to lose. That new player is so good. If I had known, I would have bet on him." The old beggar had an idea and pulled him back. "Little brother, do you want to earn back the money?" Digression, Crown Princess, God is giving me food to eat. Asterisk, asterisk, carrot asterisk, asterisk, jiao jiao, God is chasing after me to feed me food. Oh, asterisk, asterisk, oh, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/111490790. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. At night, little Jing Kong replied to Brother Ming with an emotional letter. Then he hung the letter around little Jing Kong's neck and carried little Jing Kong to the east room. "Jiao Jiao, I have an eagle too." Using little Jing Kong to send a letter to Brother Ming, Gu Jiao was amused. She patted his little head and said, "Little Jing Kong has never been to Liang State, so he doesn't know the way. Besides, even if he knew the way, wouldn't the letter fly away if he hung it around his neck? Why was this kid so funny?" Little Jing Kong was no longer a little eagle chick. He was a real gerfalcon. He didn't understand what his little master wanted him to do, so he opened his eyes wide in confusion. "Oh, that's good." Little Jing Kong was a little disappointed. If he used an eagle, it could fly very fast. Brother Ming would receive his letter in 2 days. Can I use the 800-mile express? He really hoped that Brother Ming would receive his letter soon. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "The public's letter can't be used for the 800-mile express." Little Jing Kong tilted his head. But I used it last time. I sent the letter to Master together with brother-in-law." Brother-in-law sent it to me with an express delivery of 800 miles. This little guy was probably fooled by Xiao Lulang. Well, since he was her husband, she wouldn't expose him. Gu Jiao said, because Brother Ming isn't in Jiao State, the 800-mile express can't reach Liang State. Little Jing Kong lowered his little head. I see. Gu Jiao looked at the little fellow's depressed look and couldn't bear it. She thought for a moment and said, how about this? Let's go to the palace tomorrow to see my grandaunt and ask her if she has sent any official letters to the Liang Kingdom recently. Official letters are much faster than ordinary letters. If there are, we can bring your letter. Okay. Little Jing Kong was happy again. The next day, after little Jing Kong finished school at the Imperial College, Gu Jiao took him to the Imperial Palace. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan had to learn their skills, so they didn't bring them along. Little Jing Kong's Ming gave him a letter with a red candle stamp on it. She begged Brother Xiaoshan to make one for him. Gu Xiaoshan carved his own seal, and then dripped the burning red candle on the seal of the letter. While it was still hot, he stamped the seal on it, and it was done. Not only that, but Gu Xiaoshan also made him a beautiful and practical wooden box to hold the letter. Little Jing Kong took the wooden box and the gerfalcon little 9. His little Jiao had not entered the palace before, so he decided to bring little Jiao to see the world. In addition, Jiao Jiao said that little Jiao had not been to the Liang Kingdom and did not know the way. He wondered if he could send little Jiao to the Liang Kingdom so that little Jiao would know the way. He wasn't afraid that little Jiao would not be able to fly back. Little Jiao was a spirited gerfalcon. It had beautiful and shiny feathers. When it spread its wings, it was full of power to soar in the sky. The palace servants of Rinshou Palace were afraid at first, but after observing for a while, they found that it really didn't hurt people. They became bolder and began to feed it and stroke it gently. However, they didn't know if it was an illusion. But why did this eagle look a little like a chicken? Don't all birds hop around on the ground? Why was it swaggering around like that? Recently, the imperial court had sent some official letters to the Liang Kingdom. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked people to put little Jing Kong's wooden box in the accompanying letters, indicating that it was to be sent to Prince Yu's mansion. Little Jiao played in Rinshou Palace for a while, then flapped its wings and flew out. Little Jing Kong ran out to find it. Eunuch Qin hurriedly sent 2 palace masters to follow it. Little Jing Kong ran all the way to the imperial garden. Little Jiao landed on the shoulder of a little fatty. The little fatty was none other than little Jing Kong's classmate, Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu hadn't gone to school for a few days. He had caught a cold and had been resting in Empress Zhao's cunning palace. He often went to the medical center, and little Jing Kong had taken little Jiao there several times. Except for the first time when they almost ate each other, he and little Jiao got along quite well. Brother Chuyu. Little Jiao came to find you. Little Jing Kong ran over. Qin Chuyu didn't run to him excitedly like before. Qin Chuyu hesitated for a moment and turned around. Little Jing Kong came behind him and looked at him in surprise. Brother Chuyu, what's wrong with you? Qin Chuyu lowered his head and tried to control himself not to turn around. He already knew who little Jing Kong was. Although little Jing Kong wasn't a member of the Zhuang family, he called Empress Dowager Zhuang his grandaunt and had a close relationship with Rinshou Palace. Although he was only 8 years old, he vaguely understood that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't like him, his parents, and even his brother and sister-in-law. He didn't have any relationship with Rinshou Palace. Brothers were important, but so were his parents. He had his parents first, and then his brothers. He couldn't abandon his parents for someone else. He felt sorry for little Jing Kong. But it was so sad. They were such good brothers. They fought together, skipped class together, collected protection fees together, and ran away together. Brother Chuyu. Little Jing Kong walked in front of him. Are you crying? I'm not. Qin Chuyu quickly raised his hand to wipe his tears. Little Jing Kong didn't understand why his friend was so sad. He thought for a moment and said seriously, I heard that you were sick. Are you crying because you haven't recovered? Jiao Jiao is a very good doctor. She's in the palace. I can take you there and ask her to take a look at you. I'm not crying because of this. Qin Chuyu roared in his heart. Brother Chuyu? Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at him. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. The cute little guy was as innocent as a cub. Xianxia immediately lost his resistance. He lowered his voice and said in a choked voice, "No. No. I can't go to Rinshou Palace, I can't see you either. We are destined to be brothers with a bitter life. In this life, we can only live in each other's memories." Little Jing Kong patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, don't worry. Jiao Jiao's medical skills are really, really good. She can definitely cure you." As he spoke, he held Qin Chuyu's chubby hand. Qin Chuyu wanted to shake his hand off, but for some reason, he felt dizzy and was pulled to Rinshou Palace. Qin Chuyu had always been deeply afraid of Rinshou Palace. He had never taken the initiative to come here. Except for the necessary greetings during festivals, he would always come here with his father and mother. When he reached the gate of Rinshou Palace, he suddenly realized something and turned around to run away. Coincidentally, Gu Jiaojiao was adjusting the swing in the courtyard in the front hall. She saw the two little guys and greeted them. "Chuyu, you're here. Come in and play with Jing Kong." "I don't." Before he could finish his words, he saw the swing that was taller than a tree. His attention was immediately attracted. It was a child's nature to have fun. Moreover, Gu Jiaojiao was here. It gave him the illusion that he was still in the small courtyard of the medical center. In fact, the courtyard here had been remodeled. It was similar to the small courtyard in Clearwater Alley and the small courtyard in the medical center. He walked in a daze. Not only was there a huge swing in the courtyard, but there was also a novel and unique wooden horse and a slide that reached into the rockery. They were all designed by Gu Jiaojiao. Qin Chuyu was stunned. "Jiaojiao, Chuyu is sick. Can you take a look at him?" Little Jing Kong came to Gu Jiaojiao and asked cutely. "Okay." Gu Jiaojiao waved at Qin Chuyu. "Come here." Qin Chuyu walked over in a daze. Gu Jiaojiao touched his forehead and then checked his pulse. "There's no problem. You're fine." Little Jing Kong looked at Qin Chuyu and said happily, "Did you hear that? Jiaojiao said you're fine. You can rest assured. Don't cry anymore. Go and play." Gu Jiaojiao smiled. It was a child's nature to love to play. No matter how much Qin Chuyu was afraid of Empress Dowager Zhuang in his mind, at this moment, he was just a happy little fat boy accompanied by Gu Jiaojiao and little Jing Kong. The two of them played in the yard until they were covered in sweat. At first, Qin Chuyu was a little restrained. But after playing for a while, he became more excited than little Jing Kong. His laughter and screams filled the yard. Even the trumpet girl couldn't beat him in shouting. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was reading the memorials in the study, became angry. "Little fatty, you're so noisy." Qin Chuyu was having so much fun in Rinshou Palace that he forgot about his home and had dinner there. He was so engrossed in playing that when Gu Jiaojiao asked him and little Jing Kong to come in for dinner, he agreed without hesitation. But when he saw Empress Dowager Zhuang sitting at the table with a dignified expression, he was so scared that his legs went soft and he almost fell on the ground. Yes, although he became bolder after going to the Imperial College, he was still a little coward in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was a big evil god. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't look at little fatty. She sat in her chair calmly. Gu Jiaojiao and little Jing Kong were used to her behavior, so they didn't find it scary. But Qin Chuyu was different. His legs trembled. It was even scarier than being kidnapped by human traffickers. Gu Jiaojiao took Qin Chuyu and little Jing Kong to wash their hands. Then, she took the two little guys to the table and sat down. Little Jing Kong still had his own little chair. Qin Chuyu was 8 years old and could reach the table. He sat between Empress Dowager Zhuang and little Jing Kong and didn't even dare to move his chopsticks. Every time people from Qingshui Alley came, the small kitchen would cook according to their tastes. When little Jing Kong was there, the dishes would be cute and childish. Looking at the white and tender buns in front of him, Qin Chuyu's saliva flowed down his mouth. The buns were stuffed with red bean paste. The red bean paste was very crushed and had a dense texture. It seemed that it would melt in the mouth. There was a little bit of cheese in it. It didn't taste like milk, but it smelled like milk. Gu Jiaojiao taught the chef from Rinshou Palace to make it. Other palaces couldn't eat it. Qin Chuyu only took one bite and fell in love with it. The buns were just appetizers. There were little koi fish made with oranges, little swallows made with quail eggs, milk soup made with strange pumpkins, and Peppa Pig, which Gu Jiao conquered all the young people in her previous life. Crispy meat patties with plum sauce. Wow! Xianxia was shocked. He loved it. He had never eaten anything so cute. It was so delicious. He was going to cry. Xianxia didn't remember that the Empress Dowager was sitting next to him. He was too busy. Xianxia couldn't stop eating. It had to be said that this little fatty was a little noisy, but the way he ate was very appetizing. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him and didn't say anything. The two kids were full. Xianxia could have 2 more bites, but Gu Jiao was worried that he would eat too much and said that she would cook for him next time. Can I come again next time? He blinked and asked. Of course, he was asking Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao couldn't answer for her. They were most afraid of silence. The palace servants all lowered their heads and did not even dare to breathe loudly. The Empress Dowager had a clear boundary with Pure Flower's palace. Would she allow the 7th prince to visit her again and again? The last time the people from Pure Flower's palace came here, they accidentally got into trouble. Everyone looked calm on the surface, but they were all listening carefully. Empress Dowager Zhuang replied indifferently. Little Jing Kong patted his friend's shoulder. That's great. Great Aunt agreed. You can come and play with me often in the future. Xianxia was so excited that he waved his arm and knocked over a bowl of soup on the table. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in trouble. The soup splashed all over her body and dripped down. The palace servants' expressions changed. Eunuch Qin quickly stepped forward. Empress Dowager. After eating for so long, the soup had already turned cold. It was just that being splashed all over made her feel very dirty and uncomfortable. Eunuch Qin quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe Empress Dowager Zhuang, but he found that it was impossible to finish. This servant will help you change your clothes. Xianxia was so scared that his face turned pale. Empress, Imperial Grandmother. He heard that Imperial Grandmother ate people. Not only did she eat people, but she also killed people. Enough, don't make a fuss. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed Eunuch Qin's hand away. She didn't let the palace servants help her and calmly stood up. Jia is going to change my clothes. Xianxia was dumbfounded. That's it, Imperial Grandmother didn't get angry? She didn't punish him? As the night deepened, Xianxia finally came out of Rinzhou Palace with his personal eunuch. Eunuch Su, who had been waiting nearby for a while, exclaimed in surprise. He walked forward and held Xianxia's small shoulder. My little ancestor, are you all right? Why did you go to Rinzhou Palace? Eunuch Su was Empress Zhao's trusted eunuch. Xianxia didn't go to Rinzhou Palace secretly. Empress Zhao naturally got the news. However, she got it a little late. Empress Zhao thought he went to the East Palace. Eunuch Su grabbed Xianxia's wrist. The Empress is so worried about you. Come with me to tell the Empress that you are safe. Xianxia was pulled forward by him. He asked confusedly, Mother, why are you worried about me? Eunuch Su sighed. Why else? 7th Prince, you can go to any palace. Why do you have to go to Rinzhou Palace? Don't you know that you can't go to Rinzhou Palace? It was no wonder that Empress Xiao had warned Xianxia to stay away from Rinzhou Palace. It was because Empress Xiao didn't keep an eye on little Xiaoheng more than 10 years ago, and she accidentally went to the vicinity of Rinzhou Palace. As a result, he was poisoned and almost lost his life. Eunuch Su stared at the eunuch behind Xianxia and said, You didn't stop your master from going to Rinzhou Palace. I'll punish you later. Xianxia frowned. Don't punish Detzi. I'm the one who wants to go. How dare he stop me? Eunuch Su said, but he should at least send a message to the Empress. Xianxia said seriously, I won't let him do that. If he did, you would take me away and wouldn't let me play at Imperial Grandmother's place. Imperial Grandmother isn't as scary as you make her out to be. What's scary about her? The Emperor's smiling voice came from nearby. The Emperor would be in a good mood every time he saw this little fatty. Your Majesty. Eunuch Su turned and bowed to the Emperor on the sedan chair. He then bowed to Grand Concubine Jing on the other sedan chair behind the emperor. Grand Concubine Detzi bowed as well. Xianxia called, "Father." The emperor waved his hand. "Get down." Eunuch Wei waved his horsetail whisk and said. The two palanquins slowly descended. Xianxia threw himself at his father. The emperor was almost knocked over by the little fatty. He smiled and turned his head to indicate to him, "Have you paid your respects to Grandmother Jing?" "Oh." Xianxia left the emperor's arms and walked to the sedan chair. He bowed to the sedan chair behind it. "Greetings, Grandmother Jing." "Good boy." Grand Concubine Jing smiled gently and looked at his rosy cheeks with doting eyes. "Where did you go today? You seem to be very happy." Xianxia said straightforwardly, "I went to Rinshou Palace. I saw Imperial Grandmother." Grand Concubine Jing was stunned. The emperor's face darkened. "What did you say? Where did you go?" Xianxia shrunk his neck. "Rinshou Palace." His father's eyes suddenly became very scary. "Who told you to go to Rinshou Palace?" the emperor asked coldly. I went there myself." Xianxia took 2 steps back. Come to Grandmother Jing." Grand Concubine Jing reached out her hand to Xianxia. Xianxia was scared half to death by his father. He jumped into Grand Concubine Jing's arms as if he had seen his savior. Grand Concubine Jing hugged him gently and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, don't scare him. He didn't do it on purpose." Xianxia murmured in Grand Concubine Jing's arms. The emperor frowned. "What did you say?" Xianxia was finally emboldened in front of his father, perhaps because he had someone to back him up. He mustered up his courage and said, "I said that Imperial Grandmother isn't bad at all. Why won't father let me see her?" The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/111490746. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. Please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. The emperor was furious. He hated that vicious woman to the core, but everyone around him had been bribed by her. There was no need to mention the little divine doctor and Xiao Lulang since they knew her first. But why didn't she let his son off as well? Children were easy to fool, especially this gluttonous little fatty. Just give him a sweet date and he'll run away. The emperor didn't think it was difficult to bribe him, nor did he think that he had truly discovered Empress Dowager Zhuang's good points. It was just the Empress Dowager trying to steal people away from him. Xianxia trembled in Concubine Jing's arms. Concubine Jing gently caressed his face. "Don't be afraid. Let's go to Grandmother Jing." "Amen." Xianxia hid in Concubine Jing's arms and refused to come out. The emperor couldn't really pull Xianxia out of Concubine Jing's arms and teach him a lesson. He suppressed his anger and said, "Let's go back to the palace." The group returned to Pure Flower's palace. Xianxia was worried that his father would spank him, so he ran into Concubine Jing's room. The emperor's mouth twitched as he watched his son run away faster than a rabbit. Concubine Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Little Qi is still young. Don't be too harsh on him. You'll make him sad." The emperor snorted. "It's better to make him sad than to lose his life." Concubine Jing shook her head with a sigh. "Your Majesty, don't you think you've misunderstood the Empress Dowager too much? Rinshou Palace isn't a place of tigers and wolves. The Empress Dowager is Little Qi's grandmother. How could she harm Little Qi?" The emperor stood in the corridor and looked at the quiet courtyard with a cold gaze. Imperial Mother has probably forgotten what happened to Xiaoheng. How innocent was the 4-year-old Xiaoheng? Didn't he still suffer at her hands? Concubine Jing said, maybe it's just a misunderstanding. The emperor looked at concubine Jing and said, how could there be so many misunderstandings? Imperial concubine mother's heart is too kind. She always repays evil with good, but some people will not be grateful because of this. Instead, they will become even worse. Then you shouldn't blame little Qi, Grand Concubine Jing said. He's so young and doesn't know anything. The emperor frowned and said, he is a prince. He was born in such a whirlpool. How can he survive if he doesn't understand? Old concubine Jing said earnestly, you have to take it slow. You can't be impatient. Weren't you as innocent as little Qi when you were little Qi's age? Thinking of the past, a trace of guilt appeared in the emperor's eyes. It was because I became sensible too late that I couldn't properly protect mother and Ningyan. That was why you suffered so much in the palace. Old concubine Jing shook her head. Don't say that. We didn't suffer much. The Empress Dowager still gave us a lot of protection. The emperor felt a wave of disgust and anger at the mention of Empress Dowager Shuang. She didn't give us protection. At most, it was a deliberate scheme. Old concubine Jing waved her hand. All right. Let's not argue about this. Go and do your work. Little Qi can be taught slowly. There's no rush. At this point, the emperor couldn't continue to hold on to Xianxia. I'll leave little Qi to you, mother. Old concubine Jing smiled gently. I know. I'll have someone send him back to the empress later. There were a lot of memorials piled up in the imperial study. The emperor went to read them while old concubine Jing returned to her room. Xianxia hid behind the pavilion of many treasures and poked his round head out to look carefully. Amused, old concubine Jing walked over and sat down on a chair. Come here. Your imperial father has left. Don't be afraid. Xianxia asked suspiciously, has imperial father really left? Old concubine Jing smiled. He has left. Grandmother Jing is a monk. I won't lie to you. Oh. Xianxia remembered that little Jing Kong once said that monks didn't lie. That meant that monks didn't lie. Relieved, Xianxia walked to the chair next to old concubine Jing and sat down. He sighed in relief. Ah, I was scared to death. Old concubine Jing took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Your imperial father won't eat you. Xianxia curled his lips. But he'll beat me. Old concubine Jing paused in the middle of wiping his sweat. Does your imperial father beat you often? Xianxia thought about it carefully. A few times, but not often. Old concubine Jing finished wiping his forehead and then his cheeks. Your imperial father is strict with you because he values you. You're his legitimate son. You're different from the other princes. I know. Xianxia knew from a young age that he and his brother, the crown prince, were the legitimate sons of the empress. They were nobler than the other princes. Otherwise, how could he be so domineering in the palace? As the saying went, 7, 8, 9, 9 dogs are disliked. Xianxia was at the age where even dogs were disliked. He was rebellious and unreasonable. Recently, even the crown prince didn't want to see him anymore. Old concubine Jing said gently, your imperial father is doing this for your own good. Xianxia snorted. Humph, if he's doing this for my own good, he won't lie to me. Old concubine Jing seemed to be amused by his little appearance. What lies did your imperial father make up? Xianxia said angrily, he said grandmother isn't a good person. In all honesty, the emperor had never said such a thing to him. He just didn't allow Xianxia to go to Rinzhou Palace. Xianxia was the one who came to the conclusion that Empress Dowager Shuang wasn't a good person. Although children were innocent, they were very sensitive about certain things. For example, he could feel that the emperor looked at Empress Dowager Shuang as if she was a bad person. The fact that the emperor didn't allow him to get close to the Empress Dowager proved this point. In addition, Empress Xiao and the people around her were all secretive about Empress Dowager Shuang. It wasn't strange that he would come to such a conclusion. Old concubine Jing touched his head. What does little Qi think? Is grandmother a good person? Well, Qin Chuyu thought about it seriously for a moment and said seriously, she's not a bad person. I was eating in grandmother's palace today and I spilled a big bowl of soup on her. She didn't punish me or scold me. Old concubine Jing looked at him gently and kindly. Little Qi is a prince. No one would scold little Qi. Qin Chuyu snorted. She even scolded imperial father. I heard it. Really? Old concubine Jing smiled and put down her handkerchief with her eyes down. The emperor went to the imperial study to read the memorials. Halfway through, he put the memorials on the table. Eunuch Wei asked with concern, what's wrong, your majesty? Is it too stuffy in the room? No. The emperor pinched his sore eyebrows. Eunuch Wei said, you're tired. You can read these memorials tomorrow. There's no morning court session tomorrow anyway. The Zhao kingdom didn't have morning court sessions every day. There were a few days off every month. The emperor took a sip of tea and said lightly, I'm not tired. Then what's troubling you, your majesty? Eunuch Wei asked. The emperor didn't answer. Instead, he said, where's Eunuch He? Go and ask him to come here. Yes, your majesty. Eunuch Wei brought Eunuch He to the imperial study under the cover of night. Eunuch He bowed to the emperor. Greetings, your majesty. How's the investigation going? The emperor asked in a deep voice. He was talking about the attack on old concubine Jing in the imperial garden. Eunuch He said, I don't have a clue yet. I only found out that the assassin probably snuck into the imperial palace from the cold palace, where the defense is weaker. Also, I think that the assassin probably had an accomplice working with him. The accomplice lured the dragon's shadow guards away so that he could sneak up on old concubine Jing. Unfortunately, the dragon's shadow guards were men of sacrifice. They only obeyed orders and never communicated with others. It was impossible to get any information from the dragon's shadow guards. As such, Eunuch He didn't bother to interrogate the dragon's shadow guards. The emperor knew that the dragon's shadow guards were special, so he didn't blame Eunuch He for not doing his job well. However, he was curious as to how the dragon's shadow guards were lured away. The dragon's shadow guards were different from ordinary secret guards. They wouldn't chase after their masters just because of the slightest disturbance. Unless it was old concubine Jing who ordered them to chase after the assassin, but she didn't. The emperor couldn't figure out who had the ability to lure the dragon's shadow guards away. Eunuch He searched the entire imperial palace and didn't find anyone's body or a trace of blood. In other words, after the dragon's shadow guards were lured away, they either didn't see that person, or they saw him but didn't fight him. It was impossible that they didn't see him. The dragon's shadow guards should be able to catch up with whoever they wanted. But why didn't they fight? The dragon's shadow guards wouldn't attack weak people. It was probably an order from the late emperor to prevent them from killing civilians by accident. Did that person not know martial arts? But if he didn't know martial arts, how could he have lured the dragon's shadow guards away? The emperor had a headache thinking about it. Just as the emperor was thinking about this matter, a little eunuch from the palace of earthly tranquility suddenly came to report, Your Majesty. Not good. Something happened to the seventh prince. The emperor hurriedly left his official business and went to Empress Zhao's palace of earthly tranquility. Empress Zhao sent someone to deliver the news to the emperor. Yi sent someone to call the imperial physician. The imperial physician and the emperor were both in the palace of earthly tranquility. The imperial physician didn't have time to salute the emperor and quickly went to Qin Chiyu's bedchamber with his medicine box. On the wide and soft bed, Qin Chiyu held his little fat belly and rolled around in pain. Mother. I'm in pain. I'm in so much pain. Empress Zhao's heart ached. She sat by the bed and tried to hold her son in her arms. However, Qin Chiyu was in so much pain that he couldn't stay in Empress Zhao's arms. The imperial physician quickly walked over and put down his medicine box. He knelt by the bed and began to take Qin Chiyu's pulse. Eunuch Su and another strong nanny held him down to prevent him from moving. Empress Zhao was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Imperial physician. What happened to the seventh prince? The imperial physician bowed and said, I can only tell your majesty after the examination. Then quickly check. Empress Zhao said. Although the imperial physician was already checking, he still respectfully replied, yes. Yes. The emperor walked in with a serious expression. What happened to little Qi? Your Majesty. Empress Xiao threw herself into his arms with tears in her eyes. Her hot tears fell onto the back of his hand. Empress Xiao, who had always been the empress and never acted rudely in front of the emperor, was crying. It was also at this moment that the emperor felt that his empress was also an ordinary woman and an ordinary mother. The emperor's heart softened. He patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't cry. Tell me, what happened? Empress Xiao choked and said, I don't know what happened. Little Qi was fine when he came back. Suddenly, he held his stomach and said that it hurt. The emperor asked, what did he eat for dinner today? He ate at Rinshou Palace. Empress Xiao wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said seriously, Little Da. Little Da dragged his injured body into the room. Obviously, Xianxia had punished him just now. He knelt down and kowtowed to the emperor and Empress Xiao. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Empress Xiao said coldly, let me ask you, did the seventh prince eat anything strange in Rinshou Palace? Strange things? Little Da scratched his head. They all seem strange. I have never seen those flatbread and steamed buns. They look like pigs and fish, the emperor understood. Those were the special snacks that little Jing Kong usually ate in Clearwater Alley. Is there anything else? Then there are some dishes. Xiao Detzi reported the dishes on the table to him. There was no problem. They were all dishes that the emperor and Empress Xiao usually ate. Empress Xiao asked, then, did they give the seventh prince anything to eat alone? It was no wonder that Empress Xiao was so suspicious. It was because the tragedy of Xiaoheng was still vivid in her mind. She didn't want her son to be the second person to be killed by the Empress Dowager. No. Little Da shook his head. Empress Xiao frowned and said, could it be that they fed him alone but you didn't see it? Have you been guarding the seventh prince all the time? You didn't leave his side at all? Well. Little Da lowered his head guiltily and said in fear, I went to the toilet. You. Empress Xiao was so angry that she almost slapped him. On the other side, the imperial doctor finished his diagnosis. He said to the emperor and Empress Xiao, Your Majesty, Your Highness, the seventh prince ate too much and got a stomachache. I will give him some pills to help with digestion. He can't eat like this anymore. It's harmful to his body. Empress Xiao said angrily, Your Majesty, listen. Rinshou Palace is really up to no good. The emperor already knew that Qin Chiyu was taken to Rinshou Palace by little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao was there as well. The emperor didn't think that Gu Jiao would let Qin Chiyu eat uncontrollably. The imperial doctor gave Qin Chiyu some pills to help with digestion. Qin Chiyu finally felt less painful after farting a few times. He heard the argument just now. His father and mother thought that it was his grandmother who fed him like this. Actually, it wasn't. But if he told the truth, he had to be punished. He was in a dilemma. In the past, Qin Chiyu definitely wouldn't tell the truth. He was most afraid of being punished by his father. In order to avoid punishment, he could go against his conscience and lie, but this time, he chose to tell the truth. He gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and said, I didn't eat too much in Rinshou Palace. I ate again after leaving Rinshou Palace. Gu Jiao told me not to eat any more in Rinshou Palace. I couldn't resist. What did you eat? The emperor asked. Qin Chiyu didn't dare to look into his father's eyes. He lowered his head and said, I ate a few pieces of osmanthus cake, and drank a bowl of iced sour plum juice. Empress Xiao's eyes turned sharp. Who gave this food to the seventh prince? This empress already warned you not to secretly give the seventh prince food. This empress wants to see who dares to disobey this empress order. Xianxia said in a small voice, Your Majesty, Cunning Palace didn't make iced sour plum juice today. Xianxia cleared his throat and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, Pure Flowers Palace made it. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. There are millions of novels to read for free. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg com/8964289642826/111490685. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. The servants of Pure Flower's palace didn't have the guts to give Xianxia random food. Empress Xiao looked at the emperor, who was even more clueless about the situation than she was. It didn't seem like he was the one who gave it to Xianxia. Then there was only one person left. Empress Xiao bit her lip and didn't say anything. She walked over to the bedside and silently hugged her son, who was suffering from abdominal pain. The emperor pinched his sore brows and sighed helplessly. It was already very late by the time the emperor returned to Pure Flower's palace. Xianxia made a ruckus for half the night before he finally fell asleep in Empress Xiao's arms. He was still twitching even after he fell asleep, muttering, "Imperial father, don't punish this son. This son knows his mistake." Empress Xiao's heart ached so much that she shed tears. "Your Majesty, be careful," Eunuch Wei said with a lantern in hand. The emperor paused and walked up the steps with a cloth in his hand. There was a thin figure standing at the end of the corridor. He only recognized it as concubine Jing when he got closer. "It's so late. Imperial Mother, why aren't you resting yet?" Concubine Jing held a string of prayer beads in her hand and couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. "I heard little Qi is sick." The emperor nodded. "Ah, he ate too much at night and got a stomachache. He's fine now." "It's a sin." Concubine Jing held the prayer beads and closed her eyes. "If I knew he ate so much at night, I wouldn't have given him any desserts or sour plum juice." The emperor sighed. "It's not your fault, Imperial Mother. I don't know what he ate at night. This child is greedy and always wants to eat more. That's why he's so fat." Concubine Jing looked at him and said, "Then I'll be more careful in the future." Her eyes were filled with guilt. The emperor was a bit annoyed at first, but now he only felt heartache. He didn't bring her back to let her be bullied. She was his imperial mother and Xianxia was her imperial grandson. What was wrong with her feeding her grandson? She couldn't be doing this on purpose. She just doted on him too much. The emperor said, "Imperial Mother's injuries. You should go back and rest. When little Qi recovers, I'll have him come pay his respects." Grand concubine Jing nodded. The emperor went to the imperial study to read the memorials for a while before going to rest. Perhaps it was because there were too many things on his mind, but the emperor did not sleep well that night. In a daze, he seemed to feel someone push open the door to his room. He couldn't open his eyes. He tried to summon the palace servants, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. He tried to sit up, but he couldn't exert any strength. It was as if his entire body was frozen. Using all his strength, he could only open his eyes a tiny slit. He saw that person slowly walking towards him. Because he couldn't move, he had the illusion that he was a fish on a chopping board. That person's approach made him uneasy and made him feel danger. When the man got closer, he realized that the man was holding a dagger in his hand. The cold gleam of the dagger stung his eyes. "Who are you?" he desperately wanted to ask, but his throat seemed to be completely numb. His heart was filled with fear. Finally, that person sat down beside his bed and raised the dagger, stabbing it down toward his heart. At that moment, he saw the man's face clearly. "Mother!" The emperor screamed and woke up from his sleep. He was drenched in cold sweat, with large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His heartbeat was violent, and his breathing was irregular. His eyes were still filled with the terror from the nightmare. Eunuch Qin got up from the small bed and walked over to the emperor's side. He lifted the bright yellow curtains and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" The emperor's expression frightened him. He hurriedly hung the curtains on a hook and lit up the candlesticks on the candlesticks. He then returned to the bedside and asked, "Are you feeling unwell, Your Majesty?" The emperor sat up and gasped for breath. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. He actually dreamed that concubine Jing had come to kill him. That was too absurd. It was said that one would dream of what they thought of during the day. Could it be that he was dissatisfied with concubine Jing because of the recent events? Or was it because he was suspicious? Then he was too much of a bastard. Everyone in the world could harm him, but concubine Jing wouldn't. Eunuch Qin said earnestly, Your Majesty has been busy with state affairs recently, and there are so many things going on in the imperial harem. There's no end to state affairs. Your Majesty needs to take care of your body. This servant doesn't know how many more years I can accompany Your Majesty, so you must take care of yourself. The Emperor said unhappily, How old are you? Why can't you accompany me for a few more years? That Qin fellow didn't even say that he couldn't accompany the Empress Dowager for a few more years. The Emperor was a sentimental person. Eunuch Wei had followed him when he was at his lowest point, so he would always remember his good deeds. Eunuch Wei smiled. Yes, Your Majesty. However, he thought to himself, Your Majesty really can't stop talking about the Empress Dowager. The Emperor was no longer sleepy after the nightmare. He couldn't be bothered to go to the imperial study, so he had Eunuch Wei bring the memorials to his bedchamber to read. Eunuch Wei brought 2 clever eunuchs with him. They placed the memorials on the desk and lit the lamp for the Emperor. The Emperor took a bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. He sat behind the desk and began to read the memorials. You go to sleep, the Emperor said to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei wasn't as old as Eunuch Qin, but he was still a few years older than the Emperor. The Emperor had listened to his words and was worried that if he continued to waste time, his body would collapse. How could Eunuch Wei not understand the Emperor's intentions? He smiled and said, This servant was just saying that. Your Majesty, don't take it to heart. This servant's body is fine, and I'm not sleepy right now. The Emperor knew that if he forced him to sleep, he wouldn't be able to sleep well, so he didn't insist. After the Emperor read a few memorials, the fear brought about by the nightmare finally dissipated. However, he still didn't feel sleepy, so he continued to read the memorials. After the storm, the number of patients increased, and the clinic became busy again. Gu Jiao received 2 patients, both on the same street. Gu Jiao came out of the home of the first patient. On her way to the home of the second patient, she passed by a Go Club. Usually, a Go Club was a relatively quiet place, but this Go Club was especially busy today. It was filled with people inside and outside, and the sound of sharp inhales could occasionally be heard. Gu Jiao looked strangely. Because the patient was still waiting, she didn't go in. There was a grand game going on in the Go Club. The reason it was grand was because one of the players was the recently famous Mao Xianxia. Mao Xianxia was in his early 40s. He wasn't a native of Jing and had only traveled to Jing last year. Because he was good at Go, he had been invited by many Go clubs, and some wealthy families had even invited him to play. He was very valuable, and all the Go players in Jing were proud to play against him. If they were lucky enough to beat him once or twice, they would be praised for many years. Unfortunately, no one had beaten him yet. The Crown Princess was very skilled at Go, but the two had never played against each other. Mao Xianxia only played against one person a day. That person had to spend a lot of money to buy a game or defeat all the Go players in the Go Club that day to qualify to play against him. The Go player sitting across from him was the latter. It wasn't appropriate to call him a Go player, but an old beggar. Yet this old beggar in ragged clothes was sitting in front of Mao Xianxia. It was an unparalleled spectacle. It was unknown whether the spectators were here to watch the game or to watch the spectacle. In short, the Go players' hall was packed to the brim, and there was almost no space to stand. In a side room, a female official dressed as a commoner said to the Crown Prince consort, "A powerful old beggar has come and is playing chess with Mao Shan Lei practitioner. After Mao Shan Lei practitioner defeats him, he can come and visit the Crown Prince consort. No hurry." The Crown Princess didn't let anyone interrupt their game. Wait until he's finished before calling him over. She had come to find someone to play Go with. She had heard that this Mao Xianxia was very skilled at Go. She needed to maintain her standard, so she needed to play against a skilled Go player. But to her surprise, the old beggar won in the end. The female official exclaimed, "It can't be? Mao Xianxia lost. Victory and defeat are common in war." The crown princess had strict requirements for herself, but she didn't have such high requirements for others. The female official asked, "Then, does the crown princess still want to play Go with him?" N. The crown princess wouldn't dismiss the other party's ability just because he lost once, and she wouldn't immediately think highly of the old beggar just because he won once. There were always people in this world with extraordinary luck. She still believed in fame accumulated over time. Let him come in and play a few games with this consort. Yes. The crown princess played a few games with Mao Xianxia. Mao Xianxia's Go skills were quite good, and the crown princess did learn something from the game. However, there was still a gap between him and the level of an expert in her mind. Unfortunately, there weren't many people in Zhao country who were more skilled than him. "Thank you for your teachings, sir. I will come again another day." The crown princess politely bid farewell to Mao Xianxia and left the Go Club. After sitting in the carriage, the female official lifted the curtain and suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Crown princess, look." The crown princess looked over and saw an old beggar and a young girl in green with a small basket on her back squatting at the corner of the street. "It's her?" The crown princess' expression stilled. "It's him." The female official thought that the crown princess was speaking of the old beggar and responded, "He was the one who won against Mao Xianxia at the Go Club just now." The crown princess didn't speak. She didn't even look at the old beggar. Her gaze was completely attracted by Gu Jiao. The scene she had seen that night in the alley had given her too much of a shock. Now, whenever she saw Gu Jiao, she couldn't help but recall how she had been pressed against the wall by Xiao Lulang. She felt irritated. Gu Jiao was playing Go with the old beggar. She wasn't wearing a mask today, but the old beggar recognized her when she spoke. Today, the old beggar wasn't messing around. He seriously played around with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was beaten very miserably. The old beggar roared with laughter. "How is it, little doll? Now you know how good I am." Gu Jiao's face was completely black. She stood up to leave. The old beggar called out, "Hey, you're leaving already? Play another round." Gu Jiao's expression was cold. 10 taels, just one round. The old beggar. She had to patronize the Go Club's business tomorrow. Gu Jiao took the silver and walked back. When she passed by the crown princess carriage, the crown princess lifted the curtain and called out to her. "Dr. Gu, please wait." Gu Jiao looked indifferently at her. Her calm face seemed as though nothing in the world could surprise her. "Is something the matter?" she asked. The crown princess was not too surprised by Gu Jiao's attitude, but she couldn't accept it. After all, she was the crown princess, and she was just a female doctor that didn't even have a title. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and calmly said, "If Dr. Gu likes to play Go, you can go to the Go Club. There's no need to associate with beggars on the road. Dr. Gu is the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. You are also the wife of top scholar Xiao. You are also Imperial Grandmother's favorite. It's best if you don't lose your status." Gu Jiao asked, "What does it have to do with you?" The female official angrily said, "What are you saying? Our crown princess thinks highly of you." Gu Jiao said, "Do I need her to think highly of me?" The female official choked. "You, Ping-er." The crown princess slightly frowned at the female official. The female official called Ping-er coldly glared at Gu Jiao and unwillingly closed her mouth. The crown princess then pretended to say to Gu Jiao, "If Miss Gu doesn't mind, I can introduce Miss Gu to the Go Club. There are many good Go Clubs in the capital. The nearby Qinghuan Go Club is pretty good. Of course, if Miss Gu wants to be closer to the medical center, you can go to Haotian Go Club. No need." Gu Jiao indifferently said and left without any pretense. Ping-er angrily said, "Crown princess, she's too much. Even if she's relying on the Empress Dowager's favor, she can't disregard you like this." The crown princess did not get angry. She had seen too many arrogant people relying on favor. Being in the limelight for a while was not important. Being in the limelight for a lifetime was skill. Hadn't Gu Jinyu previously been in the limelight? In the end, she had fallen into the dust in less than half a year. Now, when the people of the capital talked about her, how could they still have any of the admiration they had in the past? At most, she had relied on her marriage with royal prince and to barely regain her honor. In any case, Gu Jinyu was gentle, humble, and well-educated. This Miss Gu's temperament was far worse than Gu Jinyu's. So how long could she be arrogant? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111490624. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel was updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were read for free. All the novels that could not be found online were available here. Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. Little Jing Kong had finished school early and was looking around at the entrance. When he saw Gu Jiao, he ran over. Jiao Jiao. Yes. Gu Jiao held his chubby little hand and led him inside. However, he turned around and looked behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao paused and asked, "Are you waiting for brother-in-law?" Xiao Lulang had gone to the countryside. He said that if he was quick, he would be back by the end of the month. If he was slow, it would be next month. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said seriously, I'm not. Gu Jiao smiled. Soon. Brother-in-law will be back soon. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. I'm worried that he won't do well. This is his first business trip. I didn't have time to tell him. Gu Jiao laughed. Were all children so interesting? Gu Jiao asked in amusement. What do you want to tell your brother-in-law? Little Jing Kong said seriously, I want to tell him to unite with his colleagues and not make his boss angry. Don't think that you're better than others just because you're the top scholar. You have to suffer. It can't be like at home. What he said made sense. Who did he learn that from? Gu Jiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. She pinched his little face. Children were so fun. The two of them went into the house. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan went to learn their skills. Yaoshi was in the yard making Gu Jinyu's wedding dress. Gu Jinyu's wedding was set at the end of the year. The timing was a little rushed. When a normal family got married, half a year would have passed. After that, they would have to prepare for the wedding and inform all the relatives. But Gu Jinyu's situation was special. The emperor had set the wedding date at the end of the year. Such beautiful clothes. Little Jing Kong touched the cloth on Yaoshi's leg and said, Who did you make this for? I made it for older sister Jinyu. Yaoshi said. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and asked, Why did you make such beautiful clothes for her? Not even Jiao Jiao. The child didn't have any ill intentions. She was just curious. Why was it that elder sister Jinyu had one, but Jiao Jiao didn't? Jiao Jiao was the older sister. Shouldn't he cook for the older sister first? These words caused Yaoshi to freeze. That's right, her Jiao Jiao got married in the countryside. She didn't even have a proper wedding dress, nor did she have any dragon, phoenix, incense, or parents who doted on her. She got married alone. To be exact, she was chased out of the house as a little jinx. Both of them had been forced, so they were only husband and wife in name, and had yet to consummate their marriage. Thinking of this, a trace of guilt flashed through Yaoshi's heart. She could not even continue with the wedding dress. Come and eat grapes. Next to the ancient well, Gu Jiao washed a bunch of shiny purple grapes. Little Jing Kong's attention was quickly attracted and he ran over. He squatted down, picked the biggest and brightest grape, and fed it to Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao, eat. Okay. Gu Jiao ate the grape he fed her. After that, little Jing Kong picked another grape and gave it to Yaoshi. He didn't forget senior servant Feng, Yuya and the young master next door. Overall, he was a child who could make people go crazy when he made a fuss, but when he was sensible, he could soften people's hearts. However, the old chancellor was not in the mood to eat the grapes little Jing Kong gave him. Recently, he was worried about his storybook. At the beginning of the month, he taught the script for the third book. The plot of the third book was about the hostage Yun Ting overthrowing the imperial power of the enemy dynasty. In order to save her dynasty, the sixth princess did not hesitate to give herself to Yun Ting and become Yun Ting's concubine. When General Fu returned from suppressing the bandits, he found that his sweetheart was taken away by Yun Ting. In a fit of anger, he asked to go north. He made a military pledge in front of the imperial court that he would not return to the court until he rescued the sixth princess. He led 100,000 troops to the Xianxia River and fought with Yun Ting to the death. When Yun Ting was a hostage in the state of Great Xia, he had received General Fu's favor. General Fu also received help from Yun Ting when he went on an expedition. The two of them should have become good brothers, but they turned against each other for the sake of national enmity and a woman. The third book stopped here. The fourth book was the last book. In this book, General Fu died under Yun Ting's sword, and the 100,000 troops were all annihilated. However, the death of General Fu and the soldiers of the state of Great Xia aroused the hatred in the sixth princess' heart. Although she loved Yun Ting deeply, she finally killed Yun Ting with a knife. She used the dagger that Yun Ting gave her on their wedding night. At the end of the book, there was a heavy downpour. The sixth princess held the blood-stained dagger and walked out of the palace barefoot. She laughed crazily. The rain wet her clothes and tightly clung to her body, outlining her 2-month pregnant belly that Yun Ting did not notice. She raised her head and looked at the heavy rain. Her stomach suddenly hurt. The story came to an abrupt end here. Because there was not much content in this book, the old chancellor handed in the manuscript early. The first 3 books sold so well that as soon as the manuscript was handed in, the study room copied it overnight. This book was elegant and popular, and the audience was very wide. Any one of the 8-legged essays and poems in it was not inferior to the literary talent of the top 3. There were once people speculated whether The Record of Cloud Court was an 8-legged essay written by the new top scholar, because the two people's literary talent and style were similar, but it was not as sharp as the 8-legged essay written by the top scholar Xiao. Of course, there were also people who suspected that The Record of Cloud Court was written by the top scholar Xiao. They went to the Hanlin Academy to inquire about the news, but the result was not. In short, because the audience was too wide and there were too many people who read it, as soon as the ending came out, it immediately caused a bombardment of a wave of book chasers. What about The Record of Cloud Court? Why did Yun Ting die? General Fu, who was brave and good at fighting, also died. General Fu fought for the sixth princess all his life and died without even letting her know his feelings. This was too tragic, and the sixth princess, she was actually pregnant with Yun Ting's flesh and blood? Her stomach hurt a little. Did she manage to keep the baby or not? The public anger was too terrible, and the study room was bombarded one after another. In the end, a young man came out of nowhere and wrote the epilogue of Cloud Court. There were not many words, but only a few pages, but this tragedy was perfectly reversed. It wrote that all this was a dream of Yun Ting. After waking up, Yun Ting understood that the sixth princess was just an ungrateful and vicious woman who stabbed him at the critical moment. He decisively gave up the opportunity to save the sixth princess when they first met, kicked the sixth princess down, and then went to find General Fu to enjoy the Jianhu with him. F*ck the life of a hostage, F*ck the black-hearted white lotus, I want to travel the world with Xiao Fu. Then this epilogue became popular. At first, it was only circulated in a small circle at some poetry and tea parties. Later, the study room that sold The Record of Cloud Court printed it and sold it to a large number of talents and beauties in the capital. Old Chancellor was stupefied. What kind of nonsense was this? The writing was immature, the sentences were illogical, the words were obscure, and the words were incoherent. Was it for people to read? The old chancellor felt that this epilogue was a complete insult to his work, so he decided to go to the study room and ask them to take down this epilogue. He couldn't let others take advantage of him for nothing. Unexpectedly, the boss of the study room told him, "Well, now you are taking advantage of others." The epilogue sold so well that many people who didn't read the foreword ran to buy the record of Cloud Court one after another, wanting to know how dramatic the three people used to be. The sixth princess was originally a pitiful character, but now she was being scolded to the sky by those scholars and beauties in the capital who had read the afterword and the foreword. Even the author was being scolded to the sky. The old chancellor's mouth kept twitching. Who wrote the epilogue? It was too wicked. In the end, the old chancellor didn't force the study room to take down the epilogue because the banknotes were really fragrant. The old chancellor, who made a lot of money, immediately bought a new carriage. The new carriage would be used by Xiao and the others in the future. Gu Yan had hidden guards, so he didn't have to worry about a coachman. He could use the old carriage himself. He wasn't picky anyway. The money he earned in the beginning was to buy it for his children. At the end of June, there was a small rainstorm, which washed away an official road. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue and the Hanlin Academy, who were planning to return to the capital, were also stranded in the village. Marquis Gu had just finished repairing the capital's sewers and was transferred by the Ministry of Works to repair the roads. Recently, old concubine Jing didn't make any moves. It was unknown if she guessed that she was about to be exposed, so she simply stopped. As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. How could she not do it? She must be allowed to do it. Jiao. The old chancellor, who was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, called Gu Jiao over. Today, senior servant Fang went back to his son's house, so he would be making dinner. Gu Jiao put down the half-chopped firewood in his hand and walked into the kitchen. Great uncle, you called for me? Although their relationship had been clarified, the family and neighbors still didn't change their words. The old chancellor didn't have any objections. It didn't matter whether he was Zhuang Jin's old companion or not. The important thing was that he couldn't let down his children's filial piety. The old chancellor whispered, "Come with me to the palace later. I'll go see His Majesty, and you go see the Empress Dowager. Let's talk like this. Digression, my claws are almost broken. Do I have a monthly ticket? The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg com/896428964286/1114904005. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel was also updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online here. The sky darkened earlier in July than in June. When the emperor came out of the imperial study, there was only a hint of grayish-blue left on the horizon. By the time he returned to Pure Flower's palace, even the last hint of light had disappeared. Night fell, and stars flashed in the firmament. When the emperor entered Pure Flower's palace, the palace servants all bowed to him. He asked, "Has imperial concubine dowager gone to bed?" A young eunuch replied, "In reply to your majesty, there is no such thing." The emperor said to eunuch Wei, "Zhen will go and see imperial concubine dowager. You go back by yourself. This old servant is not tired." Sigh. Eunuch Wei helplessly replied, "Yes." The emperor went to concubine Jing's bedchamber. She was kneeling in front of a Buddhist shrine with prayer beads in one hand and a wooden fish in the other. Her eyes were closed as she devoutly chanted Buddhist scriptures. The emperor did not disturb her and quietly waited for her to finish knocking on the wooden fish. After Granny Kai helped her up, she seemed to see the shadow on the ground. She turned her head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "When did His Majesty come? How long have you been here?" The emperor said, "I've just arrived." After listening to Mother recite Buddhist scriptures for a while, my heart suddenly calmed down a lot. Grand Concubine Jing looked at him and asked, "Is there something bothering you, Your Majesty?" Of course there were. Storms, natural disasters, bandits, and man-made disasters. Rumor had it that the Qin kingdom's borders were on the verge of making trouble again. There was also no clue as to who was behind the assassination attempt on Grand Concubine Jing. The first few were dealt with by the civil and military officials of Zhao country. Only the last murderer left the emperor at a loss. It's nothing. I'm just tired from working so hard on state affairs. The emperor decided not to let concubine Jing worry. Granny Kai, go to my room and bring me the calming incense, Grand Concubine Jing ordered. Yes. Granny Kai answered and left. The emperor helped Grand Concubine Jing to the Autumn Splendor Pavilion. The two of them sat down on the chairs. A little palace maid served up desserts and scented tea, which was old Concubine Jing's favorite. The emperor liked Longjing tea, but strong tea couldn't be drunk at night. Go get some fruits, Grand Concubine Jing said. Yes. The little palace maid turned around and brought over a plate of fresh grapes and a few delicious pears. Grand Concubine Jing was about to peel a pear for the emperor, but just as she picked up the dagger on the table, the teacup in the emperor's hand fell to the ground with a bang. Grand Concubine Jing was taken aback. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Did you burn yourself? No, I didn't hold it firmly. The emperor wiped off his cold sweat and said. What was wrong with him? Mother Jing was merely peeling a pear for him, but the nightmare of her stabbing him with a knife flashed through his mind. I've been so tired recently that my brain isn't working properly. Old Concubine Jing put down the dagger and pear and took out a handkerchief to wipe the tea off the emperor's clothes. The emperor, however, unconsciously leaned back. Old Concubine Jing's hand froze in midair as she stared at him blankly. The emperor realized that he had lost his composure and secretly scolded himself for being unfilial. His mother was so concerned about him, how could he disappoint his mother? He took the handkerchief from Concubine Jing and said, Don't get mother's clothes wet. Zhen will do it myself. Old Concubine Jing smiled. Okay. Fortunately, the emperor didn't lose his composure again. The mother and son chatted happily until Eunuch Wei came to report that the old chancellor was seeking an audience. Only then did the emperor get up and bid farewell to old Concubine Jing. Old Concubine Jing said, I'll have the calming incense delivered to your bedchamber. The emperor smiled. Thank you, mother. The emperor then went to the imperial study. The old chancellor bowed respectfully. This subject greets your majesty. The emperor went around to the desk and sat down. All right, enough with the empty formalities. What business do you have in the palace at this hour? Your majesty, Xiao was attacked by an assassin. What? The emperor stood up abruptly. How did she get attacked? Where is she? Is she injured? The old chancellor sighed inwardly. At least you have a conscience and know how to care about Xiao. Don't worry, your majesty. This happened a few days ago. Her injuries are fine now. The emperor heaved a sigh of relief, but soon frowned again. This? How many times was she attacked? The old chancellor said, 3 times. Actually, it was 2 times. The first time was when she went to the nunnery with concubine Rui Wang and was saved by King Ning. The second time was when she encountered the dragon shadow guards and met Gu Chongqing not long ago. The old chancellor didn't intend to tell the emperor that the other party was the dragon shadow guards. Before Xiao Lulang left, he told him one thing. It turned out that the dragon shadow guards weren't only left to the emperor by the late emperor. Princess Xianxia also had one. As for whether there were others, Xiao Lulang wasn't sure. The old chancellor didn't dare to say that there was absolutely no one. The emperor didn't seem to know that there were other dragon shadow guards in Zhao country, but it was hard to say whether old concubine Jing, this old fox, knew. If she knew and insisted that it wasn't her dragon shadow guards, wouldn't it implicate the innocent? The emperor's expression turned cold. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the little divine doctor had suffered so many assassination attempts? The old chancellor had an expression of being wronged. It's this girl who didn't tell me. If I didn't find a new scar on her hand today, I wouldn't have known that she had encountered so much. Commandant Gu is also muddle-headed, helping her hide this kind of thing from me. It was like what the siblings would do. Both of them were taciturn. The emperor frowned. The old chancellor continued, Your Majesty must have heard about that time when she was saved by King Ning. The emperor knew about this, but he didn't think of Gu Jiao. He thought that the other party was targeting Rui Wang's residence. The old chancellor said the second time was a few days ago. A servant lied that someone in his family was sick and asked Jiao Jiao to treat them. They were ambushed on the way. Fortunately, Commandant Gu arrived in time. In addition, the Jiao Jiao had powerful hidden weapons in his hands. Only then did he manage to scare the other party. The emperor was slightly surprised. Even Gu Chongqing wasn't a match for the assassins? That's right. There was a very powerful assassin among them. I don't know where he came from. The old chancellor said calmly, as for the third time, it was just now. We met another assassin on the way to the palace. Fortunately, there wasn't that powerful assassin this time. Otherwise, both of our lives would have been over. This was made up purely for the effect of superposition. Why did you enter the palace so late at night? The emperor asked. The old chancellor sighed. I originally dragged her here to report to your majesty about the assassination. Who knew that she would be assassinated again? Fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. Then where is she? The emperor asked anxiously. She. The old chancellor looked embarrassed and said with a dry smile, she said that your majesty hates her now and definitely won't stand up for her. She might as well go to the empress dowager. This provocation properly angered the emperor. The emperor slapped the table. Who said that I won't stand up for her? Am I so untrustworthy in her heart? Isn't that because you're blind? Cough cough. Too much. Too much. He was a subject. He shouldn't criticize the emperor like this. Ever since he became the emperor's father, he couldn't control his guts anymore. This wasn't good, the old chancellor straightened his expression and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, this subject boldly guesses that the person who murdered the imperial concubine and the person who murdered Jiao Jiao are the same group. The emperor asked suspiciously, how do you know? The old chancellor boldly looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, if something happened to the imperial concubine, who would be the first person you suspect? Empress Dowager Zhuang. The answer was almost obvious. Last time, the murderer disguised herself as Gu Jiao to assassinate imperial concubine Jing and wanted to frame Empress Dowager Zhuang. Unfortunately, the emperor saw through it. The emperor still had a lingering fear when he recalled it. He clenched his fists. But what does this have to do with Jiao Jiao? If something happened to her, I wouldn't suspect the Empress Dowager. Would the Empress Dowager suspect me? The old chancellor shook his head. That's not it. However, because of Jiao Jiao, the relationship between your Majesty and the Empress Dowager has eased up. This is an indisputable fact. The emperor ridiculed, who has eased up with her? The old chancellor automatically ignored the emperor's insincere bravado and said seriously, Your Majesty knows what it is, so I won't say more. Jiao Jiao is the only person who has both your Majesty's favor and the Empress Dowager's love. If she dies, there will be no possibility for your Majesty and the Empress Dowager to reconcile. All of this is aimed at driving a wedge between your Majesty and the Empress Dowager. The emperor didn't say anything. After thinking carefully, it did make some sense. The old chancellor struck while the iron was hot. Lu Ling told me that the imperial concubine was thrown into the supreme liquid pool by the assassin. Your Majesty must be looking for the assassin's movement. I wonder if your Majesty has any clue. No. The emperor had a big headache when it came to this. The old chancellor looked up at the roof and sighed again. It seems that the assassin realized that he had acted rashly and alerted the enemy. In order to avoid the limelight, he completely hid himself. The other party is very cunning and didn't leave any trace. But your Majesty, are you really going to wait for death? The imperial concubine and Jiao Jiao's lives will be hanging on the tip of a knife as long as the murderer is not eliminated. These words completely poked the emperor's weak spot. Apart from his own son, weren't the people he cared about the most now imperial concubine Jing and Gu Jiao? He couldn't let anything happen to them. The emperor stared at the old chancellor and asked, Then tell me, what should I do? The old chancellor raised his eyebrows. Lure the snake out of its hole. As long as your Majesty is willing to cooperate with me, I will definitely have a way to make her reveal her true form. Digression, 4 more votes to break the 1,000 mark. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111490037. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, zhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. No. I won't listen. No. Over my dead body. In the bedchamber of Rinshou Palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang rejected Gu Jiao's suggestion without hesitation. There was no room for negotiation. Gu Jiao made a strange sound. She had known her great-aunt for a long time, but this was the first time she had been rejected so thoroughly. In fact, she didn't do anything. She just conveyed her son-in-law's words and asked her to temporarily put aside her prejudice and cooperate with the emperor to lure out the mastermind. But it seemed that her great-aunt was not satisfied with her son-in-law's suggestion. Eat 3 more candied plums a day? Gu Jiao threw a sugar-coated bullet. Humph. Empress Dowager Zhuang was unmoved. 4? 5? Gu Jiao measured her 5 fingers. Empress Dowager Zhuang defended her position. She didn't want to give Gu Jiao a chance to break her defense line with a sugar-coated bullet. She went to the study without looking back. Alas. Gu Jiao sighed. Gu Jiao walked out slowly. She came to the courtyard of the front hall and sat on the lonely swing. When little Jing Kong was here, this place was as quiet as when he was gone. The night in July was not very cool. It was still hot, but because of the continuous rain, it was not as stuffy as before. Gu Jiao sat on the swing and swung it in boredom. She sighed again and again. Eunuch Qin walked over with a horsetail whisk. Miss Gu. Gu Jiao tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and stopped the swing that was swinging around. Eunuch Qin. She greeted. Eunuch Qin stood by the swing and looked at Gu Jiao, then looked at the boundless night sky. In his mind, he recalled the first time he met Gu Jiao. He thought of her as a little girl who didn't know the rules and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After interacting with her for a while, he realized how wrong he was. How was this girl not understanding the rules and not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth? She was clearly trampling on the rules and poking a hole in the sky. She had a calmness that didn't belong to girls her age, and she also had the innocence of a child that girls her age had long abandoned. She didn't have so many tricks up her sleeve, nor did she have so many worldly burdens. If she wanted to treat someone well, she would do it from the bottom of her heart, regardless of the cost, without any reservations or doubts. No matter if that person is good or evil. She had her own beliefs, and they were incomparably firm. No one could easily shake her. For some reason, her thin and small body seemed to contain endless power. It was a power that made people feel at ease, and also a power that made people want to get close to her. Eunuch Qin would occasionally think that if His Majesty had been as firm and convinced as Miss Gu, he would not have ended up like this with the Empress Dowager today. His Majesty was very clingy when he was young. He was very clingy to the Empress Dowager, even more so than Princess Ningyan. As Eunuch Qin spoke, he seemed to recall something interesting and laughed. This old servant remembers one time, the Empress Dowager brought a young master from the Zhuang family here. That young master didn't know the way and was frightened by noble consort Lu's dog. The Empress Dowager didn't want to hold him, so she casually held his hand. Who knew that His Majesty would get jealous because of this? He wouldn't eat properly at night and wouldn't sleep well at night. He would lie in bed and throw a tantrum, but he wouldn't say what was wrong with him. Old concubine Jing asked him if he was feeling unwell. He didn't say anything. Princess Ningyan also asked him, but he just sulked and didn't say anything. Gu Jiao's expression was indescribable. Even little Jing Kong wasn't so childish. Then, what happened next? Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Qin recalled with a smile. Later, old concubine Jing sent him to the Empress Dowager's palace, which is the Qiankuan palace where Empress Xiao lives now. His Majesty climbed into the Empress Dowager's bed and slept with her for a night. The next day, he was alive and kicking. Gu Jiao curled her lips. So childish. Gu Jiao asked, how old was His Majesty then? Eunuch Qin thought for a moment. About 7 or 8 years old. This old servant doesn't remember the details. He was a little younger than the 7th prince now, and not as fat as the 7th prince. Although His Majesty is tall now, he was as thin as a monkey when he was 7 years old. He looked only 5 years old when he was 7 years old. The Empress Dowager once thought that His Majesty wouldn't be tall in the future. He was about the same as little Jing Kong. It seemed that she didn't have to worry too much about the height of little Jing Kong. Some people did grow up against the wind when they grew up. And then? Gu Jiao felt that this story was quite interesting. Eunuch Qin sighed. Later, His Majesty and the Empress Dowager slowly drifted apart for some reason. This old servant doesn't know when it started. In short, their relationship became more and more strained. Princess Ningyan was caught in a dilemma. After His Majesty ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager held court behind the curtain and sent old concubine Jing to the nunnery. The relationship between the two was completely broken. It sounded quite sad. Gu Jiao couldn't understand complicated emotions, but she put herself in the shoes of little Jing Kong. If one day, little Jing Kong abandoned her for another person, she would be very sad, very sad. Emotions were the most wonderful thing in the world. It had nothing to do with blood. It was just that once you became a family, you couldn't lose this person. Was it the same for Grandaunt and old concubine Jing? Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Qin nodded. The Empress Dowager used to treat old concubine Jing as a friend. But who didn't make a mistake in their youth? The enemy's attack wasn't scary, but the betrayal from the person you trusted the most was the real pain. Gu Jiao paused and asked, even someone as smart as Grandaunt couldn't take His Majesty back from that person? Eunuch Qin shook his head helplessly. It's not that she couldn't. She just didn't want to think of a way. Once her heart was cold, nothing mattered. There's no greater sorrow than a dead heart? Gu Jiao looked at Eunuch Qin and asked. Eunuch Qin nodded. That's right. Gu Jiao had probably experienced this feeling before, but she couldn't remember it. Her childhood memories of being abandoned by her parents had long been reduced to a few voices and images. She could calmly look at them without feeling any pain. This was called numbness. She became numb when she was very young. That was why she could become an agent of the organization and the most cold-blooded killer. Empress Dowager Zhuang only experienced this when she was middle-aged. She couldn't be completely numb. She could only try to let her heart die. She was Zhuang Jin's, the most powerful Empress Dowager in the Zhao Kingdom. She had her own pride. When she was the Empress, she didn't even bother to compete with the harem for favor. How could she compete with concubine Jing for a man now? Even if that man was her adopted son. Gu Jiao understood. She held the rope of the swing and looked at Eunuch Qin. I understand. Thank you, Eunuch Qin. She wouldn't force her grandaunt to do something she didn't want to do. Since her grandaunt's method didn't work, she would think of something else. Eunuch Qin was secretly pleased. She was such a sensible child. Not only did the Empress Dowager love her, but even he couldn't help but want to love her. Unfortunately, he was a eunuch and didn't have much ability to love her. Gu Jiao got up from the swing and went to Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. Empress Dowager Zhuang was furious when she read the memorials. One of her subordinates was caught cheating again. She wasn't a monarch who used people based on their ability. After so many years in the harem and the imperial court, she deeply understood that there were no fish in the clear water. She had always valued a person's ability. She used people's strengths and tolerated their shortcomings. This didn't mean that her subordinates could do whatever they wanted. There was a limit to everything. They couldn't really kill people or set fires, and they couldn't unscrupulously take advantage of people to satisfy their desires. There was a limit to everything. She wouldn't condone or cover up for anyone who crossed the line. 1,000,000 taels of relief money. You embezzled 950,000 taels of relief money and were caught. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted and threw the memorials into the pile on her left. These were memorials that could be presented to the emperor. With the emperor's temper, he would definitely deal with this matter strictly. Grandaunt? A round head poked in. She didn't need to look to know who it was. Empress Dowager Zhuang responded indifferently, "What do you want?" Gu Jiao said, "It's getting late. I'll go back first. You should rest early." Then, she gently closed the door for her grandaunt. "Wait." Empress Dowager Zhuang called her indifferently. Gu Jiao pushed the door open again. She rolled her eyes and stepped over the threshold. Her phoenix eyes stared at Empress Dowager Zhuang without blinking. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a memorial and said casually, "Does what I said just now still count?" "Which sentence?" Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang cleared her throat, "It's the sentence of 5. Gu Jiao reached out her hand and looked at her 5 fingers. Then, she looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with bright eyes, "It counts. But, you don't want to, do you?" Empress Dowager Zhuang angrily threw the memorial in her heart. A successful Empress Dowager couldn't go against Candied Plum. Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "It counts from today." Okay. Gu Jiao did not hesitate. Coincidentally, her purse was filled with new candied fruits. She took out the candied fruit box, counted 5 of them, and put them in the candied fruit box. The rest were all stuffed into her mouth. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a deep breath and suppressed her tumbling heart. "Isn't it 8? How come there are only 5? Originally, there were 3 a day. If she said there were 5 more, wouldn't it be 8? She just resisted today and didn't eat a single one." Gu Jiao's mouth was full of candied plums. She said vaguely, "It's 5. If you don't believe me, think again." Empress Dowager Zhuang recalled her original words in her mind. Eat 3 candied plums every day? She didn't agree at that time. Then, this girl said, 4? 5? She didn't add the words "eat more" in the last 2 sentences. Empress Dowager Zhuang punched the memorial. She was too careless. Gu Jiao was very gentle to her grandaunt. She respected her grandaunt's opinion and told her the truth. She didn't hide anything from her grandaunt. The emperor didn't have this kind of treatment. The old chancellor dug one pit after another, making the emperor fall into the pit and unable to get out. However, the emperor obviously had strong resistance to the cooperation with Empress Dowager Zhuang. "I can do other things, but not this. I don't want to be in cahoots with that vicious woman." The old chancellor said earnestly, "Your Majesty, now is not the time to throw tantrums. It's more important to find out the real culprit behind the scenes. Is your face more important or the life of the old imperial concubine more important? And Jiaojia's life? Let's not talk about Jiaojia's life. Anyway, she's not related to you." Listen, what kind of nonsense is this? How is the little magic doctor not related to me? So in the whole world, only Zhuang Jin's, that vicious woman, would love her, and I would ignore her. I misspoke. The old chancellor apologized embarrassedly. "What I mean is that Jiao can at least protect herself. The old imperial concubine was persecuted by noble consort Lu in her early years and has old injuries. If the assassin tries to kill the old imperial concubine again, it will be hard to guard against." This was what the old imperial concubine Jing and her servant said. The old imperial concubine Jing had old injuries and was very weak. The emperor was finally convinced. So in the morning court the next day, there was a scene that made the civil and military officials drop their jaws. The emperor went to the throne room with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Didn't they dislike each other even when they appeared in the same courtyard? Why did they come to court 2 hours earlier today? In the past, either Empress Dowager Zhuang or the emperor arrived first. In short, they didn't see each other face to face. When the two came to the door of the throne room, the emperor stopped and smiled at Empress Dowager Zhuang. He made a gesture of invitation and said, "Mother, please." Empress Dowager Zhuang was so shocked that she almost picked up the sole of her shoe and hit him in the head. Empress Dowager Zhuang tried her best to restrain herself. She nodded and stepped over the threshold calmly. The civil and military officials knelt on both sides of the room with ceremonial tablets in their hands. Empress Dowager Zhuang walked over first. When she was about to go up the steps, Eunuch Qin cleared his throat. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. She stopped and reached out her hand. This time, it was the emperor who wanted to pick up the sole of his shoe and hit himself. Was there such a thing? He didn't say anything about Hua. The emperor held back the twitching in his heart and held Empress Dowager Zhuang's wrist. The mother and son went up the steps and sat in their respective seats. They wiped their hands on their clothes without a trace. Emperor, disgusted, Empress Dowager Zhuang. Oh, who isn't? Today's morning court was very harmonious. The emperor punished. A minister in Empress Dowager Zhuang's camp. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't stop him. Instead, she praised the emperor for doing a good job. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with concern that the emperor's body seemed to be thinner than before. She said that he should take care of his body and not let state affairs affect his health. Mother, you are right. I will remember it, the emperor said respectfully in the direction of the bead curtain. The civil and military officials wondered if they were blind or deaf. They could actually see the emperor and the Empress Dowager reconcile in their lifetime. Were they crazy, or were they crazy? The news was so shocking that the officials of the two factions who were supposed to be fighting to the death became silent. It wasn't enough to let the civil and military officials see it. They had to let everyone in the harem know. Therefore, after the court, the mother and son went to the imperial garden together. They talked and laughed along the way. Your Majesty, it's time to laugh, Eunuch Wei reminded. The emperor clenched his fists and laughed soullessly, ha ha ha. Empress Dowager, it's your turn, Eunuch Qin reminded. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes and put on a fake smile, ha ha ha. In less than a day, everyone in the 6 palaces heard that the two had buried the hatchet. Empress Xiao was the first to go to Pure Hua Palace to inquire, Your Majesty. I heard that you and the Empress Dowager. Halfway through her words, she saw the person sitting next to the emperor and bowed, Imperial Concubine Dowager. Imperial Concubine Jing smiled slightly, Empress, come and sit. Yes. In fact, with Empress Xiao's status, there was no need for her to bow to an imperial concubine. However, the emperor regarded her as his mother, so Empress Xiao could only be a filial daughter-in-law. Empress Xiao sat down on the other side of Imperial Concubine Jing. Imperial Concubine Jing smiled and asked, What did you want to ask Your Majesty? Empress Xiao looked at the two, hesitated, and said, I heard something about Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager. I don't know if it's true, so I asked. The emperor said in a magnanimous tone, Since you both know, I don't need to say anything more. Empress Xiao couldn't hide her surprise, so it's true? Why? It was indeed strange for two people who had been fighting for decades to bury the hatchet. In order not to arouse suspicion, the old chancellor found a flawless excuse for the two's reconciliation. The emperor had a good memory and didn't forget the words. He said, Empress, do you still remember when Xiaoheng was poisoned near Rinshou Palace? Empress Zhao's eyes turned cold, Of course I remember. Xiaoheng was her brother's son of the first wife and was her most beloved nephew. He was nearly poisoned to death. She would never forget this grudge for the rest of her life, the emperor said, The culprit has been found. It wasn't ordered by the Empress Dowager. There's someone else behind the scenes. We have misunderstood the Empress Dowager all these years and caused the Empress Dowager to suffer an unjust injustice. We are truly ashamed. He really found it hard to say the last few words, but the old chancellor said that these were the lines of the soul. If he didn't say it, it wouldn't be enough to convince people. He seriously suspected that the old chancellor was using his position for personal gain. What? There's someone else? Who? Empress Zhao's soul asked 3 times in a row. Imperial Concubine Jing lowered her eyes, picked up her teacup, and quietly took a sip. The emperor said, The person who poisoned Aheng is called Xianxia. He once worked in the Shang Palace Bureau and can be considered one of our people. Empress Xiao, Your Majesty, the emperor sighed with self-blame, we also didn't expect her to do such a thing. It was our oversight. A few days ago, she suddenly committed suicide by hanging herself. An old friend of hers took away the things she left behind. Only a few days ago did that old friend discover the secret from the things she left behind. Empress Xiao directly stood up, "Your Majesty, this concubine doesn't believe it." The old chancellor did not tell the emperor that Xianxia really was the culprit. He used it as an excuse for the emperor to hear. The emperor thought that what he said was false. Empress Xiao also thought that the emperor had been deceived by someone. None of this was important. What was important was that the person who ordered Xianxia would understand that this matter was true. As long as she believed it, that was enough. Digression. Thank you everyone. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111465539. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are available here. At the same time, noble consort Zhuang also asked Empress Dowager Zhuang of Rinzhou Palace. She beamed with joy and said, "Aunt, you did this, right? I knew you had the ability to deceive His Majesty." Aunt's move is called winning by surprise. Grand Consort Jing thought she could make things difficult for Aunt by moving back to the palace, but she didn't expect Aunt to be so skillful. She used a few tricks to bury the hatchet with His Majesty. Speaking of which, why didn't Aunt do this earlier? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her expressionlessly. Noble Consort Zhuang's heart skipped a beat. She shrunk her neck and said embarrassedly, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Everyone in the palace is saying that the culprit who poisoned Xiaoheng has been found. It's Xianxia. How did Aunt think of making Xianxia the scapegoat? Xianxia is His Majesty's person, so Aunt naturally can't order her around. This suspicion has been washed clean. Are you done?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "I want to see the memorial." Noble Consort Zhuang pursed her lips and bowed before leaving. The news of Xianxia poisoning Xiaoheng spread like wildfire. Soon, the 6 palaces all knew the truth behind Xiaoheng's death. The emperor had misunderstood Empress Dowager Zhuang for many years. Now that the truth was out, it was reasonable that he would take the initiative to reconcile with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Of course, some people thought that the emperor was using Xianxia to express his guilt and filial piety to Empress Dowager Zhuang. In reality, he was trying to get close to Empress Dowager Zhuang to gain her trust so that he could catch her off guard in the future. Empress Xiao sat in Pure Flower's palace for a while before returning to Cunning Palace to take care of Qin Chiyu. The emperor looked at Grand Consort Jing. "How is mother's injury?" Grand Consort Jing smiled and said gently, "It's not a big deal." The emperor's expression didn't relax at all. He said seriously, "The imperial doctor said that mother still needs to recuperate carefully and apply medicine every day. Granny Kai, take good care of mother." "Yes," Granny Kai replied respectfully. The emperor made a sound of acknowledgement, then said to Grand Concubine Jing, "Then this son will go to the imperial study first. If imperial mother feels bored in Pure Flower's palace, then you can take the sedan chair to the imperial garden for a walk. The imperial physician said that staying cooped up in the room is not good for recovery. There's no need to worry about me, Your Majesty. I'm fine with the protection of Your Majesty's dragon Qi." "But Your Majesty..." Grand Concubine Jing's gaze fell on his haggard brow as she spoke. "Your Majesty looks tired. Did you stay up all night to review memorials again?" The emperor smiled carelessly and said, "Recently, many areas have been hit by heavy rain. The disaster situation is serious, so it's inevitable that there will be more reports." Grand Concubine Jing took his hand and reminded him seriously, "Even so, you have to take care of your body." The emperor patted the old concubine's hand and smiled. "I'll be careful." Grand concubine Jing's expression cleared up a bit. She thought of something and asked, "Are you using the calming incense that Kai Mama gave you?" "Yes," the emperor said. "Is it still useful?" Grand concubine Jing asked. The emperor smiled. "The incense personally made by Imperial Mother is naturally useful." The emperor comforted Grand concubine Jing a bit more before leaving for the imperial study. He didn't come to eat lunch with Grand concubine Jing, so he ate in the imperial study instead. Eunuch Wei went to the imperial kitchen and ordered the cooks to make a few delicious dishes. The emperor used to talk about extravagance when eating, but ever since he stayed in Jadewater Alley, he had simplified his meals quite a bit. Eunuch Wei came out of the imperial study and returned to Pure Flower's palace to pick up the memorials he had left in the study last night. When he came out of the study, he ran into Grand concubine Jing and Kai Mama, who were walking toward him. "Esteemed imperial concubine." Eunuch Wei bowed with the memorials in his arms. Kai Mama bowed slightly to him. He also bowed slightly. In terms of rank, he was above Kai Mama, but the imperial palace wasn't a place where rank was the only thing that mattered. The emperor respected Grand concubine Jing, and when she achieved the Tao, even the chickens and dogs would rise to the heavens. Grand concubine Jing looked at him with a gentle gaze. "Eunuch Wei, how many years have you served His Majesty?" Eunuch Wei didn't think for too long and quickly replied, "This servant has served His Majesty since he was 14 years old. It's been 30 years since then." Grand concubine Jing nodded. "Do you still remember who chose you to serve His Majesty?" Eunuch Wei was startled. He didn't understand why Grand concubine Jing would suddenly ask this, but he answered truthfully, "It was esteemed imperial concubine." Grand concubine Jing stared at him. "Then can I trust you?" "She used this concubine." Eunuch Wei's expression turned serious. He hugged the memorials tightly with one hand and lifted the hem of his robe with the other to kneel down. "Esteemed imperial concubine, if you have any orders, this servant will do it even if I have to die 10,000 times." Grand concubine Jing raised a hand to help him up. "Get up and talk." "What do you mean by dying?" "You've been serving His Majesty for a long time, and he can't bear to leave you." "I'm just too worried about His Majesty. I don't trust the words of others, so I can only ask you." Eunuch Wei broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare to let Grand concubine Jing support his lowly body, so he quickly stood up and lowered his head. "Esteemed imperial concubine, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask." Grand concubine Jing asked, "How is His Majesty's health?" Eunuch Wei thought Grand concubine Jing would ask about the reconciliation between His Majesty and Empress Dowager Zhuang. He didn't expect her to ask about His Majesty's health. Eunuch Wei felt ashamed that he had misunderstood Grand concubine Jing. He said, "Esteemed imperial concubine, His Majesty has been having trouble sleeping and eating lately." Grand concubine Jing's eyes flickered. "Is he in a trance and has nightmares at night?" "That's right." Eunuch Wei was startled. "Eh? How did esteemed imperial concubine know?" Grand concubine Jing sighed. "I've already guessed it. When I spoke with him just now, he seemed a little out of sorts. I asked him if he had stayed up all night reading memorials, but he said there were too many memorials. I'm guessing he just can't sleep, just like when he was young. This child. He'll have nightmares when he's under a lot of pressure, and then he'll ask me to hug him to sleep. I thought that after so many years, he wouldn't be like when he was young anymore." Eunuch Wei said, "Esteemed imperial concubine is worried for His Majesty." Grand concubine Jing smiled bitterly. "He's my son, and I raised him with my own hands. How can I not be worried about him?" "Oh right, did His Majesty use the calming incense I gave him?" "It's a prescription I asked a senior monk for. It can cure His Majesty's insomnia and dreams." Eunuch Wei, he used it. Grand concubine Jing, he really used it? Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. He indeed used it. "If esteemed imperial concubine doesn't believe me, this servant can give you the ashes." Grand concubine Jing smiled. "No need, I believe you. In the entire Pure Flowers Palace, you're the only one who's sincere to His Majesty aside from me." Eunuch Wei bowed. "This servant is afraid." Grand concubine Jing handed him a box. "This is a new calming incense, and its effects are better than the previous one. Take it and give it to His Majesty. I hope His Majesty won't be troubled by nightmares again. If it's useful, you can come find me again. I still have a lot more. Eunuch Wei took the box. Understood. Grand Concubine Jing said, then I'll take my leave. Eunuch Wei bowed. Farewell, esteemed Imperial Concubine. After Grand Concubine Jing left, Eunuch Wei took the memorial and the calming incense to the Imperial study, where he told the Emperor about his encounter with Grand Concubine Jing. The Emperor laughed. We don't remember anything from when we were young. You too, who told you to tell Imperial Concubine about our situation? You made her worry. Eunuch Wei explained, Your Majesty, esteemed Imperial Concubine can tell that you're unwell. Wouldn't it make her imagination run wild if you continue to hide it from her? The Emperor shook his head. Forget it. Eunuch Wei smiled. Then this calming incense, the Emperor said, since it's a token of Imperial Concubine Mother's goodwill, just leave it there. We'll see how it goes tonight. That night, Eunuch Wei lit up the calming incense that Grand Concubine Jing had sent over for the Emperor. The scent of this incense didn't seem to be any different from the usual calming incense, except that it was thicker. The Emperor quickly fell asleep as expected. Eunuch Wei thought that he would be able to have a good night's sleep this time, and that he would be able to rest as well. However, no one expected that not long after the Emperor fell asleep, he had another nightmare. This time, he did not dream that he was lying on the bed, unable to move, and could only be at the mercy of others. He dreamed that he slipped and fell off a cliff, and in the nick of time, he grabbed onto a vine on the edge of the cliff. There was a bottomless abyss below him, and he would be smashed to pieces if the vine were to break. He shouted with all his might, Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! Finally, someone came over. It was Grand Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing lay down. He was so moved that he was about to cry. Imperial Concubine Mother truly loved him the most in the world. However, Grand Concubine Jing didn't try to pull him up. Instead, she took out a dagger and cut off the vine. Ah! The feeling of weightlessness from falling into the bottomless abyss woke the Emperor up abruptly. He sat up and gasped for air. Eunuch Wei heard the commotion and walked over with an oil lamp without even putting on his shoes. Your Majesty! He was shocked to see the Emperor's pale face and cold sweat. Did you have another nightmare, Your Majesty? I. The Emperor clutched at his chest, his body trembling uncontrollably. That dream just now had been too terrifying. That feeling of falling into the bottomless abyss was worse than being stabbed 10,000 times with a knife. It was just a nightmare. He was the Emperor, not a cowardly person. How could he be scared to this extent? Even he looked down on himself. Have some tea, Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei put down the lamp and poured a cup of herbal tea to calm the Emperor down. The Emperor gulped it down, but he didn't calm down. I can't sleep, so I'll go read the memorials. Eunuch Wei couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he could only take the memorials from the Imperial study. However, the Emperor couldn't calm down at all. The fear from the nightmare was like maggots in his bones, unable to be shaken off. The Emperor put down the memorials in frustration. I'm going out for a walk. There's no need for them to follow. Yes. Eunuch Wei held the lantern and left Pure Flower's palace with the Emperor. The Emperor walked aimlessly. Before he knew it, he had arrived at Cunning Palace. Eunuch Wei asked softly, Your Majesty, do you want to go to the Empress' place? This servant will go and pass on the message. The Emperor looked at the tightly shut palace doors and said indifferently, No need. It's late, so don't wake Imperial Mother. Eunuch Wei was startled. Imperial Mother, wasn't Empress Xiao the one living here? Empress Dowager Zhuang had already moved to Rinshou Palace after the previous emperor passed away. Eunuch Wei looked at the Emperor in confusion. The Emperor suddenly came back to his senses and looked at him suspiciously. What did I say just now? Eunuch Wei was startled. Ah, and nothing. His Majesty said it's late, so don't wake the Empress. Maybe I heard wrong. His Majesty said the Empress, not Imperial Mother. Empress? The Emperor was dazed for a moment. He suddenly frowned and said, Why did I come here? Why didn't you? Warn me? It's the middle of the night. If I wake up the harem, it'll be chaos again. Yes, it's this servant's fault. Eunuch Wei felt extremely wronged. Ever since you left Pure Flower's palace, you've been rushing here as if you've made up your mind. Who can stop you? Let's go back, the emperor said unhappily. The emperor didn't sleep much that night. After 3 in the morning, he changed his clothes and went to court. He was so tired that he almost fell asleep on the dragon chair. Empress Dowager Zhuang said in a mighty and domineering manner, "If you have something to report, court is dismissed." This irritable tone clearly meant that whoever dared to cause trouble would be punished. The civil and military officials all expressed that they had nothing to report. Eunuch Wei shouted, "Court is dismissed." After leaving the throne room, Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in her phoenix sedan. She glanced at the emperor, who was watching her leave, and said mockingly, "Don't die of exhaustion before the culprit is caught." The emperor said coldly, "Imperial mother doesn't need to worry. I'm fine." "Someone's coming," Eunuch Wei reminded. The emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang immediately smiled. After returning to Pure Flower's palace, Eunuch Wei was invited to Grand Concubine Jing's Autumn Flower Pavilion by Mama Kai. Grand Concubine Jing was copying Buddhist scriptures. When she saw him come over, she smiled and asked gently, "Did your Majesty sleep well last night? You didn't have nightmares again, did you?" Eunuch Wei looked hesitant. Grand Concubine Jing's smile gradually disappeared. "What's wrong? Is your Majesty still unable to sleep?" "I did sleep, but..." Eunuch Wei sighed helplessly. "I had nightmares again and was quite frightened." The brush in Grand Concubine Jing's hand fell on the table. The tip of the brush rolled from the table to the ground, dirtying the page of scriptures she had just copied. "How could this be?" she murmured in disbelief. Eunuch Wei looked at Grand Concubine Jing strangely. Mama Kai quickly knelt down and picked up the brush. She used a handkerchief to wipe the ink on the floor. Everyone in the world cares for their parents, but His Majesty's body is not in harmony. It's unavoidable that your Majesty is worried about His Majesty. This servant understands your Majesty's feelings. But your Majesty must take care of your body as well. The imperial physician said that your injuries haven't healed yet, so you shouldn't worry too much. Eunuch Wei looked at Grand Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing's face was full of disbelief. She gripped the scriptures on the table so tightly that she crumpled them into a ball. Eunuch Wei was stunned. Mama Kai grabbed Grand Concubine Jing's wrist and stared at her. "Grand Concubine, you must hold on. His Majesty is already working hard for the country. You can't be anxious and harm your body." So she was too worried about His Majesty? Eunuch Wei sighed inwardly. "I'll have the imperial physician come over later." Mama Kai said gratefully, "Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Wei." Eunuch Wei replied politely, "It's my duty." Mama Kai smiled. "I'll see you out, Eunuch Wei." Eunuch Wei declined. "No need. Mama Kai, you should take good care of the Grand Concubine." Mama Kai insisted on seeing him to the door. She smiled as she watched Eunuch Wei disappear at the end of the corridor before returning to the Autumn Splendor Pavilion. She looked at Grand Concubine Jing worriedly. "Your Majesty." Grand Concubine Jing calmly rolled up her sleeves. "All right, I'm fine now." The imperial physician went to the imperial study to take the emperor's pulse. He said that the emperor was overly worried, overworked, and had a weak liver fire. He prescribed a prescription that would strengthen the vitality and calm the mind. The emperor said disdainfully, "This prescription again. How many times have I taken it? When has it ever worked?" Eunuch Wei's eyes rolled. "Why don't we go find the little divine doctor?" The emperor snorted. "Didn't you hear her say that she won't come to Pure Hua Palace for treatment anymore?" Eunuch Wei smiled. "If she doesn't come to us, we can go find her. You can't go on like this. Even the Grand Concubine is scared out of her wits." The emperor frowned. In the end, he was persuaded. He and Eunuch Wei changed into their outfits and took a carriage to Miracle Hand Hall. However, they were told that Gu Jiao wasn't there. Dr. Song had seen Eunuch Wei before and knew that his master was Qin Chiyu's father, an official of the imperial court. He cupped his hands and politely said, Miss Gu went to see a patient. When will she be back? Eunuch Wei asked. Dr. Song said, she didn't say, but I don't think she'll return to the clinic today. She'll be picking up students from Jing Kong after school. Don't you know where her house is? Why don't you go directly to her house to find her? The master and servant went to Jadewater Alley. Gu Jiao hadn't returned yet, so Madame Yao invited the two into the room. Today, Granny Zhou's two daughters-in-law, Auntie Lu, and her younger sister came to ask Madame Yao for advice on acupuncture. The room was full of women, but Auntie Lu's eyes were always on the emperor. The emperor's scalp was numb. Madame Yao pursed her lips and smiled. She invited the emperor to her Grey-Tant's room and said, Your Majesty. Master, why don't you sit in the room for a while? Jiao Jiao will be back soon. Thank you, Madame Gu. The emperor thanked her politely. Auntie Lu ran over sneakily. The emperor was so scared that he bolted the door. The emperor sat in the small and cramped room. Because the doors and windows were closed, the light was dim. However, the dimmer it was, the more it magnified his other senses. He smelled a faint, warm aura. There was once this scent in his distant memory. When Gu Jiao came back from picking up little Jing Kong, she heard Eunuch Wei mention that the emperor couldn't sleep at night. She went to knock on her Grey-Tant's door, but there was no response. Eunuch Wei was scared. Did something happen to His Majesty? Gu Jiao pulled out a dagger and pried open the door. Eunuch Wei quickly pushed the door open and rushed in. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! He was dumbfounded. The emperor, who said that he couldn't sleep, was lying on his back on the bed. He was drooling and snoring. He was snoring and farting in his sleep. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1114635373. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Didn't you sleep well? Gu Jiao raised her brows and asked. Eunuch Wei opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound for a long time. From time to time, the laughter of Auntie Lu's sister and the two daughters-in-law of Granny Zhou's family could be heard. There were also the sounds of their children squabbling in the front yard with little Jing Kong. In the past, His Majesty would find it hard to sleep at the slightest noise in the palace. Now that it was so noisy outside, how could His Majesty sleep so soundly? His Majesty slept from the afternoon to the next morning and didn't even eat dinner. Gu Jiao watched as the emperor rushed to the carriage with his fluffy hair like a gust of wind to go to morning court. How did it look like he couldn't sleep? He clearly slept more than she did. Last night, when she stirred up the gunpowder, the entire family was awakened by the explosion. Only the emperor was snoring like thunder and the entire courtyard was filled with his dragon breath, commonly known as snoring. Oh. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. I thought I blew him up in the middle of the night. Drive the carriage. What are you standing there for? The emperor slapped the coachman's head. He was full of energy and definitely didn't faint from the explosion. The emperor had a good sleep and felt refreshed. He returned to Pure Flower's palace to wash up and change into his dragon robes before heading to the throne room. Empress Dowager Zhuang's Phoenix sedan also arrived near the throne room. Eunuch Qin reminded Empress Dowager, His Majesty has also arrived. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who bowed for the 5 candied fruits, had someone get off the sedan and walked out with Eunuch Qin's help. The emperor also came out of the sedan and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with a smile in his eyes. He didn't forget to cup his hands in a sun salute. Son pays respects to imperial mother. Yesterday, he looked like a bag of wilted cabbage, but today, he clearly had energy. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him faintly and said, "It's getting late. Don't delay and quickly go to court. Doesn't His Majesty always arrive earlier than Xianxia? Why are you so late today?" The emperor was too embarrassed to say that he overslept in Bishui Alley. Obviously, he couldn't sleep in the magnificent palace, but when he went to Empress Dowager Zhuang's small shabby room, he slept like a log. If he said this, he would despise himself. He would never admit that it was the room that was comfortable to sleep in. It must be that he was too tired after not sleeping for a few days. While the emperor was thinking, he inadvertently saw that Empress Dowager Zhuang was holding an exquisite hand warmer. This was a dual-purpose stove. In the winter, it could be filled with charcoal, and in the summer, it could be filled with ice. Holding it in one's hand, it would be very cool, very good at relieving the heat. The emperor suddenly chuckled and walked over. He raised his hand and knocked down Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand warmer. The hand warmer smashed onto the bluestone floor with a bang. The material was very good, and it was not damaged. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes turned cold as she looked at the emperor. Just as she was about to get angry, she saw several court officials walking over from not far away. "Eunuch Wei, the Empress Dowager's hand warmer has fallen. Quickly pick it up for the Empress Dowager." "Yes." Eunuch Wei picked up the hand warmer on the ground. Since it was dirty on the ground, he naturally couldn't just hand it over to the Empress Dowager. He was just about to wipe it with his sleeve. The emperor took the hand warmer and said, "I'll do it." He took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the hand warmer. After wiping it as if it could shine, he smiled and handed it to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Mother, your hand warmer." The court officials who saw this scene couldn't help but secretly exclaim. The emperor was so filial to the Empress Dowager that he personally wiped her hand warmer. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. She grabbed the hand warmer with a cold face. The emperor slyly reminded her, "Smile, mother, smile, we're all watching." "I'll smile your ass." Empress Dowager Zhuang faked a smile and said, "Ha ha ha." The officials walked away. Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped smiling in a second and threw the hand warmer that the emperor had taken to Eunuch Qin with disdain. When she walked up the steps of the throne room, Empress Dowager Zhuang lifted her phoenix robe to cover her feet and stepped on the emperor's instep. The emperor, ow, there were people all around. He closed his mouth tightly and swallowed the cry of despair into his stomach. He was in so much pain that his facial features were twisted into a ball. Empress Dowager Zhuang smiled faintly. "What's wrong with the emperor?" The emperor stiffened and pinched his thigh. Foot, move your foot away." "Oh, the emperor sprained his foot?" Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her eyebrows and stepped on his instep again. The emperor was in so much pain that he rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Empress Dowager Zhuang elegantly reached out and held his arm. She smiled and said, "I'll help you." Then she kept smiling and squeezed a few words from between her teeth. "Everyone is watching, Emperor. Smile." The emperor's smile was uglier than crying. The officials couldn't help but sigh. The Empress Dowager also loved this son very much. It seemed that after the misunderstanding of the Empress Dowager poisoning the young Duke of Zhaodu was resolved, the relationship between the mother and son really eased a lot. Gu Jiao knew nothing about the things in the palace. After she sent little Jing Kong to the Imperial College, she went to the medical center. She found that the medical center often had more patients in the morning and was a little idle in the afternoon. The little girl from the girls' school came next door to play the guqin from time to time, but now she couldn't hear it. She tried to let little Jiangli learn the guqin, but the girl was only interested in herbs. She was even more stupid when it came to learning the guqin than when she practiced writing. She had to give up the idea of letting little Jiangli play the guqin for her. Gu Jiao looked at the fuxi guqin on the table. Her fingertips tapped on the guqin case a few times. She opened the case and took out the fuxi guqin with the burnt tail. Her slender fingers gently stroked the strings, but she didn't play in the end. She put the fuxi guqin back, closed the case, and got up to leave the medical center. She went to the martial arts center. After several months of challenges, she had become a great martial artist in the martial arts center from the lowest level. She should be a supreme master if she wanted to go further. It was said that there were no more than 5 supreme masters in the capital. They were very rare and hard to come by. Of course, this was the jargon. For the common people, they were a group of martial arts masters. When one reached the level of a supreme master, they rarely appeared in the martial arts world. Taihe Martial Arts Center had a supreme master in charge, but it was only in name. Gu Jiao had been to the martial arts center so many times, but she had never seen a single strand of his hair. The Marquis also came to the martial arts center today. He didn't just come to watch Gu Jiao compete. He also wanted to see if there were any other good seedlings here. If it was before, he could probably find a few, but since Gu Jiao, his eyes became picky. It seemed that it was very difficult to find a young, talented, and person who could control his murderous intent. He was a general on the battlefield. In this life, he had killed countless people. How could he not feel the murderous intent of a person? The Marquis didn't know what his sworn brother had experienced to have such a strong murderous intent. It was rare that he could control his murderous intent and didn't let himself become a murderous devil. This was another reason why the Marquis appreciated Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao came down from the martial arts arena. The Marquis also came out from the second-floor wing. The two met in the main hall. The Marquis smiled at Gu Jiao and said, "Is today's competition over?" Gu Jiao nodded. "You've made great progress recently." It was beyond his expectations. If he hadn't watched his little brother compete, he would have thought that his little brother was originally an expert who had lost his strength for some reason and was slowly recovering in some way. The Marquis asked again, "That's right, have you been practicing your spear recently?" At the mention of this, Gu Jiao blinked. The Marquis was slightly surprised. "Did you bring your red tasseled spear?" Gu Jiao shook her head. The Marquis didn't know that she had lost her red tasseled spear on the night she saved the Emperor. He thought that she had left it at home. He smiled and said, "It's okay. I just happened to bring you a new red tasseled spear." Gu Jiao followed him to the backyard of the martial arts center. The Marquis carriage stopped outside the back door. He went to the carriage and took a red tasseled spear wrapped in red cloth. He handed it to Gu Jiao. "Try it." Gu Jiao took it and opened the red cloth to take a look. Wow, it was the big guy she had taken a fancy to in the barracks. This red tasseled spear was 2 inches longer than the average red tasseled spear. It was also heavier. The spearhead shone with a cold light. Gu Jiao held it in her hand and tried it out. It was like a flying dragon, extremely domineering. The Marquis's eyes unconsciously revealed a bit of satisfaction. Sure enough, his vision was very unique. This red tasseled spear of the Yan Kingdom was very suitable for his little brother. "Don't you think it's heavy?" he asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. She liked the weight of the spear. It had the power to destroy everything. It also had the ability to break 1,000 pounds. She tried it out a few more times. The more she tried, the more satisfied she was. She didn't like cold weapons before, but this red tasseled spear suited her very well. The Marquis had been observing her moves. It was the set of spear skills he had taught her. But that set of spear skills was more suitable for the ordinary red tasseled spear. It couldn't display the full power of the red tasseled spear. "Little brother Gu, wait a moment." He walked over. "Give me the red tasseled spear." Gu Jiao was playing happily. She smacked her lips and gave him the red tasseled spear. The Marquis took it. He didn't do any fancy moves. He only used one move. He bent his legs slightly. His right hand held the base of the red tasseled spear, close to his right waist. His left hand held the middle of the red tasseled spear. He pointed the spearhead forward and fiercely stabbed out. It seemed like a simple move, but at that moment, it was filled with endless killing intent. Even the wind and sand were stirred up and the leaves rustled. Gu Jiao's mask was almost blown off. She blinked, her eyes sparkling. She took out a small notebook and scribbled. "What move is this?" The Marquis patiently explained, "This is called the middle four. It is a middle-level spear skill. It is the master of the 6 harmonies spear. It is the first of the 24 forms of the spear. It seems simple, but in fact, it is full of wonderful changes. You don't need to practice anything else. Just practice this move." Come, give it a try. Gu Jiao took the red tasseled spear and tried it out. Naturally, it wasn't very good. The Marquis said, "Don't worry. Take your time." Thinking back, his master had made him practice this move for a full 5 years. He didn't understand his master's deep meaning. Many years later, he finally understood that the essence of the spear skill was in this move. Gu Jiao practiced for a while. She was sweating profusely. The Marquis felt that today's practice was enough. He said to Gu Jiao, "Let's practice another day. It's getting late. Little brother Gu, are you hungry? I'll treat you to donkey meat. There's a donkey barbecue restaurant next door. Little brother Gu should like it." Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear upright in her arms. She took out a small notebook and wrote, "I have something to do tonight. I'll eat donkey barbecue with you another day." "I see." A trace of disappointment flashed through the Marquis' eyes. Gu Jiao looked at him and wrote, "You seem to have something on your mind?" No. He just wanted to find someone to drink to drown his sorrows. Gu Jiao continued to write, "We're sworn brothers. There's nothing we don't talk about." Little brother Gu was a trustworthy person. In addition, the Marquis had been troubled by something for a long time. He couldn't make up his mind. He hesitated for a while, then cleared his throat and said to Gu Jiao, "Little brother Gu, if you have a friend." Coming. I have a friend." Gu Jiao understood immediately. The Marquis opened his mouth and continued, "If he wants to do something unorthodox, will you support him or not?" Gu Jiao wrote, "That depends on what kind of unorthodox thing it is." The Marquis cleared his throat. "For example, taking someone and running away?" "Ah, the old man is going to elope with someone." Gu Jiao wrote without hesitation, "Yes." The Marquis' face was full of astonishment. "No, you don't even hesitate? So careless?" Gu Jiao wrote down what she had read in her godfather's diary in her previous life. "Love is a matter between two people. As long as you like each other, you can find freedom together. In the organization, you can't find freedom, and you can't like anyone. Otherwise, you'll be punished by your godfather." Gu Jiao couldn't understand why there was such a sentence in her godfather's diary. Forget it, she's dead anyway. She won't be able to see her godfather again. Gu Jiao continued to write, "If you're happy, go, chase, and beg, boldly. Don't be afraid of vulgar eyes." The Marquis gasped, "What if I'm rejected?" Gu Jiao wrote, "If she rejects you, it means she doesn't like you. You can just give up." Why does she have the same tone as Gu Yan? Are all the young people nowadays so telepathic? The Marquis' face didn't change. "It's not me." Gu Jiao, "Oh. When only one person affirms an idea, perhaps his heart isn't firm enough. But when more people affirm it, it can take root and germinate in the bottom of his heart." Not to mention that he just asked 2 random people and got the same answer. It was obvious that he worried too much before. This matter was originally very simple. He wanted to take her away from the palace. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all the novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111433701. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found online will be available here. The old Marquis did as he said and immediately started his plan. Gu Jiao still didn't know that she and Gu Yan had stirred up some trouble. After saying goodbye to the old duke, she went back to the medical center, took off her mask, changed her clothes, and went to the Imperial College to pick up little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was in a good mood because he knew that Gu Jiao would come to pick him up after school. He was even more obedient in class and didn't argue with teacher Sun for the whole day. Teacher's son had the most relaxing day of the year. He felt that his middle-aged hair was not as thin as before. Come to my house to play. Su Kanji, who came out of the classroom, said to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong shook his head coldly. I'm not going today. I want to go home with Jiao Jiao. Su Kanji thought for a while. Okay, then tomorrow? Little Jing Kong continued to shake his head. I'm not going tomorrow either. I want to go home with Jiao Jiao tomorrow too. Jiao Jiao would come to pick him up when his bad brother-in-law was away. He was very happy just thinking about it. Little Jing Kong shook his head and walked away proudly. Su Kanji was left alone in the same place with hidden bitterness. Brother, I'm really used as a spare tire. Little Jing Kong walked out of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao picked him up and walked back hand in hand. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said cutely, Jiao Jiao, I miss you so much. You're even more beautiful today than yesterday. Gu Jiao curved her lips in amusement. Really? Little Jing Kong nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Monks don't lie. So, you're still a monk? Gu Jiao looked at the little buzz cut that someone had grown for the umpteenth time. She thought to herself, nothing will go wrong this time, right? She should be able to grow a head of thick black hair and tie it into a beautiful little bun, right? Little Jing Kong skipped back to Pushui Alley excitedly. Gu Jiao went to fetch water and chop firewood while little Jing Kong went back to his room to do his homework. Since Xiao Lulang wasn't around, his homework was checked by the old chancellor. The old chancellor hadn't finished his duty yet. Little Jing Kong finished his homework very quickly. He came out of the house and walked to Gu Jiao, who was chopping firewood. With his hands behind his back, he rolled his eyes and said, Jiao Jiao, I'm going next door to play with Xiaobao. Jiao Xiaobao was Master Zhao's biological grandson. He was 1 year younger than little Jing Kong and was the closest playmate to little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao didn't refuse. Okay, I'll call you when dinner is ready. The little guy rolled his eyes again. Then, can I bring something over? Sure. Gu Jiao didn't have any objection. She was chopping firewood and didn't see his sneaky expression. Little Jing Kong went back to his room, the East Room. That's right. Although his brother-in-law also lived in the East Room, little Jing Kong firmly believed that he was the master of the East Room. He had been taking in his bad brother-in-law who might be laid off at any time. What kind of little cutie was he? Little Jing Kong's junk half stayed at home and the other half moved to the small courtyard of the medical center. He opened the wardrobe, pulled out his small box, and poured out the books in the bag. Then, he picked up some interesting things from the small box and put them in. Jiao Jiao, I'm leaving. He carried the bag on his back and ran out of the courtyard. When Gu Jiao turned to look at him, the little guy had already run away. She couldn't help laughing. Naughty. Little Jing Kong was a child with great self-control. He didn't run around, so Gu Jiao didn't expect that the little guy didn't go next door. Instead, he carried his junk to a pawnshop on Xuanwu Street. When the boss of the pawnshop saw that it was a child, he thought that he was here to play. He hurriedly waved his hand and asked him to leave. Go play somewhere else. Little Jing Kong said, I'm not here to play. I'm here to pawn. It wasn't his first time here. He had done some research with Su Tangtang and Brother Chiyu before, so he knew that there was a pawnshop here. The boss was amused when he heard that. It was always funny when a child talked like an adult. The boss wasn't in a hurry to ask him to leave. He smiled and asked him, what do you want to pawn? Well, these. See if there's anything you like. I'll pawn whatever you like. Little Jing Kong stood on his tiptoes but still couldn't reach the counter. He was anxious. Hey, you, come out and see for yourself. The boss was amused by little Jing Kong. He opened the door at the side and walked out. Okay, let me see what you have. He didn't think that this child was really here to pawn. He was most likely here to play. Little Jing Kong handed the bag to him. The boss took out the things inside and placed them on the counter. He was the first one to laugh out loud. In their line of work, they had to be knowledgeable. From the antiques of the previous dynasty, to the calligraphy of the great scholars, and even the rare items of the Six Nations, they had more or less dabbled in them. Look at what this child had in his bag. The house deed of the Liang nation, the tiger talisman of the Zhao nation, the luminous cup of the Qin nation. The next item was even more impressive. He even had the imperial jade seal of the Jin nation. The boss laughed until his stomach hurt. Were there so many different kinds of toys for children these days? Not to mention, the impersonation was quite realistic. The boss didn't think that these things were real at all. The boss put the things back and handed him a piece of malt candy with a smile. He only gave it to him because he was cute. So many good things. You're amazing. Okay, go back. Little Jing Kong held back his saliva. I don't want candy. I want to pawn it. The boss said, you can't pawn it. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, why? Is there nothing here that catches your eye? You haven't finished looking at it. There's more inside. If you like it, I can pawn it for you at a cheaper price. Little Jing Kong was in urgent need of money. Although he was a small landlord and received 2 payments of rent every month, his money had been handed over to the Jiao for safekeeping. If he needed it, he had to get it from the Jiao. But he didn't want the Jiao to know. That was why he thought of pawning it. Looking at his cute little face, the boss couldn't bear to tell him that his things were fake and that he couldn't pawn it. He only said to him, you can't pawn it. Don't run around, kid. Go back quickly. Little Jing Kong was rejected and let out a long sigh. He lowered his head and walked out of the pawnshop slowly with a bag of books on his back. There were a total of 3 pawnshops on Xuanwu Street. He went to the other 2 pawnshops, but he was chased out before he could even enter. The little guy who was rejected again and again was traumatized. He pursed his lips and felt wronged. He walked back dejectedly. Suddenly, a man wearing a crescent white long-sleeved robe, an ink blue gauze robe, and a jade belt around his waist blocked Little Clear Sky's path. The man had a gentle expression and held a folding fan in his hand. He smiled and looked at Little Jing Kong. Little brother, do you want to pawn something? How did you know? Little Jing Kong looked at him warily. The man patted his palm with the folding fan and smiled. I was looking for something in that pawnshop just now. I saw you being chased out by them. Oh. Little Jing Kong was relieved. So you saw it. The man smiled. What a coincidence. I didn't see any suitable antiques in the pawnshop. Little brother, do you have anything I like? Little Jing Kong thought for a while. I can show you. The man squatted down and put his hand into Little Jing Kong's bag of books. He looked surprised as he looked. Little brother, you have a lot of things. Little Jing Kong stuck out his chest. I knew it. I have a lot of good things. You know what's good for you. What do you want? I'll give it to you at a cheap price. No, I don't know you. I can't redeem it in the future. I'll sell it to you at a cheap price. He had asked the young master what pawning meant and knew that it was different from selling. The man looked down and smiled. He took out a golden abacus from Little Jing Kong's bag of books. The owner of the first pawnshop didn't see the golden abacus. Otherwise, he would know that it was not fake. Among all the things, Little Jing Kong liked the golden abacus the most. He felt his heart ache when he saw that the man picked it. The man smiled. Sell this to me, how about it? Little Jing Kong bit his lip and nodded. This is very expensive. How much is it? The man asked. Little Jing Kong said painfully, 500 taels. This was the amount he needed. He wouldn't sell it if it was less than this price. Okay. The man took out 5 100 taels banknotes and gave them to him. Little Jing Kong took the banknotes and looked at his beloved golden abacus reluctantly. Little Jean, goodbye forever. I'm sorry. I don't want to sell you. But he had no choice. Little Jing Kong knew real banknotes. After all, he collected rent every month. He put away the banknotes, carried the bag of books, and left with tears in his eyes. The man looked at Little Jing Kong's sad back and couldn't help laughing. Little brother. My name is Mingyu. You can call me young Master Mingyu. We'll meet again someday. Little Jing Kong wiped his tears with his hand. Sob. Little Jean was gone. So sad. Young master. A young guard in gray walked over from the alley. He looked at the golden abacus in the man's hand and said, "He has so many good things. Why did you choose the most worthless one?" "That's right. Any one of the items in little Jing Kong's bag of books was more valuable than the golden abacus." The man glared at him. "You want to take advantage of a child?" The young guard curled his lips. "You said it as if you didn't take advantage of him. 500 taels of banknotes for a golden abacus. You're losing money." But, the young guard went back to the topic, "Is this child really related to that person?" The man snorted. "Who else can get so many treasures except for that person?" The young guard paused. "Then, will that person appear?" The man looked at the small figure disappearing at the end of the street and said, "Keep an eye on this little monk. That person will appear one day." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that you can't find on the internet are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111431783. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels can be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Little Jing Kong didn't return home until it was almost dark. When he entered the door, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He couldn't let Xiao see him sad for little Jing. He poked his little dimples, raised his smiling face, and entered the house cutely. Gu Jiao finished chopping the firewood and packing the herbs. When she turned around, she saw the little guy jumping over. "You're back," she said. "Yes." Little Jing Kong ran over and stretched out his short arms. Jiao, I'll help you." "You take this." Gu Jiao scooped a small ladle of herbs from the big basket and gave it to him. "Okay." Little Jing Kong happily took the ladle and carefully returned to the central room without spilling any herbs. After dinner, Gu Jiao went to pack little Jing Kong's things. The little guy always messed things up and didn't know how to put them back properly. This time, when Gu Jiao was packing, she realized that something was missing. Most of little Jing Kong's things were packed in different boxes. Gu Jiao usually didn't open those boxes privately, not because they looked shabby, but because she respected the child's privacy. However, some things were directly exposed, such as little Jin's abacus. "Jing Kong." Gu Jiao called. Little Jing Kong, who was arranging little chicks' array in the central room, came in and asked with his head tilted, "What's wrong, Jiao?" "Where's your abacus?" Gu Jiao asked doubtfully. Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. "I put it in the clinic." "Really?" Gu Jiao thought for a while, "But I just cleaned up the small box you put in the clinic today. I didn't see your abacus." Little Jing Kong blinked and said, "Oh, I forgot. I lent it to Brother Chuyu. He said he would return it to me later." Little Jing Kong rarely lied. He had a good reputation, so Gu Jiao did not suspect him. After leaving the east room, little Jing Kong covered his chest and heaved a long sigh of relief. That scared him to death. He was almost discovered by Jiao. Luckily, he was a clever little devil. It rained in the evening. Gu Yan's secret guard came back to report that the road was difficult to travel. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun stayed at Nanxiang and Master Lu's house. Tomorrow, they would go directly to Qinghe Academy from there. Nanxiang and Master Lu liked Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yan very much. Gu Jiao had nothing to worry about. She asked the secret guard to bring 2 sets of clean clothes for them. On the other hand, the old duke, who was encouraged by Gu Yan and Gu Jiao, felt that he had received unprecedented support. He had lived for the Zhao country and the duke's manor all his life. Except for fighting desperately on the battlefield, he had done almost nothing bold in private. He had been cautious and conscientious all his life. But perhaps because he was old and did not have many years left to live, he did not want to have regrets in this life. He had let her down as long as he lived for others. In the few days left, he did not want to let her down again. Fortunately, the army that he had cultivated for His Majesty had been trained. Gu Chongqing had also grown up. The Duke's manor had a successor, so he could rest assured. Go and call the crown prince here. The old Duke ordered. Yes. The manservant went to Gu Chongqing's courtyard and called Gu Chongqing over. Gu Chongqing looked at the old Duke who was sitting on the main seat. His expression was clearly different from before. He said lightly, "It's so late. Grandfather is looking for me?" The old Duke looked at him deeply. This was the grandson that he had brought up. He had poured all his heart and soul into him, more than he had poured into his son Gu Chong. And he had lived up to his expectations. He had grown up to be his ideal son. The old Duke handed him 2 tokens of different quality. One was the Gu family army's token. The other was the secret army's token. "Grandfather, what is the meaning of this?" Gu Chongqing asked strangely. The old marquis looked at him and sternly said, "You've grown up, and some burdens should be handed over to you. I may not be able to see the day when the Gu family army reinvigorates, but I hope that you can see that day." "Why won't I be able to see it?" Gu Chongqing asked lightly. The old Duke wanted to say something but hesitated. He pinched the corner of the table and said, "I have my own arrangements. You don't need to ask." Gu Chongqing laughed coldly and said mockingly, "Grandfather always has his own arrangements. Just like that matter back then." Finished speaking, he didn't wait for the old Duke to ask him what it was and turned to leave. He accepted the token. He was a son of the Gu family. Whether it was his authority or his burden, he would spare no effort to bear it. The old Duke looked at his grandson's resolute figure and sighed helplessly. Afterward, he had the manservant call for Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin. They were all his grandsons, so he naturally doted on them. However, he didn't regard them as highly as he did Gu Chongqing, nor did he cherish them as much as he did Gu Yan. This was probably the sorrow of not being able to occupy both sides. He wasn't as capable as Gu Chongqing, nor was he as delicate as Gu Yan. Naturally, he received less attention. When the day of separation finally arrived, the old Duke's heart was filled with reluctance. He looked at the 2 of them. He originally wanted to say some emotional words between grandfather and grandson, but when he saw Gu Qinglin's newly grown bald head, the corner of his mouth twitched. He couldn't say anything. He also gave the 2 of them a token and some family assets. The family assets were first sent to Gu Chongqing for safekeeping and would be handed over to them on the day the 2 of them set up their own families. He also left something for Gu Yan. He had already sent someone to send it to the hidden guards. When the time was right, he would hand it over to Gu Yan. Gu Jiao was married. A married lady was like spilled water. He didn't leave a token for her, but seeing that she was wholeheartedly devoted to Gu Yan, he still gave her a sum of money. It was also in the hands of the hidden guards. Marquis Gu went to repair the roads and wasn't in the residence. However, the old Duke didn't even think about this invisible son of his. After handing everything over, the old Duke left the manor in the middle of the night. Gu Qinglin looked at the token in his hand. He didn't know what it was used for and asked in confusion, "Second brother, don't you think grandfather is acting a little strange today?" Gu Qingfeng looked at the token, then at the boundless night sky, and said thoughtfully, "Quite strange indeed." It was a dark and windy night. The bustle and liveliness of the day faded from the capital, turning it into a quiet, isolated city. In the hazy night, a dark shadow leaped onto the walls and snuck into the palace like a ghost. A group of patrolling imperial guards walked past. Ever since the assassination attempt on Grand Concubine Jing, the palace's defenses had been strengthened and the number of imperial guards had doubled. "Eh? Did you hear anything just now?" one of the imperial guards asked. His companion replied, "No, did you hear anything?" The rest of his companions shook their heads in unison. The first imperial guard scratched his head in confusion. "Maybe I heard wrong." He turned back to look at the impregnable palace walls. Apart from the patrolling imperial guards, There were also palace experts and hidden guards lying in ambush at the four corners of the walls. If someone had really snuck in, they wouldn't have gone so far as to deceive everyone, right? Let's go, let's go. Go ahead and patrol. The Imperial Guards marched forward in an orderly fashion. Not long after they left, a figure hidden in a tree flew in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. He was abnormally familiar with the palace's defenses, so he avoided the gazes of all the Imperial Guards and palace experts and successfully snuck into Pure Flower's palace. Grand Concubine Jing was currently sitting in a small meditation room, tapping on a wooden fish and chanting scriptures. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed in and appeared behind her. However, when the dark figure was only 3 steps away from her, another dark figure leaped down from the roof beam, holding a long sword that was flashing with a cold light, and coldly blocked in front of him. The Dragon Shadow Guard, the old Marquis was shocked. Stop. Grand Concubine Jing said. The Dragon Shadow Guard lowered his longsword. Withdraw, Grand Concubine Jing said. The Dragon Shadow Guard flew up and flew out of the window. The old Marquis knew about the Dragon Shadow Guard. This was a group of death guards that the previous emperor had spent a lot of money to buy from the Yan Kingdom. They had been secretly trained for many years to become the previous emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard. He hadn't expected to see the Dragon Shadow Guard by Grand Concubine Jing's side. He was suddenly at a loss for words. If His Majesty had given the Dragon Shadow Guard to her, didn't that mean her situation wasn't as bad as he imagined? Why are you here? Grand Concubine Jing stared at her. The old Marquis met her gaze and found his voice after a long while. I heard you encountered an assassin in the palace and almost got ambushed by something Marquis Xianping gave you. Marquis Xianping was investigating this case in a rather high-profile manner, so all the civil and military officials had heard about it. The old Marquis naturally didn't believe that Marquis Xianping and the old Chancellor would frame Grand Concubine Jing. However, this was the terrifying part of this matter. The culprit was hiding in the dark, so it was impossible to guard against them. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her eyes and sighed. I'm fine. She put the wooden fish back on the table. The old Marquis frowned when he saw the injury on the back of her hand. You're injured. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her hand and covered it with her sleeve. It's just a small injury. It's nothing. Was it done by that person from Rinshou Palace? After some thought, the old Marquis felt that Empress Dowager Zhuang was the only one who didn't want Grand Concubine Jing to come back. All of this might have been planned by the Empress Dowager in secret. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. We can't beat that person. Her pitiful and aggrieved appearance aroused the old Marquis's blood. Based on the old Marquis's personality, he might as well go all the way to Rinshou Palace and assassinate Empress Dowager Zhuang to avenge her. However, the old Marquis was here to take Grand Concubine Jing away. He was a man with a plan, so he had to act according to plan. Empress Dowager Zhuang could be killed next time. He took a deep breath and said, I saw the Dragon Shadow Guard just now and was hesitant about doing this. But since she's so arrogant, it's not appropriate for you to stay here any longer. I'll take you away now. Grand Concubine Jing was startled. What? The old Marquis said, Don't worry, I'll avenge you, but I won't let you down again. I'll take you away now. With that, he grabbed Grand Concubine Jing's wrist and walked out. The two had just reached the door when they bumped into the Emperor, who had come to visit Grand Concubine Jing. Digression, Third Watch. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/111424515. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bhikkhu Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. End of chapter 351. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.